Lin Feng, our household can no longer accommodate you. Here are 2,000 yuan, take it, pack your belongings, and leave, Wang Min proclaimed, issuing an eviction order. But, auntie, could you allow me to take the college entrance exam before sending me away? Lin Feng pleaded earnestly, with your dismal academic performance, who would still hope for you to gain admission to university? Wang Min regarded Lin Feng's beseeching expression with not a trace of compassion. Currently, Lin Feng was a senior in high school, residing at a relative's home. His father had passed away 3 years prior, and his mother had been absent since his birth. We have already shown you our utmost benevolence by giving you 2,000 yuan. I hope you will act wisely and start packing your things, Wang Min said, handing Lin Feng a stack of bills. As Lin Feng accepted the money, his eyes stung, and memories of 3 years ago flooded his mind. He had been expelled from the Lin family in a similar manner. 3 years ago, shortly after his father's death, the family members turned their backs on him, claiming he was not of the Lin bloodline, providing various lofty justifications for his expulsion. Very well, I understand, Lin Feng replied, swallowing his tears as he reluctantly returned to his room to begin packing. While rummaging through his belongings, a bronze ring fell to the floor with a clink, capturing Lin Feng's attention. How did this ring end up here? He thought, hastening to retrieve it. He slipped the ring onto his finger and, after a careful examination, found it quite beautiful, deciding to leave it on. Once Lin Feng had finished packing, Wang Min stood at the doorway, watching him depart, feeling somewhat despondent. Lin Feng wandered aimlessly down the street when suddenly he encountered a stunning woman clad in a white dress, her shoulder-length hair flowing, her high heels clicking against the pavement. Whether it was due to Lin Feng's distracted thoughts or mere coincidence, he tripped just as he approached her, inadvertently knocking her down. As he felt the sensation of his hands against her, he lifted his head to discover he was atop a beautiful woman. Forgive me, I wasn't watching where I was going, he stammered. Before the woman could respond, Lin Feng was lost in the memory of the sensation he had just experienced. You wrote. Apologizing? I believe that was intentional, she exclaimed, rising and pointing an accusatory finger at him. However, Lin Feng was oblivious to her indignation, still reveling in the unexpected encounter. Exhilarated by the experience, for him, a virgin, it was the first time he had touched a girl's chest. Before long, he noticed a trickle of blood from his nose. He quickly wiped it away. The woman, seeing the blood, erupted in anger. You scoundrel, you take advantage of me and now you're bleeding. As Lin Feng dabbed at his nose, some of the blood splattered onto the ring, which swiftly absorbed it, a detail Lin Feng failed to notice at that moment. Beautiful lady, do you have a tissue? Could you spare me one? Look at how my nose is bleeding, Lin Feng implored, appearing quite pitiful. Having encountered shamelessness before, she had never witnessed such audacity, taking advantage of another and then asking for a tissue. The lady, incensed by this thought, found herself momentarily speechless. You, she stammered, pointing at Lin Feng. Clearly infuriated me? I am quite well, actually. Do you or do you not have a tissue? If not, I must take my leave, Lin Feng responded, brimming with misplaced confidence. Get lost. The lady spat, her final word. Dear lady, let's speak civilly. If you don't have one, you don't have one. No need for such coarse language, truly, Lin Feng retorted as he brushed past her. After this brief encounter, Lin Feng continued to wander the streets alone. He had become a vagabond, with no place to rest, he pondered. It seemed he would have to spend the night beneath the overpass, as he could not afford a hotel. With only 2,000 yuan remaining, he needed to save it for meals. Master! Master! As Lin Feng ambled along the street, he suddenly heard a voice whispering beside him. He turned to look behind, but saw no one, thinking to himself, could I have misheard? You did not mishear. I am indeed calling you, Master. Who is speaking? Lin Feng exclaimed, this time aloud. This prompted passers-by to gaze at him, assuming he was a lunatic, shouting for no reason. It's me, Master. I am the ring upon your finger. What? A ring? Lin Feng gasped, looking down at the ring on his hand, seeing nothing amiss. Indeed, I am the ring upon your finger. You are my third master. A ring? How can a ring speak? Lin Feng's eyes widened as he stared at it. Onlookers regarded Lin Feng, muttering to themselves, convinced he had escaped from an asylum. Master, you need not vocalize your thoughts. If you think them, I will know what you wish to say, the spirit of the ring declared. What are you? Why do you speak? Lin Feng mused inwardly. I am the spirit of this ring, known as the Qianquan ring, the ring spirit explained. Ah, I see. But why do you call me master? I don't recall doing anything to warrant that, Lin Feng pondered, astonished that a ring could engage in conversation. Did you not spill your blood upon the ring? Blood recognition of a master. This is the condition for acknowledging a master. Once recognized, unless you perish, you shall always be my master, the spirit elucidated. Realizing the connection, Lin Feng understood that he had inadvertently dripped blood on it while tending to his nose. Now I comprehend. But what abilities do you possess? Lin Feng inquired silently. Whether it was the spirit's reluctance to answer such a question or for another reason entirely, this time, the spirit remained silent. Lin Feng attempted several times to elicit a response, yet silence enveloped him. He pondered, perplexed, as to why his efforts had yielded no results. Ultimately, he dismissed the thought and turned his attention to contemplating where he might spend the night beneath a bridge, for he had school to attend the following day. He scoured the roadside for discarded newspapers, eventually finding a suitable spot beneath a bridge where he spread the papers on the ground and lay down, resigned to his circumstances. With no other options available to him, he succumbed to the necessity of sleeping outdoors. As poverty had rendered him homeless, the night passed swiftly. As dawn broke the next day, Lin Feng arose early and made his way to school. Upon entering the school gates, he was met with curious glances from his peers, who found it peculiar that he carried a burden while attending school. Fortunately, he had already paid his school fees, otherwise, he would have been compelled to part with half of the 2,000 yuan. The first day of school had arrived, September 1st. Lin Feng, burdened with his belongings, strolled into classroom 3 of the senior year. The room was nearly filled to capacity, and the sight of Lin Feng elicited laughter from his classmates. Look, that useless fellow is still carrying his baggage. Ha ha ha, this is too funny. Just look at him, he seems like a wild man from the mountains. Since Lin Feng had been expelled from the Lin family, such ridicule had become a constant in his life. He had grown accustomed to it and calmly made his way to his seat, placing his burden down. Now clad in a school uniform, Lin Feng's slightly frail physique made him appear as though a mere gust of wind could sweep him away. Before long, the class bell rang, and the homeroom teacher, Yang Hong, entered the classroom. Instantly, all chatter ceased, and an air of silence enveloped the room. This was due to Yang Hong's propensity to summon students to her office for reports, instilling a sense of caution among the class. Today, we have a new student who has just transferred to our class. Please welcome her as she introduces herself. Yang Hong beckoned towards the entrance. Moments later, a striking figure emerged from the doorway. Lin Feng squinted, recognizing something familiar about her. The new student, clad in a school uniform, boasted an impressive figure, with a chest that could easily be described as a D cup, and a delicately featured face adorned with sparkling, expressive eyes. Her beauty captivated the attention of the male students, leaving them swallowing hard. This is Zhang Yufang, and she will be joining us for the upcoming senior year, Yang Hong announced to the class. As soon as her introduction concluded, a few whistles erupted from the classroom, clearly indicating the boys' excitement at the sight of a beautiful girl. Noticing the commotion, Yang Hong raised her voice. Everyone, please settle down. Once the noise subsided, she continued, Zhang Yufang, you will sit next to Lin Feng for now. She gestured towards Lin Feng's seat. Zhang Yufang followed Yang Hong's direction and quickly spotted Lin Feng, the very individual who had toppled her the previous night. However, being in class, she refrained from expressing her displeasure and feigned nonchalance as she approached her designated seat. Yet, Lin Feng had already recognized her as the beautiful girl from the previous evening. He mused to himself, so her name is Zhang Yufang, a rather pleasant name indeed. The other boys in the class, upon witnessing Zhang Yufang choose to sit beside Lin Feng, couldn't help but expressed their disappointment at her pairing with someone they deemed unworthy. Had it not been for the ongoing lesson, the entire class would likely have descended into chaos. As soon as Zhang Yufang took her seat, Lin Feng turned to her and remarked, Beauty, it seems we meet again. Best keep your distance from me. Zhang Yufang shot back, casting him a disdainful glance. All right, let us commence the lesson, interrupted Yang Hong, the teacher, cutting short the exchange between Lin Feng and Zhang Yufang. Throughout the class, Lin Feng found himself utterly preoccupied, unable to focus on the lecture. His foremost dilemma was his lack of accommodation. He could not possibly continue sleeping under a bridge. This situation was untenable, and he pondered how to extricate himself from such circumstances. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He remembered an engagement that had been arranged by his deceased father. Though he and his betrothed had never met, a formal agreement had been established with the Wang family, one of the 4 prominent families of Huaxia. At the time of the engagement, he was still a member of the Lin family. However, now that he had been cast out, Lin Feng harbored doubts about whether this engagement would still hold any weight. It was uncertain whether the other party would recognize it, but he figured he might as well attempt to find out. Before long, Yang Hong concluded her lesson. As the class ended, Lin Feng began to gather the books strewn across his desk. As he tidied up, he,
Zhang Yufan, observing Lin Feng as he tidied his books, spoke up. I never expected that we attend the same school, and even more surprisingly, share the same class. Fate truly has a sense of humor. Lin Feng responded with a radiant smile, revealing a set of pearly whites. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, a chorus of laughter erupted around him. That useless fellow thinks he has a connection with Zhang Yufan. Ha ha ha. Does he still believe he belongs to the Lin family? He has long been cast out, bringing shame upon himself here. The crowd, regardless of gender, chimed in, drowning out Lin Feng's voice. Hearing the mockery and derision directed at Lin Feng, Zhang Yufan felt a pang of sympathy for him, surrounded by so many. He bore the weight of their scorn alone. Lin Feng, listening to the taunts, gradually lowered his head until he rested it on the desk. By now, he had grown accustomed to such treatment over the past 2 years and found it unremarkable. He buried his head not out of shame, but rather because he longed for sleep, having hardly rested beneath the overpass the previous night. At this moment, napping at his desk seemed the most sensible course of action. Others assumed his posture was a response to their ridicule, including Zhang Yufan herself. Are you all right? Zhang Yufan asked, concerned by Lin Feng's unusual demeanor. Yet, deep down, she still harbored resentment towards him due to the incident from the night before, believing that every pitiful individual must possess their own faults. When Lin Feng heard someone speaking near him, he straightened up, glanced at Zhang Yufan, and replied, I want to sleep. Please do not disturb me. His words provoked another round of laughter. Ha ha ha, that useless fellow wants to sleep. Seeing the situation unfold, Zhang Yufan decided to leave Lin Feng to his slumber, which extended until noon. Apart from the homeroom teacher's class, in which he had managed to stay awake, he spent the remainder of the morning lost in dreams. At noon, after school, Lin Feng sought a nearby eatery and ordered a fast meal, indulging in his food. While he was eating, a voice called out in his mind, Master, Master, why did you come out again? You didn't respond when I called you earlier. Lin Feng silently mused as he continued to eat. I was simply too exhausted and fell asleep. My waking hours are limited each day, the voice replied. Do you possess any special abilities? Lin Feng pondered, intrigued by the notion that the ring could communicate with him and seemed to possess sentience, implying it might have unique powers. Focus your attention on the pedestrians outside, the voice instructed. Following the guidance, Lin Feng directed his gaze towards the passers-by outside. Instantly, a surge of pure energy coursed through his eyes from the ring. In the next moment, he beheld the pedestrians as nothing but naked skeletons. Lin Feng gasped, stunned by the sight before him, exclaiming loudly and drawing the curious stares of everyone in the restaurant. Sensing the gaze of those around him, he promptly closed his mouth, pondering, why is it that suddenly everyone I see is devoid of clothing, each resembling a skeleton? This is due to my utilization of the X-ray vision feature for you. However, this ability can only last for 30 seconds. Once the time elapses, it will revert to normal. Moreover, it can only be employed once a day. The spirit of the ring explained. Why is it restricted to once a day? Lin Feng inquired, perplexed. Because I am not yet in my complete form and bear numerous injuries. Once these are mended, I will be able to use it infinitely each day. And I possess other abilities as well, the spirit boasted. I see. It would be splendid if I could use it more frequently, Lin Feng mused inwardly. I am weary now. I shall retire for sleep, the spirit concluded, falling silent thereafter. Through this brief interlude, Lin Feng became aware of the remarkable powers the ring possessed, including X-ray vision, and according to the spirit, it harbored additional capabilities. After finishing a modest meal costing 10 yuan, he returned to school, where he settled onto the podium to rest, as the classroom was devoid of students, presenting an opportune moment for slumber. In the afternoon, students began to trickle back through the school gates. Oh my, who is that? So handsome, exclaimed a girl near the door. Isn't that Chen Su, one of the 4 young masters of Huaihai? What brings him to our class? Am I seeing things? The class turned towards the source of the commotion, spotting a tall young man, approximately 6 feet tall, clad in a school uniform, with a robust physique and refined features akin to a Korean star, explaining the girl's astonishment. Following him were 2 or 3 others, who, while also handsome, paled in comparison to their leader, like stars compared to the moon. Upon arriving at Class 3 of senior year, Chen Su strode directly to Lin Feng, drawing the attention of his classmates. Does Chen Su harbor a grudge against Lin Feng? Why else would he approach him directly? The rest of the class wondered. Lin Feng. Chen Su beamed, addressing him. That's me. What's the matter? Lin Feng responded, equally bewildered, as he had no prior acquaintance with this individual. It's a pleasure to meet you here. I am Chen Su, he said, extending his right hand towards Lin Feng. Do we know each other? Lin Feng made no move to shake hands. Hands were not to be clasped indiscriminately. Observing Lin Feng's disinterest in the handshake, the 2 or 3 individuals behind Chen Su displayed displeasure and were about to confront Lin Feng, but Chen Su intervened. I am a friend of Wang Yudi. Chen Su maintained his warm smile. The class understood upon hearing Wang Yudi's name. It was evident that she had sent Chen Su to find Lin Feng. Wang Yudi was the daughter of the Wang family, one of the 4 great families of China. With suitors aplenty, enough to form an enhanced battalion. Oh, I know her. What is it you need? Lin Feng raised his gaze to Chen Su, inquiring. Tonight, Wang's family has invited you over for a visit. Your marriage proposal requires deliberation. I have conveyed my words, and I wish you the best of luck. After Chen Su finished speaking, he departed with his companions. Lin Feng was just contemplating a visit that very evening, unaware that the other party was even more eager than himself. He thought to himself that, upon arrival, he would likely face the prospect of being rejected. As soon as Chen Su left, the class bell rang, signaling the beginning of English class. Lin Feng found himself struggling to comprehend the convoluted English, feeling a wave of drowsiness wash over him. In contrast, Zhang Yufan seated beside him was engrossed in the lesson. Lin Feng mused that, given the considerable gap in his academic performance compared to his peers, he was indifferent to missing a couple of classes and promptly rested his head on the desk, drifting into slumber. The English teacher, accustomed to Lin Feng's demeanor, paid little mind to his sleeping figure, and he remained blissfully unconscious until the afternoon dismissal. When the final bell rang, some classmates noticed Lin Feng still asleep, leading to a chorus of jeers. That slacker is still sleeping, huh? Exclaimed one. Indeed. He has been asleep all day. It seems he will once again finish the term at the bottom of the class. Hearing the commotion around him, Lin Feng stirred. Realizing school was over, he straightened up, stretched lazily, and muttered to himself about the delightful sleep he had enjoyed. With his backpack slung over his shoulder, he exited the school premises, heading towards the Wang residence. Following Chen Su's words, he was now on his way to discuss the marriage arrangement with Wang Yudi. In just over 10 minutes, he arrived at the entrance of the Wang household, where 2 security guards intercepted him. Who are you? The Wang family is not a place one can simply enter, one guard admonished him. Please inform them that I am Lin Feng, here to discuss the marriage proposal. Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. Fortunately, the guards did not underestimate him. One soon went inside to relay his message. After a short while, the guard returned and said, You may enter. Our master has invited you. Please follow me. Thus, Lin Feng stepped into the Wang residence, taking in the surroundings of the estate. The Wang family resided in a private villa district, entirely owned by them, highlighting the immense wealth of one of the 4 great families of Huaxia. Eventually, the guard brought Lin Feng to a villa and paused, stating, You may enter. After the guard departed, Lin Feng slowly approached the villa. Just as he was about to step inside, a middle-aged man emerged and inquired, Lin Feng? Yes, that is I, Lin Feng responded. Very well, please come in. The man gestured invitingly, signaling for Lin Feng to enter. Upon stepping inside, Lin Feng was met with a gathering of individuals, men and women of varying ages. Once Lin Feng was settled, the middle-aged man addressed the group. We are here to discuss the matter of Yudi's marriage to you. Oh, very well. Lin Feng replied in acknowledgement. However, before he could finish his thought, an elder interjected, We do not approve of this marriage. Lin Feng, taken aback, asked, Why is that? He pondered, having already been betrothed, how could one so easily renege? You are unworthy of Yudi. If you were still a member of the Lin family, perhaps matters would be different. Alas, you have been cast out, and our purpose for seeking you is to annul this engagement. The elder spoke with an authoritative tone. The assembly nodded in agreement, including the middle-aged man. You have come to discuss this with me? Lin Feng surmised the situation and harbored little hope for acknowledgement. Indeed, that is the case, the middle-aged man concurred. I recognize that this is profoundly unjust for you. However, you are now merely a discarded member of the Lin family. Unworthy of Yudi, the elder remarked, directing his gaze at Lin Feng. I comprehend this, yet is there truly no room for negotiation? Lin Feng, still unwilling to concede, tentatively inquired. We implore you to heed our counsel. This engagement must be dissolved without any possibility for compromise, the elder stated sternly. Very well, I understand. May I leave now? Upon hearing the absence of any leeway, Lin Feng felt despair wash over him and turned to depart. You may go. The elder issued his dismissal. Although he had anticipated this outcome, Lin Feng could not quell the bitterness in his heart. As he walked alone down the street, a sense of loss enveloped him. He had lost everything. The engagement that once offered hope had now been extinguished. Master, Master, the ring spirit called as it awakened. I can hear you. Did you not go to sleep? Lin Feng mused internally. I have just awakened, and I have restored 3% of my power, the spirit replied. You can restore yourself while you sleep? Lin Feng asked, astonished. Indeed, and should I encounter certain special materials, I can absorb them to further mend myself, the spirit elaborated. Do you possess other extraordinary abilities? Lin Feng probed, recalling the spirit's earlier hints. Indeed, I have many capabilities, the spirit boasted. Can you reverse time or foresee the future? Lin Feng contemplated. How wonderful it would be to turn back time, to avert many misfortunes, such as the loss of his father. Those tasks are exceedingly challenging. I cannot perform them. However, I can assist you in transcending the realm of ordinary existence, the spirit replied slowly. Transcending the ordinary? Lin Feng's interest piqued. If he could achieve such a feat, he could soar to new heights. Indeed, I can facilitate that, the spirit affirmed. Hearing the spirit's confidence lifted Lin Feng's spirits. After all, he had lost everything, save for this ring that remained steadfast by his side. What must I do? Lin Feng inquired with curiosity. Find a secluded place, and I shall instruct you, the spirit guided him. Upon hearing the words of the Lin Feng, who was initially strolling through the streets, began to wander into increasingly secluded areas. Eventually, he found himself in a deserted place and silently thought, well, I am now in an isolated location. Now you gaze at the ring and utter the word, receive. The continued to guide him. In the next moment, Lin Feng looked at the ring and pronounced a single word, receive. As soon as the words left his lips, he suddenly felt the surrounding space whirl around him. And when he regained consciousness, he discovered that he had been transported to another realm. Where am I? Lin Feng glanced around and noticed a young child standing before him, smiling warmly. Welcome to the interior of the Qinkuan ring. You are the third person to arrive here. The youthful figure spoke. Who are you? Lin Feng was bewildered. How could there be a child within the confines of this ring? I am the one who frequently converses with you. Do you remember me? He approached Lin Feng. Ah, it is you. I was wondering who it could be, Lin Feng realized, tapping the back of his head in understanding. But how can I transcend the limitations of an ordinary person? He inquired further. Observe the mural on the wall. The gestured towards a wall adorned with images depicting a figure performing a specific action. Now look at the next wall. He indicated another wall. The next wall also displayed an image of a person engaged in an action, yet the movements depicted were distinct from one another. There are a total of 12 images here. Follow the movements of the individuals illustrated, and in time, you shall discover the benefits, he explained slowly. This is the method to transcend the ordinary? Lin Feng found it hard to believe that mere movements could lead to such transformation. Indeed, you must persist in performing these actions, otherwise it will yield no results, he added. Seeing this unwavering confidence, Lin Feng was eager to try these movements and discern their effectiveness. Then I shall give it a try, he declared, beginning to mimic the action depicted in the first image. Upon completing the first pose, Lin Feng remained still, focusing on the second image, gradually transitioning from the first pose to the second. He then slowly shifted from the second to the third, fourth, fifth, and so on. Once he completed the sequence, Lin Feng felt a surge of warmth within his body, and beads of sweat began to trickle down, mingled with dark substances. Startled, he exclaimed, "What is this dark substance? Why is it flowing from me?" Observing Lin Feng's alarmed reaction, he chuckled, "These are impurities within your body, as one consumes grains and various foods. Some impurities will inevitably accumulate. This series of movements not only assists you in transcending the ordinary, but also aids in expelling these impurities." Upon hearing the words of Lin Feng became increasingly earnest in his movements, repeating the actions time and again. By the fifth repetition, his body could no longer endure, collapsing onto the ground. Gasping for breath, utterly exhausted. "That will suffice for today. Do not overdo it, or it may yield adverse effects on your health," he advised from the side. "How do I exit now?" Lin Feng inquired as he rose from the ground. "Simply utter the word release, and you shall be free," he responded. "Release." Lin Feng pronounced the word. And in the next moment, he found himself spinning once more, returning to the location where he had initially entered. This place was rather secluded, typically devoid of visitors. and Lin Feng still saw no sign of anyone around. Emerging from the, Lin Feng's body was drenched in sweat and reeked unpleasantly. As he took a step forward, he felt significantly lighter, unlike his usual self. Could this be the benefit of performing the movements from that diagram? Lin Feng pondered silently. You've noticed, haven't you? I told you, the actions from that diagram are indeed advantageous, but they require dedication, the remarked. I will persist. What is the name of that diagram? Lin Feng asked curiously, intrigued by the extraordinary nature of it, as he had never encountered anything of the sort before. It is called the Qian diagram. Impressive, is it not? The replied proudly. Indeed, it is remarkable. I have gained a newfound perspective, Lin Feng said as he departed from the secluded spot. Now, Lin Feng contemplated where he would spend the night. Given his odorous state, a bath was imperative. He paused in front of an inn. After a protracted internal debate, he resolved to stay at the inn for the night. The room cost 100, with a deposit of 100. After settling the payment, Lin Feng entered his room. The first order of business was a shower, washing away the grime and sweat. Once refreshed, he reclined on the bed, limbs spread wide, resembling a starfish. As Lin Feng lay there, he reflected on the events of the afternoon, particularly the abrupt end of his engagement. The more he thought about it, the more resentment bubbled within him, and he silently vowed that one day they would all regret their decision. He clenched his fists, in the comfort of his surroundings. Fatigue overcame Lin Feng, and he fell into a deep slumber. Upon awakening, it was already the following day. He shouldered his bag and made his way to school. After a restful night, Lin Feng felt invigorated. Perhaps it was the effect of the Qian diagram, as he walked with a newfound ease, feeling considerably lighter than before. As usual, Lin Feng arrived at school with his bag slung over his shoulder. Upon entering the classroom, he spotted Zhang Yufan already seated. He approached her to greet. Good morning, beautiful. Up early today? Pervert, keep your distance, Zhang Yufan retorted irritably. Lin Feng thought to himself, it was merely a friendly greeting, yet she responded so harshly. Nevertheless, he decided not to engage further with Zhang Yufan and took his seat, placing down his bag. Come forth, he silently commanded. What is it, master? He inquired. Can you enable me to remember everything I see? I have class soon, Lin Feng silently contemplated. Indeed, but the effect is temporary. After all, I am not entirely restored yet, the spirit of the ring replied. How long will it last? Lin Feng inquired, hoping it would be sufficient for an entire class session. His academic performance had plummeted, leaving him significantly behind his peers, so any advantage would be beneficial. Approximately 40 minutes, the spirit answered. Wonderful. How often can I use it? Lin Feng expressed his delight. Every 10 minutes, the spirit replied. That is quite manageable. Excellent. I truly appreciate you, spirit, Lin Feng thought, feeling a sense of relief regarding his academic troubles. According to the spirit, the duration of 40 minutes for class followed by a 10-minute break aligned perfectly with the school schedule. You need not be overly fond of me. The ability to remember everything is quite commonplace for some. Many do not require my assistance to achieve it, the spirit explained. The school bell rang, signaling the start of class. The homeroom teacher, Yang Hong, entered the classroom dressed in a sleek black professional outfit, complete with a short skirt and high heels, exuding an air of sophistication. Now, grant me the ability to remember everything, Lin Feng silently urged, seizing the moment just as Yang Hong was preparing to commence her lesson. No sooner had he finished his silent invocation than the ring emitted a surge of pure energy that coursed through Lin Feng's mind, bringing a refreshing clarity to his thoughts. Throughout the morning, Lin Feng remained alert, resisting the urge to doze off at his desk. The teachers, witnessing his newfound vigor, were astonished, believing it to be an unusual occurrence. As the day concluded, his classmates teased, that slacker didn't sleep today? How peculiar. He's usually out cold. Everyone expressed their surprise, yet only Lin Feng understood that he now possessed the ability to remember everything, eager to absorb more knowledge. Lin Feng, wait a moment. A male voice called as he was about to leave the classroom. Lin Feng paused and turned, recognizing it was Zhou Ming. Zhou Ming was the only person in the class with whom Lin Feng could converse freely. While others mocked him, Zhou Ming treated him with kindness, often inviting him to dine together. Zhou Ming was somewhat aware of Lin Feng's struggles, yet he did not look down upon him. Instead, he maintained a genuine friendship, demonstrating true camaraderie. Naturally, Lin Feng was more than willing to share his experiences with Zhou Ming, as they would often analyze situations together. Zhou Ming, is there something you need? Lin Feng asked, observing Zhou Ming tidy up his desk. Shall we have lunch together? I've heard a bit about what happened yesterday. Zhou Ming said, standing up. Sure. Lin Feng agreed. The two then exited the school and chose a nearby restaurant. How many are you, gentlemen? A waitress promptly greeted them. 2. Zhou Ming replied casually. Very well, please follow me, the server said, guiding Lin Feng and Zhou Ming to a more secluded spot. As they settled in, Zhou Ming inquired, has the Wang family called off the engagement? Indeed, they clarified it with me yesterday afternoon, Lin Feng replied candidly. Given that Zhou Ming's family had some business dealings with the Wang family, it was hardly surprising that he would soon learn of this development in a matter of days. The entire city would likely be aware, for news travels swiftly. Have you truly accepted this? Zhou Ming regarded Lin Feng intently. What other option do I have? The place is filled with Wang family members, Lin Feng remarked, perusing the menu and casually ordering a few dishes. I know you can't go anywhere right now. Here is 10,000 yuan. Use it to rent a room, Zhou Ming said, producing an envelope from his pocket and extending it toward Lin Feng. I couldn't possibly accept this, Lin Feng said, gently pushing Zhou Ming's hand away. Consider it a loan. You can repay me when you have the means, Zhou Ming countered, seemingly having anticipated Lin Feng's reluctance. Very well, I shall return it when I am able, Lin Feng conceded, accepting the money, as his immediate need for funds was undeniable. Let us eat first. We can search for a place afterward, Zhou Ming remarked, eyeing the delectable dishes that had just been served. After their meal, they proceeded to the real estate agency. Good day. Are you looking for a place to rent? How many people will be living there? The agency employee greeted them. Yes. I will be living alone, Lin Feng responded. Allow me to show you some options. Please follow me, the employee said, leading Lin Feng and Zhou Ming to view some properties. Their first stop was a second-floor studio, but Lin Feng found the lack of natural light unappealing and declined. The agent then took them to a courtyard residence, where the environment was pleasant and light and ventilation were ample. Just as Lin Feng was about to consider another location, the spirit within his ring stirred. Master, this place is excellent. It is perfect for practicing the Qinquan diagram, the spirit exclaimed. Although the light and ventilation are good, what makes it suitable for my practice? Lin Feng pondered. The spiritual energy here is abundant. The spirit explained. What do you mean by spiritual energy? Lin Feng questioned, puzzled. Just trust me and rent this place, the spirit replied impatiently. Hearing this, Lin Feng decided to heed the spirit's advice. What is the rent for this place? I would like to secure it, he declared resolutely. The rent for this studio is 600 yuan, the agency employee informed him. Very well, 600 it is. I will take it, Lin Feng said, retrieving the money and handing it to the employee, receiving the key in return. Are you certain? Is this the place you want? Zhou Ming asked. Yes, I have made up my mind. This is the one, Lin Feng replied with a smile. All right then, I shall take my leave. If you need anything, do let me know, Zhou Ming said, turning to depart from the courtyard residence. Lin Feng approached the modest room he had rented, and upon opening the door, he was greeted by a sparse array of furnishings, a worn-out sofa, a table, a simple mat on the bed, and several wooden chairs. The single room, spanning over 30 square meters, was ample for one person, and its proximity to the school, coupled with a spacious courtyard for recreation, rendered it quite appealing. As Lin Feng entered the room, he set down his belongings and tidied up a bit. He beheld the freshly cleaned space, now transformed, and nodded in satisfaction. After taking a brief respite, he securely locked the door and departed for school. Spirit, come forth and elucidate the nature of spiritual energy, Lin Feng summoned silently in his mind. Regrettably, the spirit remained unresponsive. It seems you are once again dozing, he mused, letting out a sigh. The afternoon sun blazed relentlessly over the capital as Lin Feng made his way to school, braving the sweltering heat. Upon entering his classroom, he immediately became the subject of hushed discussions. Miraculously, young Master Lin did not carry his burden to school today. One voice exclaimed. Indeed, quite miraculous, echoed another. Lin Feng ambled to his seat, indifferent to the chatter surrounding him. This had been the norm since his freshman year. Spirit, spirit, emerge. He called out in his mind repeatedly. What is it, master? I have just awakened, the spirit replied languidly. I have class shortly. Assist me in retaining everything I learn. You must refrain from sleeping during the day and only rest at night, Lin Feng instructed mentally. How is that fair? You expect me to forego sleep during the day? The spirit yawned. Regardless, you will sleep at night as usual. That is decided, Lin Feng insisted. Very well, I shall heed your command and remain awake. Though this will impede my recovery rate, the spirit conceded. That is acceptable. A slower recovery is not a grave concern. Have faith, for your master is quite formidable. Lin Feng boasted internally. Agreed, the spirit acquiesced. Following their brief exchange, Lin Feng successfully ensured that the spirit would remain alert throughout the day. The next lesson, conducted by their homeroom teacher, Ms. Yang Hong, commenced, and all the students, including Lin Feng, were attentive. As Lin Feng focused intently on the lesson, he suddenly perceived that Ms. Yang's attire had vanished, revealing a skeletal figure. Overwhelmed by the intensity of his concentration, he gasped audibly. Ah! The entire class turned their gaze toward Lin Feng. Spirit, what is happening? Why is this so? He inquired within, bewildered. I noticed your heightened focus. So I activated your X-ray vision, the spirit explained. My heavens, refrain from such antics unless I explicitly request it. Lin Feng admonished internally. Lin Feng, come to my office after class, Ms. Yang commanded without hesitation. Lin Feng's thoughts raced. This is disastrous. I am surely in for a reprimand. And this is all you're doing, spirit. Very well, I shall follow your guidance from now on. The spirit of the expressed a hint of grievance. In the blink of an eye, an entire class had passed. Lin Feng, savoring the images revealed through his earlier insight, ambled toward the office. As he stepped through the door, he spotted Yang Hong seated at her desk, awaiting his arrival. Do you realize that shouting during class disrupts your classmates' ability to learn? As Lin Feng approached, Yang Hong began her admonishment. Why were you shouting just now? I was stung by a bee and it hurt terribly, so I cried out. Lin Feng replied, maintaining his composure without a flicker of an eye. Considering this is your first offense, I shall let it slide. However, should it happen again, I will require you to transcribe texts as punishment, Yang Hong stated, her gaze fixed upon Lin Feng. At that moment, Lin Feng's mind lingered on the vivid images he had just witnessed, as well as Yang Hong's captivating figure, which was truly remarkable. Despite her nearing 30, she still exuded charm. Lin Feng paid little heed to Yang Hong's reprimand, allowing her words to drift in one ear and out the other. After enduring her criticism, he finally liberated himself from the confines of the office. Upon exiting, Lin Feng swiftly returned to his classroom, as another lesson awaited him. No sooner had he settled in than the bell rang, signaling the beginning of mathematics class, taught by a young gentleman known as Teacher Zhao, who appeared to be around 25 and possessed an attractive countenance. As he entered the classroom, a chorus of cheers erupted from the girls. The reputation of this handsome educator was well-deserved. Throughout the lesson, Lin Feng remained focused, his remarkable memory allowing him to close the gap with classmates who were distracted. The female students appeared earnest, though it was unclear whether they were captivated by the instructor or genuinely engaged in the lesson. Among the boys, aside from Lin Feng and a couple of top scholars, most were lost in distraction. According to a female student, Teacher Zhao was a retired Special Forces soldier, though no one could confirm this. Before long, the afternoon's classes concluded, and Lin Feng tidied his desk before departing. Upon returning to the courtyard, he began practicing the Qian-Kuan diagram, executing each movement in succession. Soon, he was drenched in sweat, the perspiration mingling with dark substances. Midway through his routine, a familiar figure entered the courtyard. Upon recognizing the silhouette, Lin Feng halted his movements and approached, saying, Teacher Zhao, what a coincidence. You are a student from class 3, aren't you? Zhao Bo recognized Lin Feng. Indeed, you taught our class this afternoon. What brings you here? Lin Feng inquired, marveling at the serendipity of encountering his teacher shortly after moving in. Yes, I also reside here, Zhao Bo replied, scrutinizing Lin Feng closely and noting the sweat covering him, interspersed with dark matter. I am Lin Feng, he introduced himself. Were you exercising just now? Zhao Bo asked. Yes. How long have you been living here, teacher? Lin Feng asked, his curiosity piqued. I just moved in not long ago, about half a month, Zhao Bo responded. Very well, teacher, you may attend to your matters. I shall continue to exercise for a while longer, Lin Feng remarked. He persisted in practicing the Qian-Kuan diagram, repeating it over and over. Today he completed 8 cycles before finally stopping, unable to continue any further. Master, your progress is remarkable. Just yesterday, you managed 5 repetitions, and today you have reached 8. The spirit of the ring commented. Is this truly rapid progress? I wish to practice even more, yet I find myself utterly fatigued after each session, Lin Feng mused inwardly. While he was engrossed in the Qian-Kuan diagram, Zhao Bo observed the movements closely, noting that they were no ordinary exercises. Despite his prolonged scrutiny, He could not commit the sequence to memory, as if it possessed an innate spirit that eluded his grasp. Upon realizing his inability to retain the movements, Xiaobo could not help but nod in acknowledgement. However, Lin Feng remained oblivious to these details, entirely focused on his practice and unaware of the scrutiny from others. In comparison to my previous two masters, your advancement is indeed significant, the spirit noted. My previous two masters? Lin Feng questioned with intrigue. Indeed, I seem to have forgotten to mention that my last two masters have both passed away, the spirit replied, tinged with sadness. What befell them? Lin Feng inquired, curious as to how such a seemingly omnipotent ring could not prevent their demise. I cannot disclose that information just yet, knowing would do you no good. Perhaps in the future, the opportunity will arise for me to share, the spirit responded. Very well, I shall refrain from asking further. You may tell me when you feel inclined, Lin Feng thought to himself. After completing the Qianquan diagram, Lin Feng returned to his room to bathe and change his attire. Upon finishing, the basin of water had turned a deep black hue, indicating a successful cleansing, having eliminated much of the impurities. Feeling remarkably refreshed after his bath, he settled onto the sofa in the living room to ponder. At last, I have secured a place to stay. However, this cannot be a long-term solution. I must find a source of income. After all, how long can one survive on 10,000 yuan? Thus, Lin Feng contemplated various methods to generate revenue. He soon recalled the ring's X-ray vision, which could be employed in a casino to gamble on high or low. Not only could he bet on high or low, but he could also engage in stone gambling. Given his current financial constraints, betting on high or low seemed an immediate remedy for his pressing situation. However, the limitation of using the X-ray vision only once a day left Lin Feng feeling rather dissatisfied. Having utilized it today, he would have to wait until tomorrow for another opportunity. That evening, Lin Feng retired early, and by the following morning, he rose at dawn to practice the Qianquan diagram in the courtyard. The elderly gentleman residing next door had also risen early to exercise, engaging in his fitness routine. The two maintained a respectful distance, Lin Feng absorbed in his Qianquan diagram, while the elder performed his exercises. Xiaobo, however, remained in his room, not yet emerging. Lin Feng completed the Qianquan diagram 10 times this session, marking tremendous progress. In just 3 days, he had increased from 5 to 10 repetitions. Master, you are truly impressive. Achieving 10 repetitions this time, the spirit of the ring praised. Have any of your previous masters matched my progress? Lin Feng inquired. My previous masters did not progress as swiftly as you have. They could only manage to practice once a day, unlike you, who can excel several times within a mere 2 days. However, I advise you to limit your endeavors to 10 times daily. Anything beyond that may jeopardize the stability of your foundation. The spirit guide spoke. Ah, very well. Upon hearing the spirit's words, Lin Feng, who initially contemplated practicing further, promptly abandoned that thought. The garments he had just donned last night became soiled after completing the set of the universe diagram, so while there was still time before school, Lin Feng took a refreshing shower and changed into clean attire. After 3 days of diligently practicing the universe diagram, Lin Feng noticed his physique becoming increasingly robust, brimming with vitality, while his vision and hearing had also improved. As he typically did, he arrived at school, and just as he entered the classroom, he overheard others discussing his engagement being annulled. Lin Xiao has arrived. He was actually rejected. Haha, I knew Wang Yudi would never choose someone like him. Indeed, within 2 or 3 days, this news had spread throughout the capital with remarkable speed. In the face of the gossip, Lin Feng chose silence. He settled into his seat, where his classmate Zhang Yufan was organizing his desk. As soon as Lin Feng sat down, Zhang Yufan turned his head and remarked, I didn't expect you still had a betrothal with Yudi. Lin Feng shot a glance at Zhang Yufan and replied flatly, what of it, whether it exists or not? Upon hearing Lin Feng's despondency, Zhang Yufan couldn't help but shake his head. I forgot. You are no longer the eldest son of the Lin family. So, whether or not you have an engagement is inconsequential to you. Feel free to discuss amongst yourselves. It matters not to me anymore, Lin Feng said, falling silent thereafter. Now, Lin Feng had little to occupy himself with aside from his studies and the universe diagram, which left him feeling unencumbered, unlike before when the engagement weighed heavily upon him. The morning classes swiftly passed, aided by Lin Feng's remarkable memory. Since acquiring the universe ring, he had focused intently on his studies, leading his classmates to believe he had undergone a significant transformation, questioning his sanity for such a drastic change. As noon approached, Lin Feng prepared to return to the courtyard after gathering his books. Lin Feng, wait. I have news to share, called out Zhou Ming. Observing Lin Feng about to depart. Stopping in his tracks, Lin Feng turned and inquired, what news? Currently, the only information of value to Lin Feng pertained to the Lin or Wang families. Anything else was of no consequence. Let us discuss this at the restaurant. It's too crowded here, Zhou Ming said with a smile. Consequently, Lin Feng and Zhou Ming returned to the same restaurant where they had dined the previous day, ordering a selection of dishes as they always did. Just as they settled down, Lin Feng noticed a graceful woman approaching them from a distance. He recognized her. Before being cast out by the Lin family, he had called her sister. Now, seeing this sister in the restaurant filled Lin Feng with confusion, and he glanced at Zhou Ming, who continued to wear a cheerful expression. Lin Feng harbored a certain fondness for this sister of his. After all, she had previously assisted him at the Lin residence, often advocating on his behalf. When he was cast out, she even directed him to seek refuge at their aunt's house. However, now that he had been expelled, he felt a complex mix of emotions. The reason he addressed her as sister was that she was his half-sibling, born a few years prior to him. Presently, she adorned herself in a crimson dress paired with matching high heels, her hair elegantly styled in an updo. With an oval face and silver earrings glinting from her ears, she possessed a figure that drew the attention of many men in the restaurant. She approached Lin Feng and Zhou Ming, pulling out a chair to sit down. As she settled in, she remarked, "Brother, it has been a while. Sister, what brings you here?" Lin Feng inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. "I heard you were rejected by the Wang family. So I came to see how you are faring, and if there is anything I can assist you with." Lin Wanru assessed Lin Feng with a discerning eye. "By the way, the Lin family has a new patriarch. This is the news I wanted to share with you," Zhou Ming interjected from the side. "Who has taken over?" Lin Feng asked with curiosity. "Lin Jingxiong," Lin Wanru replied swiftly. Upon hearing this name, Lin Feng felt as though his heart had been struck by a hammer. It was Lin Jingxiong who had orchestrated his expulsion from the Lin family. With him now at the helm, Lin Feng's hopes of returning had all but vanished. Nevertheless, having been ousted for some time, he had grown accustomed to his current way of life and had no desire to return, fearing it would only invite further ridicule. "I understand this news may weigh heavily on you. I have come to offer my support," Lin Wanru stated, producing an envelope from her pocket and handing it to Lin Feng. "What is this?" Lin Feng asked, eyeing the envelope. "Inside, there are 50,000 yuan. This should suffice for a while," Lin Wanru explained. Lin Feng hesitated, initially inclined to refuse, but upon considering his current circumstances, he ultimately accepted the generous sum. After finishing their meal, Lin Wanru departed with Zhou Ming, while Lin Feng returned to his courtyard. Following a brief afternoon rest, he made his way back to school. That evening, he planned to visit a casino to try his luck at gambling, hoping to earn some extra living expenses. He had yet to utilize his powers of perception that day, and he reflected on how well he was managing, content with his life devoid of significant worries. In the afternoon, upon arriving at school, he noticed Zhang Yufan engaged in a heated conversation with a stranger. Curiosity piqued, he approached them. "Do you even realize how much you have changed? Please leave me alone. Just go?" Zhang Yufan shouted at the unfamiliar man. Fortunately, there were not many classmates present, else her outburst might have garnered unwelcome attention. The stranger, clad in a tailored suit and possessing a robust physique, stood there with a gentlemanly demeanor. Unfazed by Zhang Yufan's tirade. "I have changed. I believe it is you who has transformed. We have known each other for quite some time. It is childish to throw a tantrum. If you want me to leave, fine. I shall go, and let's not keep in touch to spare me the frustration." The burly man spoke up. "Fine, if you don't want to keep in touch, then leave," Zhang Yufan shouted while pointing at him. The students in the classroom turned their heads, astonished to witness Zhang Yufan, who usually embodied the image of a demure lady, unleashing a torrent of invective upon a man. "This is what you said. Don't come back looking for me later." With that, the man hastily turned and departed, leaving an irate Zhang Yufan seated in her chair. Lin Feng, sitting nearby, was utterly bewildered. Having arrived late, he was unaware of the reason behind their quarrel. His curiosity piqued, he inquired, "What prompted your altercation with that man?" "He's a scoundrel. I asked him to pick me up after school, and he never showed up, claiming to be busy. In reality, he is entangled with another woman and refuses to admit it." Zhang Yufan vented her frustration. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng grasped the situation. It was indeed a lover's spat, which explained Zhang Yufan's earlier fierceness. "How long have you known each other?" he asked, intrigued. 2 years, Zhang Yufan replied. After such a lengthy relationship. It's unfortunate that you still argue, Lin Feng remarked with a hint of regret. Mind your own business. Zhang Yufan huffed, dismissing him and refusing to engage further. For the remainder of the afternoon, she buried herself in her phone, leaving Lin Feng to focus solely on his studies, oblivious to her online exchanges with the man. When school ended, Lin Feng packed his belongings and left, not heading towards his courtyard but instead to a restaurant where he ordered a fast meal and began to eat. Spirit of the, Lin Feng called out in his mind. What is it, master? The responded. I plan to go gamble tonight. Stay awake, as I will need your X-ray vision shortly, Lin Feng instructed. Understood, master. I shall remain vigilant and await your summons, he assured him. Hearing the response from the spirit of the ring, Lin Feng finally felt a sense of relief. He planned to take a gamble tonight using the 50,000 yuan gifted by Lin Wanru. With his ability to see through objects, it was essentially a guaranteed win. After dining at a restaurant, Lin Feng strolled to the entrance of the casino in the capital, inhaling deeply as he observed the throngs of people. After all, he was about to engage in a game of chance, and he needed to brace himself mentally. As he stepped into the casino, he found a diverse crowd gathered, vociferously shouting various gambling terminologies. After a brief period of observation, Lin Feng recognized a familiar figure. Was that not the man who had argued with Zhang Yufan in his class earlier that afternoon? Just then, the gentleman also spotted Lin Feng. Their eyes met, and the man spoke first. You are the one who sat beside Zhang Yufan this afternoon, aren't you? Indeed. That is I, Lin Feng replied. My name is Suda, pleased to meet you. Do you enjoy playing this game? Suda inquired with a smile, extending his hand. I am Lin Feng, here to try my luck, Lin Feng responded, shaking his hand. After exchanging pleasantries with Suda, Lin Feng maneuvered through the crowd and approached the big small betting table. As the dealer prepared the dice, he called out mentally, Spirit of the ring, please assist me with your vision. Certainly, master, the spirit replied, and a surge of pure energy emanated from the ring, enhancing Lin Feng's sight. In the next moment, he discerned the dice showing 4, 5, and 6, a winning combination for a large bet. Confident in his prediction, Lin Feng placed his wager on the large side. Though he was assured of victory, he feigned anxiety to avoid drawing suspicion, shouting big, 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 just like the others. No sooner had he placed his bet than Suda chimed in. Young brother, I will bet alongside you, big. Moments later, the dealer revealed the outcome, confirming it was indeed a win for the large bet, and Lin Feng received his payout of 50,000, totaling 100,000 with his initial stake. Seeing the winnings, Suda was in high spirits. He handed Lin Feng a business card, saying, If you need anything, feel free to call this number. I can handle most matters. After parting words, Suda exited the casino, and Lin Feng followed suit. As he walked down the street, he realized his mood had improved significantly since being ejected earlier. Perhaps it was the influence of the Chinkoan ring, but he no longer worried about finances, especially with his newfound ability. Gazing at the business card in his hand, Lin Feng remembered he did not own a mobile phone. He planned to purchase one on his way back. Thus, he entered a mobile phone store midway, selected a device, and acquired a SIM card before happily heading toward his courtyard. Upon returning to his room in the courtyard, he took out the phone and began to explore its features. Initially registering for WeChat, lacking friends on the platform, he added Suda's contact number as a friend. Throughout the night, Lin Feng indulged in his new phone until the clock struck midnight, signaling it was time to turn off the lights and retire for the night. Just as he was about to extinguish the light, a noise from outside startled him. As he stepped outside, Lin Feng noticed Zhao Bo sprawled on the ground of the courtyard. Alarmed, he hurried over to assist him, lifting Zhao Bo with care. Upon closer inspection, Lin Feng observed a pool of blood staining Zhao Bo's abdomen, which left him momentarily disoriented. What on earth had transpired? Being an ordinary individual with no experience in such dire situations, Lin Feng decided to hoist Zhao Bo onto his shoulder and carry him back to his room, where he gently laid him on his bed. Gazing at Zhao Bo, who lay unconscious, Lin Feng noted the wound on his abdomen, a gash approximately 10 centimeters long, evidently inflicted by a sharp object, still oozing blood. He hastily gathered some gauze and cotton to administer a rudimentary bandage. After attending to the injury, and seeing that Zhao Bo showed no signs of awakening, Lin Feng succumbed to fatigue and fell asleep on the old sofa. It was not until early the next morning that Lin Feng discovered Zhao Bo was missing. Just the previous night, he had been resting peacefully in bed. Yet now he had vanished. He emerged from his room and knocked on Zhao Bo's door, but received no reply. How peculiar. Why is no one here? Lin Feng mused. However, he decided not to dwell on it. He had already tended to Zhao Bo's wound, and presumed all was well. With that thought, he dismissed the matter from his mind. Taking advantage of the early morning, Lin Feng practiced his Qian Kuan diagram in the courtyard, while the elderly neighbor emerged to perform his morning exercises. After completing 10 repetitions, Lin Feng paused, feeling invigorated, drenched in sweat, and cleansed of impurities. Once he returned to his room for a shower and changed his clothes, he hurried off to school, running to assess any changes resulting from his practice. Upon reaching the school, he found himself remarkably unburdened, not even slightly out of breath, and devoid of perspiration. Indeed, the results are astonishing, Lin Feng contemplated. I never anticipated such a profound effect from that diagram after only a few days of practice. Not only is my physical endurance improving, but my auditory and visual acuity are sharpening as well. Arriving at school, Lin Feng settled into his seat. With class yet to commence, he took out his phone to pass the time. Just as he opened WeChat, a message from Su Dao appeared. Hey, has Zhang Yufan arrived for class yet? Lin Feng glanced over at Zhang Yufan and replied, she is already in her seat. Before long, Su Dao sent another message. Keep an eye on her. Don't let anyone take advantage. Lin Feng responded affirmatively just as the class bell rang. This lesson was mathematics, yet the teacher who entered was not Zhao Bo, but their homeroom instructor, Yang Hong. Realizing the situation, Lin Feng understood that Zhao Bo had taken leave due to his injury. However, he could not fathom how such an injury had occurred. Yang Hong addressed the class from the podium, stating, your math teacher, Zhao Bo, is absent due to personal matters, so I will be substituting for this lesson. Her announcement was met with discontent from several female classmates, a chorus of disapproving murmurs filling the air. Yang Hong remained unfazed by the jeers surrounding her, earnestly retrieving her mathematics textbook to assume Zhao Bo's role in the lesson. Lin Feng, as ever, absorbed the lecture with unwavering focus. Over the past few days, Lin Feng's transformation had garnered newfound respect from many of his classmates. He no longer succumbed to slumber during lessons, but instead engaged with remarkable enthusiasm. Yet, he could not escape the lingering stigma of being deemed a slacker. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed, and still, there was no news of Zhao Bo. The courtyard remained devoid of his presence, as if he had evaporated into thin air. It was not until the 3rd evening that Lin Feng, with his keen sense of hearing, detected some commotion in the courtyard and ventured out to investigate. To his surprise, he found Zhao Bo within the confines of the courtyard, seemingly recovered from his injuries. Standing at the threshold of his room, unlocking the door with a key, Lin Feng approached and greeted him. Teacher Zhao, you're back. What happened to your injuries? Hearing someone call him from behind, Zhao Bo turned to face Lin Feng and replied, come in and let us chat. Thus, Lin Feng stepped into Zhao Bo's modest room, which was sparsely furnished with merely a table, a few stools, and a bed. Zhao Bo gestured for Lin Feng to take a seat, and then said, Lin Feng, thank you for bandaging my wounds that night. Curious, Lin Feng inquired, how did you sustain those injuries, Teacher Zhao? At this question, Zhao Bo's expression shifted, and he responded, that is something you need not concern yourself with. In any case, I am truly grateful for your help. My accommodations are rather humble. How about I treat you to a late-night snack tonight? Teacher Zhao, I would be delighted to accept your invitation, Lin Feng replied. Thus, the two made their way to a nearby late-night eatery, sitting across from one another and observing the bustling street, where the atmosphere of enjoying a midnight meal was uniquely delightful. Boss, a dozen beers, please. Zhao Bo called to the proprietor as soon as they were seated. Coming right up, the owner replied, promptly bringing over a case of beer. Having rarely consumed alcohol throughout his life, Lin Feng was quite unaccustomed to it. Teacher Zhao, perhaps we shouldn't order so much beer. 2 people can hardly finish it. And besides, you're still recovering. Lin Feng expressed his concerns. Not to worry. You should join me for a few drinks, Zhao Bo insisted, his spirits lifted and eager to indulge. Lin Feng raised his glass to clink with Zhao Bo's, downing a drink as they ordered several appetizers to accompany their beverages. Just as they were savoring their meal, a group of 3 or 5 ruffians entered the eatery. With the establishment nearly filled to capacity, the newcomers found themselves without a place to sit. The leader of the group, noticing the ample space at Lin Feng and Zhao Bo's table, approached them and declared, we'll take this table. You two need to eat elsewhere. Upon hearing this, Zhao Bo's countenance grew stern as he retorted, you expect us to leave our seats? Surely, you jest. Do you think that is feasible? Our elder brother has spoken. If you are wise, you will heed his words and vacate, or else you may regret it. Another thug, observing that Zhao Bo and Lin Feng were reluctant to comply, advanced to further press their point. Very well, I am eager to witness your approach. Zhao Bo remained seated, exuding an air of calmness, unperturbed. Brothers, let us show him a lesson, declared the ringleader of the thugs, as he casually picked up a beer bottle. No sooner had he spoken than the rest of the gang surged forward, charging towards Lin Feng's table. At that moment, Zhao Bo sprang into action. He rose and delivered a powerful kick, striking the first thug who charged at him, sending him hurtling backwards, colliding with two others before finally coming to a halt. Soon, another thug rushed towards Zhao Bo, brandishing the beer bottle to strike him. Zhao Bo deftly sidestepped, his hands clamping onto the thug's shoulders like a vice, executing a flawless shoulder throw. Amidst the chaos, one thug barreled towards Lin Feng, who, lacking any combat experience, was momentarily at a loss. He instinctively delivered a full-force kick to the thug's shin, resulting in an immediate fracture, before Lin Feng could fully comprehend the extent of his newfound strength. Yet another thug lunged at him, only to meet the same fate. Ultimately, the ringleader, witnessing his comrades sprawled on the ground, found himself at a loss. Unable to fathom why Zhao Bo and Lin Feng exhibited such formidable prowess, the onlookers gasped in astonishment, exclaiming how impressive Zhao Bo was, having single-handedly taken down 4 men. Didn't you want to come at us? Why not step forward? Zhao Bo taunted the remaining thug. Faced with Zhao Bo's remarkable fighting ability, the ringleader dared not advance. He discarded the beer bottle and fled. The remaining thugs, seeing their leader retreat, scrambled to their feet, helping one another to depart. After this brief interlude, Lin Feng realized Zhao Bo's true strength, confirming the rumors of him being a retired Special Forces soldier, perhaps with even deeper connections. With this disruption, I've lost my enthusiasm, Zhao Bo remarked to Lin Feng. Teacher Zhao, I had no idea you were so formidable, Lin Feng expressed with admiration. You were quite impressive yourself, capable of delivering a kick that fractures bones. Clearly, he had witnessed the earlier incident. Lin Feng then recognized that his own abilities had significantly improved. Be it strength or reflexes, he felt a surge of joy, sensing that he was not far from transcending the realm of ordinary individuals. Spirit of the ring, spirit of the ring. Lin Feng mentally called out while sharing a drink with Zhao Bo. What is it, master? The spirit inquired. At this rate, how long until I can transcend the ordinary? Lin Feng asked, curious. At worst, 6 months, at best, 3. Why the sudden inquiry? The spirit responded, puzzled. Nothing. I merely wish to gauge when I might step beyond the bounds of the ordinary, Lin Feng mused silently. Master, if you persist, it will be swift. The spirit reassured him. Zhao Bo glanced at the time, noting it was past midnight, and said, it's getting late. Let us settle the bill and head back. For we have classes tomorrow. Very well. Lin Feng replied, rising from his seat. Upon returning to the courtyard, Lin Feng collapsed into slumber, sleeping soundly until the break of dawn. At that moment, he was engaged in the practice of the Qian Kuan diagram in the yard, a ritual he had adopted. Each morning upon awakening, he would first perform the diagram, followed by a refreshing shower, before heading off to school. Lin Feng, I'm driving that way. Let's go to school together. Zhao Bo emerged from his room and remarked, observing Lin Feng engrossed in his practice. Sure, give me a moment. I'll take a quick shower first, Lin Feng replied. The two of them soon arrived at the school, and as they alighted from the vehicle, several female classmates cast curious glances their way. Look, isn't that the good-for-nothing from class 3? How did he end up coming to school with teacher Zhao? Are they quite close? Zhao Bo's popularity within the school was quite notable, and walking alongside Lin Feng inevitably attracted scrutiny. However, neither Zhao Bo nor Lin Feng paid heed to the whispers. They remained steadfast in pursuing their own interests, unfazed by the opinions of others. As Lin Feng entered the classroom, his gaze fell upon a familiar face. What brings you here this time? Suda stood beside Zhang Yufan, addressing her directly. Can't you spare a little time to pick me up after school? Zhang Yufan replied, looking at Suda. If I had the time, I certainly would. But I'm swamped with commitments, Suda exclaimed. Just then, Lin Feng approached them. Hey there, little brother, we meet again, Suda greeted upon noticing Lin Feng. Indeed. Have you two quarreled again? Lin Feng inquired lightly. How do you know each other? Zhang Yufan exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief at the unexpected connection between the two. We happened to meet a few days ago by chance, Lin Feng responded with a bright smile. By the way, I have an invitation here, little brother. You should come to a dance party later, Suda said as he produced an invitation card from his pocket and handed it to Lin Feng. I don't dance. Lin Feng attempted to decline. That's all right, you can always learn. Well, I must be off. You two enjoy your conversation, Suda insisted, pressing the invitation into Lin Feng's hands before departing. Afterward, Lin Feng opened the invitation to find that the dance party was scheduled for 8 o'clock that evening at a private club on Sihai Road. Zhang Yufan, are you attending the dance tonight? Lin Feng asked her. Of course, I must go. Otherwise, I fear he might be off mingling with some other girl, Zhang Yufan replied. Clenching her fist, Lin Feng and Zhang Yufan chatted for a while longer until class commenced, during which Lin Feng attentively absorbed the lessons. As night fell, Lin Feng arrived punctually at the entrance of the private club on Sihai Road, having changed into casual attire and donned a pair of inexpensive sneakers. Projecting an aura of modesty, he observed that nearly all the attendees arrived in luxurious vehicles, Mercedes, Lamborghinis, BMW i8s, lined up before the club. The security guard, noticing Lin Feng's humble appearance and that he had arrived on foot, stopped him and inquired, "Where did you come from? This is a private club. Not just anyone can enter. I possess an invitation to attend a grand ball. Should you doubt it, behold." With that, Lin Feng extended the invitation to the security guard. After scrutinizing the document repeatedly and confirming its authenticity, the guard permitted Lin Feng to enter. Upon stepping into the private club, Lin Feng was greeted by a spacious hall adorned with tables laden with delectable delicacies and fine red wine. Groups of people danced to the rhythm of the music, some engaging in partner dances while others danced solo, a delightful array of movements on display. Eventually, Lin Feng spotted Suda in a corner, engaged in conversation with several young women, all elegantly sipping red wine. As it was Lin Feng's inaugural visit to such an establishment, he was utterly at a loss regarding what to do. Thus, he decided to emulate those around him, taking a glass of red wine from a table, savoring a sip before holding it in his hand. As time passed, an increasing number of guests arrived at the ball. Yet Lin Feng recognized none but Suda and Zhang Yufan. Just as Lin Feng felt the atmosphere was ill-suited for him and contemplated departure, Suda called out to him. Consequently, Lin Feng made his way towards Suda, stepping into the circle of acquaintances. "Allow me to introduce this gentleman, Lin Feng," Suda announced to the gathering. No sooner had Suda spoken than several pairs of eyes began to scrutinize Lin Feng, both male and female. Some of the men, noticing Lin Feng's modest footwear and casual attire, which collectively cost no more than 100 yuan, promptly dismissed any desire to engage with him. However, not all were so superficial. "Hello, Lin Feng. I am Ma Tingting," she said, extending her right hand toward him. Lin Feng reciprocated, shaking her hand and replying, "Greetings. Shall we converse over there?" Ma Tingting suggested, pointing to an unoccupied corner. Certainly, Lin Feng agreed. The two moved to the secluded area where Ma Tingting inquired, "Are you still a student?" "Indeed, I am currently in my senior year of high school," Lin Feng replied, taking in Ma Tingting's appearance. At that moment, she wore a stunning blue dress paired with matching high heels, her delicate features framed by flowing hair and her large, expressive eyes sparkling with vitality, embodying the essence of beauty. While Lin Feng and Ma Tingting engaged in conversation, a gentleman named Shun Jiajia cast a resentful gaze in their direction. "Shun, why on earth is that fellow, dressed so poorly, conversing with Ma Tingting?" one man remarked to Shun Jiajia. "Who can fathom what that woman is thinking?" Shun Jiajia retorted, irritation evident in his tone. "How could she neglect someone like me and choose to chat with a penniless youth? Has she lost her senses?" The man continued, "Chen Lu, investigate that lad's background for me. I believe his name is Lin Feng. I wish to ascertain who he is." Daring to vie for my attention, Shun Jiajia replied, his anger palpable. "Shun, it appears that Lin Feng is the one who was jilted by the Wang family," Chen Lu informed him. "What? So he is the useless scion of the Lin family? I had thought him someone of significance," Shun Jiajia exclaimed in astonishment. After the ball, Chen Lu enlisted a few individuals to give him a thorough beating. "Did you know?" Shun Jiajia clenched his fists, veins bulging. "Everything will be done according to young Master Shen's wishes," Chen Lu replied, while internally reflecting that if Lin Feng were to blame anyone, it should be his own misfortune for aligning himself with a woman favored by young Master Shun. "I wish you a safe journey." At that very moment, Lin Feng, engrossed in conversation with a beautiful woman, remained oblivious to the fact that he had drawn unwanted attention. "Lin Feng, I believe I have heard your name before. Ma Tingting seemed to recall something. Really? It's quite possible you have, Lin Feng responded. Currently, in the capital, anyone belonging to the upper echelons of society had likely heard of him. First, he was ousted by the Lin family, and then his engagement was annulled by the Wang family. These two incidents had thrust him into the limelight. Ah, I've remembered. You are the Lin Feng who was jilted by Wang Yuti? Ma Tingting exclaimed in surprise. You are correct. I am indeed that Lin Feng, he admitted candidly. He saw no shame in acknowledging this fact. He believed in living with integrity. I don't see anything wrong with you. Why did Yuti suddenly break off the engagement? Have you two met? Ma Tingting scrutinized Lin Feng once more. Aside from his somewhat shabby attire, he was not lacking in other qualities and could be considered passable. We have never met. Her decision to break off the engagement likely stems from my inadequacies, Lin Feng replied, a hint of sorrow creeping into his voice. She broke off the engagement without ever meeting you? That seems rather hasty, Ma Tingting remarked in astonishment. I prefer not to discuss this matter further. Lin Feng decided to end the conversation there. Shun, the person has arrived. Once he steps out of this doorway, haha? Chen Lu wore a scheming expression. Have you sent his photograph? Shen Jiajia's phone held a picture he had discreetly snapped of Lin Feng. It has been sent, Chen Lu assured him. As the clock neared midnight and the ball drew to a close, Suda offered to give Lin Feng a ride home. The unfolding events did not align with Shen Jiajia's expectations. Lin Feng exited the private club and entered Suda's car. The vehicle sped away, leaving Shen Jiajia, Chen Lu, and their cohorts staring blankly after it. Young Master Shun, he has left. What shall we do next? Chen Lu inquired. Fool, won't you just intercept him at the school gate? Shen Jiajia retorted impatiently. Yes, yes. Chen Lu nodded, lowering his head. He then instructed the ruffians to intercept Lin Feng at school the following day. Upon returning to his courtyard, Lin Feng noticed a reaction from his ring. Master, you have now cultivated a trace of true energy, the ring communicated. Is it akin to the true energy depicted in martial arts novels? Lin Feng was astonished to learn that his daily practice of the universe diagram had yielded true energy. Indeed, Master, you have acquired a trace of true energy. You may attempt to utilize it, the ring urged. But I have no idea how to use it, Lin Feng confessed, feeling quite the novice. You are advised to attune to the subtle essence within your dantian and channel it into your palms, the instructed Lin Feng. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng endeavored to sense the faint stream of energy residing in his dantian. To his astonishment, he indeed felt a current of energy within him. He attempted to direct this energy to his palms, and with a swift motion, he struck the ground, producing a resounding crack. The earth beneath him yielded, leaving 5 distinct impressions of his fingers. This spectacle left Lin Feng utterly astounded. He had not anticipated such formidable power, and it startled him. If this force were to strike a person, it could result in severe injury or even death. Surprised by the extent of his newfound strength, Lin Feng lingered in the exhilaration of the moment when interjected, Master, you currently possess only that minuscule amount of true energy. Thus, you can wield it only once. And its effect is rather limited. These words doused Lin Feng's elation with a dose of reality. Upon reflection, he acknowledged the truth in statement. It appeared that transcending the limitations of an ordinary person would require additional time. As Lin Feng glanced at the clock, he noted it was already 2 in the morning. Tomorrow was Friday, and he had classes to attend. The following morning, he arose early to practice the Qian Kuan Tu, coincidentally encountering Zhao Bo, who, unlike his usual habit of remaining indoors until the time to leave for work, had surprisingly emerged early and was exercising in the courtyard. Zhao Bo was performing frog jumps, burdened with weights, circling the courtyard with vigor. Meanwhile, an elderly gentleman was engaged in a fitness routine, creating a lively atmosphere in the courtyard. Young man, what kind of movement are you performing? The elderly gentleman inquired, noticing Lin Feng's consistent routine each morning. Oh, this is called the Qian Kuan Tu, Lin Feng replied, turning to face the elder. The Qian Kuan Tu? What a peculiar name, the elder murmured thoughtfully. He then regarded Lin Feng with a nod, acknowledging the rarity of young individuals maintaining a morning exercise regimen. Though the name may be unusual, it is beneficial for one's health, Lin Feng responded with a smile. After completing the Qian Kuan Tu, Lin Feng retreated to his room for a shower. The water that emerged was merely slightly murky, a stark contrast to the dark water he had previously rinsed away, indicating a marked improvement. Upon finishing his shower, he found Zhao Bo waiting at the door. Zhao Bo, driving a Honda, waved to Lin Feng as he emerged. Lin Feng, over here. Thus, Lin Feng embarked on his journey to school in Zhao Bo's vehicle. As they passed the school gates, Lin Feng realized he had yet to eat breakfast and decided to alight to purchase scallion pancakes. At that moment, a group of thugs, who had already set their sights on Lin Feng, approached him. "You must be Lin Feng," one thug said, comparing Lin Feng to a photo on his phone. Realizing the intent of their approach, Lin Feng understood they were there to cause trouble. However, he pondered, he had not wronged anyone. Why were these individuals seeking him out? "Yes, that's me. What do you want?" Lin Feng queried, puzzled. "Enough chatter. Just get in the car and come with us, or we shall not be so courteous," one thug threatened. The ruffian gestured towards the white van, signaling Lin Feng to enter. "Have I offended you?" Lin Feng wondered why this group was seeking trouble with him. "You haven't wronged us. You've angered young Master Shun. How oblivious you are." Even as death approaches, the ruffian chuckled. Thus, under Zhao Bo's watchful gaze, Lin Feng followed the gang into the van, prompting Zhao Bo to decide to pursue them. In Zhao Bo's perception, Lin Feng was no ordinary individual. He had the capability to shatter bones with a single kick, suggesting he was formidable enough to handle these thugs with ease. As the vehicle traveled further away, gradually departing from the bustling area into a more desolate part of the city, Lin Feng felt a twinge of fear. Unbeknownst to him, these ruffians were hardly his match. Lacking experience in confrontation, he was uncertain about his own capabilities. However, after years of practicing the Qian-Kuan diagram, he possessed the strength to deal with these thugs independently, though he remained unaware of it. Eventually, the van halted at a waste disposal site, and Lin Feng was pushed out of the vehicle, followed by several thugs. Zhao Bo observed the entire scene unfold. The ruffians wielded pipes, encircling Lin Feng, preparing to strike. Terror gripped Lin Feng's heart. In the past, such a scenario would have left him paralyzed with fear. Yet, perhaps due to his training with the Qian-Kuan diagram, his courage had grown. Feeling bewildered, Lin Feng called out to the spirit of his ring, "Spirit, what should I do?" "Just fight them. They're merely ordinary people," the spirit retorted impatiently. "All right, I shall heed your advice," Lin Feng resolved, bolstered by their exchange. "Do you wish to come at me one by one, or shall you all attack together?" he proclaimed boldly. This fellow thinks highly of himself, uttering such words. "Second, capture this on your phone for young Master Shun," one thug remarked just before swinging the pipe at Lin Feng. In response, Lin Feng lifted his leg and kicked the thug in the stomach, sending him sprawling several meters away, frothing at the mouth. Seeing this, the remaining thugs dropped any pretense of conversation and charged at Lin Feng, pipes in hand. Lin Feng sidestepped an incoming strike and delivered a punch to another thug's abdomen, resulting in a similar fate for him as he collapsed, foam spilling from his mouth. The last three thugs rushed towards Lin Feng simultaneously. In a moment of quick thinking, he channeled a surge of true energy into his legs and executed a sweeping kick. All thugs struck by the kick were sent flying, blood spilling from their mouths. The entire confrontation unfolded in a mere 10 seconds, meaning Lin Feng dispatched several thugs swiftly. From a distance, Zhao Bo nodded in approval. He then exited his vehicle and approached Lin Feng, who was still astonished by the transformation he had undergone. His strength, speed, and reflexes had all undergone a profound change. Lin Feng gazed at his hands, observing the thugs sprawled on the ground. "Lin Feng, it's time to go. You're already late for school," Zhao Bo exclaimed. At the sound of Zhao Bo's voice, Lin Feng snapped out of his astonishment and turned to him, inquiring, "Zhao teacher, what brings you here?" "I followed closely behind them since the moment you were taken," Zhao Bo replied. "I must admit, you displayed quite a remarkable prowess, though your movements appeared somewhat unrefined." Zhao Bo reflected on the scene he had just witnessed. Upon hearing Zhao Bo's words, Lin Feng felt a surge of irritation. His expression hardened as he retorted, "Why didn't you come to my aid earlier, Zhao teacher? My decision to refrain from intervening was intended to foster your growth. You managed to handle the situation quite elegantly on your own, didn't you?" Zhao Bo gestured towards the writhing thugs on the ground. Noticing Lin Feng's expression returning to normal, Zhao Bo continued, "This place is not suitable for lingering. Let us discuss it in the car." With that, Zhao Bo made his way to his Honda, followed closely by Lin Feng. Once they were both seated, Zhao Bo started the engine and swiftly departed the scene, heading towards the school. Lin Feng still harbored some anger. After all, Zhao Bo had been present, yet chose not to assist him. Zhao Bo, stealing glances at Lin Feng, discerned that the latter's ire had not yet subsided. He spoke up, "Lin Feng, there's no need to be upset. I noticed your practical experience is somewhat lacking, and I wanted to give you an opportunity to showcase your abilities. Let it go. I'll treat you to a meal another day." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng found some merit in Zhao Bo's reasoning. He indeed lacked practical experience, which could be beneficial to acquire. He replied, "All right. Just remember to invite me for that meal next time. And if similar situations arise, don't just stand by, lend a hand." Nodding in agreement, Zhao Bo asked, "Who did you offend that prompted them to seek you out?" "I believe it's someone named Xin Xiao, but I'm not sure of the specifics." "I think it might have stemmed from last night's dance," Lin Feng recounted, reflecting on the previous evening and realizing he had only conversed briefly with Ma Tingting. Could it be that their brief interaction was the catalyst? However, he quickly dismissed the thought. The thug had mentioned Asian, and no matter how he pondered, he could not recall any connection to someone with that surname. It seemed utterly foreign to him. Resolutely, Lin Feng decided to set these concerns aside, trusting that everything would resolve itself in due course. "You ought to be cautious in the coming days. I don't know what other tricks they might have up their sleeves," Zhao Bo warned. After navigating through a series of twists and turns, they finally arrived at Jingxing No. 1 High School, where students had already begun their classes. Lin Feng exited the vehicle and hurried towards the classroom. Upon reaching the door, he declared, reporting. The instructor, visibly displeased, scolded him. "What kind of behavior is this? Arriving late to class. There was a slight mishap on my way to school." Lin Feng sheepishly scratched the back of his head. "Come in. I'll let you off this time since it's your first offense, but should it happen again, you will report to my office," the teacher replied. The instructor effortlessly permitted Lin Feng to enter. Upon reaching his seat, Lin Feng extracted his textbook and began to engage in the lesson, simultaneously whispering to himself, "Spirit ring, grant me the gift of photographic memory." In an instant, a surge of pure energy erupted from the ring and coursed through Lin Feng's mind, leaving him feeling remarkably refreshed. At that moment, Shun Jiajie received a phone call. "Hello? Young Master Shun, our men have been utterly defeated. I never anticipated that Lin Feng would be so formidable, taking down so many single-handedly," reported Chun Lu from the other end of the line. "These useless fools, incapable of overcoming a mere novice. What purpose do they serve? I shall send my own men. They dare to vie for women with me at their peril." Shun Jiajie retorted angrily. "Young master, it appears that Lin Feng is quite skilled. He is not a match for ordinary individuals." Chun Lu continued to update him on Lin Feng's situation. "I care not whether he possesses skill, since he has offended me. He shall not escape so easily." Shun Jiajie clenched his fists in determination. At noon, after classes were dismissed, Lin Feng located a fast food establishment and ordered a meal. Settling down to eat, just as he was finishing his meal, a giant entered the restaurant. This imposing figure, a veritable colossus, was adorned with bulging muscles. Clad in a tank top and black trousers, complemented by camouflage shoes. With a crew cut, he stood at least 6'3" tall. The moment he stepped into the fast food joint, he garnered the attention of all present, becoming the center of focus. The giant approached Lin Feng directly, uttering not a word, and initiated an attack with a grappling move. Lin Feng, displaying remarkable reflexes, straightened up and retreated a step, narrowly evading the giant's grasp. "What do you intend to do?" Lin Feng exclaimed in astonishment, taken aback by this unexpected confrontation. The giant offered no reply, charging at Lin Feng with a powerful punch aimed at his face, the fist cutting through the air with a whoosh. Lin Feng sidestepped the first blow, but the second punch followed swiftly. He retreated once more, escaping the giant's striking range. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, prompting the other patrons to react, hastily vacating their seats and carrying their meals toward the exit. For no one wished to involve themselves in such a predicament. Irritated by his failure to land a hit, the giant seized a nearby chair and hurled it at Lin Feng. In the next instant, Lin Feng bent down, skillfully dodging the projectile. Agile and nimble, Lin Feng darted about, leaving the giant momentarily at a loss. The giant's bulk impeded his movements, while Lin Feng pondered how to counter this brute. After a brief interval, Lin Feng devised a strategy. Channeling a thread of true energy within him, he infused it into his fist and charged at the giant with remarkable speed, creating a gust of wind in his wake. As the towering giant approached, Lin Feng summoned all his strength, delivering a powerful punch directly to the giant's chest. The impact resonated with a loud thud, sending the giant hurtling back, leaving an imprint of Lin Feng's fist upon his sturdy torso. This blow was infused with a trace of true energy. Had the giant not possessed such formidable physique, it might have penetrated his body. For anyone else, the consequence would have been far graver than merely a fist mark. The giant collapsed to the ground, clutching his chest, blood seeping from his mouth. Lin Feng stepped forward and softly inquired, "Who sent you?" The giant remained silent. Sensing the stalemate, Lin Feng pressed his foot onto the giant's abdomen, stating, "If you choose not to speak, let us see how long you can endure this." As Lin Feng continued to apply pressure, it wasn't long before the giant relented, confessing, "It was young Master Shun who sent me." Another mention of this young Master Shun, who had sought him out twice in a single day, Lin Feng murmured. He then turned his attention away from the fallen giant, calling out, "Boss, the bill please." At that moment, the trembling owner cautiously emerged from beneath the table. Having never witnessed such a brawl since opening the establishment, his fear palpable, Lin Feng produced a $10 bill, handed it to the owner, and exited the fast food restaurant. The onlookers, still in disbelief, struggled to comprehend how a single young man could send such a hulking figure flying with one punch. It was not until Lin Feng had departed that they began to regain their composure. Walking back to the courtyard, Lin Feng retrieved his phone and dialed Suda's number. Shortly after, the call connected. "Hello, is this Lin Feng?" came the voice. "Yes, it is. Was there someone with the surname Shun at the ball last night?" Lin Feng inquired, hoping to uncover who might be causing him trouble. The ball had been organized by Suda, and he might shed light on the matter. "Indeed, there was someone by that name," Suda responded. "Oh, it's nothing, just a casual question," Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. Suda quickly grasped the situation, asking, "Did he send someone to trouble you?" Lin Feng was taken aback. How did Suda know about his predicament? "How do you know?" he asked. "It makes sense now. The woman you were speaking to last night, Ma Tingting, has been pursued for quite some time by Shinjiajia. It seems you caught his attention because of your conversation with her. Are you all right?" Suda expressed concern from the other end of the line. "I'm fine. Just a bit annoyed. You wouldn't believe it. That Shin fellow sought me out twice today," Lin Feng replied, frustration evident in his tone. "Understood. I'll contact Shinjiajia. Please ensure your safety. I'll assist you in resolving this issue," Suda assured him. "All right. I'll await your good news." With that, Lin Feng ended the call. Upon returning to the courtyard, he encountered Zhao Bo, who emerged from his room. "Lin Feng, why are you back so late?" Zhao Bo asked. "I was just having dinner and ran into some trouble." "What a day," Lin Feng replied, his annoyance lingering. Lin Feng casually inquired, "Is everything all right?" Zhao Bo expressed his concern. "The person is fine, but my good mood has been spoiled," Lin Feng replied as he opened the door to his room. "As long as you're okay, accumulating more experience will be beneficial for you," Zhao Bo remarked with a smile. Upon entering his room, Lin Feng called out, "Spirit, could you come forth?" "What is it, master?" The spirit responded. "When will I be able to cultivate more vital energy? The current amount is simply insufficient. I can only utilize a mere fraction each day," Lin Feng lamented. "Such progress requires accumulation. Do you find it slow? My previous two masters took over half a year to cultivate even a sliver of vital energy, and your progress is already commendable." The spirit retorted with a hint of annoyance. Having encountered trouble twice that day, Lin Feng felt acutely aware of his own weakness. Had the muscular figure that approached him at noon not been alone but accompanied by another, he might have faced dire consequences. After all, he possessed only a scant amount of vital energy, with just one opportunity to use it daily. In this world, countless hidden powers remained unknown, and Lin Feng recognized how insignificant he truly was. Only through relentless self-improvement could he escape the label of being a waste. Deeply understanding this principle, he lay on the sofa during his lunch break, contemplating ways to grow stronger or earn more money to alter his circumstances. Yet, no matter how he pondered, only one path lay before him: to follow the guidance of the spirit. After a brief respite, Lin Feng checked the time on his phone and realized it was nearly time for school. Just then, a knock echoed from his door. "Knock, knock." He walked over and opened the door to find Zhao Bo waiting. "Let us go. It's time for school. I fear you might encounter trouble along the way," Zhao Bo said. "All right," Lin Feng replied. Thus, he boarded Zhao Bo's vehicle and made his way to school. Upon arriving in class, he was met with a chorus of whistles, the reason for which remained unclear. As he entered, he found Ma Tingting seated at his desk, engaged in conversation with Zhang Yufan. While the male students whistled in admiration, many of them rendered speechless. Today, Ma Tingting wore a white t-shirt paired with short denim shorts. Her hair elegantly tied back, exuding a refreshing innocence. No wonder the boys were whistling. It appeared they were captivated by her beauty. Lin Feng strode towards his seat. and Ma Tingting quickly noticed his arrival. She stood and said, "I need to speak with you. Let's South find another place to talk." The moment she uttered those words, the male students in the class were taken aback, realizing that this stunning girl had come specifically to find Lin Feng, the so-called waste. "I still have class. Could we wait until after?" Lin Feng responded. As soon as he spoke, countless eyes glared at him, incredulous that he would consider putting aside such a beautiful girl for the sake of his studies. "It concerns Shinjiajia. I am aware that he has been troublesome for you, as Sudar informed me," Ma Tingting remarked while gazing at Lin Feng. Speaking of the individuals he summoned, apart from that formidable man, the rest were utterly lacking in merit. Lin Feng shrugged and replied, "It is a relief that you are unharmed. I have already spoken to him, and he will no longer trouble you." Ma Tingting observed Lin Feng's nonchalant demeanor. Initially quite worried, she now felt at ease. Likely because she understood that Lin Feng had single-handedly subdued that group of ruffians, rendering even the giant powerless against him, which alleviated her concerns. "That is good, otherwise I would not know how long I would be troubled," Lin Feng stated as he settled into his seat and lifted his head. "How about we dine together this evening? Frankly, I feel quite remorseful for bringing you such trouble after our brief conversation." Ma Tingting looked at Lin Feng, who was preparing to retrieve his textbook. "Sure," Lin Feng agreed, "for it is indeed a pleasure to be invited to dine, especially when the inviter is a beautiful woman. Let us exchange WeChat contacts," Ma Tingting suggested, presenting her phone's QR code for Lin Feng to scan. The two of them successfully added each other on WeChat. This sequence of actions and dialogues left the other male classmates in Class 3 of the senior year envious, puzzled as to why the so-called underachiever had a beautiful girl approaching him, and even more so, they had mutually exchanged WeChat contacts and agreed to dine together after school. Those who had previously mocked Lin Feng fell silent, as they certainly lacked such fortune to have a stunning girl seek them out. After adding each other on WeChat, Ma Tingting departed, for she needed to attend class and was not a student of this school. Shortly after her departure, the school bell rang. It was time for mathematics class. Zhao Bo entered the classroom, exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Feng, and instructed everyone to stand and greet the teacher. Lin Feng activated his photographic memory, focusing intently on the lecture. Given that they were in their final year and preparing for university, the curriculum was quite rigorous, with nearly every week featuring a quiz. However, today, Zhao Bo had not prepared a quiz, but rather assisted everyone in reviewing past material. Lin Feng had perfectly retained all the reviewed content, and by the end of the class, he felt he had gained a substantial amount of knowledge. The subsequent second and third classes were also dedicated to review, and Lin Feng continued to employ his remarkable memory, narrowing the gap between himself and his classmates. After the 3 afternoon classes concluded, Lin Feng took out his phone, opened WeChat, and discovered that Ma Tingting had sent the address. It was at a hotel on Baidong Road. Lin Feng exited the school grounds, hailed a taxi, and instructed the driver, "To number 23 Baidong Road, please." "Understood," the driver replied. After approximately half an hour, the taxi arrived at number 23 Baidong Road. Lin Feng paid the fare and disembarked, greeted by the sight of the words Day Hotel. He surveyed the hotel, which appeared to be at least a 5-star establishment. It was Lin Feng's first visit to such a place. As he approached the entrance, ready to step inside, he was suddenly intercepted by a security guard. "What is your purpose here? This place is not affordable for students. We should leave quickly." The security guard gestured for Lin Feng to depart. Facing such a condescending guard, Lin Feng retorted with annoyance, "My friend is inside. If you don't believe me, I'll call her out." Subsequently, Lin Feng took out his phone and messaged on WeChat, "I'm at the entrance, blocked by security, and they won't let me in." Shortly after sending the message, Ma Tingting emerged from within, scolding, "What are you two doing? He is my esteemed guest. Why are you preventing him from entering?" In response to Ma Tingting's reprimand, the two security guards smiled apologetically. "Miss, we thought he, dressed in a school uniform, seemed unlikely to be a patron here, so we stopped him. See, I told you my friend was inside, and now you believe it," Lin Feng remarked, observing the two guards nodding submissively. "Lin Feng, come in. This time, I won't hold it against you two. If it happens again, you may as well leave," Ma Tingting stated coldly. Yes, miss," they replied. Upon entering the hotel, Lin Feng was struck by the opulence of the decor and layout. Far surpassing that of an ordinary hotel, it was resplendently adorned, exuding a unique charm. Ma Tingting led Lin Feng to a private room, which was at least 50 square meters in size, equally lavishly decorated as the grand hall outside. Seated across from each other at a large round table, Lin Feng received the menu from the waiter. After casually selecting a few dishes, he handed the menu to Ma Tingting, who added a few more items before returning it to the waiter. Diners in such establishments typically do not concern themselves with the prices. A single dish here costs no less than 500. And dining in this ambience is inherently a pleasure, suggesting that the establishment sells an experience rather than merely culinary delights. I apologize for the troubles caused by Xinjiajie. I raise my glass to you, Ma Tingting declared, lifting her drink. It's all in the past, Lin Feng replied, raising his glass to clink with hers. By the way, I have some news to share with you. Ma Tingting set down her glass, placing a piece of meat into her mouth to chew. What news? Lin Feng inquired with curiosity. Wang Yudi is getting engaged, Ma Tingting informed him. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng felt as though he had been struck by a hammer. The woman who had previously called off their engagement was now set to marry another man. The news unsettled him, leaving him uncertain whether it stemmed from resentment or another sentiment altogether. Noticing Lin Feng's expression, Ma Tingting added, "Don't be disheartened. This engagement is not of Wang Yudi's choosing. It is imposed by her family. I am no longer concerned about her affairs. She can marry whomever she pleases. I have long severed ties with her," Lin Feng responded, feigning composure. Yet, deep down, he remained quite invested in the matter. After all, he had just experienced a broken engagement, and now, only days later, news of her impending marriage to another was particularly disconcerting. However, his facial expression betrayed him, and Ma Tingting easily discerned his feelings. She said again, "I can empathize with your emotions. Anyone in this situation would find it impossible to emerge from such shadows in a short time. Well, you've seen through me. I have come to terms with it now. It is inconsequential," Lin Feng replied as he lifted his glass and consumed the wine. "Let's not dwell on these matters. Let's enjoy our meal." Ma Tingting purposefully shifted the topic. After dining, the two conversed for a while longer before Lin Feng took his leave. As he exited the hotel, he summoned a taxi and returned to the courtyard. Having indulged in a considerable amount of wine, he felt a bit dizzy and soon lay down on the bed, succumbing to sleep. The next morning, Lin Feng rose early, stretching his limbs. At that moment, his phone rang. He glanced at the screen to find that it was Suda calling. He answered, "Hello, Suda? What is the matter? Did Ma Tingting speak to you yesterday? I have taken care of the situation with Xinjiajie. He will not trouble you any further," Suda informed him from the other end. "Oh, I see. Ma Tingting treated me to a meal yesterday, and she mentioned it," Lin Feng replied. "That is good. I'll be off then," Suda concluded before hanging up. As was customary, Lin Feng began working on his Qian Kuan too early that day. Since it was Saturday and he had no classes, he had ample time. While Zhao Bo was notably absent, possibly due to the weekend. "Dad, I'm back." A melodic female voice wafted in from the entrance of the courtyard. Lin Feng turned to see a beautiful young woman entering, clad in a light blue camisole and blue high heels, her features delicate, her face an elegant oval, and her arms laden with bags. The elderly gentleman in the courtyard, upon seeing her, smiled and approached. "My dear, you have finally returned. I have missed you so much." "Dad, I have missed you terribly too," she replied, and they embraced warmly before parting. "Come here, let me see if you've lost weight." The old man scrutinized his daughter with care. "Not at all. I've actually gained a bit recently," Rinshichi responded. "Why have you brought so many items?" The old man inquired, noticing the numerous bags in Rinshichi's hands. "These are groceries," she said, revealing one of the bags. Upon seeing the quantity, the old man expressed concern. "With so much food, how will the two of us finish it?" "It's fine, if we can't eat it all. We can just throw it away," Rinshichi playfully suggested. The old man, disapproving of such waste, replied, "What a pity it would be to discard it. Let us invite others from the courtyard to join us. Shaolin, come over for lunch today. My daughter has bought a plethora of groceries that we cannot consume alone. And oh, let us invite teacher Zhao as well," the old man called out to Lin Feng, who was engrossed in his Qian Kuan Tuesday. Lin Feng realized it had been quite some time since he had savored home-cooked meals. Recently, the elderly gentleman invited him to share a meal, a delightful opportunity to satiate his cravings, as he typically dined on monotonous fast food. Upon hearing the invitation, Rinshichi immediately noticed Lin Feng, who was nearby engrossed in creating a celestial diagram. She surveyed Lin Feng, noting his attire, a simple gray t-shirt, black shorts, and a pair of canvas shoes, all of which seemed rather ordinary. However, his demeanor was quite remarkable. At least in Rinshichi's eyes, he appeared rather agreeable. "Have you recently moved in?" Shiqi inquired, addressing Lin Feng. Hearing the question, Lin Feng did not pause in his task, but turned his head and replied, "Yes, I just moved in this week. No wonder I had never seen you before. Let's have lunch together today. I've prepared plenty of dishes," Shiqi said enthusiastically. "All right," Lin Feng agreed. It is indeed a wonderful thing for neighbors to dine together. As the saying goes, close neighbors are better than distant relatives. Subsequently, after completing his celestial diagram, Lin Feng returned to his room to clean up. He noticed that the water he rinsed off was no longer as murky as before. Around noon, Xiaobo returned from outside, dressed entirely in black, a black suit, black shirt, black trousers, and black shoes, resembling a character from a television thriller. Upon seeing Xiaobo return, Shiqi hurriedly approached him, saying, "Teacher Xiao, you're back." "Ah, Shiqi, you've gained some weight. Haha," Xiaobo remarked, appraising Shiqi. Lin Feng, in his room, overheard their conversation, realizing they were evidently old acquaintances. "Teacher Xiao, please join me for lunch at my place," Shiqi invited. "Oh, sure. You always invite me whenever you come back. I almost feel embarrassed," Xiaobo replied, his face slightly flushed. Before long, noon arrived, and both Lin Feng and Xiaobo emerged from their respective rooms, exchanging a smile before heading toward the elderly gentleman's room. Come, have a seat." The elderly man welcomed them warmly as they settled down. There were 4 individuals dining together, enjoying 7 or 8 dishes. Lin Feng had not relished home-cooked meals in a long time. Ever since he was expelled by his aunt, he had primarily subsisted on fast food, with the occasional invitation to a restaurant. For Lin Feng, being able to enjoy simple home-cooked dishes was a great pleasure. Unfortunately, he had been cast out by the Lin family, and it seemed that only Lin Wanru would assist him. The prospect of returning was utterly impossible in the short term. Lin Feng also reflected on the 3 years he spent at his aunt's house. He felt grateful to her for providing shelter for 3 years, even if he was ultimately ousted. Now, he was capable of living independently, having accumulated 100,000 yuan, which would allow him to sustain himself for a while. If he ever ran short, he could always venture to the casino to try his luck, potentially doubling his money in a swift gamble. After the meal, Lin Feng returned to his room, closed the door, and began to play with his mobile phone. Meanwhile, in a residence belonging to the Shun family, several women were attending to Shun Jiajie and Chun Lo. Shun Jiajie reclined in his chair, a look of utter contentment gracing his features, while Chun Lo lay beside him, equally indulging in the moment. "Shun, are you truly going to let Lin Feng off so easily?" Chun Lo inquired, his gaze fixed on Shun Jiajie. "Do not even mention that Lin Feng. The mere thought of him infuriates me. My man was sent flying with just 1 punch by that brute, and you cannot fathom how much I invested to acquire his services," Shun Jiajie retorted, his anger palpable. "I never anticipated that this so-called waste would possess such strength. Is this really the same Lin family cast-off? Could it be that our intelligence was flawed?" Chun Lu trembled slightly at this revelation, gesturing for the woman in front of him to depart. Noticing Chun Li's distress, Shun Jiajie chuckled and suggested, "For the time being, let us refrain from provoking him. Ordinary individuals stand no chance against him. We shall act once we find a suitable candidate. Damn it, the next time we encounter him, we must show him our true colors. How dare he attempt to steal a woman from Shun?" Chun Lu flattered from the side. "Suda and Ma Tingting have already informed me. We cannot make a move against him for now. We shall bide our time," Shun Jiajie declared, lighting a cigarette and taking a draw. Meanwhile, Lin Feng opened his WeChat, only to be greeted by a message from Ma Tingting, accompanied by a photograph featuring 2 individuals, one being Ma Tingting and the other an unfamiliar woman. Curious, Lin Feng typed a message asking, "Who is that beautiful lady?" The woman in the image surpassed Ma Tingting in beauty, clad in a light blue t-shirt, her striking features accentuated by long brows, bright eyes, and alluring red lips. "Wang Yudi," came the 3-word reply, causing Lin Feng to widen his eyes in astonishment, examining the message several times. It was undeniable that she was indeed a stunning beauty. He never expected his first encounter with Wang Yudi to occur via WeChat. He then inquired, "What is your relationship with her?" The response came swiftly, "Best friends." The revelation of their close connection left Lin Feng somewhat stunned. What a small world it was, to stumble upon a beauty at a dance party, only to discover she was Wang Yudi's confidant. He responded with a string of ellipses. Throughout the day, Lin Feng remained engrossed in his phone, spending time in his room. As night fell and he prepared to turn off the lights and retire for the evening, a knock echoed at his door. "Knock, knock, knock. Who is it at this late hour?" Lin Feng approached the door and opened it, only to find Xiao Bo standing there. "Wait, why is there blood on you?" he exclaimed. "Do not be alarmed. Let us discuss inside," Xiao Bo replied, his pallor indicating significant blood loss. Lin Feng assisted him to his bed, where Xiao Bo lay, covered in blood. "Teacher Xiao, what happened?" Lin Feng asked, concern etched on his face. "I was injured while on a mission. My time is limited," Xiao Bo managed to say weakly, lying on the bed. Upon hearing the words "on a mission," Lin Feng was taken aback and asked, "What is going on?" As Xiao Bo heard Lin Feng inquiring about the nature of the mission, he promptly interrupted, saying, "Do not concern yourself with the details of the mission just yet. I have a document here. Please deliver it to He Qing. I will write down his contact number for you." With that, Xiao Bo produced a stack of white documents from his pocket and handed them to Lin Feng. Before Lin Feng could even glance at the papers, he watched in shock as Xiao Bo inscribed a telephone number on his bed with his own blood, and then he collapsed. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Feng immediately dialed emergency services. Shortly thereafter, the ambulance arrived to the scene, lifting Xiao Bo onto a stretcher. Lin Feng noted the number written on the bed and, while in the ambulance, dialed it. As the call connected, a middle-aged man's voice greeted him. "Hello?" Lin Feng introduced himself. "I am Lin Feng. Xiao Bo has fainted. He mentioned a document that he needed to deliver to you." Looking at Xiao Bo lying in the ambulance, he continued, "Who are you?" The caller remained cautious, as it was a stranger's voice. "I am a student. Are you He Qing?" Lin Feng inquired. "Indeed, that is me. Which hospital is he currently at?" Lin Feng could sense urgency in the man's tone. "We are en route to the first hospital of the capital," he replied. Almost immediately, the caller hung up, likely rushing over in haste. Lin Feng observed the nurses in the ambulance busily tending to Xiao Bo's wounds, which were extensive and evidently the result of a fierce altercation. It was clear that these injuries were inflicted by sharp objects, much like the previous incident, but this time, the situation was far more severe, leaving Lin Feng perplexed. The ambulance soon arrived at the first hospital of the capital, and Xiao Bo was swiftly wheeled into the operating room, while Lin Feng waited anxiously outside. Before long, a man wearing a baseball cap appeared at the door of the operating room. Noticing the man's purposeful demeanor, Lin Feng approached him and asked, "Are you He Qing?" The man greeted Lin Feng, immediately revealing his name and surmising, "You must be the Lin Feng from the phone call?" "Indeed, that is me," Lin Feng confirmed. Scrutinizing He Qing, judging from his appearance, Lin Feng estimated that He Qing was in his 40s, dressed in a black jacket and trousers, with brown leather shoes, a baseball cap atop his head, and holding a folder that gave him the air of a detective. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lin Feng handed the documents he held to He Qing, who accepted them and placed them into his folder. "How long has he been inside?" He Qing asked, his concern evident as he noticed the operating room lights remained illuminated. "Almost half an hour. What is your relationship with him?" Lin Feng queried, puzzled. He Qing did not respond, instead directing his gaze elsewhere, clearly reluctant to answer. The two stood in silence at the entrance of the operating room, each lost in their own thoughts. Another half hour passed, and the lights in the operating room continued to shine without any news emerging. Just then, a woman clad in leather and tight-fitting pants arrived at the door of the operating room. The woman, with her hair cascading down and adorned in black gloves, bore a striking resemblance to the archetype of a female assassin often portrayed on television. Approaching He Qing, she whispered, "Is he all right? This mission seems to have exceeded his capabilities." Presently, he is in the operating room, and the extent of his condition remains uncertain. "I have heard that his injuries are quite severe, and it was that young man over there who brought him in." He Qing responded in a hushed tone, engaging in conversation with the woman in black. However, Lin Feng's hearing had significantly improved during his training with the Qian Kuan II, allowing him to overhear their exchange. At that moment, Lin Feng felt a sense of confusion regarding the circumstances that led to Xiao Bo's injuries, particularly the fact that both were inflicted by sharp instruments. As Xiao Bo had mentioned, they were related to a mission. Based on the dialogue between He Qing and the woman, it seemed evident that Xiao Bo was acting on behalf of both of them, and Lin Feng was left pondering the nature of that document he was unaware of. The trio waited outside the operating room for some time until the surgical lights finally dimmed. Xiao Bo was wheeled out by the doctor, lying unconscious on the bed, still not awake. It was unclear whether the anesthetic had yet to wear off or if he remained in a deep coma. "Doctor, how is he?" He Qing was the first to step forward and inquire. The doctor shook his head and replied, "He is still in a critical condition. We have just performed a hemorrhage control surgery, and due to multiple injuries, he will need to be hospitalized for observation. Let us transfer him to the intensive care unit. Thus, Xiaobo was taken to the ICU, with Lin Feng, He Qing, and the woman in black following closely behind. Once inside the unit, the three found a bench to sit upon. A heavy silence enveloped them as they exchanged glances, the atmosphere in the room growing tense. Ultimately, the woman in black broke the silence, asking, "Are you the young man who brought him to the hospital?" Upon hearing her question directed at him, Lin Feng nodded and replied, "Yes, that would be me. He mentioned he was injured during a mission. Could you clarify what exactly happened?" Seizing the opportunity presented by the woman's inquiry, Lin Feng voiced his curiosity, hoping for enlightenment. His question proved to be fortuitous. It is evident that he trusts you, otherwise he would not have shared details about the mission, the woman stated, glancing at He Qing. The latter nodded in acknowledgement, prompting the woman to continue. "We are members of the Blood Eagle Mercenary Corps, and Zhao Bo is one of our team members." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng, though initially bewildered, swiftly grasped the implication. Zhao Bo had likely sustained his injuries while executing a mission for the mercenary group, which led him to knock on the door of Lin Feng's residence. To his surprise, Zhao Bo, during the day, served as a teacher, imparting knowledge at the school, while at night, he was a member of the Blood Eagle Mercenary Corps, undertaking perilous assignments. Although Lin Feng had never encountered the concept of mercenary groups before, he found little cause for astonishment, overshadowed by the intrigue of the ring he possessed. Noticing Lin Feng's reaction to the mention of the mercenary group, the woman remained unfazed and continued, "Do you not find this astonishing? I find it rather unexpected, yet not surprising. This world is filled with wonders," Lin Feng remarked, gazing at the woman clad in black. The three of them had remained in the hospital room throughout the night, without a wink of sleep. As dawn broke the following morning, Xiaobo opened his eyes to discover three familiar faces gathered around him. Upon noticing his awakening, the trio turned their attention to him, with Xiaobo being the first to speak. "What brings you all here?" This inquiry was directed towards He Qing and the woman in black, while Lin Feng chose to remain silent, observing both women intently. The woman in black paused momentarily before responding. "This young man called He Qing, who then reached out to me, prompting our visit." "Thank you," Zhao Bo replied weakly from his bed. Lin Feng hastily waved his hand, stating, "There is no need for gratitude. I had no idea that you were affiliated with a mercenary group, Teacher Zhao. No wonder you've endured injuries on 2 occasions while keeping it from me." Upon hearing this, Zhao Bo quickly deduced that the woman in black must have disclosed his circumstances to Lin Feng. "Teacher Zhao, would you like me to contact your family to come and care for you?" Lin Feng suggested. However, the woman in black interjected, "No need for that. I can take care of him." Lin Feng then addressed Zhao Bo, "I'll take my leave for now, but I shall return this evening. Go ahead, go ahead. I truly don't need anyone to look after me. I can manage alone," Zhao Bo insisted, albeit somewhat unconvincingly. Thus, Lin Feng departed from the hospital at dawn, leaving He Qing and the woman in black to tend to Zhao Bo. He jogged back to the courtyard, feeling weary from the sleepless night, and intended to complete the Qian Kuan diagram before resting, planning to visit Zhao Bo later that evening. Upon returning, Lin Feng promptly began his exercises for the Qian Kuan diagram. From the first movement to the last, he performed each with utmost seriousness and precision. After completing 10 cycles of the Qian Kuan diagram, Lin Feng felt invigorated yet fatigued, beads of sweat cascading down his body, dripping onto the floor. He did not linger, but made his way to his room to shower. Each time after practicing the Qian Kuan diagram, he enjoyed checking the state of the water post-shower. This time, he noticed that the water had nearly transformed into pure liquid, indicating that the impurities within him had been almost completely expelled. After rinsing off, Lin Feng collapsed onto his bed, succumbing to sleep until the evening. When he finally arose, he glanced at his phone and realized it was already past 7 o'clock. It was time to visit Zhao Bo. On his way to the hospital, he stopped to purchase 2 takeout meals, one for himself and one for Zhao Bo. He walked to the hospital, only to find that He Qing was absent, leaving the woman in black to tend to Zhao Bo, who was engaged in conversation with her. Lin Feng stepped into the room, handed one of the meals to Zhao Bo, and kept the other for himself, promptly beginning to eat. The woman in black noticed Lin Feng's arrival, stood up, and said, "Young man, could you please watch over this for me? I am stepping out for a meal." "Certainly. I shall take care of it," replied Lin Feng as he took a bite of his food. Once the woman had departed, Zhao Bo sat up from the bed. cradling his lunchbox, and inquired, Lin Feng, would you be interested in joining our mercenary group? Lin Feng nearly choked on his food upon hearing Zhao Bo's proposition. Coughing a couple of times before responding, I'm still a student. Surely, there must be some prerequisites to join your mercenary group? There are indeed requirements. But as your referrer, I can facilitate your entry. Being a student shouldn't be a hindrance. You could execute missions at night and attend classes by day. What a splendid arrangement. Moreover, the completion of missions comes with financial rewards, Zhao Bo coaxed Lin Feng. Upon hearing about the rewards, Lin Feng's interest was piqued. How much could one earn from a single mission? He asked. A minimum of over 100,000, and it could soar into the millions for particularly challenging tasks, with some even exceeding 10 million. What do you think? Interested? Zhao Bo replied with a smile. It can't all be life-threatening, can it? I've seen you injured twice. And you still speak of this while your wounds are not yet healed, Lin Feng remarked, noticing Zhao Bo's injuries. He instantly sensed that earning such money would not be easy, regardless of the circumstances. As a former Special Forces soldier who later joined the mercenary group, Zhao Bo had grown accustomed to this perilous lifestyle. A few injuries did not faze him. In contrast, Lin Feng was merely a student whose daily life revolved around classes and studies, until recently when he acquired a mysterious ring that ushered him into an extraordinary existence. Now, he engaged in rigorous training with the Qiankuan diagram and had developed an exceptional memory, which had brought about significant changes in his life. I tend to be quite active, which is why I often take on dangerous missions, leading to my injuries, Zhao Bo admitted as he discarded his empty lunchbox and gazed at Lin Feng. It sounds quite enticing, and I am in need of money. Perhaps you could assist me with a recommendation? Lin Feng pondered aloud. Although Lin Feng had gained the ability of X-ray vision, he knew he could not spend all his time at the casino, as such behavior would easily arouse suspicion. Moreover, he could only double his money each visit. To earn more, he needed to explore other avenues. The casino merely alleviated his financial needs temporarily. With a new method of earning money now available to him, Lin Feng was determined not to let it slip away. His abilities had significantly improved, and he had harnessed a modicum of true energy, allowing him to undertake various endeavors. His reflexes, strength, vision, and hearing had all seen marked enhancement. If he wished to acquire wealth swiftly, he would have to take some risks. Do consider carefully. This endeavor is fraught with danger, Zhao Bo cautioned, reclining on the bed as he looked at Lin Feng. No worries. I've made up my mind. Please assist me with the recommendation, Lin Feng declared after a brief moment of contemplation. Although it was indeed risky, he was unwilling to miss this opportunity for financial gain. Since you are resolute, I shall recommend you once the fox demon returns. Zhao Bo nodded affirmatively. Who is the fox demon? Lin Feng asked, puzzled. The fox spirit is the woman in black. The one who cared for me before you arrived. Her code name is Fox Spirit, Zhao Bo spoke slowly. So that black-clad woman is called Fox Spirit, Lin Feng realized, understanding that everyone in the mercenary group has a code name. Just as Lin Feng was conversing with Zhao Bo, Fox Spirit returned from her meal, entering the ward with a bag of fruit in hand, saying, have some fruit. It's good for your health. The next moment, Zhao Bo sat up in bed and exclaimed, I would like to recommend someone to join our mercenary group. Upon hearing this, Fox Spirit turned her gaze to Lin Feng and remarked, is it this young man? Indeed. Zhao Bo affirmed. He looks rather frail, doesn't he? Fox Spirit scrutinized Lin Feng once more. Zhao Bo took a bite of an apple and replied, on the surface, perhaps. But he is quite capable and worth nurturing. Really? Fox Spirit's eyes darted around Lin Feng, seemingly trying to see through him. You'll find out if you give it a try, Zhao Bo said, chewing on the apple. Lin Feng, hearing this, thought to himself, must I actually spar with the woman in black to test my abilities? He felt somewhat reluctant about fighting a girl. Very well, when He Qing arrives. You can step outside and give it a go, Fox Spirit said, her eagerness palpable. The three conversed for a while in the ward, and when night fell, He Qing finally arrived. Zhao Bo shared his proposal with He Qing. Thus, the trio, He Qing, Fox Spirit, and Lin Feng, made their way to the square outside the hospital, where Fox Spirit intended to assess Lin Feng's skills. Standing face to face, Fox Spirit and Lin Feng prepared for the encounter, with He Qing positioned in the middle to observe. Initially, Fox Spirit dashed toward Lin Feng, throwing a punch aimed at his face. Seeing the fist hurtling toward him, Lin Feng sidestepped to evade the blow, simultaneously transforming his hands into claws to firmly grasp Fox Spirit's incoming punch. With a powerful tug, he executed a shoulder throw. However, Contrary to Lin Feng's expectations, Fox Spirit performed a somersault in midair and landed gracefully, saying, "Young man, I didn't expect you to possess such skill. I'm flattered." Lin Feng replied just as Fox Spirit charged at him again. This time, she continued to throw punches, but her speed was significantly increased, leaving Lin Feng with no choice but to dodge repeatedly, with no opportunity to grab her arm as he had previously. Realizing that merely evading would not suffice, he retaliated with a punch aimed at Fox Spirit. Their fists collided at that moment, producing a resounding pop. Fox Spirit felt as if her fist had struck a block of iron. She staggered back, astonished, and asked, "Why is your punch so hard?" Lin Feng attributed it to his regular training, which had expelled impurities from his body, rendering his bones exceptionally sturdy. Ordinary attacks had little effect on him. "It must be due to my consistent exercise," he replied. Lin Feng contemplated for a moment before articulating his thoughts. He could not disclose that he possessed the ring, a gift associated with the celestial map. He understood the adage, "A commoner is innocent, but bearing a jewel is a crime." Thus, he chose to conceal this matter, keeping it solely to himself. No matter how close someone might be, he would not divulge it. The fox demon, realizing that her punches were ineffective against Lin Feng, lifted her foot and aimed a kick at him. In response to the incoming attack, Lin Feng adeptly evaded, and for a time, the fox demon found herself unable to land a blow, as Lin Feng was remarkably agile. After half a minute of futile kicking, the fox demon grew weary and ceased her efforts, declaring, "This is no longer entertaining." However, this was not a life-and-death battle. Given Lin Feng's experience, he would have perished countless times in a true struggle. This was merely a contest, and neither party had exerted their full strength. Lin Feng had not even utilized a fraction of his true energy. Observing the fox demon's effortless demeanor, Lin Feng surmised that she was likely concealing her true capabilities. Seeing that both of them had stopped, He Qing clapped his hands and inquired, "Well done. What is your name, young man?" Lin Feng noted that he finally had the other's attention and replied, "I am Lin Feng." He Qing smiled and said, "I will send a word on your behalf. You may join us. Report to headquarters tomorrow evening. I shall accompany you. You would struggle to find it on your own," the fox demon added with enthusiasm. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng mused that this headquarters was likely a secret base. "Thank you." He expressed his gratitude. Subsequently, the trio made their way to the hospital and returned to Zhao Bo's ward. As they entered, Zhao Bo immediately asked, "What happened? Who won?" Noticing Zhao Bo's anxiousness regarding the outcome, He Qing decided to build suspense before responding. "Guess who emerged victorious?" The fox demon?" Zhao Bo speculated. "Incorrect." The fox demon interjected. "Was it Lin Feng?" Zhao Bo asked, his spirits lifting at the thought, for if Lin Feng had won, it would affirm his judgment and signify Lin Feng's prowess. "Neither is correct. It was a draw. Neither could best the other," He Qing remarked with a smile. "A draw is commendable. It proves Lin Feng is quite formidable," Zhao Bo replied with a grin. The four engaged in conversation within the ward, discussing matters concerning the mercenary group. As Lin Feng had just joined, he was unaware of many things and had much to learn. Their discourse continued until midnight. And noting the late hour and his classes the following day, Lin Feng excused himself, leaving He Qing and the fox demon to attend to Zhao Bo. After midnight, with few pedestrians on the streets, Lin Feng walked alone, his heart ablaze with ambition. He vowed that upon joining the mercenary group, he would strive diligently to rise above and shed the label of a wastrel. Upon returning to his courtyard, he promptly extinguished the lights and retired for the night. The next morning, he awakened early to practice the celestial map. Just as he completed the 10th iteration, the spirit of the ring called out, "Master, Master." "What is it?" Lin Feng inquired in his mind. "You are now capable of performing the Qian Kuan diagram multiple times. Your foundation has been firmly established," the guiding spirit remarked. "Oh, splendid. I shall indeed practice several more times," Lin Feng silently resolved. Subsequently, after completing 10 iterations, Lin Feng continued with the Qian Kuan diagram, 11 times, 12 times. Until he had completed 15 iterations, Lin Feng could no longer sustain himself and lay down within the courtyard, beads of sweat dripping from him. As he reclined, he sensed that the faint trace of true energy within his dantian had notably expanded. He murmured, "It seems that if I persist like this, it won't be long before I can utilize that trace of true energy several more times." "Master, do you not feel that trace of true energy has increased significantly?" the guiding spirit inquired. Indeed, Lin Feng thought to himself, Congratulations, Master. You are on the verge of transcending the realm of ordinary individuals, the guiding spirit exclaimed with delight. That is truly wonderful. Lin Feng responded, elated. Meanwhile, an elderly gentleman engaged in calisthenics noticed Lin Feng lying on the ground and hurried over, asking, Lin Feng, are you all right? This question jolted Lin Feng back to reality from his exhilaration, and he replied, I'm fine. I'm merely exhausted and need a moment to rest. As soon as he finished speaking, he got up from the ground, dusted off his clothes, and made his way to his room. Upon returning, Lin Feng freshened up, changed into his school uniform, and jogged to school. Arriving in class, he took his seat, anticipating the physical education class scheduled for that morning. Lin Feng was determined to impress his classmates this time. The first 3 classes passed swiftly, leading to the 4th period, which was physical education. The students of senior year 3, class 3, gathered on the playground. The physical education teacher approached, a middle-aged man in his 30s, clad in athletic attire, presumably a former soldier. Today, we will conduct a test, a 1,500-meter run for both boys and girls. You may begin your warm-up exercises now, the middle-aged man announced in a commanding voice. Upon hearing about the 1,500-meter run, many students hesitated, but then they remembered Lin Feng, the so-called waste, and their spirits lifted again. At this moment, Lin Feng was fully prepared. He aimed to astonish everyone. His physical capabilities had improved immensely compared to before, truly a world apart. After a brief warm-up, the physical education teacher instructed, everyone, form a line and get ready. As his words fell, the entire class aligned neatly on the track, poised for the start. Observing that the students were in position, the teacher moved to the edge of the track, produced a whistle, and blew it, signaling the start. The sound echoed, and the students began to run. They were required to complete 7.5 laps, with one full lap measuring 200 meters, totaling 1,500 meters. At the outset, Lin Feng surged ahead, leading the pack, which astonished many. When had that waste become so formidable? Numerous students could hardly believe their eyes and began to exert themselves to catch up. However, despite his relentless efforts, he could not catch up. As the first lap concluded, Lin Feng remained steadfastly in the lead, followed closely by a throng of competitors striving to overtake him. Yet, for reasons unknown, the more they pursued, the wider the gap became. By the end of the second lap, Lin Feng had extended his lead to nearly half a lap over the others. He glanced back, satisfied with the distance he had created, choosing to maintain it. As the third lap drew to a close, it became evident to everyone that no matter how hard they tried, the distance remained unchanged. Approaching the finish line, Lin Feng unleashed an explosive burst of speed, crossing the finish line to the astonishment of those behind him. Several girls quickly succumbed to fatigue, transitioning from running to walking, prompting the physical education teacher to shake his head and sigh at the sight. He then turned his gaze back to Lin Feng, the first to finish. This student merely breathed a bit heavily, far superior to those girls who could barely continue. One by one, the other competitors crossed the finish line, marking the conclusion of the event, and everyone regarded Lin Feng with newfound respect. Whispers began to circulate, speculating about the remarkable pace he had set. What an underachiever! I wonder what he consumed today to run so swiftly, they murmured. Indeed, it was baffling how no one could catch him. It had to be said, he had truly outdone them this time. Lin Feng felt a surge of satisfaction as he listened to their discussions, thinking to himself that such unexpected displays would be the way forward. Well done, Lin Feng, exclaimed Zhou Ming, who had just crossed the finish line, breathless. For the remainder of the time, the physical education teacher allowed everyone to engage in free activities. Thus, students formed small circles or huddled together to discuss various topics, while Lin Feng remained with Zhou Ming. Lin Feng, have you heard? Wang Yudi is getting engaged, Zhou Ming remarked, seated on a stone bench on the playground. I have heard. It seems it is not her choice, but rather her family's pressure, Lin Feng replied, sitting beside Zhou Ming. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ming turned to Lin Feng, intrigued. You're quite well informed. Who told you? Ma Tingting, do you know her? Lin Feng inquired. I don't know her. I just received the invitation. It's next month. Zhou Ming shook his head. Lin Feng was taken aback by this revelation. Patting Zhou Ming on the shoulder, he said, Let her be. It's none of my concern. Just then, the bell signaling the end of class rang. Ding, ding, ding. After bidding farewell to Zhou Ming, Lin Feng made his way back to the courtyard alone when, at that moment, a beautiful woman called out to him from the nearby street. Hey there, young man. Could you lend me a hand? My car has broken down, and I need a push. Lin Feng turned to see a stunning woman in a cheapao standing beside a Porsche. Without hesitation, he approached her, for who could resist assisting such a captivating beauty? Please help me push the car. It won't budge, she said, smiling as Lin Feng drew near. Thus, Lin Feng approached the rear of the vehicle, exerting his strength to push it forward. The car advanced slowly, at a pace that was almost outdone by a leisurely stroll. However, after a short while, Lin Feng managed to maneuver the car from the center of the road to the side, wiping the sweat from his brow. Is this sufficient? He inquired of the beautiful woman nearby. Thank you, young man. I was just about to head to a nearby hotel for a meal. Would you care to join me? She replied, nodding an invitation. Lin Feng quickly waved his hand, responding, No, thank you. I plan to grab a quick bite at a diner. And may I ask your name? She inquired politely. I am Fan Yin. She introduced herself. Oh, I am Lin Feng, he said, scratching the back of his head. Here is my business card. Please keep it safe, and do not hesitate to reach out if you need anything, Fan Yin said as she handed him a card. After Lin Feng accepted it, he bid her farewell. After parting from Lin Feng, Fan Yin arrived at the Four Seas Hotel, taking the elevator directly to the 10th floor. Sister Yin, you are quite late. We have been waiting for you for half an hour, Wang Yudi complained. Enough of that. My car broke down beneath the hotel. But fortunately, a kind young man helped me push it to the side of the road, saving me from further trouble. I still need to arrange for a tow truck. Fan Yin huffed as she seated herself, gazing at the feast laid before her. The male server at the Four Seas Hotel was utterly captivated by the sight, his eyes fixated on the table adorned with beautiful women, each uniquely charming. The female server delivering dishes trembled slightly, as there were 7 or 8 stunning women at the table, a truly rare sight. Dear sisters, let us deliberate on how to navigate the matter of the engagement, Wang Yudi suggested, looking at the group. I propose you simply leave the capital and take a break abroad, Fan Yin offered directly. Or you could find a decoy to deflect attention. Just claim you have a boyfriend, Qin Chu playfully chimed in. Upon hearing the term decoy, Wang Yudi felt it might be a viable idea, but where could she possibly find such a decoy? Soon enough, she recalled Lin Feng. However, having just called off her engagement with him, it felt rather inconsiderate to now seek him out for that purpose. Wang Yudi began to regret her decision to break off the engagement with Lin Feng, as it would have at least provided a means of distraction. Yet, there is no remedy for regret. She could only accept her fate, for she was the one who opted to annul her betrothal. Who could I possibly use as a decoy? Lin Feng is certainly not an option. I just ended things with him, Wang Yudi remarked as she took a bite of her meal. Lin Feng, Fan Yin echoed, repeating the name, as the young man who had helped her with the car was indeed named Lin Feng. Yes, Sister Yin, you may not be aware, but Lin Feng is the so-called useless one cast out by the Lin family. I recently called off my engagement with him, Wang Yudi explained, observing Fan Yin's astonishment. The young man who assisted me downstairs was also named Lin Feng. Could it possibly be the same person? Fan Yin inquired, her curiosity piqued. It might indeed be him. I have a picture of him. Let me show you to see if it is the same individual. At this moment, Ma Tingting spoke up. Having added Lin Feng on WeChat, she possessed his profile picture. She handed her phone to Fan Yin, who immediately recognized him and exclaimed, That's him. The one who helped me with the cart. What? Let me see, said Wang Yudi, snatching the phone to take a look. This was Wang Yudi's first encounter with Lin Feng. Although Lin Feng's photography skills left much to be desired, the photo was still somewhat presentable. So that's Lin Feng. He surpasses my expectations, Wang Yudi inadvertently remarked. After bidding farewell to Fan Yin, Lin Feng made his way to a familiar restaurant, ordering a 10 yuan fast meal and settling down to eat. Since Lin Feng's previous encounter with a burly man, the restaurant owner had developed a profound impression of him, ensuring that every time Lin Feng visited for a meal, his portions were generous. Holding the business card given to him by Fan Yin, Lin Feng found it cumbersome in his hand and thus decided to add her on WeChat. Shortly after making the connection, Fan Yin sent him a message stating, I didn't expect you to be that famous Lin Feng from the capital. Upon reading the message, Lin Feng immediately understood. It seemed Fan Yin was aware of the annulment of the engagement and had confirmed that he was indeed the Lin Feng in question. Otherwise, she would not have made such a statement. A moment later, Lin Feng typed a few words in response. You already know? The reply came swiftly. I'm currently with Wang Yudi and Ma Tingting. What do you think? So that was it. Ma Tingting recognized him, which informed Fan Yin of his identity. Yet it mattered little to Lin Feng. He was indifferent to others' opinions of him. After finishing his meal, Lin Feng headed to the hospital, where Zhao Bo was still recovering. They had agreed to report to headquarters that evening, and Lin Feng had not forgotten. Upon arriving at the hospital, he found Yao Hu and Zhao Bo dining, while He Qing seemed to have disappeared. Lin Feng sat beside the hospital bed and inquired, "Teacher Zhao, feeling any better?" "Much improved since I first came in," Zhao Bo replied, munching on his boxed meal. "Tonight, I'll take you to headquarters," said Yao Hu, glancing at Lin Feng. "All right, I'll come by around 6, Lin Feng responded. After spending some time in the ward, Lin Feng prepared to leave for school when suddenly, a man wearing a baseball cap appeared at the door. Lin Feng's first impression was that this man exuded an air of danger. The two locked eyes for a moment before the man stepped into the room. "Chief Instructor, you've arrived," Zhao Bo said with delight upon seeing the newcomer. Yao Hu quickly offered him a seat, indicating the respect and reverence this man commanded. "I came to check on you. All is well?" The man in the cap removed his hat and set it aside. "I'm fine. I'll be better in a few days," Zhao Bo replied, shaking his head. Lin Feng glanced at the time and realized it was already 1:30. He promptly stood up, bid farewell to everyone, and left the hospital, making his way to school. Upon arriving, he noticed Chen Su standing at the entrance of his classroom, seemingly awaiting someone. Approaching him, Lin Feng was greeted by Chen Su, who said, "Lin Feng, it has been quite a while." Seeing Chen Su acknowledge him, Lin Feng halted and inquired, "What do you need?" The girls in the classroom, upon spotting Chen Su, were utterly captivated. "Look, isn't that Chen Su, one of the 4 young masters of the capital? Why is he here again? Wow, he is so handsome." As they exclaimed, nearly everyone in the class turned their gaze towards the door. "I'm here to deliver an invitation to you. Wang Yudi is getting engaged, didn't he, you know?" Chen Su said, pulling an invitation from inside his jacket and handing it to Lin Feng. Surprised, Lin Feng accepted the invitation and asked, "Who sent this to me?" With a smile, Chen Su replied, "The He family from the capital." At this revelation, the classroom erupted in a flurry of chatter as everyone discussed the astonishing fact that one of the 4 prominent families, the He family, had extended an invitation to a seemingly insignificant person. Lin Feng opened the invitation and confirmed his name was indeed inscribed within. In that moment, Lin Feng pondered the implications. Why would the He family invite him to Wang Yudi's engagement ceremony? Did they wish to witness his humiliation? After much contemplation, he resolved to attend, regardless of their intentions, even if it was merely to see him become the subject of their amusement. "I've delivered the invitation. I wish you good luck," Chen Su said, leaving the entrance of Class 3 of senior year with a sense of flair, while Lin Feng remained deep in thought. Lin Feng meticulously examined the invitation several times and, upon confirming its accuracy, made his way to his seat. His classmates regarded him with a peculiar gaze, astonished that someone they deemed a failure could receive such an invitation. Regardless of whether they sought to mock Lin Feng, the fact that the invitation was bestowed by none other than Chen Su, one of the 4 young masters of the capital, lent it considerable weight. The invitation stated that the event would take place on October 1st at 6 p.m. on the 22nd floor of the Day Hotel. With 2 weeks remaining until that date, Lin Feng pondered whether he should attend or not. However, as there was still some time before the event, he decided to set aside his uncertainty for now, reasoning that he would cross that bridge when he came to it. Thus, he retrieved his book and began to read at his desk. At that moment, Zhou Ming approached with a smile, saying, "Lin Feng, it seems you can accompany me." It was unclear what their true intentions were. Lin Feng shrugged and replied, "Whatever their motives, we shall discover them once we arrive." Zhou Ming maintained his cheerful demeanor. "All right then," Lin Feng nodded in agreement. The school bell rang, signaling the start of class, and the students returned to their seats. Today's lesson was taught by Lu Xiao, the English teacher. Her gentle and amiable nature often led to a chaotic classroom atmosphere, as she would merely chastise students rather than enforce strict discipline. Lu Xiao, dressed in a sky blue dress and appearing to be around 22 years old, was quite youthful and attractive, causing many male students to gaze at her, unsure if they were attending to the lesson or merely admiring her presence, resulting in a somewhat disorderly classroom. Lin Feng, however, remained focused on the lesson, his remarkable memory allowing him to retain many words after just one mention by Lu Xiao, making his study efforts remarkably efficient. The afternoon swiftly passed, and as school ended, Lin Feng quickly organized his belongings and departed. He made his way to a fast food restaurant he frequented, purchasing a meal for 10 yuan before hurrying to the hospital. Arriving precisely at 6 o'clock, "I see you've arrived early," exclaimed Yao Hu, who was enjoying her meal. Yes, I was a bit too eager. Lin Feng replied with a smile. For him, joining the mercenary group represented an escape from ordinary life, promising not only swift financial gain, but also a unique identity, beneficial in many respects. You still need to pass our chief instructor's assessment to gain entry. It's not just a matter of walking in, Xiaobo reminded him. What? There's a test? Lin Feng exclaimed in surprise. Do you think it's that easy? Yao Hu set her lunch aside and stated. All right then, what kind of test is it? Lin Feng inquired. It's likely to involve close combat, Xiaobo replied, a smile playing on his lips. Let us depart. He Qing, please look after him here, the fox spirit said, rising to her feet and addressing Lin Feng. Very well. You may go, He Qing replied, seated upon a stool. Thus, Lin Feng followed the fox spirit as they exited the hospital. Upon reaching the outside, she hailed a taxi. Driver, take us to Sunset Mountain Range, the fox spirit instructed from the front passenger seat. All right, the driver responded, starting the vehicle. After navigating through a series of winding roads, they arrived at the foot of the Sunset Mountain Range. The driver halted the car, and the fox spirit paid the fare before leading Lin Feng into the depths of the mountains. Under her guidance, they walked for approximately half an hour and arrived at a cavern. At the entrance stood two soldiers clad in camouflage uniforms, who saluted upon noticing their arrival, remaining silent. With that, the fox spirit and Lin Feng entered the cave, which was spacious and featured a plaza nearly the size of a football field. Inside, individuals donned camouflage attire. Some were training, while others were moving about. This entire mountain served as the secret base for the Blood Eagle Mercenary Corps, as the fox spirit elaborated. Aside from this plaza constituting the first level, there were also a second and third level underground, making this a vast secret stronghold. The fox spirit led Lin Feng directly to the third level via the elevator, arriving at the location of the chief instructor, who was currently training a group of mercenaries. He bellowed, "Attention!" The soldiers responded in unison, stamping their feet with a resounding thud, standing at attention. Reporting to the chief instructor, the newcomer has arrived. Recommended by Flying Fire, the fox spirit saluted and announced. Flying Fire? Lin Feng pondered, realizing it referred to Zhao Bo's codename. He couldn't help but chuckle at the stylish moniker. After the fox spirit concluded her introduction, the chief instructor turned to the soldiers he had been training and commanded, "You are now free to train on your own. Dismissed." Upon hearing this, the soldiers dispersed in a rush. Once they had all cleared out, the chief instructor turned his gaze towards Lin Feng, who felt as if he were being scrutinized by a venomous serpent. "Are you the newcomer preparing to join us?" the chief instructor inquired. "Indeed, I am," Lin Feng replied, looking up at the instructor, who towered over him. Lin Feng was nearly 1.8 meters tall, while the chief instructor must have stood around 1.9 meters. Impressively robust and muscular, reminiscent of the formidable man with whom Lin Feng had once sparred. "Follow me. I will assess your qualifications for joining us," the chief instructor stated. Setting off ahead, he led Lin Feng and the fox spirit into a spacious room containing a ring, designated for soldiers to practice close combat in one-on-one bouts. Upon entering, the chief instructor leaped onto the ring, gesturing for Lin Feng to join him. "Feel free to attack with all your strength. Do not concern yourself for my safety." The chief instructor beckoned with a finger, inviting Lin Feng to engage. Lin Feng recognized the provocation in the chief instructor's challenge. In the next moment, he charged towards the chief instructor with great speed, launching a powerful uppercut. The chief instructor effortlessly leaned back, evading the punch. And as Lin Feng lifted his leg to deliver a kick, he found himself striking nothing but air, as the chief instructor sidestepped gracefully. Following this, the chief instructor retaliated with a swift punch, leaving Lin Feng no time to evade. He could only position his hands in front of his face to block the blow. The impact reverberated through Lin Feng's arms as if he had been struck by steel, causing him to stagger back a few steps. Steadying himself, he lunged at the chief instructor once more. For Lin Feng, who possessed little combat experience, achieving this level of engagement was already commendable. Charging forward again, Lin Feng raised his fist with determination, but this time the chief instructor transformed his punch into a claw and seized Lin Feng's fist, pulling him forward into a shoulder throw that sent Lin Feng crashing to the ground. As he lay there, Lin Feng felt as if his bones had been shaken loose. Gradually, he rose to his feet, fixing his gaze on the chief instructor. At that moment, the spirit within him responded. "Master, relinquish your efforts. With your current strength, you cannot hope to defeat him," the spirit advised. "I understand," but I must exert myself fully, mustn't I? Lin Feng replied silently to himself. Observing Lin Feng's hesitation to charge again, the chief instructor declared, "Now it is my turn." With that, he darted towards Lin Feng like a flash, delivering a punch aimed directly at his face. Lin Feng also responded with a punch, and their fists collided with a resounding bang. In an instant, Lin Feng felt as though his fist had struck a steel plate. His knuckles cracked slightly as he was forced to retreat 5 or 6 steps before regaining his balance. The chief instructor, however, stood firm, unmoved. At this point, the outcome of their sparring was quite clear. Lin Feng had no intention of employing his internal energy, as it was not a life-and-death duel, and revealing his ultimate techniques was unnecessary. Moreover, the chief instructor treated their bout as if it were child's play, showing no seriousness. "All right, let us end this," the chief instructor said, noticing Lin Feng's lack of desire to continue. "Your strength and reflexes are quite impressive, and your physique is robust. You are welcome to join us." The chief instructor nodded at Lin Feng. "Does this mean I have passed?" Lin Feng exclaimed, filled with joy. "Indeed, follow me. I shall introduce you to the leader," the chief instructor replied as he led the way. Lin Feng and the fox spirit followed closely behind him until they arrived at a rather secluded room on the 3rd floor. The chief instructor opened the door, revealing a middle-aged man seated inside, smoking a cigarette. Upon seeing the chief instructor enter, the man smiled and remarked, "Black Hawk, what brings you here?" "We have a newcomer to our mercenary group, recommended by Flying Fire. He just passed my assessment, and I've brought him to meet you and to register him," the chief instructor explained to the middle-aged man. "So, this is the young brother in question," the man said. "I have a form for you to fill out. Once completed, you will officially be one of us." He retrieved a form from the drawer and handed it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng glanced at the document and, upon realizing it contained merely mundane information, picked up a pen and began to fill it out. Once he had completed the form, he returned it to the middle-aged man. The man inspected Lin Feng's submission and smiled, saying, "So young. Excellent. Make sure to come here more often in the evenings so everyone can get to know you better." "All right," Lin Feng replied. "Oh, I almost forgot to introduce myself. My code name is Blood Eagle, just like the name of the mercenary group. I am the leader of this mercenary band, so you may call me Blood Eagle. The gentleman over there is the chief instructor, known as Black Eagle." Blood Eagle remarked while flicking ash from his cigarette. "I am Lin Feng and do not yet have a code name," Lin Feng stated, looking at Blood Eagle. "The matter of a code name is not urgent. Take your time. Once you have completed more missions, a name will naturally come to you," Blood Eagle said as he stood up and approached Lin Feng, patting him on the shoulder. "Let me show you around the base," he added, with enthusiasm. The alluring figure known as Fox led Lin Feng through the base, introducing him to several individuals and familiarizing him with various facilities, including those for physical training, relaxation, dining, and accommodations. Lin Feng explored the array of amenities available. Among them, the mission board captured his attention. Approaching the board, he gazed at the multitude of tasks listed, momentarily unsure of which to choose. At that moment, Fox interjected, "Do not rush into taking on a mission. You haven't familiarized yourself with the base or established your network yet. It would be quite challenging to undertake a mission under those circumstances. Are these tasks available to be completed in teams?" Lin Feng comprehended Fox's advice, realizing that teaming up would considerably lessen the difficulty. After all, having companions for support makes a significant difference compared to charging into battle alone. Indeed, tasks are typically undertaken in teams. Only that fool Fei Hua insists on going solo. Fox inadvertently disparaged Zhao Bo. Hearing the term fool Fei Hua, Lin Feng couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Ha! What are you laughing at? What is so funny?" Fox gazed at the chuckling Lin Feng with a puzzled expression. "All right, I shall cease my laughter. It is time to check on Zhao Bo, isn't it?" After wandering around the base, Lin Feng felt it was time to depart. "Let us go," Fox agreed, sensing it was indeed time to leave. Thus, the two retraced their steps, with Fox pointing out various locations to help Lin Feng memorize the route for his return. He didn't want Lin Feng to get lost next time he was on his own. Lin Feng, possessing an exceptional memory, remembered key landmarks along the way. Upon exiting the Sunset Mountain Range, Fox hailed a taxi as soon as they emerged from the mountains. Once they both settled into the vehicle, she instructed the driver, "To the first hospital in the capital, please." "Certainly," the driver replied succinctly, pressing the accelerator as the car sped away. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the first hospital. After paying the fare, Fox exited the vehicle and walked alongside Lin Feng towards Zhao Bo's hospital room. As the two approached the hospital room, a cacophony of chaos erupted from within, suggesting a violent altercation was underway. Upon hearing the commotion, Lin Feng and the fox spirit exchanged a knowing glance, and without hesitation, they began to sprint towards the source of the disturbance. Just as they neared the room, a figure clad in black burst forth, a person dressed in a dark top and trousers, their face obscured by a black hat, rendering their features indiscernible. Following closely behind was He Qing, who emerged right after the black-clad individual, sprinting in the direction that led straight towards Lin Feng and the fox spirit. Spotting them, He Qing shouted, "Do not let him escape. Quick, help me catch him." Upon hearing He Qing's urgent plea, Lin Feng and the fox spirit halted, preparing themselves for the impending confrontation as the figure drew closer. Just as the black-clad figure approached, Lin Feng seized the moment, dashing forward to deliver a powerful punch. The assailant, unable to halt their momentum, collided forcefully with Lin Feng's fist, feeling as though a hammer had struck their chest, forcing them to stagger back several steps. At that moment, He Qing arrived, flanking the black-clad figure. The assailant, realizing they were trapped, turned their back to Lin Feng and the fox spirit, opting to flee towards He Qing. Just as the figure neared He Qing, she executed a swift grappling maneuver, seizing the assailant's arm. The black-clad individual struggled, unable to free themselves, and in the next instant, Lin Feng joined in, grasping the other arm, effectively subduing the mysterious figure. The fox spirit stepped forward, tearing away the assailant's mask to reveal an oval-shaped face of average beauty. It was a woman. At this moment, the black-clad figure finally spoke, pleading, "Let me go." As she squirmed in their grasp, "What is going on here?" the fox spirit inquired. This woman barged into Zhao Bo's hospital room without explanation. When I questioned her, she remained silent, and we ended up fighting. She was no match for me and fled, only to encounter you two, He Qing explained slowly. "Speak. What are you doing here?" the fox spirit demanded in an interrogative tone. Seeing the dire nature of her situation, the woman responded, "My name is Zhao Chu. Zhao Bo is my brother. I came to see him." "Why are you covering your face?" He Qing asked loudly. "I do not wish for anyone to know I have been here, not even Zhao Bo," Zhao Chu replied, her voice trembling with emotion as tears brimmed in her eyes. "Take her in and see if Zhao Bo recognizes her," the fox spirit instructed, leading the way into Zhao Bo's hospital room, where they discovered he had risen to his feet at some point. After a brief wait, Lin Feng and He Qing escorted Zhao Chu into the room, and upon seeing her, Zhao Bo exclaimed, Chu, what brings you here? Why are you hiding your face from me?" "Our leader forbade me from visiting you, so I disguised myself, hoping no one would recognize me. As you know, our two mercenary groups are at odds. Ever since I learned of your injury that night, I have been seeking an opportunity to see you. This evening, while everyone else was resting, I decided to venture out alone for a stroll and, coincidentally, to visit you." At this point, Zhao Chu began to weep. In her heart, Zhao Bo will always be her brother. Had it not been for her family's opposition to her meeting Zhao Bo, matters would not have escalated to this extent. In fact, Zhao Bo left home several years ago, vowing never to return. Thus, the chances for the siblings to meet are exceedingly rare, especially since both have joined mercenary groups that are fiercely antagonistic towards one another. This is why Zhao Chu devised a plan to visit Zhao Bo while concealing her identity. "Since we are acquainted, I shall let you go. Next time, come to see me openly, regardless of what others may say," He Qing declared, releasing Zhao Chu. Upon witnessing He Qing's gesture, Lin Feng also relinquished his hold. Subsequently, Lin Feng, He Qing, and the fox spirit discreetly exited the hospital room, allowing space for Zhao Bo and Zhao Chu. Approximately half an hour later, Zhao Chu emerged from the ward, her eyes glistening with tears, and departed the hospital. Lin Feng, He Qing, and the fox spirit then returned to the room, where Zhao Bo was seated, savoring tea. Noticing their entrance, he turned his head and inquired, "Lin Feng, how was the headquarters? Was it enjoyable?" "Quite satisfactory, though it is rather vast. I could not explore everything in one visit," Lin Feng replied, settling by the bedside. "Did the chief instructor treat you harshly?" Zhao Bo asked, taking a sip of tea. "Engaging in combat with him has left my knuckles in tatters," Lin Feng responded, extending his palm for Zhao Bo to see. Zhao Bo examined Lin Feng's hand, a smile gracing his face as he remarked, "That level of injury is quite mild. When I first entered, my arms were nearly rendered useless." After a brief conversation, He Qing took his leave from the hospital room. Lin Feng, needing to attend class the following day, followed suit. As Lin Feng walked home alone, he encountered a beautiful woman approaching him. Initially, he paid little attention, focusing on the ground beneath his feet. "Are you Lin Feng?" The woman suddenly halted in front of him and asked. Upon hearing his name, Lin Feng looked up, realizing he did not recognize her. However, noticing her beauty, he responded, "Do you know me?" "Indeed, I was not mistaken. You are Lin Feng, the one who was jilted by Wang Yudi, correct?" She assessed him. At that moment, Lin Feng was still clad in his school uniform, hurrying back to his dormitory to rest. He was astonished, thinking to himself, "Have I truly gained such notoriety? Is it now the case that I can be recognized on the street without a mask, akin to those celebrities on television?" The woman observed Lin Feng's momentary daze. Suddenly, she extended her delicate hand towards Lin Feng and said, "I am Qin Chu Chu, pleased to make your acquaintance." Noticing the beautiful woman reaching out to him, Lin Feng had no reason not to reciprocate. He extended his hand and shook hers, feeling as though her hand was soft and boneless, providing immense comfort. "Lin Feng, could you do me a favor?" Qin Chu Chu inquired after their handshake. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng sensed it might not be anything particularly pleasant. However, given that she was a beauty, he decided to listen, thinking that if it were unfavorable, he could simply decline. "What is it?" he asked. "Just pretend to be my boyfriend and accompany me to a private club. Once it's done, I'll give you 200,000. What do you say?" Qin Chu Chu tempted him. Upon hearing the figure of 200,000, Lin Feng felt a rush of excitement. He had toiled away, even resorting to cheating at the casino, to earn a mere 50,000. The prospect of earning 200,000 simply by playing the role of a boyfriend seemed too easy. Without hesitation, he agreed, "All right, I'll help with that, but remember, you promised 200,000. Rest assured, you won't receive a penny less," Qin Chu Chu replied, pulling out a check, shaking it in her hand before tucking it into her bag. Qin Chu Chu, in a moment of distress, had fortuitously encountered Lin Feng on the street, which inspired her to devise this plan, enlisting him as her shield. "However, you must first change into a different outfit, otherwise, your student attire won't convince anyone." She assessed Lin Feng. "All right, I'll go home and change. Will you wait for me here?" Lin Feng asked. "No, I'll accompany you. I fear you might get lost. It was not easy to run into you," Qin Chu Chu said, taking his hand to ensure he wouldn't stray. Subsequently, Lin Feng hailed a taxi, and they both climbed in. "To Bayou Road, number 30, Lin Feng instructed the driver. In an instant, the driver started the car and sped away, ultimately stopping at the entrance of a courtyard. Lin Feng and Qin Chu Chu exited, with Lin Feng leading the way and Qin Chu Chu following closely behind. Upon entering the courtyard, Lin Feng discovered that the elderly gentleman had already retired for the night. He opened his own door and said, "Wait for me outside while I change." With that, he stepped inside and closed the door. Inside his room, Lin Feng opened his wardrobe and selected a fashionable outfit that he deemed suitable. After dressing and checking himself in the mirror, he felt satisfied and opened the door to step back outside. At that moment, Qin Chu Chu was inspecting Lin Feng's living quarters. This seemingly useless individual, cast out by the Lin family, now resided in such a courtyard. It was not too shabby, she thought, nodding in approval. Just as she was contemplating, Lin Feng emerged from his room. Seeing him now dressed in a gray t-shirt, black trousers, and a pair of sneakers, all evidently inexpensive items, Qin Chu Chu noted that this entire ensemble cost no more than 100 yuan, even after Lin Feng had meticulously chosen each piece. However, Qin Chu Chu was aware that Lin Feng had been cast out from the Lin family and possessed little wealth. Thus, she felt fortunate that he had some clothing to wear and did not impose any further demands. With a nod, she said, "All right, let us be on our way." Leading the way, Qin Chu Chu walked ahead while Lin Feng followed closely behind. Fortunately, the courtyard where Lin Feng resided within the private club was not far, and they chose to walk rather than take a taxi. After approximately 10 minutes of strolling, they arrived at the entrance of the private club. The security guard noticed their approach and stepped forward to intercept them. Qin Chu Chu retrieved an invitation from her bag, and upon seeing it, the guard respectfully allowed them to pass. Thus, Lin Feng accompanied Qin Chu Chu into the interior of the private club. Upon entering, they were greeted by a spacious hall where small groups of people engaged in conversation. Qin Chu Chu promptly guided Lin Feng to a private room. As they entered, numerous gazes turned towards them, predominantly from men, with only a few women present. The private room was quite large, spanning at least 60 square meters, and housed a gathering of over 10 to 20 individuals. "Chu Chu, you're here. Come, Sit over here, called out a woman, waving her hand in invitation. Sure. I'll join you right away, Qin Chuchu replied as she led Lin Feng towards the beckoning figure. Who is this gentleman? Inquired a man, rising from his seat to stand directly in front of Qin Chuchu and Lin Feng. He is my boyfriend, Qin Chuchu answered without a moment's hesitation. The room fell silent as all eyes turned towards Lin Feng, creating a somewhat awkward atmosphere. I am Li Xiaofeng. Pleased to make your acquaintance, Li Xiaofeng said, forcing a smile as he extended his hand towards Lin Feng. I am Lin Feng. Likewise pleased to meet you, Lin Feng replied, shaking his hand in return. Li Xiaofeng was a former Special Forces soldier, robustly built and muscular, having known Qin Chuchu since childhood. However, she had always regarded him as an older brother and never considered the possibility of a romantic relationship. Despite Qin Chuchu's numerous attempts to convey this to Li Xiaofeng, he remained undeterred in his pursuit of her. In an effort to dissuade him, Qin Chuchu had brought Lin Feng along. But she had not anticipated Li Xiaofeng's immediate confrontation upon their entry into the private room. As they shook hands, Li Xiaofeng subtly applied pressure, attempting to embarrass Lin Feng. Yet, Lin Feng was no ordinary individual. He practiced martial arts and possessed exceptionally strong bones, making him far from an easy target for a former soldier. Sensing the sudden force from Li Xiaofeng, Lin Feng reciprocated, resulting in a prolonged hand clasp that lasted over 10 seconds, neither party able to gain the upper hand. Lin Feng nearly resorted to using his internal energy, but ultimately restrained himself, aware that revealing his true capabilities in front of so many onlookers would not serve him well. Under the curious gazes of the crowd, Lin Feng and Li Xiaofeng finally released their grip, recognizing that continuing the handshake would only reveal their silent struggle. Li Xiaofeng shot a fierce glare at Lin Feng before returning to his seat. This scene did not escape the notice of many present. In the next moment, Qin Chuchu linked her arm with Lin Feng's and settled beside him. Just as she took her seat, a nearby girl inquired, Chuchu, when did you get a boyfriend? I had no idea. Oh, Xiaoli, don't ask. I've only just started dating him, Qin Chuchu replied, showcasing her exceptional acting skills. The girl referred to as Xiaoli was indeed fair of face, yet she paled in comparison to Qin Chuchu. Before long, a gentleman rose from his seat, disregarding the karaoke performance, and strode directly towards Lin Feng. Hello, my name is Li Shunsheng, he introduced himself, extending his hand toward Lin Feng. Without a second thought, Lin Feng reciprocated the gesture, and they briefly shook hands before parting. It's a pleasure to meet you here, Lin Feng, Li Shunsheng said, taking a seat beside him. In the next moment, Li Shunsheng added, you must have received the news about Wang Yudi's engagement ceremony, right? At this juncture, Lin Feng realized that this man had undoubtedly heard about his own broken engagement. He mused to himself, given his newfound notoriety in the capital. It was remarkable how easily people recognized him. You know me? Lin Feng inquired, somewhat caught off guard. The name Lin Feng, I believe, is known among all the prominent families in the capital, Li Shunsheng remarked, giving Lin Feng a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Lin Feng sighed, feeling a sense of helplessness. Why are you sighing? Many aspire to fame, yet cannot attain it. You, on the other hand, have achieved notoriety and still appear troubled, Li Shunsheng observed. Lin Feng, however, was acutely aware that fame was not his desire. Rather, he yearned to shed the label of being a failure. The more people recognized him, the more entrenched he felt in that disparaging reputation. Oh, by the way, let us add each other on WeChat, Li Shunsheng suggested, pulling out his phone. Lin Feng scanned the QR code on Li Shunsheng's device, and they became WeChat friends. Come, let us have a few drinks, Li Shunsheng proposed. And as they chatted and indulged in drinks, the atmosphere became quite enjoyable. Lin Feng appreciated straightforward individuals like Li Shunsheng, who embodied a free-spirited nature. He pondered the stark contrast between Li Shunsheng and Li Xiaofeng, despite sharing the same surname. Meanwhile, Li Xiaofeng sat at his own table, drinking alone while occasionally casting glances toward Qin Chuchu, observing her from a distance. He thought to himself, I wonder how long you can keep up this charade. Are you really planning to bring that fellow home? Tomorrow, I shall go to your house to propose and see if you can still refuse. Unbeknownst to Qin Chuchu, Li Xiaofeng was plotting to propose the very next day. Given that both their families approved of their union and their social standings were comparable, it was indeed a match made in heaven. The elders of the Qin family would undoubtedly exert pressure on Qin Chuchu, compelling her to acquiesce. Li Xiaofeng reveled in this thought, downing another can of beer with glee. After the third round of drinks, Lin Feng and Li Shunsheng were thoroughly engrossed in their conversation. Glancing at the time, they realized it was nearly 2 in the morning. Lin Feng, aware that he had school the following day, urged, Qin Chu. It's time to go. I have classes tomorrow. Upon hearing Lin Feng's voice, Qin Chu, perhaps influenced by the alcohol, turned and leaned against him. Lin Feng, captivated by the beauty in his arms, did not overthink it and helped her to her feet. However, it wasn't long before she leaned against him once more. With a sense of resignation, Lin Feng assisted Qin Chu towards the exit. It was indeed time to depart, regardless of his own schooling. Her current state made it clear that lingering was not an option. Once outside, Lin Feng hailed a taxi and helped Qin Chu into the vehicle before sliding in himself. Qin Chu, where do you live? He inquired. Drowsily, Qin Chu opened her eyes, confirming she was in a taxi, and replied, Shifeng Road, number 33. The driver, having heard her words, started the engine and departed from the private club. Before long, they arrived at number 33 on Shifeng Road. After paying the fare, Lin Feng assisted Qin Chu out of the taxi. As she retained some awareness, he merely needed to support her as they walked. They stood at the entrance of a modest estate, where 2 security guards were stationed. Noticing Qin Chu being helped back, the guards promptly approached, bowing respectfully, Miss. Why have you returned at this hour? Raising her head to meet their gaze, Qin Chu replied, I was out having fun and got drunk. Please, miss, come in. One of the guards said, opening the grand gate. Lin Feng guided Qin Chu into the estate. In that moment, Lin Feng recalled the matter of the check. Qin Chu, I have fulfilled my role in pretending to be your boyfriend. The check is due now, isn't it? Upon hearing this, Qin Chu retrieved a check from her bag and handed it to Lin Feng, saying, Here you go, your payment. We are now even. Lin Feng tucked the check into his pocket. Having secured the payment, Lin Feng continued to support Qin Chu, ensuring she safely reached her doorstep. After all, having accepted payment, it was his obligation to see her home securely. Arriving at the door, Lin Feng rang the bell. Ding dong, ding dong. After a brief moment, the door swung open, revealing a middle-aged man, bespectacled and refined. Upon seeing the scene, Lin Feng greeted, Good evening, uncle. The middle-aged man appeared somewhat taken aback. Observing the young man supporting his daughter, Who are you? He inquired. I am a friend of Qin Chu. She got drunk, and I brought her home, Lin Feng explained. As he continued to assist Qin Chu into the house. Let me take over, the man said, grasping Qin Chu's arm, and together they carried her inside. Once inside, Lin Feng was struck by the opulence of the decor. The golden chandeliers and grand entrance exuded an air of luxury. Lin Feng had not yet taken the time to examine his surroundings when he noticed that Qin Chu had already awakened. She spoke, Lin Feng, just take me here. Hearing her voice, Lin Feng turned back and replied, All right, uncle, I shall take my leave now. Good, the middle-aged man responded. Thus, Lin Feng departed from the Qin family estate, emerging onto the bustling streets, where the hour had grown late and few souls wandered the night. Only a handful of individuals meandered about. Lin Feng felt the check in his pocket, a satisfactory weight that prompted him to return to the courtyard. Upon arriving at the courtyard, Lin Feng collapsed onto his bed, utterly exhausted after a day filled with conflict and the pretense of being another's boyfriend. Early the next morning, as the music for the morning exercise echoed through the yard, Lin Feng emerged from his room to begin his Qianquan diagram practice. Stepping outside, he spotted the elderly gentleman, and after exchanging smiles, they each resumed their activities. Today, Lin Feng completed the Qianquan diagram 15 times, and after lying on the ground, he checked his dantian, discovering that his qi had grown slightly stronger. Satisfied, he rose, dusted himself off, and returned to his room to take a shower. Once refreshed, Lin Feng hurried towards school. Jogging along the way, arriving at the school, he dashed directly into his classroom. His classmates, upon seeing him burst in, were reminded of their last physical education class, where they could not keep pace with Lin Feng during the long run. Many began to converse among themselves, realizing the source of his speed during the last race. No wonder he runs so fast, he must be training every day. They were astonished that this so-called waste had some prowess after all. Lin Feng, overhearing their remarks, felt a sense of pride and nodded in acknowledgement as he took his seat. His classmate, Zhang Yufan, had arrived early. Lin Feng, you certainly stole the spotlight during the last PE class, Zhang Yufan remarked. It was merely luck, Lin Feng humbly replied. Luck alone? You must train regularly, don't you? Zhang Yufan inquired, studying Lin Feng. I engage in morning exercises daily, Lin Feng responded, glancing over at Zhang Yufan. Today, Zhang Yufan donned the school uniform. His hair cascading over his shoulders, and the uniform struggled to conceal his impressive physique. After exchanging a few words, the class bell rang. Lin Feng silently called out, "Ring spirit, grant me an indelible memory." In response, a pure energy emanated from the ring, entering his mind, bringing a refreshing sensation. Meanwhile, Li Xiaofeng was preparing to visit Qin Chuchu's home to propose. Early that morning, Li Xiaofeng arose, tidied himself, and set out to purchase gifts. Accompanied by 2 aides as they made their way towards Qin Chuchu's residence. "Li Xiao, we'll arrive in 20 minutes. Should we prepare anything else?" One of the aides inquired from the car. At that moment, Li Xiaofeng sat in a luxury Mercedes, with one aide driving and another seated in the front passenger seat beside him. "No more. This is sufficient. I refuse to believe that woman can escape my grasp once again." Li Xiaofeng clenched his fists. He took out his phone and dialed Qin Chuchu's father's number. As soon as the call connected, "Hello? May I speak with Uncle Qin?" "Yes, this is me." "Is that you, Xiaofeng? What a pleasant surprise to receive your call." Qin Lan answered from the living room, while Qin Chuchu listened in. "I would like to come over and propose. I believe the timing is just right," Li Xiaofeng said with a smile. "Oh, regarding that matter, it has been a long time since I last saw you. Moreover, Chuchu is at home, so it is a perfect opportunity for us to chat," Qin Lan replied, a smile gracing his face. Observing this exchange, Qin Chuchu sensed trouble brewing. However, with the call still ongoing, she refrained from reacting and decided to wait until after the call to voice her concerns. "All right, Uncle Qin. I will arrive in approximately 20 minutes. I am currently en route," Li Xiaofeng beamed. "Very well, I shall await your arrival." With that, Qin Lan ended the call. "So it is that Li Xiaofeng again. What does he intend to do here?" Qin Chuchu inquired. "He has come to propose," Qin Lan stated matter-of-factly. "What? Propose? Who would want to marry him?" Qin Chuchu exclaimed in disbelief. The unexpected news left Qin Chuchu momentarily flustered. She had never anticipated that Li Xiaofeng would come to propose at this juncture. Reflecting on the past evening, she wondered if her pretense of having a boyfriend had provoked him into such hasty action. Regretting her earlier decision to employ a ruse to provoke him, she resolved to maintain that Lin Feng was indeed her boyfriend. "Chuchu, it is time for you to marry. Our families are well matched, and you two have grown up together. This marriage should be settled," Qin Lan urged earnestly. "I absolutely refuse to marry him. Besides, I already have a boyfriend," Qin Chuchu retorted. "What? You have a boyfriend? Who is he?" Qin Lan questioned, perplexed. Seeing the confusion on Qin Lan's face, Qin Chuchu felt a sense of satisfaction as she replied, "It is Lin Feng, the one who brought me home last night." "What? The Lin Feng who was rejected by the Wang family?" Qin Lan was utterly astonished. "Indeed, that is him," Qin Chuchu stated calmly. At this point, Qin Lan was incensed, exclaiming, "How can this be? He has been cast out by the Lin family. If he were still their young master, it would be a different story, but now he is merely a discarded individual. Even if he is discarded, he is still my boyfriend," Qin Chuchu adamantly insisted. "You." Qin Lan was left speechless with frustration. Just as the argument reached a boiling point, a Mercedes pulled up outside the estate. Li Xiaofeng had arrived. As the two individuals observed Li Xiaofeng walking in, they fell into a solemn silence. Today, Li Xiaofeng was clad in a tailored suit, adorned with a crimson tie, and bearing an assortment of gifts in his hands, accompanied by 2 aides who also carried presents. "Ah, it's Xiaofeng. Please, come in." Qin Lan gestured invitingly, signaling him to enter. Meanwhile, Qin Chuchu sat on the sofa in the living room, visibly agitated. The moment Li Xiaofeng crossed the threshold, she let out a disdainful huff. Upon hearing this, Qin Lan turned her head and admonished, "Chuchu, our guest deserves respect." "Hello, uncle." "A small token. I hope it suffices," Li Xiaofeng said, offering the gifts to Qin Lan. She accepted them and casually placed them aside in the living room, while his aides followed suit, setting down their gifts and discreetly stationed themselves by the entrance. "Xiaofeng, come sit over here," Qin Lan beckoned. "Chuchu, it's nice to see you again," Li Xiaofeng greeted with a smile. "What brings you to my home?" Qin Chuchu retorted sharply, already aware yet feeling compelled to ask. "I have come to propose to your father," Li Xiaofeng stated, directing his gaze at Qin Lan. Upon hearing this declaration, Qin Chuchu's anger flared. "Did I not inform you last night that I have a boyfriend? What is the meaning of your visit today?" she exclaimed. "It means nothing ill. We have grown up together, and I have declared my affection for you. Therefore, I must pursue this," Li Xiaofeng replied calmly. You are insufferable. I have made it clear that I have a boyfriend. Please keep your distance, do you understand? Qin Chuchu shouted. Sighing, Qin remarked. If you both are so eager to marry, why not just tie the knot yourselves? With that, Qin Chuchu grabbed her bag and dashed towards the door. She swiftly hailed a taxi outside, instructing the driver to number 3, Yongdong Road. Certainly, the driver replied as he started the engine, navigating through several turns until they arrived at a beauty salon. This salon, owned by Qin Chuchu's dear friend Tang Yin, was a frequent haunt for her and her friends. However, today, feeling disheartened, she chose to visit alone. Upon entering, she spotted Tang Yin bustling about. Tang Yin, I'm here. Qin Chuchu called out as she entered. Chuchu, what a pleasant surprise. What brings you here today? Tang Yin inquired, turning to face her. It's all because of that Li Xiaofeng. He infuriates me. Qin Chuchu replied vehemently. Let us head to the 3rd floor to chat, Tang Yin suggested, leading her upstairs. The beauty salon's first 2 floors catered to clients, while the 3rd floor had been transformed by Tang Yin into a private sanctuary, complete with resting rooms and sofas, a place where Qin Chuchu often indulged in leisure. As they reached the 3rd floor, Tang Yin asked, What has Li Xiaofeng done this time? Upon hearing those words, Qin Chuchu was filled with indignation, letting out a sigh as she lamented, let's not speak of him. Today he had the audacity to come to my home with a proposal. My father even remarked that we are childhood sweethearts, perfectly matched in social standing. It utterly infuriates me. Thus, you sought refuge here, I see. Tang Yin realized with clarity. Please, take a seat and have something to eat to calm down. Tang Yin retrieved some fruit from the refrigerator and placed it before Qin Chuchu. Meanwhile, after Qin Chuchu departed, at the Qin family estate, Li Xiaofeng was engaged in conversation with Qin Lan. Xiaofeng, I apologize for the embarrassment. I have indulged Chuchu since childhood, and now she is throwing a tantrum. I will certainly not let her off the hook upon her return, Qin Lan expressed. Not to worry, uncle. I believe we should finalize the engagement details and select a suitable date for the wedding, Li Xiaofeng stated earnestly. How about next month? After the engagement ceremonies of the Wang and He families, we can proceed with ours, Qin Lan suggested after some contemplation. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaofeng was momentarily taken aback, then replied, Very well, it is settled. At this moment, Qin Chuchu remained unaware that her marriage had already been scheduled. After attending classes for the morning, Lin Feng was preparing to head home when he called out to Zhou Ming. Zhou Ming turned around, scratching the back of his head in confusion, and asked, What is it? Let's grab a meal together. This one is on me, Lin Feng declared generously. Thus, Lin Feng and Zhou Ming exited the school gates together, arriving at a restaurant where Zhou Ming frequently treated Lin Feng in the past. They sat down, and as the waiter presented the menu, Lin Feng handed it to Zhou Ming, saying, As agreed, this meal is on me. Order whatever you desire. Once Zhou Ming had placed his order, Lin Feng produced an envelope containing 10,000 yuan and handed it to Zhou Ming, stating, Here is the 10,000 yuan you lent me. I have the means now, so I am repaying you. What? Where did you acquire this money? Zhou Ming questioned incredulously, unable to fathom how Lin Feng, who had been cast out from his home, could possibly repay him. Instinctively, he declined. You should not concern yourself with my sources of income. Suffice it to say that I am financially secure now, and you need not worry about my economic situation anymore. I can manage on my own, Lin Feng beamed, revealing his pearly whites. Zhou Ming, noticing that Lin Feng's smile seemed genuine, reluctantly accepted the 10,000 yuan. The dishes soon arrived at their table, with Zhou Ming having ordered 4 dishes, a soup, chicken broth, a plate of greens, steamed grass carp, chicken, and grilled squid. As soon as the food was served, Zhou Ming began to eat, while Lin Feng observed from the side. After a while, noticing that Lin Feng had yet to touch his meal, Zhou Ming inquired, Why aren't you eating? I lack an appetite at the moment. I will eat later, Lin Feng replied, his gaze drifting elsewhere. As he looked around, he spotted a familiar face not far away. Was that Qin Chuchu? What could she possibly be doing here? Lin Feng wondered, and he noticed that seated opposite her was a strikingly beautiful woman, though Lin Feng did not recognize her. Seated opposite Qin Chuchu was Tang Yin, whom Lin Feng was encountering for the very first time, hence his unfamiliarity. Just as Lin Feng turned his gaze in her direction, Qin Chuchu happened to glance over as well. Their eyes met, and Qin Chuchu smiled. Noticing Qin Chuchu's first smile of the day, Tang Yin followed her gaze towards Lin Feng, only to find nothing particularly captivating. Curiously, she inquired, Chuchu, what are you smiling about? Is there something interesting over there? I spotted an acquaintance. Please wait a moment while I go greet him. Qin Chuchu replied as she rose and walked towards Lin Feng. Observing Qin Chuchu's movement, Lin Feng also stood up, approaching her face to face. Zhou Ming, noticing Lin Feng's actions, turned to see where he was heading. Isn't that the eldest daughter of the Qin family? He remarked. In light of this, Zhou Ming also got to his feet and followed Lin Feng. As Lin Feng reached Qin Chuchu, he said, Miss Qin, it is a pleasure to see you again. What brings you here for a meal today? Quite the opposite. What brings you to this restaurant? Qin Chuchu replied, gazing at Lin Feng. How do you know each other? Zhou Ming interjected from behind. Ah, what are you doing here? Qin Chuchu asked, somewhat surprised upon seeing Zhou Ming. We came here for a meal. Do you know Zhou Ming? Lin Feng inquired. Upon hearing Lin Feng's question, Qin Chuchu furrowed her brows and replied, yes, we are indeed acquainted. We have some interactions. Zhou Ming nodded in agreement at her statement. And who might that be? Lin Feng asked, gesturing towards Tang Yin with curiosity. That is my friend, Tang Yin, Qin Chuchu introduced. At this point, Tang Yin rose and made her way over. Adorned in a white dress and matching heels, her ears graced with 2 sapphire earrings, her face oval and captivating, with 2 expressive large eyes. Delighted to meet you all, Tang Yin said, extending her hand to Lin Feng for a handshake, followed by a cordial greeting with Zhou Ming. Since we are all acquainted, why not share a table for our meal? Suggested Qin Chuchu, a proposal that quickly received nods of approval from both Zhou Ming and Lin Feng. Indeed, meals are far more enjoyable with company, Lin Feng mused. Thus, they summoned a waiter, rearranged the tables and stools, and the 4 of them sat together, facing one another as they began their meal. As soon as they were seated, Lin Feng was the first to dig in, savoring a piece of chicken with great delight. Zhou Ming, today Li Xiaofeng came to my house to propose. Do you have any good ideas? If he wants me to marry him, I might as well die. Qin Chuchu asked Zhou Ming, who was preparing to eat. Delicious. Perhaps you should find someone to fend him off, Zhou Ming suggested, placing a piece of fish into his mouth. I already did. I sought Lin Feng's help last night, and even gave him 200,000, Qin Chuchu replied, causing Zhou Ming to nearly spit out his food in surprise. However, he managed to suppress his reaction and asked, is that how you two met? Indeed. I happened to run into him on the street last night, Qin Chuchu explained slowly. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ming suddenly understood. It was Lin Feng who had used Qin Chuchu as a shield last night to secure 200,000, and today he had the funds to repay himself. Continue to let him be your shield. Zhou Ming cast a glance at Qin Chuchu before burying himself in his meal. Indeed, that is how I handle things at home. I insist he is my boyfriend, but it's futile and it drives me to despair, Qin Chuchu lamented, pulling at her hair in frustration. Then I am at a loss to assist you, Zhou Ming remarked, his attention drifting to the exquisite dishes on the table. After the 4 had dined, they dispersed to attend to their own affairs. Qin Chuchu departed with Tang Yin, while Zhou Ming chose to walk alone, and Lin Feng returned to the courtyard by himself. Just as he stepped through the entrance, he spotted Zhao Bo, whose head was bandaged. Teacher Zhao, you've been discharged? Lin Feng inquired. Indeed, the hospital was exceedingly dull. So I opted for an early release, Zhao Bo replied, taking a stroll in the yard. Having spent several days in the hospital, his leg muscles had weakened, prompting him to take some exercise. Lin Feng retreated to his room and began to fiddle with his phone. He opened WeChat and noticed a message from Ma Tingting. Lin Feng, how have you been lately? It's been days since I've heard any rumors about you. Upon reading the message, Lin Feng took his time to reply. I've been well. It would be even better without the rumors. After sending the message, he soon received a response. Without your rumors, it's rather dull. At least we could discuss them sometimes. Lin Feng, upon reading Massachusetts Tingting's reply, felt a wave of exasperation. It seemed absurd that the presence of rumors was necessary for amusement and conversation. He then sent a string of ellipses in response. Meanwhile, at the Lin family residence in the capital, the family had just finished their meal, and some were seated in the living room. What do you think happened to Lin Feng? Why haven't we heard anything about him lately? Lin Jingxiong asked. I suspect the shock from his recent broken engagement was too great. He is probably hiding away somewhere, nursing his wounds, Lin Junjie remarked. Upon hearing this, Lin Jingxiong's mood lifted considerably. That is likely true. Ever since we cast him out, our household has been much quieter, which is quite pleasant, he noted. The expulsion of Lin Feng from the family had been orchestrated by Lin Jingxiong, who asserted that Lin Feng was not a true heir of the Lin family, and thus unworthy of remaining. Uncle Jingxiong, Lin Feng is still studying at the first high school in the capital. Shall I send someone to teach him a lesson? Lin Junjie suggested with a mischievous grin. At 20 years of age, Lin Junjie was a student at the first university in the capital, where he ruled with an iron fist, viewing anyone outside the four prominent sons of the capital with disdain. No need for that now. Can't you see he is already suffering? His maternal family has recently expelled him as well. I'm curious to see how he survives. Lin Jingxiong expressed satisfaction with Lin Feng's predicament. As the afternoon wore on, Lin Feng arrived at school punctually, only to find that Zhang Yufan had yet to arrive, prompting him to take out his books and begin his revision. Currently, Lin Feng is deeply committed to his studies, aspiring to transcend the derogatory label of being a failure and to gain admission to the foremost university in the capital. Lacking any connections, he is merely an abandoned soul, unable to rely on the privileges that others possess to secure a place at that institution. His only recourse is to depend on his own diligence, striving to achieve commendable results to gain entry to the university. Some classmates, upon observing Lin Feng's relentless efforts, mocked him, saying, "Even if you review 100 times, it will be of no avail. A waste is a waste." This remark incited a wave of laughter throughout the classroom. However, they were oblivious to the fact that Lin Feng was not merely reviewing. He was memorizing English vocabulary, employing his photographic memory while perusing his English book. His speed of turning pages was remarkable. He merely glanced at the text before moving on. Several onlookers were astonished, wondering how he could possibly retain information at such a pace. The answer was affirmative. With the aid of his spirit companion, such trivial matters were effortlessly manageable. After a period of studying, the class bell rang, heralding mathematics class, which was being taught by the homeroom teacher, Yang Hong, due to Zhao Bo's ongoing recovery. The raucous classroom fell silent upon Yang Hong's entrance, enveloping the space in a serene quietude. "Class is in session," Yang Hong announced. Subsequently, all the students stood and chorused, "Good morning, teacher." Just as they finished their greeting, Lin Feng's phone rang. All eyes turned to him, and he thought to himself, "Which fool is calling me at this moment?" He retrieved his phone, only to discover it was Ma Tingting. Without hesitation, Lin Feng stepped into the corridor to answer the call in front of the entire class. "Hello, what do you need?" "I'm in class," he said upon picking up the phone. "Who would have thought you'd become Chu Chu's boyfriend? You truly are impressive," Ma Tingting exclaimed on the other end. This statement left Lin Feng in shock. What did she mean by impressive? This was nothing but a charade, a blatant act. "I'm merely a hired hand, playing a role. You surely must realize this," Lin Feng remarked as he stood in the corridor. "I understand that, but Li Xiaofeng is oblivious. Everyone at the private club that night was listening. They are unaware, and the news has spread," Ma Tingting replied slowly. "What? How could this happen?" Lin Feng was taken aback, never anticipating such an escalation. Initially, he thought that serving as a decoy would be a one-night affair, after which he could distance himself from the matter. He was unprepared for the fact that it had now circulated widely. Word spreads quickly. "You certainly want to be able to clarify this now. You might as well accept your role as Qin Chu Chu's boyfriend." "Haha," Ma Tingting laughed on the line. "If there's nothing else, I'll hang up," Lin Feng stated, preparing to return to class, unwilling to waste precious study time. "Wait, there's one more thing," Ma Tingting interjected. "What is it? Just tell me. I'm in a hurry to get back to class," Lin Feng replied, somewhat impatiently. "Today is my birthday, and I'm throwing a party tonight. Will you come?" Ma Tingting joyfully inquired. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng thought to himself, "Am I to serve once again as a shield?" He promptly replied, "You aren't planning for me to act as a shield again, are you?" "Absolutely not, I assure you. The visitors are all friends," Ma Tingting affirmed, patting her chest. "Very well, please send me the address via WeChat. I must attend class now," Lin Feng concluded. Hanging up the call. Returning to the classroom, Yang Hong spoke up, "Lin Feng, come to my office after class." The classmates looked at Lin Feng with a mix of schadenfreude, but he remained indifferent, leisurely making his way to his seat. Yang Hong resumed her lecture, and the class swiftly passed. After the bell rang, Lin Feng headed toward Yang Hong's office, where he encountered Chen Su. "Lin Feng, what a coincidence to see you again," Chen Su greeted as he approached. Indeed, Lin Feng halted his steps, as Chen Su's companions obstructed the corridor, leaving him no passage. "What are you up to? Aren't your classrooms in a different direction?" Chen Su inquired, a hint of confusion on his face. "Don't block my way. I need to report to the office," Lin Feng asserted loudly. Upon hearing this, Chen Su stepped aside, signaling his companions to allow Lin Feng through, quickly clearing a path. Lin Feng felt a sense of appreciation for Chen Su. After all, he had previously delivered invitations and messages on Lin Feng's behalf and was now courteous enough to make way, unlike other self-important playboys. As one of the 4 young masters of the capital, Chen Su's approachable demeanor and amiable nature were commendable traits. With the path now clear, Lin Feng nodded in acknowledgement to Chen Su and proceeded. Just as he passed by, Chen Su remarked, "Wang Yudi has been facing some troubles lately. I hope you can assist her. How could I possibly help, given my current state?" Lin Feng responded, halting to gaze back at Chen Su. After uttering those words, he turned away without waiting for a reply. Presently, Lin Feng was merely a discarded remnant of the Lin family, while Wang Yudi was the cherished jewel of the Wang family. Their social standings were worlds apart. Even if Lin Feng desired to help, the disparity was insurmountable. Chen Su stood watching Lin Feng's retreating figure, sighing softly before leading his entourage away down the corridor. Upon reaching the office, Lin Feng found Yang Hong already seated, awaiting his arrival. As Lin Feng approached her desk, Yang Hong remarked, "Lin Feng, can't you silence your phone during class? Are you not aware that it disturbs your classmates?" "I understand. It won't happen again," Lin Feng replied with a hint of resignation. "Is that all you have to say? It won't happen again. Copy the entire language textbook," Yang Hong commanded with authority. "Could we perhaps change that to memorization? I can recite it without needing to copy," Lin Feng bargained. He had long since committed the language textbook to memory, along with those of his other subjects. "Certainly. Here is the refined and improved translation of your text. Very well. Recite it, and I shall randomly select an article from the Chinese textbook for you to memorize," Yang Hong declared, skeptical of Lin Feng's ability to accomplish such a feat. Lin Feng's academic performance had consistently placed him at the bottom of his class, although he had recently begun to pay closer attention in class. It seemed a tad too late. Yet, within just a few days, he had managed to commit the textbook to memory, a claim Yang Hong found utterly implausible. Thus, she extracted the Chinese textbook, concealing it from Lin Feng's view, and read the opening lines of an article, challenging him to recite it from memory. To her astonishment, Lin Feng echoed her words flawlessly. Yang Hong dismissed it as mere coincidence, prompting her to select another piece. Once again, Lin Feng recited it with perfect accuracy. At this juncture, Yang Hong felt a tinge of panic. She chose yet another article, and predictably, Lin Feng reproduced it word for word. Lin Feng possessed an extraordinary photographic memory, rendering such exercises in his Chinese textbook trivial. Noticing Yang Hong's flustered demeanor, he felt a sense of satisfaction and remarked, "Teacher Yang, would you like me to recite from other textbooks as well?" Upon hearing Lin Feng's confident assertion, Yang Hong waved her hand dismissively, stating, "Enough. I believe you can recite them all. You may leave now, and let there not be a next time." With that, Lin Feng turned and exited the office, leaving Yang Hong to reflect on the remarkable fact that this student could memorize an entire textbook. It was indeed her first encounter with such a prodigious talent. Despite Lin Feng's previous lackluster academic performance, he was now striving diligently to improve, and it was not too late, particularly given his extraordinary memory. The afternoon classes soon concluded, and as Lin Feng stepped out of the school gates, his first thought was to seek a meal. He arrived at his usual fast food establishment and ordered a meal. As he ate, he pondered on what gift would be appropriate for that evening. He could not afford anything overly extravagant. After finishing his meal, Lin Feng wandered onto the street, resolved to purchase a bracelet for Ma Tingting. He approached a jewelry store and paused at the entrance, surveying the shop before stepping inside. As he entered, a sales associate warmly approached him, inquiring, "What type of accessory are you looking for, sir?" "I would like to buy a bracelet," Lin Feng replied. Articulating his desire, "Please follow me," the sales associate responded, guiding Lin Feng to the display area for bracelets. Faced with a dazzling array of choices, Lin Feng found himself momentarily indecisive. "Is this a gift for someone, or for yourself?" the associate asked. "It's a gift for a friend's birthday," Lin Feng replied, eyeing the bracelets in the display case. "How about this one?" the associate suggested, presenting a particular bracelet to Lin Feng. He examined it closely, finding it quite appealing. After glancing at the price tag, which was just over 300, he decided to make the purchase. This bracelet featured a jade stone, and at that moment, the spirit of the ring reacted. "Master, this bracelet can be transformed into a defensive charm. Acquiring it would be fortuitous," the ring spirit remarked. "A defensive charm?" Lin Feng inquired, surprised, as he was unfamiliar with the concept. However, since the ring spirit had urged him to purchase it, It was evident that this bracelet was of remarkable quality. Thus, he approached the counter, settled the payment, and departed from the jewelry store with the bracelet in hand. How does one craft a defensive bracelet? Lin Feng pondered inwardly. You simply infuse your vital energy into the jade, ensuring it does not leak. The ring's spirit guided him. Is it truly that simple? Lin Feng expressed his astonishment. Indeed, it is as simple as that, the ring's spirit confirmed. Following the spirit's instructions, Lin Feng grasped the bracelet, channeling a thread of vital energy from his dantian into his hand, and then he pressed this energy into the jade. Instantly, the jade radiated a brilliant light, dazzling to behold. Lin Feng meticulously controlled the vital energy to avoid damaging the jade, allowing it to gradually permeate the stone. After a few moments, the jade ceased its luminescence, signifying the completion of the defensive bracelet. Once he had fashioned the bracelet, Lin Feng placed it back into its gift box. He then retrieved his phone to check the address sent by Ma Tingting. Subsequently, he hailed a taxi and showed the driver the address, prompting the vehicle to set off. After navigating through winding roads, Lin Feng arrived at a villa district. He disembarked, settled the fare, and walked towards the entrance of the complex. As he approached, a security guard intercepted him. What brings you here? The guard, noticing Lin Feng's school uniform, recognized he was not a resident and stepped forward to halt him. I am here to visit a friend, Lin Feng shrugged in response. Which villa does your friend reside in? Please have her come out. The guard remained unwilling to grant him access. Residents of this area were either affluent or distinguished, comprising some of the wealthiest individuals in the capital, making entry for an ordinary person quite difficult. Lin Feng bore no resentment towards the guard. After all, it was his duty. He then took out his phone and dialed Ma Tingting's number. Hello? It's me, Lin Feng. I'm at the entrance. Could you come out? The guard won't let me in. He spoke into the phone. All right, I'll be right out, Ma Tingting replied before ending the call. After waiting for a short while, Lin Feng saw Ma Tingting emerge. Dressed in a striking red dress adorned with silver earrings and red high heels, exuding an air of elegance. Upon her arrival, she exchanged a few words with the security guard, who then allowed Lin Feng to enter. Ma Tingting led him into her home, where the lively hum of conversation greeted them even before Lin Feng stepped inside. Today, Wang Yudi is not here, so feel free to relax. There should be many familiar faces inside for you to mingle with, Ma Tingting remarked as she opened the door and glanced back at Lin Feng. Lin Feng wished he could meet Wang Yudi, curious to see if she truly possessed the beauty others spoke of, but he had yet to find the opportunity. Lin Feng stepped into Ma Tingting's residence, where he was immediately greeted by a corridor adorned with exquisite decor, a resplendent golden chandelier, and wooden paneling. The entire living room had been transformed into a KTV lounge, with a group of young men and women engaged in lively conversation. The table was laden with an array of beverages, snacks, and fruits. Lin Feng, over here, Suda called from the sofa. Following the sound, Lin Feng noticed an available seat beside Suda and made his way over. As soon as he settled in, Suda remarked, I never expected you to be quite the catch. Now you're Qin Chuchu's boyfriend. Please, spare me the sarcasm. Who would have thought that acting would lead to such complications? Lin Feng replied, casting a glance at Suda before shifting his gaze toward Qin Chuchu. At that moment, Qin Chuchu noticed Lin Feng looking her way and smiled, saying, Boyfriend, come sit over here. This elicited laughter from the group, while Lin Feng frowned, replying, I'm not going over there. The play is over. And who cares about you? Let's drink. Suda raised his glass and shouted, prompting Lin Feng to follow suit, lifting his own glass in camaraderie. In the past month, Lin Feng had encountered numerous events and forged new friendships, including those with Suda, Ma Tingting, and Qin Chuchu. Ever since he acquired that ring, his life had undergone a remarkable transformation. Had this been before, Lin Feng would likely still be at home, toiling away due to his lackluster academic performance. It must be said that the arrival of that ring altered many aspects of Lin Feng's existence. As the party at Ma Tingting's home reached its peak, everyone began presenting their gifts. There were jade pendants, earrings, cosmetics, and an array of splendid items. When it came time for Lin Feng, he produced an exquisite gift box and handed it to Ma Tingting. Curious, Ma Tingting asked, May I open it? Of course, Lin Feng replied. Upon opening, she discovered a delicate bracelet adorned with a jade stone. Immediately, she slipped it onto her wrist, examined it closely, and looked up to say, Thank you. I really like this bracelet. That's wonderful, Lin Feng said, taking a sip of wine. The jade contained a trace of Lin Feng's true energy, which he did not disclose. This energy could ensure her safety once, a gift unattainable in the marketplace. It was truly a precious offering, yet for Lin Feng, it was merely a casual creation. Once all the gifts had been exchanged, the party continued. It's strange that Wang Yudi hasn't shown up today, Qin Chuchu remarked while sipping her drink. Yudi mentioned she had something to attend to and couldn't make it. She sent a case of foreign wine, which you are all enjoying now, Ma Tingting explained. Setting the gifts aside. What a pity. Otherwise, Lin Feng could have met her, Qin Chuchu said with an air of mischief. Indeed. It seems Lin Feng and Wang Yudi have yet to meet, Suda added, raising his glass to Lin Feng. True, we haven't met, but I've seen her pictures. She's quite beautiful, Lin Feng admitted candidly. Upon merely glancing at the photograph, Lin Feng was compelled to acknowledge that Wang Yudi indeed possessed an extraordinary grace and striking beauty, making her the object of many admirers. However, the notion of Lin Feng abandoning everything to pursue her was utterly implausible, setting aside the predicament he currently found himself in. Even if he were still the young master of the Lin family, he would not forsake everything for Wang Yudi. Don't you wish to meet her? Ma Tingting inquired as she sat beside Qin Chuchu. Not at all. What purpose would it serve? Lin Feng replied coldly. He understood that a meeting would only engender awkwardness. Rendering it futile, the engagement had already been rescinded, and no amount of words could reverse that decision. We were actually considering arranging a meeting for you, Qin Chuchu remarked with a smile. As the evening unfolded, the gathering at Ma Tingting's home continued with revelry, the hours slipping by until it was well past midnight, and many began to depart. Lin Feng, having indulged in his fair share of drinks, felt a slight haze clouding his mind. He glanced around. Most were inebriated, and Qin Chuchu had succumbed to a state of near unconsciousness. Just as Lin Feng was preparing to leave, Ma Tingting called him back. Lin Feng, could you please ensure Qin Chuchu gets home safely? I'm worried she might wander off. Why must it be me? Lin Feng rose from his seat. Because you are her boyfriend. Ma Tingting chuckled. In that moment, Lin Feng felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Yet, seeing Qin Chuchu in her current state, he had no choice but to comply. She was mumbling incoherently, declaring, I want to drink more. I'm not drunk, while flailing her arms. As Lin Feng assisted Qin Chuchu out, he glanced back and said, I'm leaving now. Be careful. Watch your step, Ma Tingting cautioned. Rest assured. Lin Feng replied dismissively, not looking back as he departed. Once outside, he hailed a taxi and helped Qin Chuchu into the vehicle before joining her. Driver, West Wind Road. Number 33, he instructed the taxi driver, recalling the address she had mentioned the previous night. Before long, they arrived at the destination. After paying the fare, Lin Feng helped Qin Chuchu out of the taxi and noticed the two security guards. Open the door. Your lady is home, he called out at the entrance. Upon hearing the word lady, the guards hurried out, confirming it was indeed Qin Chuchu, and granted them entry. Supporting her, Lin Feng approached the door and knocked. But there was no response. After waiting a moment, he knocked again, only to be met with silence. He then rummaged through Qin Chuchu's bag and, as fortune would have it, found the keys inside. Using the key, he unlocked the door, only to be greeted by complete darkness within. After fumbling around, he located the light switch, illuminating the empty room. He gently placed Qin Chuchu on the sofa, allowing her to lie back comfortably. Just as he was about to withdraw his hand and leave, she seized his wrist, murmuring, Don't leave me. Don't go. Qin Chuchu exerted her strength, pulling Lin Feng towards her, causing him to topple onto her. As Lin Feng inhaled the subtle fragrance emanating from Qin Chuchu, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Being a virgin, he found himself overwhelmed by the intimate position they found themselves in. At that moment, the living room door was abruptly pushed open, and Lin Feng glanced towards the entrance, only to discover it was Qin Lan. Upon entering, Qin Lan was taken aback by the sight of Lin Feng sprawled over his daughter, leaving him momentarily frozen in shock. After a prolonged silence, Qin Lan regained his composure and bellowed, You little lecher! How dare you lay hands on my daughter? Lin Feng scrambled to rise from Qin Chuchu, yet she held onto him tightly with one hand. He hastily protested, It's a misunderstanding, uncle. This is all a misunderstanding. Regardless of whether it's a misunderstanding or not, touching my daughter means you are courting death. Security, come here, Qin Lan shouted. At his command, the security personnel rushed into the room, one of them inquiring, What is the situation, Mr. Qin? Qin Lan turned to the guard and declared, This scoundrel has laid hands on my daughter. Throw him out and give him a beating to relieve our grievances. It's a misunderstanding. She was drunk and wouldn't let me leave, Lin Feng attempted to explain. However, his words fell on deaf ears, as Qin Lan was resolute in his desire to teach Lin Feng a lesson. Forget his excuses, go after him, Qin Lan commanded. Upon hearing his order, the two security guards brandished their batons and charged at Lin Feng. In a split second, Lin Feng retaliated, delivering swift kicks that sent both guards flying across the room. Qin Lan, witnessing the spectacle, was left astounded, repeating you, in disbelief, his frustration boiling over as he stomped on the ground. Next, Lin Feng pried Qin Chuchu's fingers from around him, desperate to free himself. Yet to Qin Lan, this action appeared as if Lin Feng were taking liberties with his daughter. Enraged, he shouted, "You two, get up and continue. We must teach him a lesson today, otherwise, he will think the Qin family is easy to bully." As Lin Feng finally broke free from Qin Chuchu's grasp, the two guards rose from the floor. Staring at him intently, Lin Feng felt a sense of helplessness. Despite being clearly outmatched, their determination remained unwavering. Lin Feng stood motionless, while two security guards trembled at the sight of him, eager to advance, yet paralyzed by fear. After all, they had just been sent flying by his swift kicks, leaving them shaken. "What are you two still lingering for? Hurry up," Qin Lan chastised, her voice tinged with frustration. As her words fell, the two guards lunged toward Lin Feng once more. This time, he stepped forward, unleashing a flurry of punches that struck them like the force of hammers. Both guards staggered backward, clutching their chests and howling in pain. Observing the scene, Qin Lan stomped her foot in exasperation, muttering, "I didn't expect you to be quite formidable. Consider this a warning. If there is a next time, you won't escape unscathed." Seeing the guards wisely retreat to clear a path, Lin Feng seized the opportunity to leave the Qin estate. As he departed, Qin Lan seethed with frustration, wishing she could destroy the furniture in her home, powerless as she was to confront him for taking advantage of her daughter in her presence. Upon returning to his courtyard, Lin Feng found Xiao Bo waiting by his door. "You've finally returned. I've waited all night for you," Xiao Bo remarked as Lin Feng approached. "What is the matter?" Lin Feng asked, puzzled by Xiao Bo's late-night vigil outside his room. "Let us not discuss anything else. Come with me to headquarters," Xiao Bo insisted, grabbing Lin Feng's arm and leading him outside. "Wait, it's too late. Let us go tomorrow instead," Lin Feng protested, pulling his arm free. "Don't be ridiculous. Tomorrow is the weekend, no school. Let us go. I'm taking you on a mission," Xiao Bo reiterated, seizing Lin Feng's arm once more. "Fine, but I've had a few drinks tonight," Lin Feng conceded, feeling slightly lightheaded. "That's no issue," Xiao Bo replied, leading him outside and hailing a taxi. Lin Feng was promptly ushered into the vehicle, followed closely by Xiao Bo, who instructed the driver, "To Sunset Mountain, please." "Sure thing," the driver replied. And soon the car roared to life. After approximately half an hour, they arrived at Sunset Mountain, where Xiao Bo settled the fare before they both alighted. Xiao Bo led the way, deftly navigating the trails until they reached the headquarters of the Blood Eagles. Upon entering, two station guards exchanged knowing smiles with Xiao Bo Feihua. "Welcome back," they said. Xiao Bo nodded in acknowledgement as he entered, with Lin Feng following closely behind. The base was largely quiet at this late hour, with many personnel already asleep, leaving only a few patrolling the premises. Xiao Bo made a beeline for the mission board, gesturing for Lin Feng to join him. "Take a look and see if there are any suitable missions. We can tackle one together," he said, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Your injuries haven't even healed. And you want to head out on a mission?" Lin Feng remarked, eyeing the bandages still wrapped around Xiao Bo's head. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Xiao Bo lowered his gaze to inspect himself, then nonchalantly replied, "It's nothing. I used to undertake tasks like this quite frequently." Lin Feng sighed, remarking on the absurdity of undertaking missions even while still recovering from injuries. "Haha, without a little struggle, how can one earn a living?" Xiao Bo laughed heartily. "What do you think of this?" he inquired, gesturing towards the notice board, which displayed the following: "Escort mission from the capital to Huaihai City, duration 2 days. Reward 200,000, danger level 1 star. Tasks here are classified according to their danger levels, ranging from 1 star at the lowest to 5 stars at the highest. Naturally, the higher the star rating, the greater the reward and the increased difficulty." This time, Xiao Bo opted for a 1-star mission, estimating that it would pose minimal danger when undertaken alongside Lin Feng. "Perfect, just 2 days. I need to return for classes afterward." Lin Feng, realizing that it would only take up 2 days of his time, agreed readily. Once they confirmed their intention to accept the task, Xiaobo tore the notice from the board and made his way to the Task Assignment Center, a facility manned round the clock for the purpose of posting various missions. He handed the torn notice to the personnel at the center, who examined it for a moment before providing Xiaobo with a phone number to contact the employer. Upon receiving the number, Xiaobo dialed it. As soon as the call connected, a somewhat hoarse voice of a middle-aged man came through. "Hello? Who is this?" The man inquired. "I am from the Blood Eagle Mercenary Corps, code name Firefly. I believe you are in need of an escort?" Xiaobo responded. "Indeed. We do need an escort. I'm delighted that you called. It seems we can set off tomorrow," the middle-aged man replied with evident pleasure. "Where are you currently located?" "My comrade and I will come over shortly," Xiaobo asked. "I am at number 13 Wudong Road." "You may come over now," the man replied. "All right, we will be there shortly." With that, Xiaobo hung up the phone, a smile spreading across his face as he looked at Lin Feng. "We've accepted another task. Let us head to number 13 Wudong Road now." With that, Xiaobo led Lin Feng out of the base and onto the bustling street. Since Wudong Road was relatively close to the Blood Eagle base, the two opted to walk rather than take a vehicle. Upon reaching Wudong Road, number 13, they discovered it was a residential complex. Unsure of where the employer resided, Xiaobo made another phone call. It wasn't too long before the call connected, once again revealing the middle-aged man's voice. "What's the matter? We are at the entrance of the complex. Could you come out and meet us?" Xiaobo said over the line. "All right, I'm coming out now." The employer yawned, clearly having just awakened. Moments later, a dark-skinned, robust middle-aged man emerged from the complex. Spotting the newcomer, Xiaobo stepped forward and inquired, "Are you the employer, Tai Jin? You must be Firefly from the Blood Eagle Mercenary Corps?" The two exchanged nods. "Come with me. I shall take you to my home," Tai Jin proclaimed, leading the way. After navigating past several houses, the trio arrived at Tai Jin's residence, situated on the 5th floor. By the time he returned home with Lin Feng and Xiaobo, the clock was nearing 3 in the morning. "You may rest in the living room. We shall set off early tomorrow," Tai Jin announced before retreating to his room to sleep. Leaving Lin Feng and Xiaobo in the living area, the two of them reclined on the couch, drifting into slumber. They slept soundly until the break of dawn. Lin Feng awoke early, greeted Xiaobo, and made his way back to the courtyard, still clad in his school uniform, necessitating a change of attire. Upon returning to the courtyard, he did not forget to complete his Qianquan diagram before taking a shower, repeating the diagram 15 times. He sensed a notable enhancement in the energy within his dantian, which brought him satisfaction as he retreated to his room to remove his clothes and bathe. After his shower, he noticed the water in the basin was nearly indistinguishable from pure water, nodding in approval. It seemed the impurities in his body had been entirely expelled, allowing him to progress further. Feeling quite pleased, Lin Feng soon donned a fresh set of clothes and exited the courtyard, hailing a taxi. After approximately an hour's drive, he arrived at number 13 Wudong Road. As he stepped out of the cab, he spotted Xiaobo and Tai Jin emerging from within. "Lin Feng, let us go escort the valuables," Xiaobo called out as he approached. Thus, Lin Feng and Xiaobo followed Tai Jin to the underground parking garage, where Tai Jin started a Santana, cradling the items to be escorted in his arms. As the vehicle roared to life, Tai Jin exited the driver's seat and entered the back, while Xiaobo took the wheel and Lin Feng settled into the front passenger seat. "Boss Tai, are we heading to Huaihai City?" Xiaobo confirmed the destination once more. "Indeed, let us be off," Tai Jin affirmed. No sooner had Tai Jin's words left his lips than Xiaobo revved the engine, and the car sped away. Neither Lin Feng nor Xiaobo knew the nature of the items Tai Jin held. They must have been of considerable importance. Otherwise, Tai Jin would not have clutched them so tightly. The vehicle swiftly departed the capital, merging onto the expressway without encountering any issues or noticing any followers. After hours of travel, they arrived at a service area. Lin Feng and Xiaobo disembarked to procure some sustenance, while Tai Jin remained seated in the back, seemingly disinterested in food, perhaps due to the journey still being underway. After resting for about 10 minutes and satisfying their hunger, Lin Feng and Xiaobo returned to the car. "Would you care for something to eat?" Lin Feng inquired, glancing at Tai Jin in the back seat. Tai Jin shook his head, still firmly clutching the mysterious Nanma box, the contents of which remained unknown. However, for the hired Xiaobo and Lin Feng, the nature of the items was inconsequential. What mattered was ensuring their safe delivery to the destination. Upon realizing that Tai Jin had no desire to eat, Zhao Bo activated the vehicle and continued along the highway toward Huaihai City, with half the journey still ahead of them. They planned to venture there today and return by tomorrow. Shortly after setting off, a Mercedes-Benz caught Zhao Bo's attention. Lin Feng, fixated on the vehicle, remarked that it seemed suspicious. Zhao Bo glanced at the rearview mirror. "Allow me to observe. You focus on driving and see if we can lose them," Lin Feng said. His expression grave. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, Zhao Bo accelerated, reaching a speed of 160 kilometers per hour. However, despite this surge, the Mercedes remained steadfastly on their tail, showing no signs of falling behind. Observing this, Zhao Bo pressed the accelerator once more, yet to no avail. At that moment, Tai Jin suggested, "Perhaps we should reduce our speed and pull into the next service area to assess the situation." It must be noted that Tai Jin made a judicious decision, unlike other employers who might panic upon realizing they could not shake off their pursuers. Zhao Bo subsequently decreased their speed from 180 to 100 kilometers per hour, causing a significant reduction in velocity. Lin Feng kept a keen eye on the Mercedes, which similarly slowed down, trailing behind Zhao Bo's Santana without any inclination to depart or overtake. "Let us observe their every move. We will disembark at the next service area," Zhao Bo reminded. "Rest assured, I will keep watch," Lin Feng replied. Glancing into the rearview mirror, after approximately half an hour, they arrived at the next service area, where Zhao Bo cautiously parked the vehicle. Lin Feng remained acutely aware of the Mercedes, which indeed followed them into the service area. Lin Feng was the first to exit the car, closely followed by Zhao Bo. Both instinctively directed their gaze toward the Mercedes. Moments later, four burly men emerged from the vehicle, their muscular physiques imposing. As the four men approached, it was evident they had come prepared. However, upon noticing that they bore no weapons, Zhao Bo and Lin Feng felt somewhat underestimated, as they were not easily intimidated. Despite Zhao Bo still having bandages wrapped around him, his abilities remained unhampered. The sight of the four imposing figures made it clear that a confrontation was imminent. Zhao Bo turned to Lin Feng, and they exchanged a knowing nod, both aware that action would soon ensue. Meanwhile, Tai Jin remained seated in the car, observing the unfolding situation while clutching the wooden box without moving. As the four muscular men drew closer, the leader spoke, "Hand over the box, or we shall resort to violence." Hearing this, Zhao Bo chuckled. "You think we would surrender just because you demand it? That would be quite embarrassing for us. Refuse to comply, and you shall face dire consequences." The leader tightened his fists and warned. "Who are you, and who employed you?" Lin Feng stepped forward, challenging them. "This matter is none of your concern. Each to their own. I shall not waste words." With that, the burly man lunged towards Lin Feng. In response to the advancing giant, Lin Feng took a step back to evade a punch, then swiftly executed a grappling maneuver, seizing the man's arm. Instantly, the burly fellow felt as if his limb were ensnared by a vice. With a powerful pull, Lin Feng executed a shoulder throw, flinging the man through the air. The brute landed heavily on the ground with a resounding thud. This scene unfolded in a mere heartbeat, the speed astonishing, within the blink of an eye. The giant was hurled away by Lin Feng. Onlookers lingering in the service area were drawn to the commotion, gathering in numbers exceeding 10 to witness the spectacle. Zhao Bo observed Lin Feng's increasingly proficient techniques and nodded in approval, momentarily forgetting they were en route to escort a valuable cargo. The remaining three burly men, upon witnessing their comrades' defeat, stared at Lin Feng in disbelief, unable to comprehend how someone of Lin Feng's slender build could possess such explosive strength. Yet, he had indeed sent the man flying with apparent ease, a testament to his dedication to practicing the Qian Kuan diagram, which had fortified his physique and enhanced his power. After a brief pause of astonishment, the three remaining giants charged towards Zhao Bo in unison. Zhao Bo, swiftly reacting, unleashed a trio of kicks, sending the three men crashing backward with remarkable ease. At that moment, the man who had been thrown by Lin Feng rose from the ground, once again charging at Lin Feng. This time, Lin Feng sidestepped to avoid a punch, retaliating with a strike to the man's abdomen. Instantly, the man felt as though he had been struck with a hammer, collapsing to the ground while clutching his belly, howling in pain. The three burly men who had been kicked aside helped each other to their feet, exchanging glances. One of them warned, "I advise you two to cease meddling. Otherwise, should you reach Huaihai, what awaits you will be far beyond mere skirmishes." Upon hearing this, Zhao Bo's smile widened. He had never feared any task, regardless of the peril it entailed. Why should he fear the threats posed by these men? You may continue your assault. I will be ready to meet you. Whether here or in Huaihai, Zhao Bo declared boldly. Realizing their disadvantage, the three giants hesitated, standing still for a moment. Then, one of them regained his composure and diverted his charge, not towards Zhao Bo, but towards a Santana car, aiming for the box inside. Zhao Bo swiftly reacted, positioning himself in front of the vehicle. As the man charged, Zhao Bo struck him squarely in the face. The next moment, the brute staggered backward, losing several teeth and bleeding profusely. Meanwhile, Lin Feng observed the man crouched on the ground, clutching his abdomen. In that instant, the four giants found themselves utterly powerless against Lin Feng and Zhao Bo. The two individuals exhibited extraordinary combat prowess, facing four burly men without the slightest hint of struggle, instead growing increasingly invigorated as the confrontation progressed. Ultimately, these four men were merely ordinary individuals, lacking professional training and experience in combat. They possessed brute strength, but no technique. However, Lin Feng, armed with prior experience and regular practice of the Qian Kuan diagram, found it effortless to subdue these men. As for Zhao Bo, he was a seasoned fighter, and to him, the four men appeared as mere children, easily defeated at his whim. Seeing that they could not gain the upper hand, the four men retreated to their Mercedes-Benz, each nursing their respective injuries as they climbed into the vehicle. Observing this turn of events, Lin Feng remarked with a smile, "They truly have audacity, attempting theft before such a crowd." The gathering spectators, witnessing the departure of the four men, quickly dispersed, having lost interest in the unfolding drama. You haven't seen bolder individuals. These are merely novices. If they encountered seasoned veterans, their experience would not have been so effortless. Let us depart as well, Zhao Bo said, patting Lin Feng on the shoulder. The two returned to their Santana, and Tai Jin remarked, "Those men were likely hired by my old adversaries, intent on sabotaging my business." Lin Feng turned to Tai Jin and replied, "Regardless of their origins, they shall gain nothing from us." Following this exchange, Zhao Bo started the vehicle, and they resumed their journey on the highway, where no suspicious vehicles were observed. Everything appeared quite normal. After approximately 3 hours, the car entered the outskirts of Huaihai City, exiting the highway and gradually making its way into the urban area. "Our task is complete. We have now entered the city," Zhao Bo stated, glancing back at Tai Jin. "Here is a check for 200,000, Tai Jin said, handing Lin Feng the check. "Now that we are in the city, where shall we go next?" Zhao Bo inquired. "To the Golden Leaf Building," Tai Jin replied. Zhao Bo promptly entered the 4 characters for Golden Leaf Building into the navigation system, which quickly began to guide them. After another half-hour of driving, they finally arrived at the Golden Leaf Building, now illuminated under the night sky. Zhao Bo and Lin Feng exited the car first, surveying the surroundings before declaring, "Boss Tai, you may disembark. There appears to be no danger." Once Tai Jin exited the vehicle, Lin Feng and Zhao Bo flanked him, escorting him toward the building, with Tai Jin still clutching the box. At that moment, the Golden Leaf Building was ablaze with lights, a 30-story office edifice. Just as Lin Feng, Zhao Bo, and Tai Jin stepped inside, an ominous aura suddenly enveloped them from behind. Turning to investigate, they spotted a man wearing a baseball cap whose threatening presence emanated palpable menace. "What do you want?" Zhao Bo demanded, signaling Lin Feng to protect Tai Jin and urging him to proceed. "Take your life," the man said coldly, as he drew a gleaming dagger from his bosom. In the lobby of the Golden Leaf Building, there were no other souls aside from the 2 receptionists, who broke into a cold sweat upon witnessing the man's action. Tai Jin, observing the man brandishing the dagger, wore a grave expression and remarked, "You should assist him. I fear he may not prevail alone." Lin Feng sensed that this man, with the dagger, was exceptionally formidable, a stark contrast to the brutish figures encountered earlier in the day. "Let me handle this alone," Zhao Bo replied, his gaze fixed intently on the man. In a flash, the man lunged forward, dagger in hand, aiming directly at Zhao Bo with remarkable speed. Zhao Bo narrowly evaded the strike by sidestepping and retaliated with a kick, which the man blocked with his arm, stepping back momentarily. Undeterred, the assailant lunged again, yet Zhao Bo's agility allowed him to dodge repeatedly, leaving the man frustrated in his attempts. Meanwhile, Lin Feng and Tai Jin watched from the sidelines, their hearts racing as the dagger nearly found its mark on Zhao Bo several times, which only intensified Lin Feng's anxiety for his friend. Zhao Bo, under relentless pressure, found himself defensively evading, lacking a weapon to counterattack. In light of the situation, Tai Jin recalled that he had a knife in his car and urged Lin Feng, "There's a knife in my vehicle. Please retrieve it." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng was immediately struck by a wave of frustration and exclaimed, "Why didn't you mention it earlier?" As soon as the words left his lips, he dashed outside. Arriving at the rear trunk of the Santana, he opened it to find, to his astonishment, a knife, though it turned out to be merely a kitchen knife. Lin Feng, with no other options available, decided that a kitchen knife was better than being unarmed. Grasping the knife firmly, he sprinted towards the Golden Leaf Building. Back in the lobby of the Golden Leaf Building, an intense confrontation was unfolding. Zhao Bo was deftly evading attacks from a man wearing a baseball cap, with their exchange escalating into a fierce duel. "Teacher Zhao, catch!" Lin Feng shouted towards Zhao Bo, simultaneously hurling the kitchen knife in his direction. Zhao Bo, with a keen eye, noted the approaching knife, accurately gauged the distance, and reached out to catch it securely in his hand. At that moment, the cap-wearing assailant ceased his assault and turned his gaze toward Zhao Bo. Both men stood still, now evenly matched with weapons in hand, poised for a direct confrontation. Zhao Bo advanced a step, wielding the kitchen knife overhead and striking down towards the man. The assailant instinctively blocked the blow with his dagger, producing a resounding clang as the knife met the blade, halting it midair. Zhao Bo then delivered a swift kick, but the man deftly sidestepped and the battle resumed. The cap-wearing adversary was remarkably agile. Despite Zhao Bo's advantage, he found it challenging to gain the upper hand. Their combat was exceptionally rapid, so swift that even Tai Jin, an ordinary onlooker, struggled to keep up, a fact entirely understandable as this was his first encounter with such a fast-paced duel. Lin Feng, however, observed the fight with clarity, his sharp vision a testament to his rigorous training in the Qian Kuan diagram. In that moment, the hat-wearing man lunged at Zhao Bo's face with his dagger, forcing Zhao Bo to turn his head to evade the strike. Nevertheless, he sustained a superficial cut along his cheek. Gradually, both fighters began to accumulate wounds, each sustaining minor injuries while narrowly avoiding critical damage. Lin Feng pondered the situation. He doubted he could withstand a few exchanges against such a formidable opponent. Acknowledging his own limitations, as the battle intensified, the injuries on both combatants multiplied, and Lin Feng recognized that if this continued, neither would emerge unscathed. With this realization, he resolved to intervene, planning a surprise attack on the cap-wearing man. In the art of war, deception is paramount. Lin Feng did not consider his tactics to be underhanded, merely a different approach to combat. He discreetly plucked a button from his attire, gripping it tightly in his hand, intending to use it as an unexpected weapon. To the untrained eye, it appeared to be just an ordinary button, but in Lin Feng's hands, it transformed into a formidable instrument of surprise. As he observed the duel, he sought the perfect moment to strike, knowing he had but one chance and could not afford to squander it. Now was the moment. Lin Feng spotted his opportunity. He channeled a surge of energy from his dantian into the button and, with all his might, flung it forward. The button soared through the air with remarkable speed, hurtling toward the cap-wearing man in the blink of an eye. The man in the duckbill cap sensed an object hurtling towards him. He instinctively twisted his body to evade a fatal blow. A button struck his right shoulder, causing a spray of crimson. In the next moment, his right arm drooped, the dagger clattering to the ground. Clearly, he could no longer lift that arm. He turned and fled. Zhao Bo and Lin Feng made no attempt to pursue him, remaining rooted in place as they watched the man retreat into the distance. "Remarkable. What was that just now?" Zhao Bo exclaimed, turning to Lin Feng. "Just a button." Lin Feng replied matter-of-factly. He had to speak this way, as Tai Jin beside him had already noticed, having plucked a button from his own clothing. "What? A button?" Zhao Bo was taken aback. "Indeed, it was I who threw it," Lin Feng stated. "How did you throw it with such force?" "It was like a bullet," Zhao Bo inquired, curiosity piqued. As for how he executed the throw, Lin Feng deftly sidestepped the question. He could not reveal that a trace of spiritual energy resided within his dantian. This was his secret, known only to him. Lin Feng then retrieved the dagger left on the ground, wiping the blood from its blade. He discovered that this dagger was extraordinary, exquisite and remarkably sharp. Despite the prolonged skirmish, it bore no nicks, in stark contrast to the battered kitchen knife, which was riddled with chips. After this brief interlude, Tai Jin's legs trembled slightly. Had it not been for Zhao Bo and Lin Feng's goodwill in escorting him, he might have met his demise there. "Let us proceed," Zhao Bo suggested. "Agreed." Tai Jin pressed the elevator button. In a short while, the elevator doors opened, and the three entered, ascending directly to the 22nd floor. Upon arrival, Tai Jin made a phone call, saying, "Hello? I've reached the 22nd floor. Could you come and meet me? I'm not sure which office you're in." Moments later, a bald man approached. Upon seeing him, Tai Jin handed over the wooden crate, stating, "I've brought the goods." The bald man accepted the crate without opening it, leading Tai Jin, along with Lin Feng and Zhao Bo, to his office. Upon entering the office, they were greeted by the pungent scent of smoke. The space was furnished with several desks, chairs, and a sofa, with a coffee table positioned in front of the sofa. Tai Jin seated Zhao Bo and Lin Feng on the sofa, while the bald man took a seat on a nearby couch. He opened the crate to reveal a purple jade pendant. After a moment of observation, the bald man nodded in satisfaction, remarking, "Excellent. It seems my daughter will be saved. I have the funds prepared, secured in the safe. I will retrieve it now." Just as he finished speaking, Lin Feng's ring reacted. "Master, I can absorb that substance." The spirit within the ring proclaimed. "What? What substance is that?" Lin Feng asked, astonished. "It is known as purple gold jade, a highly rare gemstone. Seldom seen in the market," the spirit responded. "At present, I cannot acquire this jade, as I am currently escorting a shipment," Lin Feng thought to himself. "Let us await the next opportunity for you to procure some for me," the ring spirit remarked with a light-hearted demeanor. Lin Feng's lips twitched. What did it mean to wait for the next chance to acquire such a thing? This item was not so easily obtained. Merely possessing a small quantity had already provoked various factions to send individuals to seize it. It had taken considerable effort to escort it to this location. And Lin Feng wiped the sweat from his brow. After a brief wait, the bald man returned with a box, which he opened and presented to Tai Jin. Inside lay a substantial sum of money, estimated to be around 2 million. Without counting it, Tai Jin closed the box and lifted it with ease. He rose and began to walk towards the door, followed closely by Lin Feng and Zhao Bo. Suddenly, Tai Jin turned back and said, "Thank you for escorting me safely. Here is a check for an additional 100,000 for you both." He then produced a check from his pocket and handed it to Lin Feng and Zhao Bo. "Boss Tai, since your transaction is complete, we shall part ways here." Zhao Bo accepted the check and declared, "Very well, take care." Tai Jin exited the Golden Leaf building and drove off in his Santana, vanishing from Lin Feng and Zhao Bo's sight. At this juncture, it was mealtime, and both Lin Feng and Zhao Bo's stomachs rumbled with hunger. Not feeling an urgent need to return to the capital, they found a hotel in Huaihai to celebrate their successful mission with a feast. "Let us raise a glass to commemorate the successful completion of this task," Zhao Bo exclaimed, lifting his glass to clink with Lin Feng's before downing it in one gulp. As it was late, they decided against returning to the capital that night and opted to stay in Huaihai, planning to head back the following day. Lin Feng and Zhao Bo booked a double room in the hotel to spend the night. After taking a shower, Lin Feng emerged to find Zhao Bo lounging on his bed, lost in thought. Lin Feng recalled the adversary they had encountered in the lobby of the Golden Leaf building and asked, "Teacher Zhao, was that enemy today the most formidable you have faced?" "That was not the most formidable. The most formidable was the one you took me to the hospital after that night," Zhao Bo replied after a moment of contemplation. Once Zhao Bo began discussing the mission, he became animated, talking until the early hours before they finally succumbed to sleep. The following morning, away from the courtyard, Lin Feng resorted to practicing the Qian Kuan diagram in their room. Observing Lin Feng's daily commitment to these movements, Zhao Bo curiously inquired, "Do these exercises truly make you stronger?" "Indeed. By practicing daily, accumulating strength bit by bit, one will eventually become stronger," Lin Feng responded candidly. He knew that even if Zhao Bo learned of his practice, he could never replicate the Qian Kuan diagram, as the movements were impossible to remember without having seen the murals within the ring. The ring spirit had stated that only those who had witnessed the wall paintings could recall the motions. Mere mortals could not imitate them. After completing the Qian Kuan diagram, Lin Feng felt a significant enhancement in the energy within his dantian, causing him to break into a sweat. Since they were at the hotel without a change of clothes, he opted not to shower, intending to wait until they returned to the capital. Thus, early that morning, Zhao Bo accompanied Lin Feng to the train station, where they purchased 2 tickets to the capital. While awaiting their train, they were suddenly interrupted. "Stop! Return my bag to me," a voice echoed from a distance, followed closely by a gentleman sprinting towards Lin Feng and his companions. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng deduced that the approaching man was the robber. He stepped forward and, with decisive force, delivered a punch squarely to the robber's face. The impact was such that the robber felt as though he had collided with an iron wall. Staggering backward, he tripped and fell to the ground, clutching his face, while the bag he had been carrying slipped from his grasp. Lin Feng approached and picked up the fallen bag. At that moment, a striking figure emerged from the crowd, rushing towards him. "Is this your bag?" Lin Feng inquired, addressing the approaching beauty. The young woman halted before him, breathless and momentarily speechless, clearly having pursued for quite some time. After catching her breath, she replied, "Yes, it's mine." Lin Feng took a moment to appraise her. She wore a white t-shirt paired with light blue denim shorts and sported sneakers. Her hair was elegantly tied back, and her eyes sparkled with a captivating allure. He returned the bag to her. Thank you," she expressed gratefully, her head nodding in appreciation. As for the robber, after Lin Feng had incapacitated him, security personnel promptly arrived to escort him away, likely en route to the police station soon. Just then, a train pulled into the station, its horn blaring. Lin Feng and Zhao Bo boarded the train, their tickets conveniently consecutive, allowing them to sit together. Shortly after they settled, Li Xiao appeared, matching her ticket to find a seat directly across from them. "Hello, we meet again," Lin Feng greeted with a smile. "Are you also headed to the capital?" Li Xiao inquired. "Indeed, so you are as well?" Lin Feng nodded in affirmation. "Yes, I'm on my way to visit my sisters in the capital," she replied, lowering her gaze. The train departed shortly thereafter, and the passengers settled in, listening to the announcements for each upcoming stop. Some dozed off, while others gazed out at the picturesque scenery, a diverse array of individuals occupying the carriage. After approximately 3 hours, the train finally arrived at the capital S station. As the train pulled in, Lin Feng and Zhao Bo stood up and made their way towards the exit, merging with the throng of eager travelers disembarking. Once off the train, Lin Feng, Zhao Bo, and Li Xiao parted ways, each taking their own path, indifferent to one another's journey. At the taxi stand outside the station, Lin Feng hailed a cab and climbed in with Zhao Bo, as they were to return to headquarters to submit their report. "Driver, please take us to Sunset Mountains," Lin Feng instructed. "Certainly," the driver replied, starting the engine and speeding away. After approximately an hour's journey, they arrived at Sunset Mountains and alighted from the vehicle. Settling the fare, Lin Feng and Zhao Bo ascended the mountain on foot. Now, Lin Feng was quite familiar with the entrance to the Blood Eagle base cave. The two soldiers on guard noticed Lin Feng's approach, nodded in acknowledgement, and signaled that they could enter. Upon entering the Blood Eagle base, they fortuitously arrived during lunchtime, where groups of individuals were scattered about, enjoying their meals. Zhao Bo and Lin Feng proceeded to the mission dispatch area, where they informed the personnel inside. "The mission has been completed. Please register it." Fei Hua emerged unscathed this time. "Well done," remarked the staff member, glancing at Zhao Bo. "You speak as if you were eager to witness my injury," Zhao Bo replied, exasperated. "As long as the mission is accomplished, that is what matters. It is lunchtime. Aren't you two going to eat?" The personnel at the dispatch area then picked up their bowl and began to eat, causing Zhao Bo to salivate. After submitting their mission, Zhao Bo said, "Lin Feng, follow me. Let us go eat. They serve free meals here every day, and you can eat as much as you like." With that, Zhao Bo led Lin Feng to the cafeteria on the second underground level, which was already bustling with patrons. Zhao Bo squeezed his way to the front, secured 2 lunch boxes, and handed one to Lin Feng. Upon seeing the variety of dishes in the box, Lin Feng's appetite was instantly awakened. He opened the box and began to eat, realizing that the food here was far superior to that of the fast food establishments outside. Perhaps due to his hunger, after finishing one portion, he went back for another. Zhao Bo chuckled at Lin Feng's actions, saying, "If you wish to eat, you can come here every day. As long as you are a member of the mercenary group, meals are complimentary." Hearing this, Lin Feng nodded, contemplating that he would no longer have to worry about meals, and that life was indeed improving. Even if he had been cast out, he could still thrive on his own. After having lunch at the Blood Eagle headquarters, Zhao Bo and Lin Feng returned to the courtyard, and by the time they arrived, it was already afternoon. With nothing to do, Lin Feng took out his phone and began to fiddle with it. He opened WeChat and noticed that Ma Tingting had sent him a message. "How have you been, boyfriend of Qin Shuqiu?" Lin Feng was taken aback by this statement, wondering how he had suddenly become someone's boyfriend. He replied, "Didn't I already clarify? I am merely receiving her financial support to help her avert disaster. It is all a fade. Ha ha ha. By now, nearly everyone in the capital knows this, Ma Tingting gleefully responded. Lin Feng was speechless. How could she still bring this up after all this time? He felt exasperated with Ma Tingting. Shortly thereafter, Lin Feng sent another message. Do you not have a boyfriend? Is there no one you fancy? Ma Tingting, upon reading this, erupted in laughter, dancing with delight. Moments later, Lin Feng saw her reply. Of course I have someone I like, but I don't have a boyfriend, unlike you. Ha ha. Lin Feng was left dumbfounded. This little minx always found a way to tease him. Meanwhile, in the Lin family's hall in the capital, Lin Jingxiong was seated amidst several elders. That good-for-nothing has become Qin Chuchu's boyfriend? Lin Jingxiong exclaimed in astonishment. According to the rumors we've heard, this is indeed the case. It is said that he even paid her a visit. Lin Xiaoxing remarked thoughtfully. Should we teach him a lesson? Lin Junjie interjected. I'll leave this matter in your hands. Just find a couple of people to give him a beating, host a party, invite some guests. And let him embarrass himself there, Lin Jingxiong suggested, patting Lin Junjie's shoulder. All right, this time he won't have a chance to recover, Lin Junjie declared, clenching his fists. Thus, a brewing calamity was set in motion, while Lin Feng remained oblivious, engrossed in WeChat, unaware of the Lin family's intent to meddle in his life once more. After chatting with Ma Tingting for a while, Lin Feng grew disinterested and decided to step outside. He intended to visit a bookstore to thoroughly peruse some materials, aiming to memorize lessons he had previously overlooked with his photographic memory. As night fell, Lin Feng realized his stomach was growling, prompting thoughts of where to dine. He had grown tired of the small eatery he frequented and planned to try a different place. With a steady income now, he felt he could indulge beyond fast food. Thus, he arrived at a Western restaurant. Upon entering, he noticed that most of the patrons were couples enjoying steak and chicken dishes. Paying little heed, he found an empty table and settled down. The waiter promptly brought the menu and presented it to him. Lin Feng scanned the offerings, steak, chicken, and various specialty snacks, before stating, I would like a serving of steak fried rice. Certainly, sir. Please hold on for a moment, the waiter noted before departing. Seated at his table, Lin Feng gazed out onto the street when, to his surprise, he spotted Ma Tingting passing by. At that moment, she also glanced in his direction, and their eyes met. In the next instant, Lin Feng waved to her, gesturing for her to come inside. Ma Tingting entered the restaurant and sat across from Lin Feng. What a coincidence. What brings you here? She inquired. I'm here for a meal. You should order something too. You treated me last time. Let me return the favor. I've been waiting for the right opportunity, and now it's perfect. Lin Feng replied. Before long, the waiter brought Lin Feng's steak fried rice to the table, commenting, Sir, your girlfriend is quite beautiful. Haha. Lin Feng chuckled awkwardly in response. Upon hearing the compliment, Ma Tingting smiled and said, Waiter, I would also like a serving of steak fried rice. Thank you. As Lin Feng began to eat, he struggled with the unfamiliarity of using a knife and fork in a Western restaurant. While most diners would use the fork in their left hand and knife in their right, Lin Feng awkwardly reversed this, prompting Ma Tingting to burst into laughter. You've got it wrong, she whispered, mindful of the restaurant's quiet atmosphere. With her gentle reminder, Lin Feng quickly corrected his grip, flushing with embarrassment as he realized his blunder. Before long, the steak rice dish ordered by Ma Tingting was served. Lin Feng observed Ma Tingting skillfully slicing the steak and bringing it to her lips with a fork. And he couldn't help but exclaim, the daughters of affluent families are indeed different. You were once a young master, yet fate has not been kind, Ma Tingting sighed. Yet I am no longer that, Lin Feng replied with a hint of melancholy. I must accept this reality. Let the past remain in the past. Forgive me for touching a nerve, Ma Tingting finally realized. It matters not. It is simply the way things are. Besides, this is not the first time I have been spoken to in such a manner. I have grown accustomed to it, so it is of no consequence. Lin Feng stated as he took a bite of steak. The two quickly finished their meal, and Lin Feng summoned the waiter to settle the bill, which amounted to a little over 300 yuan, quite reasonable, and within Lin Feng's current financial means. At present, Lin Feng's situation had improved significantly compared to when he was cast out. At least now, his income was decent, and he had savings of around 200,000 to 300,000 yuan, all earned through his own efforts, including the 200,000 from Qin Chuchu. After dining, Ma Tingting mentioned she needed to visit a friend's house, thus parting ways with Lin Feng. Alone, Lin Feng made his way to a bookstore, where he first sought out some elementary school textbooks, silently invoking, Spirit of the Ring, assist me in retaining this knowledge. Of course, my master. The Spirit of the Ring responded. Shortly thereafter, a surge of pure energy flowed from the ring into Lin Feng's mind. In an instant, Lin Feng felt a refreshing clarity in his mind, enabling him to retain information effortlessly. His reading speed escalated dramatically. He merely glanced at the pages, swiftly turning them. Within half an hour, he had perused most of the elementary school textbooks, having completed nearly half, and after a brief 10-minute respite, he resumed his reading. The individuals nearby, witnessing Lin Feng's remarkable pace, were astonished. How much could one truly remember while flipping through pages so rapidly? After another half hour, Lin Feng had essentially finished reviewing the elementary textbooks. Subsequently, he sought out the middle school materials and began to delve into them with the same fervor. Throughout the night, Lin Feng dedicated himself to studying, successfully absorbing both the elementary and middle school textbooks into his memory. Besides his attentive participation in classes each day, he now utilized any remaining time to revisit and learn from past materials. When Lin Feng finally concluded his reading, it was well past 10 in the evening, and the bookstore was preparing to close. Reluctantly, he made his way back to the courtyard, feeling fulfilled after a night of diligent study, and strolled back at a leisurely pace. Upon returning to the courtyard, fatigue enveloped him, and he collapsed into slumber. The following morning, the strains of the old man's exercise music roused Lin Feng from his dreams. He murmured, "Ah, another Monday, a splendid day." With that, he climbed out of bed, freshened up, and after opening his room door, he stepped into the courtyard to practice the Qian Kuan diagram, meticulously positioning each movement, transitioning fluidly into the next, repeating the sequence over and over. After completing the routine 15 times, he paused, only to hear the spirit of the bracelet speak, "Master, you may continue for a few more repetitions." Encouraged by this, Lin Feng renewed his focus and performed an additional 5 sets, totaling 20. Now, executing 20 rounds of the Qian Kuan diagram consumed 45 minutes, necessitating an even earlier rise in the morning. Today, due to the extra 5 repetitions, Lin Feng nearly found himself late for school. Fortunately, he ran all the way, managing to arrive just in time. Upon entering the classroom, he noticed it was nearly full, which was unsurprising given his late departure. Just as he settled into his seat, the school bell rang. Lin Feng thought to himself, "That was close. I almost arrived late. It seems I must awaken even earlier from now on." The lesson commenced with mathematics, and since Zhao Bo had yet to arrive, it was once again Yang Hong leading the class. "Class is in session," Yang Hong announced from the podium. "Good morning, teacher." The students responded in unison from below. "Next, we will discuss." Yang Hong diligently began her lecture. Most students in the class paid close attention, with only a few distracted. Lin Feng, with his newfound ability to remember effortlessly, absorbed each lesson. The morning passed swiftly. As the lunch bell rang, a female voice exclaimed, "Isn't that Chen Su? Why is he back in our class?" At her exclamation, the classmates turned toward the sound, spotting Chen Su entering. "So handsome," a girl gushed, succumbing to infatuation. Lin Feng noticed Chen Su entering the room and, without a moment's hesitation, surmised that he was once again seeking his company. He mused to himself, "Although I am undeniably handsome, you are not lacking in charm either. Why do you persist in coming to me?" As anticipated, Chen Su strode directly toward Lin Feng upon entering the classroom. At that moment, Lin Feng was tidying his desk, preparing to leave for a meal. Upon seeing Chen Su approach, he stood still, curious to discern the purpose of this visit. When Chen Su reached Lin Feng, he said, "Lin Feng, let us speak in a different place. I have a favor to ask of you." The other students in the classroom, upon hearing this, could hardly believe their ears. One of the 4 young masters of the capital, Chen Su, was seeking assistance from Lin Feng. It was common knowledge that Lin Feng was deemed a failure, and having lost his status as the young master of the Lin family, curiosity swirled among the onlookers about what could possibly warrant such a visit from Chen Su. Lin Feng scratched the back of his head, equally perplexed by the sudden request. He wondered what matter could be so significant that only he could assist. However, Chen Su had no intention of discussing the matter in public. After a brief silence, he continued, "Lin Feng, this issue can only be resolved with your help. I hope we can find a more private setting to converse." At this declaration, the intrigue among the students deepened. What could this pressing matter be that only Lin Feng could address? Lin Feng, too, was eager to uncover the nature of this request, suspecting it might be related to Wang Yudi. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "All right, let us find somewhere else to talk." Seeing Lin Feng acquiesce, Chen Su's serious demeanor softened, and a smile broke across his face as he said, "Follow me." He then led the way, with Lin Feng trailing behind, exiting the classroom under the watchful eyes of their peers. Once outside, Lin Feng followed Chun Su to the parking lot, where Chun Su opened the door of a Rolls-Royce Phantom and climbed in, with Lin Feng following suit. Many passing classmates gasped in astonishment. Was this still a high school student, arriving at school in a Rolls-Royce Phantom? In the driver's seat, Chun Su turned to Lin Feng and inquired, "Where would you like to eat?" "Anywhere is fine," Lin Feng replied, watching as Chun Su started the engine. The vehicle soon left the campus and navigated onto the city streets, with Chun Su exhibiting remarkably skilled driving, clearly an experienced driver. After approximately half an hour, they arrived at a 5-star hotel named Grand International. Chun Su parked the car and guided Lin Feng inside. They ascended directly to the 3rd floor and settled into a private dining room. Chun Su handed the menu to Lin Feng, who perused the selections. Noting the exorbitant prices of the dishes, each over 900, he casually selected a few items and returned the menu to Chun Su. Chun Su took the menu back and ordered several more dishes before pausing, aware that patrons of such establishments were typically affluent members of high society. Now, Lin Feng and Chun Su sat together in the private room on the 3rd floor. After ordering, Lin Feng finally spoke, inquiring, "What is it that you need my assistance with?" "No rush. Let us wait until the dishes arrive and enjoy a bottle of wine while we chat," Chun Su replied nonchalantly. After a while, the waiter brought out all the dishes, and Chun Su ordered a bottle of red wine, which was promptly delivered along with 2 elegant wine glasses. Chun Su leisurely opened the bottle, pouring wine into both glasses, and handed one to Lin Feng. "Let us toast first," Chun Su said softly. Lin Feng raised his glass and clinked it with Chun Su's. Once they had finished their toast, Chun Su suddenly declared, "The matter is this. I hope you can lend a hand to Wang Yudi." Lin Feng nearly spat out the wine in surprise. Could he have misheard? One was a young lady from the Wang family, while the other was a discarded individual. How could he possibly assist? If Lin Feng had not been cast out from his home, he might have been able to help. However, now he was already swept aside, unable to provide any aid. "Don't jest. How can I help? I have neither money nor status. I am merely a forsaken person," Lin Feng stated bluntly. "In fact, you can be of assistance. It merely depends on your willingness. Your involvement is crucial," Chun Su replied, chewing on a bite of food. "What kind of assistance are you proposing? How can I help?" Lin Feng shrugged. "Well, you must have received the invitation. In a week, Wang Yudi is set to be engaged to He Qing from the He family. I want you to disrupt this engagement," Chun Su stated boldly. Lin Feng, taken aback, exclaimed, "Disrupt? How do you propose I do that?" "It's quite simple. You just need to assert that Wang Yudi is your girlfriend and maintain that claim. Then, on the day of the engagement, you can create a scene. Wang Yudi will cooperate with you." Chun Su laid out his plan. "Wait, wouldn't he that put me at odds with the Yi family?" Lin Feng was no fool. He understood the potential repercussions. "I'll bear the consequences for you," Chun Su assured him earnestly. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng chuckled, responding, "I fear I may perish before you even arrive. Do you doubt my capabilities?" Chun Su's expression hardened at Lin Feng's skepticism. "That's difficult to say. Who knows what schemes you have in mind? If this succeeds, will you abandon me afterward? Who will I turn to then?" Lin Feng took a bite of his meal. "You need not worry. I, Chun Su, have never gone back on my word. Whatever I promise, I will see through to completion," Chun Su declared, raising his glass and downing its contents. "Moreover, I am not asking for your help without compensation. Here is a check for 1 million. Take it. Upon successful completion, there will be another million awaiting you." Chun Su produced a check from his pocket and handed it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng glanced at the check and returned it to Chun Su, saying, "While this is indeed enticing, the venture is far too perilous. You need not fear. I will ensure your safety once it's done." Chun Su continued to entice. "By the way, why did you come to me? Couldn't you find someone else?" Lin Feng inquired. "Because I believe you are the most suitable candidate. Firstly, you are quite renowned. Secondly, you have a connection with Wang Yudi. And thirdly, I am acting on someone else's behalf," Chun Su stated. Lin Feng could comprehend the first point, as he indeed had a certain level of fame. However, the second point regarding Wang Yudi was perplexing. Ever since she called off their engagement, he had severed ties with her. As for the third point, acting on someone else's behalf, who could that possibly be? Lin Feng was filled with questions but did not voice them all at once. Instead, he inquired, "Are you here at Wang Yudi's request to find me?" Lin Feng was not naive. At this juncture, the only person who could enlist Chun Su to approach him was Wang Yudi. "Yes, You seem to be quite well informed. Chen Su replied with a smile. Lin Feng had not misjudged. It indeed was Wang Yudi's doing. However, the fact that she sought his assistance after breaking off their engagement left a distasteful feeling within him. They had already distanced themselves from one another, and now, because of this matter, he was being drawn back into her orbit. I am no longer involved with her, Lin Feng remarked, savoring a sip of red wine. You have ample time to think it over. This is a lucrative deal. Just by speaking a few words, you could earn 2 million, and I will also arrange for your protection. Chen Su continued to entice him. Although your offer is tempting, I lack the motivation to proceed. Lin Feng replied candidly. Motivation? Chen Su pondered for a moment before continuing. Consider this as granting me a favor. I will repay you in due time. At this juncture, Lin Feng contemplated for a while. Granting a favor to one of the 4 young masters of the capital, while also receiving monetary compensation and protection, seemed to present a complete package. It appeared he could acquiesce to the request. With that thought, Lin Feng smiled. Fine, I will assist you. But you must uphold your end of the bargain. Upon hearing Lin Feng's agreement, Chen Su beamed with a radiant smile and assured him, rest assured. I will honor my word. After exchanging pleasantries, Chen Su handed Lin Feng a check for 1 million, which he accepted, and the two shared a few more drinks. In a few days, I will begin spreading rumors for you. If anyone inquires, just nod and assert that Wang Yudi is your girlfriend. Chen Su was conspiring with Lin Feng on how to disrupt the engagement ceremony between the He and Wang families. What will be required of me at the engagement ceremony? Lin Feng asked. At the ceremony, you need to create a scene and ultimately take Wang Yudi away. Of course, I will ensure she is in on it and will cooperate with you. Chen Su responded with a shrewd expression. Understood. I know precisely what to do. Now, I await your assistance in spreading the rumors. We have a week. Lin Feng raised his glass to clink with Chen Su's and down the contents in one go. Let us add each other on WeChat. We can coordinate our actions through that, Chen Su suggested, pulling out his phone to allow Lin Feng to scan a QR code. And soon, they became friends on the app. 2 individuals dined together for 2 hours, and before they knew it, it was time to return to school. Lin Feng and Chen Su were still engrossed in conversation, but time was not on their side, compelling them to settle the bill and head back to their academic institution. During their journey back, Chen Su continued to drive Lin Feng in his luxurious Rolls-Royce Phantom, which drew considerable attention upon their arrival at school, with many female students swooning in admiration. Wow, how handsome. Who is that? Why is he so striking? Chen Su was already accustomed to such admiration. He remained unfazed, parked his vehicle, and proceeded towards his classroom, while Lin Feng diverged from him as their classrooms were in opposite directions. Upon Lin Feng's return to the classroom, his classmates turned to gaze at him. Not long after he settled down, Zhou Ming approached and asked, That Chen Su didn't he impose on you, did he? He only sought my assistance, and I obliged. Lin Feng replied candidly. What assistance? Zhou Ming inquired, puzzled, for he found it hard to believe that Lin Feng, at this stage, could offer any significant help. That's for you to remain unaware of. I must keep it confidential, or it won't work. Lin Feng decided against divulging the details to Zhou Ming. What is so mysterious? Zhang Yufan leaned in closer. It's nothing of great consequence. Lin Feng scratched the back of his head. There must be something significant. Do tell. I'm quite curious, and I'm even a bit apprehensive myself. Zhang Yufan persisted. Ding dong, ding dong. The bell for class rang. Class has begun. Truly, there's nothing to it, Lin Feng reassured. All right then. The lesson was English. But unlike usual, the teacher had no intention of lecturing. Instead, she brought a test paper, distributing one to each student. We will not have a lesson today. We will take a quiz, the English teacher announced from the podium. As soon as Lin Feng received the paper, he found it remarkably familiar, recalling much of the content. It seemed his memory retention was exceptionally sharp. Intrigued to assess his progress, he picked up his pen and began working on the test. He discovered that he could complete it with remarkable ease. There was no pressure at all. In just 40 minutes, Lin Feng finished the quiz and was the first to submit it. His classmates looked on in disbelief, wondering when this supposed underachiever had become so proficient. The English teacher was taken aback upon seeing Lin Feng submit his paper, recalling that he had consistently ranked at the bottom of the class. Surely, he must have hastily filled it out. She scrutinized his test paper, and to her astonishment, she found no errors. Although she had not yet reviewed the entire paper, she had at least checked 3 to 5 major questions and was stunned to find them all correct. Could it be that a student who had once lagged behind could experience such a dramatic change in academic performance after just a summer break? With a sense of curiosity, the English teacher began to grade the papers. Upon completion, she was left in utter shock. Out of a possible score of 150, Lin Feng achieved 142 points. This was indeed remarkable for a student who had previously been at the bottom, having elevated his academic standing so significantly in merely one summer. The English teacher now harbors suspicions regarding Lin Feng's integrity, questioning whether he may have resorted to cheating. How could one possibly excel to such an extent? Even with diligent efforts to remedy his shortcomings, there exists a limit. However, the other students had not completed their work. He could not have copied from them, especially considering he finished in merely 40 minutes. Even if he had cheated, such speed would be implausible, leaving the English teacher utterly bewildered. Subsequently, several classmates began to submit their papers in small clusters. At this moment, the English teacher realized that, to ascertain whether Lin Feng had indeed cheated, she decided to summon him after school for a test of his abilities. As she collected all the papers, Ms. Huang Li announced from the podium, "Lin Feng, come to my office after school." Many students turned to glance at Lin Feng, some reveling in schadenfreude. Surely, he must have cheated to submit his paper so swiftly. I believe so too. I had thought, how could he possibly be so fast unless he had cheated? Lin Feng, overhearing their derisive comments, remained unfazed. After school, he made his way to Ms. Huang's office, where she was the sole occupant, engrossed in grading papers. Upon seeing Lin Feng, she instructed, "Please take a seat at the other desk. I have another exam for you to complete." With that, she presented him with a new paper. Lin Feng surveyed the questions, finding them familiar and devoid of pressure. "Shall I begin now?" he inquired. "Indeed, start now and submit it to me once completed," she replied, intending to observe Lin Feng's performance closely. Ms. Huang planned to deliver a scathing critique if Lin Feng's results did not match the astonishing performance of the afternoon. Lin Feng picked up his pen and commenced the examination. As he progressed, he encountered no difficulties, completing the paper with ease in a total of 50 minutes. 10 minutes longer than the previous test. When Ms. Huang received the completed paper, she was once again astonished. She noted no errors. In Lin Feng's presence, she began to grade his exam. Watching her meticulously mark each question, Lin Feng felt a surge of satisfaction, never having seen so many ticks on his paper before. Time flew by, and once she finished grading, she revealed the score, 145 points. Both Lin Feng and Ms. Huang were taken aback. Lin Feng was astonished by the remarkable improvement in his academic performance, having merely skimmed through textbooks and noted various grammatical rules. He had reviewed materials from elementary through high school, leading to such a significant leap. Ms. Huang was equally incredulous that Lin Feng had managed to catch up to his classmates in just one summer, achieving a level of excellence that was hard to believe. Yet, the evidence lay before her. Disbelief was futile. Lin Feng had indeed succeeded in his quest for knowledge, and the time ahead would be dedicated to preparing for university entrance exams. "Very well, you may leave now. Your academic performance has improved," Ms. Huang affirmed with a nod. "Then I shall take my leave," Lin Feng replied, also nodding as he turned to depart. Lin Feng glanced at the time, deciding to fill his stomach before making his way to the headquarters of Blood Eagle. He entered a mid-range restaurant, ordered 2 dishes and a soup. After spending around 200, he satiated his hunger and called for a taxi. Such modest expenditures were still within his means, especially now that he had an additional million, alleviating any financial concerns for the time being. He arrived at Sunset Mountain by taxi, the clock striking just past 7. With familiarity, Lin Feng navigated the mountain paths and soon found himself at the entrance of the Blood Eagle cave. 2 soldiers stationed at the entrance halted him, inquiring, "Who goes there?" As a newcomer, Lin Feng was relatively unknown within Blood Eagle, making it unsurprising that the guards did not recognize him. "I am a new recruit. My name is Lin Feng," he replied, addressing the 2 sentinels. "Very well, please wait here while I verify your identity. Only upon confirmation will I grant you entry." One of the soldiers responded before stepping into the cave. After a considerable wait, the soldier re-emerged, stating, "Verification complete. You may enter." Stepping into the Blood Eagle base, Lin Feng observed numerous individuals engaged in training. Eager to enhance his own strength, he sought out various exercise equipment and began his workout. The facility boasted an array of apparatus, including treadmills, dumbbells, and pull-up bars, catering to all manner of physical training. Lin Feng approached a treadmill and paused for a moment. pondering its operation until he finally grasped its usage. He then stepped onto the machine, adjusted the speed, and began to run. "Are you training?" came the voice of the fox spirit. Lin Feng turned to see the fox spirit, who was clad in a form-fitting outfit that accentuated her alluring figure, causing him to glance at her a few extra times. "Yes. Are you off to undertake a mission?" Lin Feng inquired, observing the fox spirit's eager demeanor. "Indeed. I have made arrangements, and I shall depart shortly," she replied with a smile. "That's splendid," Lin Feng said as he continued his run. After approximately half an hour, drenched in sweat, he dismounted from the treadmill and turned to see Xiao Bo approaching. "Are you here to train?" Xiao Bo asked upon noticing Lin Feng. "Yes. Are you also training today?" Lin Feng replied, noticing that all of Xiao Bo's bandages had been removed, indicating that his injuries were nearly healed. "I came to see if there are any tasks available," Xiao Bo stated, greeting Lin Feng before heading towards the task board. Lin Feng thought to himself how diligent Xiao Bo was, seeking tasks just after recovering from his injuries. After 2 hours of training at the facility, Lin Feng left the Blood Eagle headquarters, feeling satisfied. As he strolled alone down the street, he decided to explore an antique market he passed by, stepping inside with curiosity. The market was filled with an array of items: jade pendants, copper coins, silver dollars, and countless other curiosities. As he walked by a stall, his ring spirit called out, "Master, there are substances there that I can absorb." Hearing this, Lin Feng halted, turned his head, and looked at the nearby stall, which displayed a dazzling assortment of antiques, including a jade guanyin statue and coins from various eras, though their authenticity was uncertain. If all were genuine, their prices would undoubtedly be steep. Lin Feng mused that these were likely mere crafts, as they were displayed for sale. "Master, it is that piece, the green jade pendant," the ring spirit indicated. Lin Feng glanced at the stall and indeed spotted a green jade pendant, its material unknown, and it bore traces of dirt. "How much for this jade pendant?" Lin Feng inquired, picking it up. "Ah, young brother, you have a keen eye? I expended considerable effort to acquire this pendant from another," the stall owner praised. Lin Feng inspected the pendant for a moment, but found nothing extraordinary about it. The material was rather ordinary, albeit somewhat heavy, and of subpar quality. He was puzzled as to why the ring spirit had taken a liking to this particular piece. "So, how much do you want for this pendant?" Lin Feng asked. 500, the owner replied. "That's too steep. I think 200 is fair," Lin Feng countered. "Young brother, you are unaware of the circumstances. I acquired this pendant from a tomb raider at a cost of 300. Offering it to you for 200 would mean a loss for me. I cannot accept that. At the very least, it should be 350. The vendor wore an expression of reluctance. "Very well, 350 it is. I shall take this jade pendant." Lin Feng extracted 350 yuan from his pocket and handed it to the vendor, thereby acquiring the pendant. "Master, please hand me that jade pendant," the spirit of the ring exclaimed with delight. How do I give it to you?" Lin Feng inquired, puzzled. "You simply grasp the pendant in your hand and utter the word receive, and that shall suffice," the spirit instructed. "Oh, so it is that simple." Following this, Lin Feng held the pendant in his hand and pronounced the word receive. In the next moment, the pendant vanished from his grasp. "Master, I must hasten to refine this jade pendant. Do not summon me today," the spirit said joyfully. "Is it true that by refining this pendant, you can mend many injuries?" Lin Feng asked. "Indeed. However, the materials are insufficient. I estimate I can restore only about 5%, the spirit replied, brimming with excitement. "Very well. I shall not disturb you. Go ahead and refine it," Lin Feng thought to himself. After purchasing the pendant, Lin Feng continued to stroll through the antique market, seeking intriguing items, until he paused at the entrance of an auction house. Gazing at the advertisements for items slated for auction the following day, primarily featuring jade stones, he resolved to return, for he might procure some jade to refine within the Qinkuan ring. However, he noted that the auction would take place in the morning, coinciding with his school hours. Nevertheless, taking a leave of absence was not a significant issue. His academic performance had improved, and he was not overly concerned about missing a class or two. After wandering around a bit more, Lin Feng returned to his courtyard home and entered his room. His first action was to place a call to his homeroom teacher, Yang Hong, to request a half-day leave. He then began to fiddle with his phone. Upon opening WeChat, he discovered a message from Chun Su, which read, "Lin Feng, I am all set on my end. I will organize several balls and parties to help spread rumors." Lin Feng replied, "All right, please inform me of the timings for the balls and parties." I will attend when I can, as it will yield better results. Shortly after, Chen Su responded with the details. Tomorrow night, at the Day Hotel, on the 18th floor, the first ball. Remember to come. I will be there, Lin Feng replied. Lin Feng's life had become increasingly diverse as he began attending various upscale balls. Compared to his past, it was like night and day, utterly incomparable. Moreover, his own abilities had significantly enhanced through the Qiankuan diagram, rendering him a formidable opponent against ordinary individuals. Lin Feng felt quite content with his current life. He had sufficient funds, a place to stay, and food to eat. That was all he desired. That is good. I hope you can attend all the balls, as that would amplify the effect. Especially since you need to compete for the bride, Chen Su remarked in a message. Upon reading this, Lin Feng replied, What is the situation with Wang Yudi? I have already made arrangements. She will cooperate with your publicity. However, she has no time these days, so you will not see her until her engagement day. I wanted to remind you of that, Chen Su informed him. Understood, Lin Feng acknowledged. After Lin Feng uttered his final words, he exited WeChat. Glancing at the time, he realized it was nearly midnight. Slowly, he climbed into bed and fell into a deep slumber. The next morning, Lin Feng rose early, and without attending to his morning routine, he stepped out of his room. After exchanging greetings with the elderly gentleman, he commenced his practice of the Qiankuan diagram in the courtyard. After dedicating 45 minutes to performing it 20 times, Lin Feng, drenched in sweat, returned to his room to freshen up before heading out. He strolled to a roadside stall and purchased a basket of dumplings, eating as he made his way to the bank. By around 8 o'clock, Lin Feng arrived at a bank that had just opened its doors. He entered, exchanged all his checks for cash, and procured a bank card, depositing the money within before departing. Upon leaving the bank, Lin Feng hailed a taxi and entered, instructing the driver, To the antique market, please. Certainly, the driver responded as he started the engine. After navigating a series of twists and turns, the taxi finally arrived at the antique market. Lin Feng settled the fare, exited the vehicle, and began walking toward the auction house. Just as he was about to step inside, a security guard halted him. What brings you here? The guard inquired. I am here to participate in the auction. Lin Feng replied candidly. You must pay 1,000 yuan for the admission ticket to enter, the guard stated, eyeing Lin Feng's seemingly impoverished appearance. The guard's demeanor reflected his skepticism regarding Lin Feng's ability to pay the fee. However, to the astonishment of both guards, Lin Feng produced a card and declared, You can deduct it from this. Where is your card reader? The guards, taken aback, quickly adopted a more respectful attitude, saying, Please, follow us. One of the guards escorted Lin Feng into the inner sanctum of the auction house. Upon reaching the front desk, the attendant stated, To participate in the auction, there is a ticket fee of 1,000 yuan. I am aware. Here is my card. Please deduct the amount, Lin Feng replied, handing over the card and entering his password to facilitate the transaction. You may now enter. The attendant gestured graciously, indicating that Lin Feng could proceed inside. Upon entering the auction venue, Lin Feng noted that, as it was still early, the audience was sparse. He chose a seat toward the front. After approximately half an hour, the clock struck 9, and the venue was nearly filled to capacity with eager attendees. At that moment, the auction commenced. First up for auction is a Ming Dynasty blue and white porcelain piece, starting at a reserve price of 50,000 yuan, the auctioneer announced. As soon as the words left his lips, a circular blue and white porcelain vase was brought forth by the staff, standing at a height of 1 meter, adorned with intricate blue patterns. 60,000. Someone called out, Is there a higher bid than 60,000? The auctioneer inquired, directing his gaze at the bidder. 70,000. Another voice chimed in. 70,000. Is there a higher offer? The auctioneer continued. 70,000 once. He reiterated. 100,000. Yet another bidder raised the stakes. All right. 100,000 once, the auctioneer exclaimed. 100,000 twice. Sold for 100,000. The blue and white porcelain items are not particularly sought after at auctions, especially when compared to jade. Lin Feng sat patiently, awaiting the moment when jade would be up for bidding. After approximately half an hour, a stone was brought forth. It appeared to be an ordinary rock, its true nature hidden from the untrained eye, only revealing its essence once cut. This was a piece of jadeite, uncut. What lay inside, whether it was a precious gem or a worthless stone, remained uncertain. The starting bid was set at 10,000. Let the auction begin, the host announced. Lin Feng felt a surge of excitement. This was akin to gambling on stones. Spirit of the ring, spirit of the ring. Lin Feng called out. What is it, master? The spirit replied. Quickly, assist me with your X-ray vision, Lin Feng thought to himself. In the next moment, a wave of pure energy emanated from the ring, coursing through Lin Feng's eyes. As he gazed upon the stone, he discerned a vibrant green hue within. Was that not emerald? Elated by his discovery, Lin Feng resolved to acquire this jadeite at any cost. Given the size of the stone, the emerald it contained could be valued at no less than 1,000,000. He immediately placed his bid. 20,000. Lin Feng declared. Very well, this gentleman bids 20,000. Is there a higher offer? The auctioneer inquired. Moments later, another voice called out, 30,000. Due to the uncut nature of the stone, its internal condition remained uncertain. It could be worthless or immensely valuable. Hence, the bidders were few, treating it as a gamble. Only those like Lin Feng, who could see the stone's true value, were privy to its worth. 30,000 once. The auctioneer called. 50,000. Lin Feng raised his bid by 20,000. This gentleman bids 50,000. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? 50,000 once. The auctioneer amplified. A hush fell over the crowd. 50,000 twice. Is there no higher bid? He repeated. Sold. The auctioneer finally proclaimed. Lin Feng successfully acquired the jadeite and stood up to proceed to the back for the transaction. After the auction concluded, Lin Feng touched the stone, feeling its icy coolness, truly a fine specimen. The staff quickly brought over a card reader, and after Lin Feng processed the payment of 50,000, the jadeite was now rightfully his. He requested the staff to keep the stone safe for him, intending to continue participating in the auction, planning to cut it only after the event concluded, knowing well that the emerald would remain intact. Once the transaction was complete, Lin Feng returned to the auction hall, where an ancient painting was currently being auctioned. This piece, hailing from the Qing dynasty, had a starting price of 50,000 and had already reached a bid of 100,000. Lin Feng remained unmoved. His purpose for attending was to auction jade to restore the Qianquan ring. The jadeite he had just acquired was a fortunate windfall. Although the Qianquan ring was not in need of it, it could still be exchanged for money. After the ancient paintings from the Qing dynasty were auctioned off, an exquisite statue of Guanyin made of jade was presented by the auction house. This statue, with its pristine white hue and slight translucence, was crafted from high-quality iced jade, and its starting bid was set at 200,000. The host briefly introduced the material before commencing the auction. I can absorb this material. Please procure it for me, the ring spirit remarked. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng felt a pang of regret. The cost was substantial. However, in order to enhance the power of the ring spirit, he felt compelled to comply with its request for such rare materials. 250,000. Someone called out. 250,000. Is there a higher bid? The host inquired. 300,000. The bidding for the Guanyin statue attracted many participants, prompting Lin Feng to remain seated and wait until the price approached a plateau before making his move, which he deemed the most prudent strategy. In the blink of an eye, the price soared to 500,000, and the number of bidders dwindled, leaving only a few contenders. 550,000. Lin Feng declared, raising the bid by an impressive 50,000. The crowd was taken aback, casting astonished glances toward Lin Feng. Many surprised to see a mere youth so interested in jade. Today, Lin Feng had opted for casual attire instead of his school uniform, finding it more convenient for attending the auction. 550,000 once. The auctioneer announced. 550,000 twice. Is there a higher bid? He asked again. 560,000. Came the reply from the audience. Sir, 560,000. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? The host continued. 600,000. Lin Feng raised the bid once more. A wave of astonishment swept through the room. The young man had once again escalated the price, and the onlookers sensed his determination, resulting in no further bids. 600,000 once. Is there a higher bid? The auctioneer called out. 600,000 twice. He reiterated. 600,000 sold. He declared, finalizing the transaction. Having acquired yet another item, Lin Feng found that he still possessed over 600,000, allowing him to continue exploring for more items of interest. After securing the Guanyin statue, he proceeded backstage to complete the necessary formalities, swiping his card for payment, and took the jade statue into his hands. He admired its tactile quality, feeling the pleasing weight of the figure. With the Guanyin statue in hand, Lin Feng returned to his seat as the auction continued. Several more antiques were auctioned off, yet none caught his attention. He was solely in search of materials that the ring could absorb, finding no use for anything else. After another half hour, as the auction neared its conclusion, Lin Feng still had not encountered any materials suitable for the ring's absorption. Thus concluded the auction, and Lin Feng made his way to the backstage to retrieve the jade he had just acquired. This uncut stone, through Lin Feng's perceptive gaze, revealed a glimmering emerald within, estimated to be worth over $1 million. He proceeded to a jade shop, where he entrusted the shopkeeper with the task of cutting the stone. A crowd of over 10, some of whom had followed him from the auction, gathered around. Please cut it down the middle, Lin Feng instructed. Very well, but do keep a close watch. If anything goes awry, do not blame me, the shopkeeper cautioned. I'll be watching closely. Just focus on the cutting, Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. The shopkeeper then fetched specialized tools and expertly cleaved the jade in two. As the stone split apart, a vibrant green hue emerged, instantly recognized by several professionals and attendants as the color of high-quality emerald. Brother, are you selling this jade? A middle-aged man stepped forward from the crowd. Are you interested? Lin Feng inquired. Indeed. Name your price, the man replied boldly. 1,200,000. Lin Feng declared. While the quality is commendable, it is somewhat small. I'll offer you 1 million, the man countered. Agreed, 1 million it is. It's a deal, Lin Feng exclaimed with joy. Having purchased the stone for merely 50,000, the profit was astronomical, filling him with delight. The two then proceeded to the bank, and after the transfer, Lin Feng handed over the jade to the middle-aged man, subsequently exiting the antique market as noon approached. Having completed a lucrative transaction, Lin Feng strolled down the street. Now possessing over 160,000 in savings, along with a statue of Guanyin. Master, hurry and give me the Guanyin statue, the spirit urged. Of course I will. Lin Feng thought inwardly. In the next moment, he grasped the statue in his hand and uttered a single word. Receive. Instantly, the statue vanished from his grasp. Thank you, Master, the spirit rejoiced, and then fell silent. Lin Feng entered a nearby restaurant, treating himself to a few small dishes to celebrate. After satisfying his hunger, he returned to his courtyard and entered his room. He took out his phone to check for messages. One from Chun Su read, "Don't forget about the day hotel tonight." "Rest assured, I'll remember," Lin Feng replied. Another message from Ma Tingting followed. "Lin Feng, will I see you at the ball tonight?" "How did you know?" Lin Feng responded, puzzled by how Ma Tingting was aware of his plans. Had Chun Su shared the details with her? Moments later, Ma Tingting replied, "Wang Yudi mentioned your plans to me." "Indeed. It appears that you are quite acquainted with Wang Yudi, are you not?" "Close friends, perhaps?" Lin Feng inquired tentatively. "Of course, we are best friends. What else would you think?" Ma Tingting promptly responded, "Well, after tonight, I shall be famous once more." Lin Feng anticipated that, following the events of the evening, his name would once again resonate throughout the capital. "You were already quite renowned. Gaining a bit more notoriety is hardly significant," Ma Tingting retorted. Lin Feng felt a wave of frustration upon reading this. What did she mean by already being famous? This was all due to their machinations, and it had nothing to do with him. Very well, I shall no longer engage in this conversation. I need to rest for a while as I still have school this afternoon, Lin Feng concluded, exiting WeChat. He lay down on his bed, deep in contemplation. He pondered the ramifications of this incident, realizing that it would likely incur the ire of the He family, one of the 4 prominent families in the capital. A formidable entity indeed. Were it not for Chun Su's steadfast assurances of support, Lin Feng would never have dared to provoke the He family. As for the Wang family, he did not dwell on it too much. After all, Wang Yudi was there to shield him, and the danger seemed minimal. What he feared most was a potential alliance between the two families. If only he could incite some discord to make them vie against each other, he mused. Snapping back to reality, Lin Feng glanced at the time. It was already past 1 o'clock, and it was time to head to school. Rising from his bed, he set off towards his institution. Upon arrival, he noticed that Zhang Yufan was already seated at her desk. He approached her, greeting, "Hi, you're here quite early. Don't talk to me. I am not in the mood," Zhang Yufan replied, her head resting on the desk. "What is the matter? Did you have another spat with Suda?" Lin Feng inquired, intrigued. "Do not mention that ungrateful wretch. Just the thought of him angers me," Zhang Yufan retorted, casting Lin Feng a sidelong glance. "Ungrateful wretch? What is going on?" Lin Feng was utterly bewildered. "That guy, because of a distant cousin's visit, refused to even come pick me up after school, claiming he needed to take care of his relative," Zhang Yufan lamented. "And so what? Why should you concern yourself with him?" Lin Feng advised. "No, if he doesn't come for me, I cannot let it go. It simply does not sit well with me." Zhang Yufan said, scratching her head in frustration. Lin Feng was at a loss. Such was the temperament of the current generation of young ladies. After exchanging a few more words, he chose to ignore her. Master, master. The spirit suddenly called out. What is it? Lin Feng asked. I have absorbed materials and have now restored 10%. The spirit exclaimed with delight. Does that mean you have acquired new abilities? Lin Feng asked with anticipation. Indeed. The soul capture eye is now available for use, the spirit informed him. What is that? Lin Feng queried, puzzled. Would you like to give it a try, master? The spirit tempted. How do I do that? Lin Feng inquired. Select a target. Fix your gaze upon their eyes, and I shall activate the soul capture eye for you. The spirit instructed. Just then, the school bell rang, signaling the start of class. This lesson was conducted by the homeroom teacher, Yang Hong. Upon her entrance into the classroom, an air of solemnity enveloped the students, rendering the room utterly silent. Lin Feng fixed his gaze upon Yang Hong, silently invoking the spirit within his ring. Now is the time. Assist me with the soul viewing eye. In the next moment, a surge of pure energy emanated from the ring and flowed into Lin Feng's eyes, causing a slight discomfort. Instantly, Yang Hong rolled her eyes and collapsed to the ground. Unconscious. Teacher, what has happened to you? The classmates, witnessing Yang Hong's fall, rushed forward in concern. Lin Feng was astonished. The ability to induce dizziness in others was indeed impressive. If faced with a formidable foe, this skill could prove invaluable for survival. After approximately 30 seconds, Yang Hong rose from the floor, rubbing her head and murmuring, What just happened? Why do I suddenly feel a heaviness in my head, and then nothing? Her murmurs were overheard by Lin Feng, who contemplated the implications. With this ability, could I not be invincible? Just as this thought crossed his mind, the spirit within the ring spoke. This skill may only be employed once daily, and it is effective solely against those with lesser mental strength than your own. If someone possesses only slightly weaker mental fortitude, rather than significantly so, this ability will merely leave them momentarily blank before they return to normal. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng sighed in disappointment. He had initially believed he had acquired an invincible power, only to discover it was contingent upon his own mental strength. As the students returned to their seats, preparing to commence the lesson, Yang Hong regained her composure and addressed them. Are you all right? You saw me faint just now. Teacher, are you okay? You just collapsed. A student expressed with concern. I'm fine. Please take your seats, Yang Hong replied, brushing off the dust from her clothes. Following this incident, the students became somewhat distracted, and Yang Hong's teaching lost its earlier fluidity. The class soon came to an end. The second lesson, mathematics, began when Zhao Bo entered the room holding his textbook. Many female students turned their attention towards him, captivated by his presence. As he had not attended class for quite some time due to a recent injury, Lin Feng observed Zhao Bo, who, noticing Lin Feng's gaze, exchanged a knowing smile. Zhao Bo then commenced his lecture. After the mathematics class concluded, the third period was designated for free activities. Feeling somewhat aimless within the school premises, Lin Feng ventured into the library. There, he began to peruse the books at an astonishing speed, his photographic memory allowing him to skim through the volumes with remarkable efficiency. Thus, Lin Feng occupied himself in the library until the end of the school day. Upon leaving the school, Lin Feng sought out a local eatery, where he ordered a couple of modest dishes for a modest sum. Returning to his courtyard residence, he changed out of his school uniform into casual attire. As he was to attend a soiree that evening, hosted by Chen Su, intended to facilitate the spread of rumors. After changing his attire, he glanced at the time and, finding it still early, retrieved his phone to open WeChat. He discovered a message from Chen Su, which read, Tonight. You merely need to nod. Allow me to speak on your behalf. All right. Lin Feng replied with a brief message. Shortly thereafter, Chen Su responded. Are you prepared? When you're ready, come to Hepping Road. I will escort you inside. Otherwise, I fear your attire may attract unwanted attention. One must commend Chen Su for his thoughtfulness. Considering such details, truly deserving of his reputation as one of the 4 young masters of the capital. Which location on Hepping Road? Lin Feng inquired. Number 12. I am currently in the dark-colored CAF. Make your way here, Chen Su replied. All right, I shall come immediately. Having sent his message, Lin Feng exited his room. Upon reaching the street, he decided against taking a taxi, as Hepping Road was in close proximity to his courtyard. Instead, he chose to walk. After approximately 10 minutes, he arrived at the dark-colored CAF on Hepping Road. As he stepped inside, he spotted Chen Su seated in a corner. At that moment, Chen Su was clad in a crisp white suit, complemented by white leather shoes and a sky-blue tie, exuding an impressive charm as he engaged in conversation over coffee with a woman. Approaching Chen Su, Lin Feng announced, "I've arrived. Please have a seat. It's still early. Let us enjoy a cup of coffee," Chen Su remarked, appraising Lin Feng. Currently, Lin Feng was dressed in a simple white t-shirt, black shorts, and a pair of casual shoes, his entire ensemble costing no more than 100 yuan. Truly items one might find at a street market. "Lin Feng, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Yu Xiaoman, a journalist," she introduced herself. "Hello." Lin Feng responded politely. "I've heard that you are Wang Yudi's boyfriend. What are your thoughts on her upcoming engagement to the He family?" Yu Xiaoman wasted no time in posing her questions. Regarding this matter, he intended to confront the He family for an explanation that very day. Chen Su interjected. "So, you will indeed attend Wang Yudi's engagement ceremony to demand an explanation?" Yu Xiaoman pressed further. "Yes," Lin Feng affirmed. According to plan, Lin Feng merely needed to nod in agreement, thus confirming the situation, and the events were unfolding as intended. The three engaged in conversation at the CAF for about half an hour, and as the clock approached 7:30 in the evening, the time when the ball was set to commence, Chen Su gestured to the waiter, "The bill, please." Before long, a waiter arrived to process the payment. After settling the bill, Chen Su led Lin Feng and Yu Xiaoman to his Rolls-Royce Phantom. The vehicle sped away, navigating through numerous twists and turns until it arrived at the Day Hotel. Once parked, Chen Su guided the two inside, whereupon the security guard at the entrance, upon recognizing Chen Su, nodded respectfully, "Young Master Chen." Chen Su acknowledged with a nod and proceeded into the Day Hotel, escorting Lin Feng and Yu Xiaoman to the 18th floor. Lin Feng arrived at the venue of the ball, discovering that the entire floor was adorned in a resplendent golden hue. Numerous tables had been set up, laden with an array of delicacies and wine glasses. As Lin Feng and Chen Su had arrived early, many guests had yet to appear, leaving only the three of them, Lin Feng, Chen Su, and Yu Xiaoman, at the venue. After a brief conversation among the trio, guests began to arrive one after another, each taking a moment to greet Chen Su. Whenever someone approached Chen Su, he would invariably introduce Lin Feng, mentioning that he was Wang Yudi's boyfriend. "Lin Feng, you arrived quite early," Ma Tingting exclaimed as she entered the hall and made her way towards him. "Allow me to introduce, this is Lin Feng, the boyfriend of Wang Yudi." Regardless of whether they were familiar or not, Chen Su felt compelled to make the introduction. "No need for an introduction. I already know," Ma Tingting replied with a smile. "You already know?" Chen Su paused in surprise before quickly regaining his composure. After a moment, he chuckled. "Well then, do help spread the word." "Of course," Ma Tingting agreed. A few more individuals approached, and Chen Su greeted, "Xiao Bei, long time no see. Today, I finally managed to get you here." "Chen Su, it's been a while," Tang Bei responded, stepping forward to pat Chen Su on the shoulder. "Let me introduce, this is Wang Yudi's boyfriend, Lin Feng," Chen Su said as he gestured towards Lin Feng. He then paused before adding, "This is Tang Bei, one of the 4 young masters of the capital." "Hello." Lin Feng extended his hand for a handshake with Tang Bei. "I heard that Wang Yudi called off her engagement, and now Lin Feng has become her boyfriend. Is it possible that my information was incorrect?" Tang Bei appeared to be aware of Lin Feng's previous engagement situation. "Your information is correct. She indeed called it off. However, that was the family's decision, not Wang Yudi's own," Chen Su clarified. "Oh, I see. No wonder. It's a pleasure to meet you. The Lin Feng of rumors does not quite match your refined demeanor," Tang Bei complimented. "Not at all," Lin Feng replied with a radiant smile, exposing his bright teeth. "How many people did you invite to this ball?" Lin Feng inquired. "Approximately over 50, Chen Su responded. 50? That's quite a lot," Lin Feng exclaimed in astonishment. For merely a ball, such a large number of guests had been invited. It was undeniable that Chen Su, one of the 4 young masters of the capital, was well connected, as these individuals were notable figures within the city. "These are not all. Many have yet to arrive," Chen Su remarked nonchalantly. Lin Feng hoped that no unwelcome guests would show up. Just as he was contemplating this, a group of 4 or 5 young men entered through the elevator doors. Lin Feng instantly recognized the leader among them, Shen Jiajia, the very individual who had previously caused him much trouble. "Chen Xiao, long time no see," Shen Jiajia greeted as he approached Chen Su. "Shen Xiao, I hope all is well." Chen Su stepped forward, and the two embraced for a moment before parting. "Allow me to introduce. This is Lin Feng, now the boyfriend of Wang Yudi," Chen Su announced. Lin Feng shrugged and said, Xin Xiao, how have you been? Quite well. I have heard that you are Qin Chuchu's boyfriend, but now it seems you have become Wang Yudi's. Xin Jiajie remarked with a smile. Qin Chuchu is merely a rumor. In truth, he is Wang Yudi's boyfriend, Chen Su explained from the side. Indeed. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. Oh, so that is the case. I have heard that Wang Yudi is about to get engaged to the He family. What is the situation? Xin Jiajie pondered for a moment before speaking. That is the will of the Wang family and the He family, not Wang Yudi's own desire. Therefore, on the day of the engagement, Lin Feng may do something to offend the He family. Chen Su interjected, wanting to prepare everyone for the potential shock. Well, I wish you luck. Xin Jiajie concluded before stepping inside. He surveyed the venue and ultimately approached Ma Tingting, saying, Would you care to dance with me? No. I don't feel like dancing right now. Perhaps another time. Ma Tingting politely declined. Rejected at the outset, Xin Jiajie's countenance momentarily reflected his discomfort, and he retreated to the side to sip from a glass of red wine. After a while, someone emerged from the elevator, an acquaintance Lin Feng recognized from years past. Chen Xiao, you've become even more handsome, the man greeted Chen Su. Then his gaze shifted to Lin Feng, causing him to startle. Lin Junjie. It's been nearly half a year since we last met. Where have you been recently? Chen Su inquired, observing Lin Junjie. I have been helping my family manage the business, Lin Junjie replied. His eyes widened as he regarded Lin Feng. He was taken aback. This was a gathering of high society, and someone cast aside by the Lin family was brazenly present, which was hard for Lin Junjie to fathom. Noticing Lin Junjie's surprise, Lin Feng extended his hand, saying, Brother, it has been over 3 years. Haha. Lin Junjie chuckled awkwardly in response to Lin Feng's words, reaching out to shake his hand. However, during the handshake, Lin Junjie suddenly exerted his strength, gripping Lin Feng's hand tightly in an attempt to make him wince and embarrass him. Having trained in traditional martial arts since childhood, Lin Junjie had developed considerable strength, capable of holding his own against special forces. Facing Lin Junjie, Lin Feng felt the pressure of the grip and did not back down. He began to exert his own strength. Having practiced the Qian Kuan Tu, Lin Feng was not at all inferior to Lin Junjie in terms of strength, and he was able to maintain a firm advantage. Lin Junjie ultimately conceded, letting out a cry. He then looked down at his hand, which had been contorted from the grip, feeling a deep sense of humiliation. The handshake had lasted over 10 seconds. Lin Junjie had intended for Lin Feng to cry out, but in the end, he found himself outmatched, drawing the attention of many guests. His face flushed, as calling out in such an occasion was exceedingly impolite. This was a moment of unpreparedness for Lin Junjie. He had never anticipated that Lin Feng would possess such strength, especially since 3 years ago. Lin Feng had shown no interest in martial arts and had hardly trained at all. However, Lin Feng's strength now exceeded all estimations that Lin Junjie could have made. After suffering a minor setback, Lin Junjie discreetly passed by Lin Feng, casting a sidelong glance at him, silently noting this incident in his mind. Lin Feng had long suspected that Lin Junjie harbored ill intentions, remaining on guard against him. To his surprise, his suspicions were confirmed, and this time Lin Feng emerged victorious. Though it was merely a trivial skirmish, a wave of satisfaction surged within him. As the guests gathered, the music began to play, signaling the commencement of the ball. Lin Feng stood still, observing the guests twirling gracefully across the dance floor. He picked up a glass from the table and sipped his drink while watching their movements. Lacking dancing skills, he was keenly observing and learning. Assist me with photographic memory, Lin Feng mentally called out. Certainly, Master, came the response. Instantly, a surge of pure energy emanated from the ring, enveloping Lin Feng's mind in a refreshing coolness. He then focused on the dancers, committing their movements to memory. With the aid of his newfound photographic memory, he progressed swiftly in his learning. By the time he had watched a complete dance, he had nearly memorized the steps. It was time to find a partner. As he munched on snacks, he scanned the crowd for a target and noticed that Ma Tingting stood alone, without a partner. Observing this, he fell into contemplation. He had already offended Xin Jiajie once on account of Ma Tingting. Should he risk further antagonizing him? Lin Feng deliberated this dilemma. However, since he had already crossed that bridge, he felt little concern about offending Xin Jiajie again. After all, he had dealt with that burly man and his thugs before and felt confident in handling the situation. Thus, Lin Feng made his way toward Ma Tingting. Hello, beautiful. May I invite you to dance? Lin Feng gestured invitingly. Haha, sure. But can you dance? Ma Tingting replied with a smile. I just learned, Lin Feng said. scratching the back of his head. With that, Lin Feng took Ma Tingting's hand and began to dance, drawing the attention of many onlookers. Upon witnessing this, Shun Jiajia's muscles tensed, his veins bulging as he clenched his fists. Shin Xiao, should we? Chunlu began to suggest from the side. Before he could finish, Shin Jiajia interrupted, you don't need to say it. I know exactly what to do. This Lin Feng cannot be allowed to remain. He dares to steal my woman and lives to tell the tale. As Lin Feng danced, he exhibited none of the awkwardness of a novice. His movements flowed naturally, akin to that of a seasoned dancer. Soon, the dance concluded, and Chen Su was the first to applaud, exclaiming, excellent, excellent, excellent. Lin Feng approached Chen Su and whispered, Chen Xiao, how is the effect tonight? Everything that needed to be said has been said. Now, it all hinges on your performance. On Wang Yudi's engagement day, you must create a scene before everyone and take her away, Chen Su replied, also speaking in hushed tones. Then I shall take my leave. I find myself ill-suited for such an occasion. I feel somewhat uncomfortable remaining here, Lin Feng said. Very well, you may return now, as your involvement is no longer required. Chen Su contemplated for a moment before speaking. Thus, Lin Feng departed from the ball, wandering alone along the street when he encountered a young woman approaching him. He recognized her from a distance. It was Wang Min, the very person who had previously expelled him from her home. As they drew nearer, Lin Feng stepped forward to greet her, saying, Auntie, it has been quite some time. Wang Min exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Lin Feng. I am Lin Feng. Have you forgotten me, Auntie? He pointed to his face, emphasizing his identity. Oh, you are Lin Feng. How have you been lately? Wang Min inquired cautiously, mentally preparing herself to leave if he were to request money. I've been well enough. I am planning to buy a house. What about you, Auntie? Lin Feng asked, observing her reaction. Suddenly, Wang Min was taken aback by his statement, questioning whether she had misheard him. Buying a house. Was that something an ordinary person could afford? She was well aware of the exorbitant housing prices in the capital. I'm still the same as always. Are you really planning to buy a house? Wang Min asked again, seeking confirmation. Yes, Auntie. Do you have any good locations to recommend? Lin Feng inquired. This caught Wang Min by surprise. She pondered how he could possibly afford a house. Filled with doubt, she asked, where do you plan to get the money for that? I must keep that a secret. In short, I have my ways of making money. Lin Feng replied with a smile. At this point, Wang Min began to suspect that Lin Feng was engaging in illicit activities to acquire wealth. Auntie, let us add each other on WeChat. If you come across any good locations, you can send me a message, and I'll go take a look, he said, pulling out his phone. Seeing Lin Feng take out his phone only solidified her suspicions. She believed he was involved in some illegal dealings for profit. Lin Feng, do not go astray. Even if money is tight, you must not resort to such means, Wang Min cautioned. Taken aback by her words, Lin Feng paused for a moment before responding. Auntie, you misunderstand. I do not engage in illegal activities. After they added each other as friends via quick scan, Wang Min pressed further. You truly are not making money through illicit means? Absolutely not. Lin Feng emphasized. Hearing his insistence only deepened Wang Min's intrigue. Then how do you plan to make money? That is something I cannot disclose. Suffice it to say, it is not illegal. Lin Feng scratched the back of his head and replied, very well, since you choose not to share, I shall not pry further. Is there anything else? Wang Min suppressed her curiosity. Nothing else, Auntie, but do remember to contact me if you find any good locations, Lin Feng said, and with that, they passed each other. Upon returning to his courtyard, Lin Feng noted that it was already past 10 o'clock. With an early start for school the next day, he decided to retire to bed. He slept soundly until the next morning, when he awoke to the sound of an elderly gentleman's exercise music outside. Hastily climbing out of bed and heading to the courtyard. Lin Feng, you're up early. Zhao Bo observed Lin Feng emerging from his room and inquired, Teacher Zhao, are you up this early as well? Lin Feng noticed Zhao Bo performing frog jumps in the courtyard. My body feels as though it's rusting. Thus, I rise early to engage in some exercise, Zhao Bo replied, completing a lap around the courtyard. The entire courtyard was bustling with activity, as Lin Feng practiced his martial arts forms while the elderly gentleman performed his calisthenics. After completing 20 repetitions of his routine, Lin Feng, drenched in sweat, returned to his room to freshen up, taking a shower and donning a clean school uniform. He then departed for school. Upon seeing Lin Feng finished with his morning rituals, Zhao Bo waved him over. Consequently, Lin Feng hopped into Zhao Bo's Honda, and they sped towards the school. Arriving at the school while it was still early, Lin Feng alighted at the entrance. He strolled over to a stall selling scallion pancakes and was about to make a purchase when Lin Junjie, who had been waiting nearby, suddenly emerged. Lin Feng, you crushed my hand painfully at the dance last night. Lin Junjie exclaimed from behind. Turning at the sound, Lin Feng was taken aback upon recognizing Lin Junjie. What brings you here? He asked. I came to showcase the prowess of ancient martial arts, Lin Junjie declared, clenching his fist. Right here? Lin Feng, munching on a scallion pancake, retorted, if you dare, follow me. Without hesitation, Lin Junjie began striding towards a nearby van. I have class. I'm not following you, Lin Feng replied, taking another bite of his pancake. As soon as Lin Feng uttered those words, Lin Junjie stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance. This guy isn't going to follow me? Could it be that he is afraid? Lin Junjie pondered. After saying this, Lin Feng walked into the campus, leaving Lin Junjie gazing helplessly at his departing figure, aware that he dared not cause a commotion within the school premises. With no other option, Lin Junjie decided to wait until school dismissed. Inside his van sat several friends who practiced ancient martial arts alongside him. Returning to his van, he said, brothers, that fellow doesn't dare to come over, so we'll just have to wait until after school. One lean man suggested. Then let us wait for him to finish. After school, we'll show him a thing or two. Lin Junjie responded, one by one, we'll take our turns. I refuse to believe he can withstand us all. He is going to be in for a rough time, the lean man chuckled. Meanwhile, Lin Feng remained blissfully unaware, wandering around the school. As he passed the parking area, a brand new Porsche zoomed by, nearly colliding with him. Turning back, he watched as the car parked, and a beautiful woman emerged. Lin Feng approached her to voice his concern. How do you drive? You almost hit me, he exclaimed. The woman, noticing Lin Feng's casual appearance that hinted at his status as a struggling student, retorted defensively, you're perfectly fine. I didn't even touch you. Gu Xiaoyu was clad in a black t-shirt, paired with short denim shorts and light-colored high heels, her hair tied back in a ponytail, adorned with a silver necklace around her neck. You nearly collided with me. Do you realize that? Is there anyone who drives like you? Lin Feng continued to reason with her, engaging in a debate. Nearly? How much of a difference does that make? You should consider yourself fortunate that you didn't hit me. If you had damaged my car, could you afford the repairs? Gu Xiaoyu retorted with unwavering confidence. Lin Feng had encountered unreasonable individuals before, but he had never encountered someone as unreasonable as Gu Xiaoyu. Her words almost incited him to unleash his true energy upon her vehicle. Nevertheless, Lin Feng restrained himself and replied, I won't hold this against you, but please be more cautious while driving in the future. Gu Xiaoyu, indeed a novice driver, had recently acquired her car from her family and had brought it to school, resulting in the near collision with Lin Feng. Mind your own business. It's my car, and I shall drive it as I please, Gu Xiaoyu declared defiantly. Lin Feng was left speechless. She had nearly caused an accident, and yet she insisted on being right. However, he chose not to engage her further, as the class bell was about to ring. After finishing his scallion pancake, he hurried towards the classroom, finding it nearly filled with students upon his arrival. Just as he entered, Zoming rushed over and inquired, Are you now Wang Yudi's boyfriend? The moment those words escaped his lips, Lin Feng was taken aback. The speed at which this news had spread was astonishing. Just last night, they had only discussed it, and by this morning, it had already circulated throughout the capital. Lin Feng nodded and replied, yes. Upon hearing this, the classmates were incredulous. It had only been a short time since the engagement was called off. How could they have become a couple so quickly? Isn't she supposed to be engaged to the He family? How did she become your girlfriend? Zoming pressed on. Lin Feng explained. The engagement with the He family was a decision made by the He and Wang families, not Wang Yudi's own choice. With this clarification, the others began to comprehend the situation. Yet, even so, the news was too sensational for them to process. Lin Feng added, On the day she is engaged to the He family, I will make a scene. At this declaration, everyone believed he was courting disaster by daring to offend both the He and Wang families, two of the four prominent families of Huaxia. They were planning a union, and Lin Feng intended to disrupt it. Now, Lin Feng found himself in a predicament. The rumor had been set loose, leaving no room for retreat. The Chen family, to which Chen Su belonged, was also one of the four prominent families, serving as Lin Feng's backup. He had contemplated this matter for quite some time. Should it come to fruition, he would gain the support of the Chun family along with 200,000 Huaxia coins, both of which he desperately needed. Thus, he had taken the risk of agreeing to assist. Are you feeling feverish? Zhou Ming approached, and touched Lin Feng's forehead. I'm fine, don't worry. We can discuss the details after school at noon, Lin Feng signaled subtly to Zhou Ming. Understanding Lin Feng's gesture, Zhou Ming realized there must be a deeper plot at play, so he refrained from asking further. Lin Feng, are you truly Wang Yudi's boyfriend? Zhang Yufan turned to inquire. Yes, Lin Feng affirmed. Well, I know you won't divulge anything. I saw that glance you gave earlier, Zhang Yufan remarked, displaying remarkable perceptiveness. Knowing won't benefit you. It's better to patiently wait and witness the unfolding drama. Lin Feng was astonished that Zhang Yufan could perceive this. After a brief conversation among the group, the class bell rang, and the previously boisterous chatter ceased instantaneously. This lesson was mathematics. Xiaobo entered the classroom with a textbook in hand and declared, "Class is in session." The students rose in unison, greeting, "Good day, teacher." Xiaobo nodded, gesturing for them to take their seats. As they settled down, he distributed the examination papers, announcing, "Today, we shall conduct a test." The students were taken aback by this unexpected assessment, and those who had not prepared well began to panic. However, Lin Feng remained composed in his seat, displaying no signs of anxiety or disarray. As the test papers were handed out, Lin Feng picked up his pen and began to work. He found the process surprisingly effortless, unlike the previous semester when he struggled with numerous questions. The allotted time for the test was 90 minutes, yet Lin Feng completed his paper in just 50. He then spent an additional 10 minutes reviewing it, correcting a few errors before submitting it. He was the first in the class to turn in his test. Xiaobo, noticing Lin Feng approaching with his paper, smiled and remarked, "So quick?" Lin Feng replied with a bright smile, "Indeed, it posed no challenge for me." They exchanged smiles before Lin Feng returned to his seat, sitting idly. The other students were astonished. Although Lin Feng was quick in English, his speed in mathematics was equally impressive. Many began to suspect he had cheated, but Lin Feng paid them no mind. When the bell rang signaling the end of class, several students exhaled in relief, submitting their papers as Zhao Bo collected them and exited the classroom. Once he left, the students resumed their animated discussion about Lin Feng and Wang Yudi, exchanging remarks with great fervor. However, Lin Feng, uninterested, allowed their chatter to drift in one ear and out the other. The 10 minutes of recess passed swiftly, and the bell chimed once more. The students paused their discussions and returned to their seats for English class. The English teacher, Huang Li, entered with a stack of corrected test papers from the previous examination. "Class, please," she announced. The students rose, calling out, "Good day, teacher." Huang Li nodded, signaling for them to sit. Suddenly, she began, "I have finished grading the tests, and several students achieved high scores. I will now announce their names. First, Wang Hao, with 130 points, 5th place. Li Chang, 133 points, 4th place. Tang Ling, 138 points, 3rd place. Zhao Yu, 140 points, 2nd place. Lin Feng, 142 points, 1st place. As Huang Li declared the top score, the classroom erupted in a cacophony of disbelief. And all eyes turned to Lin Feng, who sat smiling serenely in his seat. "He must have cheated," someone exclaimed. Huang Li promptly interjected, "I have verified his results. He did not cheat. He truly possesses this capability." The students erupted into further discussion. When did that good-for-nothing become so formidable? Has he been injected with some sort of adrenaline? Lin Feng smiled silently. All of this was thanks to the memory-enhancing capabilities of the Qinkuan ring, which had paved the way for his current success. The morning classes swiftly passed, and amidst the astonishment of his peers, Lin Feng walked out of the school alongside Zhou Ming. At that moment, not far away, Lin Junjie was seated in a van, observing the school gate. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "I see him, he's over there. What do you think? Should we make our move now?" A lean man inquired. "No, he's with others right now. We'll wait until he's alone before we act," Lin Junjie replied. "Lin Feng, where shall we dine today?" Zhou Ming asked. "Let us go to the hotel. We can reserve a private room for a conversation," Lin Feng said with a cheerful smile. They then hailed a taxi. Once Lin Feng and Zhou Ming were settled inside, Lin Feng instructed, "Please take us to Day Hotel." This establishment belonged to Ma Tingting's family. Ever since Ma Tingting treated Lin Feng to a meal there, he had taken note of it, as the cuisine perfectly suited his palate. Hence, he decided to take Zhou Ming there for a meal. Upon hearing Lin Feng's request, the driver started the car and sped away. "Quickly, follow that vehicle," Lin Junjie commanded from a distance. Shortly thereafter, the van he was in revved up and followed suit. Seated in the passenger seat, Lin Feng noticed the van from this morning trailing behind him, It was obvious that Lin Junjie was pursuing him. "Brother Lin, when shall we strike?" the lean man asked. "There's no rush. We must wait until he is isolated before we make our move," Lin Junjie responded, gazing ahead. The taxi arrived at the entrance of Day Hotel, and Lin Feng and Zhou Ming disembarked, heading inside without a glance back at Lin Junjie and his companions. "Good day, gentlemen. How many of you are there?" Upon entering the hotel, a server approached them. "Just the two of us. Please find us a private room," Lin Feng replied, surveying the surroundings. "Certainly, please follow me," the server said, leading Lin Feng and Zhou Ming to the elevator. They ascended to the 9th floor, where the server guided them to a private room. Seeing Lin Feng enter Day Hotel, Lin Junjie exited the van and, accompanied by his 5 associates, followed suit. "Good day. How many are you?" the server inquired as Lin Junjie stepped inside. 5 in total. We'd like to sit in the main hall on the 1st floor," Lin Junjie requested. "Very well. Please follow me." The server directed them to their seats. Lin Feng and Zhou Ming settled down, and the server handed the menu to Lin Feng. He casually selected a few dishes and passed the menu to Zhou Ming, who also chose several items before returning the menu to the server. "Now it's time to discuss what is going on, isn't it?" Zhou Ming initiated. "It's quite simple. We are putting on an act, and our aim is to assist Wang Yudi," Lin Feng said, savoring a sip of tea. "Assist Wang Yudi? What benefits have they offered you?" Zhou Ming inquired, perplexed. In Zhou Ming's mind, Lin Feng was not a reckless individual. There must be an advantage for him to take such risks. 2 million, along with the support of the Chen family, Lin Feng replied in a hushed tone. "You must think this through carefully. You are crossing the He family and the Wang family, both of whom are among the 4 prominent families of Huaxia," Zhou Ming cautioned. "Rest assured, I have deliberated. Rather than leading a mundane existence, I would prefer a spectacular one. Once this incident unfolds, my name will likely resonate throughout the capital." Lin Feng mused, lost in his own thoughts. "This is no jest. Have you truly considered it?" Zhou Ming reiterated. "I have indeed," Lin Feng affirmed. "Very well. On the day of the engagement, should you choose to disrupt the occasion, exercise caution. It would be disastrous if you were ensnared," Zhou Ming advised. In truth, Lin Feng had long been prepared. With his current abilities, not just anyone could ensnare him. "Do not worry, I have my own plans," Lin Feng assured. Before long, the dishes began to arrive, a table brimming with delectable delights, and Lin Feng was the first to dig in. Soon, the two had finished their meal, and after Lin Feng settled the bill, he made his way outside. "Brother Lin, look, they have emerged." In the dining area on the 1st floor, Lin Junjie and his companions noticed Lin Feng exiting and immediately set down their utensils, calling for the waiter to settle their tab. After leaving the Day Hotel, Lin Feng parted ways with Zhou Ming and strolled alone down the street. The group following behind, seeing Lin Feng alone at last, rejoiced and sped towards him in their van. 5 individuals, including Lin Junjie, disembarked. "Lin Feng, aren't you quite the hotshot? Today, I shall show you our might," Lin Junjie taunted, directing his words at Lin Feng, who was facing away from them. Upon hearing someone speak behind him, Lin Feng turned to see who it was. "Oh, it's you. You're still not disheartened, trailing after me like this. That's rather unwise," Lin Feng remarked. "I haven't forgotten last night's events. Today, I will have my revenge," Lin Junjie retorted, brimming with anger. "Revenge? Let us see if you possess the capability," Lin Feng shrugged nonchalantly. "Who will take the first shot?" a burly man queried. "I shall." A lean man stepped forward, fixing his gaze on Lin Feng. Lin Feng beckoned him with a curling finger, signaling him to proceed. These insignificant foes did not concern him. Although he had trained in ancient martial arts, they appeared to be no match for him. "Be careful, Yang Hao," Lin Junjie cautioned. As Yang Hao charged towards Lin Feng upon hearing Lin Junjie's warning, Lin Feng remained motionless. When Yang Hao reached Lin Feng, he unleashed a punch. Lin Feng responded in kind, their fists colliding with a resounding crack. Yang Hao felt as though his fist had struck steel, retracting it in pain as a sharp ache surged through his hand, his knuckles splitting. Seizing the opportunity while Yang Hao withdrew his fist, Lin Feng delivered a swift kick to Yang Hao's abdomen, sending him hurtling backward. "So weak, yet you dare to challenge me?" Lin Feng remarked. Looking down at him from his elevated position, Lin Junjie was taken aback by the scene before him. In his memory, Lin Feng had always been indifferent to martial arts, having never witnessed him engage in any form of training. Yet, now, with just 2 swift moves, Lin Feng sent Yang Hao flying, leaving Lin Junjie in a state of shock. The atmosphere became awkward. Junjia's companions were frozen in disbelief as they watched Yang Hao crash to the ground. Clutching his abdomen, was Lin Feng truly that formidable? After all, Yang Hao had practiced ancient martial arts, yet he seemed utterly defenseless against Lin Feng. However, it wasn't merely Lin Feng's prowess at play. Rather, Yang Hao and his companions lacked practical combat experience. Lin Feng, no longer a novice, had undergone several real-life encounters. Coupled with the influence of the Qian Kuan diagram, Yang Hao and his ilk appeared no more threatening than petty street thugs in Lin Feng's presence. Next, I shall step up, proclaimed Wang Hong as he advanced towards Lin Feng, who remained steadfast in his position. As the commotion attracted an increasing number of onlookers, Lin Junjie and his companions paid little attention to the gathering crowd, nor did Lin Feng. Without delay, Wang Hong lunged at Lin Feng, raising his foot to deliver a kick aimed at Lin Feng's face. Lin Feng took a step back, deftly intercepting Wang Hong's kick with one hand while transforming his other hand into a fist that struck Wang Hong's shin with a resounding crack. Instantly, Wang Hong released his leg, howling in agony, for Lin Feng had shattered his shin bone. After dispatching the two opponents, Lin Feng lifted his gaze towards Lin Junjie and his companions, inquiring, "Who among you wishes to continue?" Witnessing Lin Feng's indomitable demeanor instilled a sense of fear in Lin Junjie and his friends, prompting thoughts of retreat. They hastily assisted their fallen comrade into a van, which sped away, leaving behind a crowd of spectators and Lin Feng. Lin Feng made no effort to pursue them. He regarded these buffoons with disdain, contemptuous of their reliance on a modicum of ancient martial arts to exert their influence. Following this brief interlude, Lin Feng returned to his courtyard and prepared for a midday rest before his afternoon classes. After his nap, Lin Feng resumed his journey to school. Meanwhile, back at the Lin family estate, Lin Junjie had just arrived and approached Lin Jingxiong in the hall. "Uncle Jingxiong, that Lin Feng is incredibly fierce. Neither Wang Hong nor Yang Hao could withstand him, and I doubt I would fare any better," he reported. Upon hearing this, Lin Jingxiong sprang from his seat in astonishment. "What? You are saying he is not your match? That fellow seems so weak. How could you not overcome him? Do not be deceived by appearances. He is far from weak. He stood his ground against all five of us and even beckoned us to come closer," Lin Junjie retorted, taking a seat nearby. "Has he truly changed in just 3 years?" Lin Jingxiong furrowed his brow thoughtfully. After a moment of contemplation, he added, "Hire some individuals to handle this matter. Do not confront him directly." "Understood. I shall seek assistance immediately. However, I have heard that Lin Feng is now in a relationship with Wang Yudi," Lin Junjie mentioned. "Regardless of whom he is dating, our objective remains unchanged. We must focus on our own affairs," Lin Jingxiong asserted. Lin Feng arrived at school and stepped into the classroom, where a lively discussion was underway. To everyone's astonishment, Wang Yudi had admitted that Lin Feng was her boyfriend. What could possibly be the reason behind this? The crowd began to chatter animatedly. Lin Feng glanced at his phone and noticed a message from Chen Su, which read, "Did you receive the news? Wang Yudi has already responded." Lin Feng promptly typed a reply, "Received it. Some people are currently in discussion." Chen Su responded, "That's good." Meanwhile, at the Wang residence in the capital, Wang Yudi was seated in the hall. "How could you admit to being that useless boy's girlfriend?" Wang Zheng shouted angrily. "I do not wish to marry He Ming," Wang Yudi retorted. "Marriage is a significant matter. It cannot be decided by a child like you. It is proper for the elders to arrange it. The He family is a match for ours, being one of the 4 prominent families of Huaxia." Wang Zheng was incensed by Wang Yudi's words. "Yudi, listen to your uncle. Think of the family." Wang Lan, standing nearby, urged her sincerely. "You have all disregarded my feelings, unilaterally arranging a betrothal with the He family." "I do not wish to marry He Ming," Wang Yudi said, her voice trembling with emotion. She knew that He Ming had toyed with countless girls. The thought of marrying him was more unbearable than death itself. He Ming was notorious in the capital for his cunning and treachery, often leading young girls astray and discarding them afterward. For Wang Yudi to marry him would be akin to pushing her into a fiery abyss. "Yudi, heed the family's arrangements. This is how the family will prosper. A small sacrifice for the family is not too much to ask," Wang Lan tried to persuade her. "No, I refuse to marry He Ming. I will not wed someone who frequently plays with girls' hearts." Wang Yudi continued to resist. "This is not up to you. The elders have already made the decision. The engagement ceremony will take place in a few days," Wang Zheng declared loudly. "No, I refuse to marry." Wang Yudi exclaimed angrily before storming to her room. Once inside, she locked the door and remained alone, refusing to come out. Outside, Wang Lan sighed deeply. Meanwhile, Lin Feng sat in the classroom, becoming the subject of much discussion. His name had become widely known throughout the capital. Just as the conversations reached a crescendo, the class bell chimed. It was time for mathematics class. Zhao Bo entered, holding a substantial stack of test papers. Standing at the podium, he announced, "The highest score goes to Lin Feng, 145. A wave of astonishment swept through the classroom as everyone expressed their bewilderment. How had Lin Feng, who had been at the bottom of the class last semester, suddenly surpassed everyone to become the top student this term, achieving high marks in both English and mathematics? What had he done to become so extraordinary? Whispers of possible cheating began to circulate. Many students continued to speculate about Lin Feng, whose life had recently been engulfed in scrutiny and discussion. Though he had long grown accustomed to it, he still felt a twinge of resistance towards the cacophony of discussions surrounding him. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Bo distributed the examination papers and began to elucidate their contents. Lin Feng remained earnest in his attentiveness, particularly to the errors he had made, which stemmed from his own carelessness. He took the time to reflect on his mistakes. Before long, the afternoon's lessons came to a close. As Lin Feng gathered his belongings and prepared to depart from the school, Chen Su approached him. "Lin Feng, wait a moment," Chen Su called out as Lin Feng stepped out of the classroom. Turning around, Lin Feng saw Chen Su and halted, inquiring, "What is it?" "Let us have dinner together tonight. I'd like to see what you're capable of," Chen Su suggested, giving Lin Feng a friendly pat on the shoulder. "All right," Lin Feng acquiesced, following Chen Su as they exited the school. Today, Chen Su had not driven. They walked out together. Just outside the school gates, a stretch Lincoln was parked by the roadside. Chen Su walked over, opened the door, and gestured for Lin Feng to enter. Lin Feng climbed inside, and shortly thereafter, Chen Su joined him. It was Lin Feng's first experience riding in such an opulent vehicle, and he found the spacious interior remarkably comfortable. As soon as he settled into the car, he was surprised to spot a familiar face. Ma Tingting was seated within. "Ma Tingting, what are you doing here?" he exclaimed. After a brief pause, she replied, "This is my family's car. Of course, I would be here." "So this car belongs to your family?" Lin Feng remarked, astonished. Such a vehicle was not something that just anyone could possess, indicating the affluence of Ma Tingting's family. "Where are we headed?" Lin Feng inquired. "To my house," Chen Su responded. "What is the purpose of that?" Lin Feng asked, puzzled. "To assess your abilities. I've heard you're quite formidable. The people sent by Shen Jiajia were all bested by you," Chen Su said casually. "How do you know?" Lin Feng pondered, realizing he hadn't shared this information widely. How did Chen Su come by it? "I told him," Ma Tingting interjected, glancing at Lin Feng. After approximately an hour's drive, they arrived at the Chun family estate, where two security guards stood watch at the entrance. Upon seeing the approaching vehicle, they stepped out of their booth to open the gate. Once inside the estate, everyone exited the car. Lin Feng took a moment to survey the surroundings of the Chun family manor, which was strikingly beautiful, adorned with a plethora of flowers and plants, and filled with delightful fragrances wafting through the air. Ma Tingting was no stranger to this place. She had visited many times before, and the guards recognized the vehicle. "This way, Lin Feng," Chen Su beckoned, leading him to a nearby open area. Lin Feng followed him to the designated spot, where he observed Chen Su engaging in conversation with a patrolling security guard. A short while later, a middle-aged man dressed in camouflage approached Lin Feng. "Lin Feng, this is Mr. Wang, a retired Special Forces soldier. You can spar with him to gauge your capabilities. It will aid us in the arrangements for the engagement ceremony the day after tomorrow," Chen Su explained to Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded and said, "All right, please step aside. I am about to take action." Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Ma Tingting and Chen Su moved aside to observe. "Mr. Wang, I apologize for any offense." As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Feng charged forward. He approached Mr. Wang and unleashed a punch that sliced through the air with a whoosh. Mr. Wang remained steadfast, delivering a punch of his own, and their fists collided with a resounding smack. Lin Feng staggered back 3 steps, while Mr. Wang retreated 5. Having felt the impact of their exchange, Mr. Wang realized he could not afford to underestimate his opponent. It seemed that Lin Feng was even stronger than he had anticipated. After a brief pause, Mr. Wang lunged at Lin Feng, aiming a kick. Lin Feng sidestepped to evade the strike and countered with a punch aimed at Mr. Wang's abdomen. Mr. Wang retracted his leg and stepped back to dodge the blow. Observing his opponent's retreat, Lin Feng advanced once more, swinging his fist toward Mr. Wang's face. Mr. Wang transformed his hands into claws, catching Lin Feng's punch and executing a shoulder throw that sent Lin Feng soaring through the air. As Lin Feng flipped midair, he landed gracefully on his feet. Ma Tingting and Chen Su, witnessing this spectacle, couldn't help but applaud. "Bravo!" Mr. Wang exclaimed, releasing his grip. "I didn't expect you to be quite formidable." Chen Su approached with a smile. "That last maneuver of yours was quite impressive." Ma Tingting gushed, displaying a hint of infatuation. Lin Feng scratched the back of his head, modestly replying, "You flatter me." "It seems we need not arrange for bodyguards to be by your side in the future," Chen Su remarked with a grin. "That simply won't do. We must still have the necessary bodyguards. Otherwise, how would I ensure your safety?" Lin Feng expressed concern. "Fear not. Arrangements will be made. For now, let us dine," Chen Su said as he led Lin Feng and Ma Tingting into his home. Upon entering, they found a table laden with delectable dishes prepared by the cook employed at Chen Su's residence. After their meal, Chen Su escorted Lin Feng back to the courtyard. Once in his room, Lin Feng lay down and fell into a deep slumber, awakening the next day. Tomorrow marked Wang Yudi's engagement ceremony, and today Lin Feng needed to make thorough preparations. Rising early, he practiced the Qiankuan diagram in the courtyard, diligently applying himself. The Qiankuan diagram had profoundly transformed him, evolving from a youth devoid of strength to one capable of contending with retired special forces. After completing 20 repetitions of the Qiankuan diagram, he examined his dantian and was astonished to discover an additional thread of true qi. Now, Lin Feng's dantian contained 2 strands of true qi. Although progress was slow, he was indeed advancing. Spirit of the ring, Lin Feng called out. "What is it, master?" The spirit seemed to respond as if just awakening. "I have gained an additional thread of true qi," Lin Feng announced with joy. "So soon?" The spirit replied incredulously. "Indeed. I only just discovered it after practicing the Qiankuan diagram today," Lin Feng thought. "You are astonishing. Your progress far surpasses that of my previous 2 masters." The spirit regarded Lin Feng as if he were a marvel. Lin Feng felt a surge of joy as he realized he possessed another trump card. After returning to his room and completing his grooming, he suddenly remembered the dagger hidden within his cabinet. This exquisite dagger had been left behind by the man in the cap he encountered during the escort mission at the Golden Leaf building. As he held it in his hand, he marveled at its craftsmanship. Recognizing it as a remarkable weapon, he decided to carry it with him. Considering the potential repercussions of offending the He family and the Wang family, 2 of the 4 prominent clans. Since it was Saturday, Lin Feng had no school obligations and chose to remain in his room, engrossed in his phone. He opened WeChat to find a message from Chen Su, stating, "Tomorrow morning at 9, remember not to be late." Lin Feng replied, assuring him, "Rest assured, I won't forget." He had even prepared cold weapons for this occasion, eagerly anticipating the chaos to unfold the following day. The day swiftly passed, and at last, it was the day of Wang Yudi's engagement. Early in the morning, she was awakened by Wang Zheng. After applying her makeup and donning her elegant gown, she stepped into a stretch limousine that whisked her away to the day hotel. Lin Feng also rose early, recognizing the day's significance. Instead of his usual routine of practicing in the courtyard, he prioritized conserving his energy. After freshening up, he dressed in what he deemed his most respectable attire and departed. Walking through several streets, Lin Feng arrived at the entrance of the day hotel. He retrieved his long-preserved invitation and presented it to the security guard at the door, who smiled and permitted him entry. The guards recognized Lin Feng, as he had frequented the hotel recently, dining there just days prior with Zhou Ming. Upon entering the hotel, he took the elevator to the 18th floor as indicated on the invitation. This would be Lin Feng's first encounter with Wang Yudi. Exiting the elevator, he was taken aback by the throngs of esteemed guests, many adorned in formal attire, while he stood out in his casual clothing. He felt somewhat out of place in his black trousers and white shirt, which constituted his best outfit. Zhou Ming spotted Lin Feng as soon as he entered and approached him, whispering, "You're early. Are you planning to cause a scene this soon?" Lin Feng shrugged nonchalantly, replying, "Not yet. I'll wait until Wang Yudi appears." He was cautious, knowing that he had yet to see Chen Su and needed to bide his time for the right moment. "Lin Feng, you made it," called out Qin Chu Chu. Emerging from the crowd, Lin Feng turned at the sound of her voice, noticing she wore a stunning white dress paired with white heels, her hair styled in a ponytail. Exuding charm and elegance, prompting him to steal another glance. "I just arrived. I didn't expect you to be here before me," he remarked, casually sipping a glass of red wine. At this moment, Qin Lan followed the direction taken by Qin Chuchu and spotted Lin Feng. However, he refrained from acting out immediately and instead approached Lin Feng slowly. Noticing Qin Lan's approach, Lin Feng greeted him with a smile, saying, "Good day, Mr. Qin." Qin Lan chuckled awkwardly in response, his mind still lingering on the memory of that night when Lin Feng had been atop Qin Chuchu. Though a hint of anger flickered across his face, Lin Feng chose to disregard it, merely exchanging pleasantries. A while later, Chen Su emerged from the elevator, accompanied by 3 to 5 individuals, one of whom was Mr. Wang, who had clashed with Lin Feng the day before. Chen Su instructed those around him, "You all disperse and discreetly protect that young man," pointing towards Lin Feng. Upon receiving the order, the bodyguards glanced at Lin Feng before spreading out. Some moved aside to indulge in drinks, while others stationed themselves against the walls, keeping a watchful eye on him. Seeing Chen Su approaching, Lin Feng moved closer and said, "I'll be relying on your people soon. I hope we won't encounter too many obstacles." Chen Su smiled, replying, "It primarily depends on you. My men will cover for you. Just ensure you get away swiftly." "Where am I supposed to run to?" Lin Feng replied, exasperated. "For now, let's hide at my house for a day or two. I've arranged for a vehicle. It's the same Lincoln from yesterday. Just get your people in the car." Chen Su reassured him, patting Lin Feng on the shoulder. With an escape route already laid out, Lin Feng felt compelled to act. To be honest, he had never engaged in anything of great significance before, but this time he aimed to astonish the 4 great families of Huaxia. Among the attendees, Chen Su was not the only one accompanied by bodyguards. Many others had brought their own security for this engagement ceremony. The bodyguards stood off to the side, encircling the venue. "Everyone, please be quiet," announced the host, stepping forward with a microphone. Upon seeing this, many realized that the main event was about to unfold. The crowd fell into silence, refraining from whispering as they awaited the appearance of the protagonists. "We now invite the hosts, Mr. Wang Zheng and Mr. He Jia, to come up and deliver their speeches," the host proclaimed. As soon as the words left his mouth, 2 middle-aged men ascended the stage. They took turns speaking at length, causing Lin Feng's ears to grow weary from their incessant chatter. After what felt like an eternity, they finally concluded. The host then called out, "Now, let us welcome Mr. He Ming and Miss Wang Yudi to the stage." Almost immediately, Wang Yudi, adorned in a white gown, and He Ming, clad in a black suit, emerged from the entrance. It was Lin Feng's first encounter with Wang Yudi. As they traversed through the crowd, all eyes were upon them. Wang Yudi scanned the crowd intently for a particular figure, yet no matter how diligently she searched, she could not find him. Lin Feng, concealed behind the throng, quietly observed Wang Yudi. He couldn't help but acknowledge her beauty. Her reputation was indeed well-deserved. "Welcome," the host called out once more. As the pair slowly approached the stage, Lin Feng suddenly shouted, "Wait." The sound reverberated throughout the floor, drawing the attention of all present towards its source. Lin Feng, acutely aware of the scorching gazes upon him, remained unfazed and boldly proclaimed, "Wang Yudi is mine." His audacity and imposing presence rendered him anything but the worthless figure he was perceived to be in Wang Yudi's eyes. Rather, he exuded a remarkable masculinity. This declaration plunged the venue into a profound silence, a stillness akin to death itself. Even Wang Zheng and He Jia were momentarily stunned, unable to fathom that someone would dare disrupt the event at such a critical juncture. Before long, someone recognized Lin Feng, exclaiming, "Isn't that Lin Feng? Wang Yudi is his girlfriend, and now he has stepped forward." The murmurs spread like wildfire, as the crowd buzzed with speculation about Lin Feng's boldness. Chen Su observed the unfolding situation with great satisfaction, realizing that his prior machinations had indeed borne fruit. Many attendees were aware of Wang Yudi's relationship with Lin Feng, a rumor he had orchestrated. However, Wang Zheng and He Jia were seasoned individuals, and after a brief pause, they regained their composure and shouted, "Security, quickly remove that man." In unison, they commanded the surrounding security personnel, who promptly approached Lin Feng. At that moment, Chen Su's security team intervened, positioning themselves between Lin Feng and the approaching guards, preventing them from advancing. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng took a swift step forward, ascended the platform, and approached Wang Yudi, gripping her arm firmly. "What are you waiting for? Move," Wang Zheng shouted, anxious that Lin Feng might succeed in taking her away, which would severely tarnish their reputation. No sooner had Wang Zheng spoken than Lin Feng delivered a powerful kick, sending He Ming sprawling. He Ming, akin to a child before an adult, had no means to retaliate. His privileged background had afforded him no physical training or combat experience, rendering him utterly defenseless against Lin Feng. Upon hearing Wang Zheng's command, the security personnel sprang into action, clashing with Chen Su's guards, plunging the scene into utter chaos. Chen Su, grinning, watched as Lin Feng pulled Wang Yuti down from the platform, leading her towards the elevator. Two security guards stood watch at the elevator entrance, and upon noticing Lin Feng's approach, they stepped forward, intending to apprehend him. However, Lin Feng was not easily intimidated. With lightning speed, he delivered 2 swift kicks, sending both guards tumbling backward. Their lack of real-world experience rendered them no match for him, and they were swiftly dispatched. Wang Yuti gasped in shock as she witnessed Lin Feng effortlessly neutralize the guards. When had he become so formidable? She was astonished. Lin Feng waited momentarily until the elevator doors opened. Then he pulled Wang Yuti inside. As the doors closed, they began their descent to the ground floor. Both remaining silent within the confines of the elevator, Lin Feng still holding Wang Yuti's hand. They arrived at the lobby on the first floor, where Ma Tingting had been waiting. Upon seeing Lin Feng and Wang Yuti descend, she approached them and said, "This is not a place to linger. Follow me." Thus, Lin Feng took Wang Yuti's hand, and they made their way directly to the street, where a stretch limousine was parked nearby. Ma Tingting led them into the opulent vehicle, and as soon as they boarded, the engine roared to life, destined for Chen Su's residence. Meanwhile, the bodyguards at the venue had ceased their brawl. Wang Zheng and He Jia were left with ashen faces, realizing that Lin Feng had seized the opportunity to escape amidst the chaos. "Chen Su, why are your men protecting Lin Feng?" He Ming exclaimed as he scrambled to his feet. They were now investigating the accountability of the situation. "My men did not shield him. It was yours who recklessly engaged without discernment. What was the reason for that? My people have done nothing to offend you." Chen Su replied, his demeanor unflinching. "You." Wang Zheng was struck speechless by this retort. "It was indeed your people who obstructed us. Otherwise, we would have apprehended Lin Feng long ago," He Ming interjected, recovering from the shock. "Oh, now that he has escaped, does it even matter to assign blame?" Chen Su shrugged nonchalantly. This scene was precisely what Chen Su relished. Having decided to assist Wang Yuti, he was committed to the endeavor. Wang Yuti and Chen Su had been childhood companions, akin to siblings, and their bond remained unaltered even into adulthood. It was this deep-seated connection that motivated Chen Su to summon Lin Feng to disrupt the gathering. He had not contemplated the potential animosity he might incur. Confident in the strength of his own family, one of the 4 great families of Huaxia. "Since the show has concluded, I shall take my leave. Farewell," Chen Su declared, leading his entourage into the elevator and departing. Seated in the limousine beside Lin Feng, Wang Yuti gazed at the young man she had once called off her engagement. Lin Feng's performance that day was nothing short of remarkable. The label of waste could hardly be applied to him. In that moment, an indescribable feeling stirred within Wang Yuti. She had anticipated that Lin Feng would timidly take the stage and whisk her away, but he had surprised her by boldly shouting and swiftly kicking He Ming aside, pulling her from the platform. All of this exceeded Wang Yuti's expectations, and now, as she sat in the car, Lin Feng still held her hand. "You can let go of me now," she said to him. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng realized he was still grasping her hand and quickly released it. Turning to face her, their first encounter had unfolded in such an extraordinary circumstance. "Lin Feng, are you injured?" Ma Tingting inquired with concern. "Not at all. However, I did send 2 of your hotel's security guards flying. You should be more worried about them," Lin Feng replied with confidence. "All right, I see you are quite formidable. Did anyone pursue us?" Ma Tingting asked. "Nobody followed us, but Chen Su remains there. I'm unsure how things will conclude," Lin Feng responded, momentarily taken aback. "Then we need not concern ourselves with him. He will manage," Ma Tingting said, feeling relieved by Lin Feng's words. After navigating through numerous twists and turns, the Lincoln arrived at the entrance of Chen Su's estate. The security guard, upon noticing the vehicle, promptly opened the gate. The car glided slowly into the grounds, and Ma Tingting and the others disembarked. "Let us proceed inside," Ma Tingting suggested, gesturing towards the entrance. Thus, Lin Feng and the others entered Chen Su's home, taking a seat in the grand hall as they awaited his return. After approximately half an hour, the door to the hall swung open, and they turned to see Chen Su stepping inside. "Are you all unharmed?" Did you encounter any obstructions along the way? Chen Su inquired. No, the journey was quite smooth. Lin Feng replied. They must be regretting their decision to send you an invitation. They shouldn't have done so. Ha. Chen Su laughed heartily. Hearing this, Lin Feng chuckled as well, remarking, I wonder whose idea it was to send me an invitation. It seems the He family merely wished to see your embarrassment. Ma Tingting interjected. What should we do now? Are we to remain here in hiding? Lin Feng asked. Let us take refuge in my home for the time being. Should you require anything, feel free to inform the servants. I've instructed them to prepare 2 vacant rooms for your stay, Chen Su replied. Thank you. You have truly been a great help. Wang Yudi expressed her gratitude towards Chen Su. There's no need to thank me. You ought to thank Lin Feng. I hardly did anything. He was the one who brought you out. Chen Su waved his hand dismissively. Thank you. I owe you a favor this time. Wang Yudi turned to Lin Feng. The mastermind here is Chen Su. I am merely a hired hand. Lin Feng shook his head. Meanwhile, at the day hotel, He Ming was furiously berating his subordinates. You useless bunch. You can't even stop a single person. What good are you? Young master please calm down. The person likely went to Chen Su's place. We shall confront them directly, a security team leader suggested. Then what are you waiting for? Go, He Ming retorted, striding towards the elevator. A group of onlookers followed suit, eager to witness the unfolding events. Lin Feng pondered aloud. What should we do if they come here to demand someone? We certainly won't comply. Chen Su and Ma Tingting replied in unison. Half an hour later, He Ming arrived at the entrance of Chen Su's estate, shouting to be let in. Hearing the commotion outside, Lin Feng and the others stepped out to investigate, only to find He Ming and his entourage, including the 2 main hosts, Wang Zheng and He Jie, had arrived. Chen Su signaled the security guard to open the door, allowing them to enter. Thus, a throng of people, spectators, bodyguards, and curious onlookers, poured into Chen Su's estate, a veritable mix of individuals. As Lin Feng scanned the crowd, he was surprised to spot Qin Chu and Qin Lan among them, likely there to witness the spectacle. Chen Su stood resolutely with the estate's security, unflinching, while Lin Feng positioned himself beside him. As the crowd drew nearer, Chen Su addressed them. If you have come here to demand someone, I kindly ask you to leave. Upon hearing this, He Ming was immediately enraged and exclaimed loudly, Chen Su, do not overstep your bounds. Wang Yudi is my fiancée, return her to me, and we shall let bygones be bygones. Oh, your fiancée, you say? Yet, why does she not acknowledge it? Chen Su replied with a smile. Chen Su. Wang stepped forward, asserting, you can hand my daughter over now, can't you? Wang uncle, if she wishes to return, she shall do so of her own volition. If she does not, no one can compel her, Chen Su stated firmly. How about we settle this with a contest? Let each of us send forth 3 individuals to fight. Should you prevail, we will withdraw. Should you lose, you will willingly surrender her, He Jie proposed. A splendid idea. Best of 3 rounds, is it? We accept, and remember your words. So many witnesses are present. Chen Su replied with a confident smile. Very well, very well, very well. He Jie repeated thrice. Both parties reached a consensus to determine the outcome through combat. To be honest, Lin Feng had not anticipated that matters would culminate in such a manner, with a fight to decide Wang Yudi's fate. However, observing Chen Su's unwavering confidence, he surmised that there must be some hidden strategy in play. Thus, Lin Feng quietly inquired, do you have a backup plan? Hearing Lin Feng's question, Chen Su turned his head slightly and whispered, you are the backup plan. You must win. Lin Feng, upon hearing Chen Su's words, felt utterly petrified. Mr. Wang, I entrust this to you, Chen Su stated. Rest assured, young Master Chen, I will not disappoint you, Mr. Wang replied, stepping forward and patting his chest. Upon seeing that Chen Su had dispatched a burly man, He Jie turned back and called out, Xiao San, you shall take this round. The man referred to as Xiao San emerged from the crowd, another formidable figure. The surrounding spectators instinctively stepped back, clearing the area for Mr. Wang and the man known as Xiao San. Standing his ground, Mr. Wang provocatively beckoned Xiao San. Come now, let me show you my prowess. Confronted with the provocation, Xiao San hesitated for a moment before charging at Mr. Wang. He threw a punch, and Mr. Wang responded in kind. The fists collided with a resounding bang. In the next instant, Xiao San felt as though his fist had struck against an iron plate, and he recoiled in pain. Seeing his opponent in distress, Mr. Wang swiftly advanced with a grappling maneuver. Xiao San, recovering quickly, retreated several steps, but Mr. Wang relentlessly pursued, pressing forward once more. Ultimately, Shaoxin found himself on the defensive, unable to muster any thoughts of retaliation against Mr. Wang's relentless assaults, and he continued to retreat. Chen Su, observing the situation, wore an even broader smile. In the end, Mr. Wang delivered a decisive kick, sending Shaoxin flying and concluding this round of the contest. He Jia, witnessing this outcome, turned pale with anger and shouted, "Next round. Along, you are up." Then, a man named Along stepped forward from the crowd, his physique bursting with explosive musculature, a quintessential muscle man. Clad in a tank top and shorts, he appeared to be around 30 years of age, exuding an aura of strength. As the other spectators witnessed He Jia unleash his secret weapon, their eyes widened in anticipation of who Chen Su would send into the fray next. "Lin Feng, it's your turn," Chen Su declared. "Very well," Lin Feng responded, stepping forward. The crowd was taken aback to see Lin Feng enter the arena. Was he not considered a weakling? Why would Chen Su choose him? Surely, a more formidable opponent should have been selected. To the onlookers, Lin Feng appeared rather frail, lacking in combat prowess, and sending him forth seemed an act of folly. However, since he had already been chosen, they remained silent, quietly observing the unfolding events. Along, upon seeing the youth before him, taunted, "Shall I give you a 3-move head start?" Lin Feng chuckled heartily, replying, "To defeat you, I need but a single strike." As the words left his lips, Lin Feng charged towards Along, who stood motionless. Noticing his opponent in action, Lin Feng enveloped his fist with a hint of true energy and aimed a blow at Along's abdomen. Along remained unmoving, bracing himself for the impact, displaying remarkable audacity. Lin Feng thought to himself that this fellow clearly did not grasp the vastness of the heavens or the depth of the earth. The punch, infused with a modicum of true energy, landed solidly on Along's midsection, producing a resounding thud. Yet, Along remained unyielding, but shortly thereafter, he collapsed to the ground, unconscious, a distinct imprint of Lin Feng's fist now indented into his abdomen. The onlookers erupted in astonishment, unable to fathom that Along had been felled by a single blow from Lin Feng. At that moment, the expression on He Jia's face was a spectacle to behold. Both of his champions had been vanquished, leaving him at a loss for where to direct his gaze. It was likely that, following this incident, Lin Feng's name would resonate throughout the capital. "You may all return now. We have triumphed in both encounters," Chen Su proclaimed loudly. Let us go," He Jia scoffed, turning on his heel to leave the estate. A throng of spectators simultaneously departed, many of whom had gathered to witness the spectacle. Once the crowd had vacated Chen Su's estate, he and Lin Feng retreated indoors. "How are things outside?" Wang Yudi inquired. The He and Wang families came by earlier, but were swiftly sent away. "You can rest easy now," Lin Feng assured her with a wave of his hand. "Since all is well, I should take my leave," Ma Tingting announced as she made her way outside. With Ma Tingting gone, the interior of the Chun residence now housed only Chen Su, Lin Feng, Wang Yudi, and a security guard. Chen Su's parents were still abroad in the United States, and his siblings resided in various locales throughout the capital, only gathering at the estate for family meetings or significant events. Chen Su's father, Chen Hong, served as the patriarch of the Chen family. "Here is a check for 1 million. Please keep it safe," Chen Su said, producing a check from his pocket and handing it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng accepted the check, replying, "Please arrange for a bodyguard. Lest I find myself lying lifeless on the streets one day, it would be a considerable loss. Rest assured, as you have witnessed, the individuals they dispatched today are no match for you," Chen Su stated earnestly. "However, there exist many who are far superior to me in this world. One must not grow complacent," Lin Feng replied, shaking his head. After conversing for a while longer, Lin Feng recalled that he had yet to create today's Qian Kuan diagram. Thus, he proceeded to the estate's open ground and began to craft the diagram. Chen Su, along with Wang Yudi and Mr. Wang, observed from the side, all intrigued by the benefits of such movements. Lin Feng was deeply immersed in the art of the universe diagram, completely oblivious to the presence of onlookers observing his practice. After completing the diagram for the 20th time, he felt a significant enhancement in the 2 strands of true energy within his dantian, which prompted him to approach Chen Su and the others with satisfaction. "Lin Feng, what purpose do these movements serve?" Chen Su inquired as Lin Feng approached. "These movements are designed to strengthen the body," Lin Feng replied. "Is it true that Lin Feng disrupted the engagement ceremony between the He family and the Wang family?" Lin Jingxiong exclaimed, rising from his seat in astonishment. Indeed, that is the case, Lin Yu confirmed. For the engagement ceremony between Wang Yudi and He Ming, the Lin family sent only Lin Yu. When did that waist gain such capability? Lin Jingxiong remarked incredulously. It is likely that the Chun family assisted him in this endeavor. It must be Chun Su's arrangement. Lin Yu speculated. Does this imply that the waist has allied with the Qin family? Lin Jingxiong pondered thoughtfully. As for Lin Feng, he now bore no resemblance to a waist. His combat skills were on par with those of a special forces soldier. Lin Yu recalled the events that transpired at the Chun family's estate. Lin Jingxiong paused for a moment and then said, "We should assign someone to closely monitor him and observe his future performances." Lin Feng had now become a prominent figure in the capital, known among the upper echelons of society. As noon arrived, Lin Feng finished his lunch at the Chun residence, bid farewell to Qin Su, and departed. He first returned to his courtyard, took a shower, changed his clothes, and then packed some personal belongings, preparing to move in with Qin Su. After all, Qin Su had promised to provide him protection after the incident. Once he gathered his belongings, he summoned a taxi. After he settled into the vehicle and communicated the address to the driver, they set off towards Qin Su's home. Since Qin Su had already informed the security, the taxi was allowed to enter the estate directly. Lin Feng, burdened with his bags, entered the Chun residence. A servant guided him to a lavishly decorated room on the second floor, furnished with a sofa, a chandelier, and a dressing table, adjacent to which stood a double bed. Lin Feng was quite pleased with the room. It was his first time residing in such an opulent estate. Previously, during his time at the Lin family, his quarters were somewhat similar, albeit smaller, measuring just over 20 square meters. Now, the room he occupied was at least 40 square meters. For the past month, Lin Feng and Wang Yudi had been living at the Chun residence. During his free time, Lin Feng would engage in martial arts sparring with Mr. Wang, while the remainder of his time was devoted to studying. At school, Lin Feng had taken an extended leave. Even without attending classes, he felt that he could still learn a great deal from reading. He believed that if he were to participate in the college entrance examination now, he would achieve commendable results. In his studies, Lin Feng was free from worries, and in martial arts, his skills had notably improved due to his prolonged sparring sessions with Mr. Wang. Wang Yudi observed from the sidelines and realized that Lin Feng was far from the useless person others had depicted. In fact, Lin Feng was remarkably different from the average individual, exhibiting rapid growth. He could now consistently outperform Mr. Wang, demonstrating significant advancement. From initially being overwhelmed to now surpassing his opponent, Lin Feng had made considerable strides. After residing at Qin Su's home for an entire month, Lin Feng felt that the turmoil had subsided and decided to return to his original abode at the Sihiyuan. Qin Su, since everything has settled, I will be moving back to my previous residence today, Lin Feng stated, addressing Qin Su, who was seated in the living room. Very well, but do exercise caution. They harbor grudges, Qin Su cautioned. I think I ought to return home as well, Wang Yudi interjected at that moment. Are you not afraid they will pressure you into marriage again? Should such a situation arise, we may not be able to assist you further, Qin Su said with gravity. If it happens again, I will not lend my help. You must consider this carefully, Lin Feng advised. My brother messaged me yesterday, stating that my family will no longer press me into marriage. I can return home, Wang Yudi exclaimed joyfully. That is wonderful, Lin Feng replied. Lin Feng, let us connect on WeChat. I truly appreciate your assistance in my predicament. I will treat you to a meal another day, Wang Yudi said with a smile. One cannot deny that Wang Yudi's smile was indeed captivating, leaving Lin Feng momentarily entranced. After a brief pause, he took out his phone and scanned the QR code on Wang Yudi's device, successfully adding her as a friend. Soon after, Lin Feng gathered his belongings, slung his bag over his shoulder, and departed from Qin Su's estate. Upon returning to the Sihiyuan, he coincidentally encountered Zhao Bo. As soon as they met, Zhao Bo inquired, "Where have you been this past month? I thought something had happened to you. You didn't even return to the Bloodhawk base." "I stayed at a friend's house for a month due to some incidents," Lin Feng replied with a smile. "You still smile. I nearly suspected you had encountered some unforeseen troubles while on a mission," Zhao Bo expressed his concern. "I am moving back today and will check the base tonight to see if there are any tasks available," Lin Feng assured him, giving Zhao Bo a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Lin Feng also planned to purchase a home. He currently had over 260,000 in savings. However, in light of the housing prices in the capital, he felt it insufficient and aspired to earn more to secure a property for himself. "It's been a while since we last met. Shall we spar a bit?" Xiaobo suggested. Absolutely. Lin Feng agreed. Consequently, the two positioned themselves in the courtyard of the Sihiyuan, preparing for their friendly match. At the onset, Lin Feng launched an aggressive assault against Xiaobo, swiftly closing the distance and attempting a grappling move. Xiaobo retreated a step, delivering a punch in response. Seeing Xiaobo's fist approaching, Lin Feng deftly sidestepped, evading the blow while seizing Xiaobo's fist. In retaliation, Xiaobo kicked at Lin Feng, who was compelled to release Xiaobo's hand and step back to evade the incoming kick. In the next moment, Xiaobo advanced once more, throwing another punch at Lin Feng. In that instant, Lin Feng also countered with a punch, resulting in a collision that echoed with a resounding bang. Both fighters retreated 3 steps, assessing each other as they prepared for the next exchange. Certainly, having grown so much, what have you accomplished during your month of absence? Xiaobo expressed his astonishment. I trained with a retired Special Forces soldier, Lin Feng replied, scratching the back of his head. Very well, that will suffice. Let us conserve our energy for the tasks ahead, Xiaobo declared, ceasing their sparring. It was now lunchtime, and after pausing their combat, both returned to their respective rooms to rest. Lin Feng collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep slumber until the afternoon. Knock, knock, knock. A sound echoed at the door. Lin Feng, roused by the knocking, got up to answer it. Still not awake? Xiaobo remarked, standing at the entrance. I was just waking you up, Lin Feng yawned. Come on, I'll treat you to a meal, and afterward, we'll head to headquarters, Xiaobo said. Pulling Lin Feng out of the courtyard, they arrived at a roadside stall, ordered a few dishes, and began to eat. After satisfying their appetites, they made their way to the Blood Hawk headquarters nestled in the Sunset Mountains. Lin Feng, it's been a while since I last saw you, said Yao Hu, who was waiting at the door. I had some matters to attend to, so I couldn't visit the headquarters, but now that everything is resolved, I thought I'd check for any available missions, Lin Feng explained, glancing at Yao Hu. Today, Yao Hu was clad in a fitted outfit, her alluring silhouette captivating Lin Feng's attention. Just in time, there's a mission available. Let us tackle it together, Yao Hu exclaimed, holding a piece of paper that was freshly revealed from the notice board. What kind of mission? Let us see, Xiaobo inquired eagerly. It's a bodyguard assignment. Take a look, Yao Hu said, handing the notice to Xiaobo. The notice detailed a protective task for Mr. Li, offering a reward of 300,000 for 3 days of safety, rated at 2 stars. Such a lucrative task, Xiaobo remarked in astonishment. However, it may not be as easy as it seems. I just contacted Mr. Li, and he mentioned that assassins would be approaching him in the next 3 days. Hence his desire for our protection, Yao Hu explained slowly. Shall we proceed together? What about you, Lin Feng? Xiaobo asked. I'll join as well. I might as well accompany you seasoned veterans, Lin Feng smiled. Thus, the trio departed from the Sunset Mountains. After communicating with their employer, Lin Feng and his companions learned of Mr. Li's location. They hailed a taxi and proceeded towards his residence. Approximately an hour later, they arrived at the entrance of a garden where 2 security guards awaited. Upon seeing the approaching taxi, the guards stepped forward to intercept them. What brings you here? They inquired. Mr. Li sent us, Lin Feng and his companions replied as they exited the vehicle. Please wait a moment while I verify, one guard said before entering the premises. Shortly after, a middle-aged man emerged, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, with a crew cut and a robust physique. His face square and resolute. Are you the mercenaries from Blood Hawk? Mr. Li asked. You must be Mr. Li. We are here to provide protection for you. 3 in total, Yao Hu stepped forward to explain. Excellent, please come in. As soon as the words left his mouth, the security guard opened the door, permitting Lin Feng and his companions to enter. Follow me, Mr. Li instructed, leading them to a villa nestled within the garden. He opened the door and gestured for everyone to step inside. Upon entering, Lin Feng noticed a woman seated on the sofa, engrossed in the television. At that moment, the woman turned her head towards Lin Feng and the others, her expression one of surprise. It's you? The woman was Li Xiao, the same individual who had been robbed at the train station, claiming she had come to the capital to find her sisters. Her unexpected presence in Mr. Li's home took Lin Feng aback. Do you know each other? Mr. Li inquired, his eyes wide with curiosity. Indeed, we met over a month ago at the train station, where I assisted her in apprehending a thief, Lin Feng replied, glancing at Mr. Li. How did you end up at my uncle's house? Li Xiao asked, puzzled. In response, Mr. Li began to elucidate the circumstances, explaining the situation thoroughly, which helped Li Xiao to understand. It turned out that these individuals were there to protect her uncle. Li Xiao paused for a moment and remarked, "No wonder you were so adept at dealing with that thief at the train station. It seems you are part of a mercenary group." Mr. Li then invited everyone to take a seat. Once Lin Feng and the others were settled, he spoke again. "I suspect that an old rival in business may hire an assassin to take my life, all due to that piece of land I acquired. Sigh. We shall not concern ourselves with the reasons behind your predicament. Our task is to ensure your safety for 3 days, and once that time elapses, we will withdraw," Zhao Bo declared, reclining on the sofa with his legs crossed. "I understand. What should I call you?" Mr. Li asked. "I go by the code name Firefly. She is Phantom Fox, and this is Lin Feng. You may address us as such. We will be needing accommodations here for the next few nights. Please make arrangements." Lin Feng replied to Mr. Li. "There's a room on the 2nd floor. You 3 can manage to squeeze in there," Mr. Li suggested after some consideration. "All right, let us go have a look," Zhao Bo responded readily. Thus, the 3 ascended to the 2nd floor, inspecting the room, which contained a sofa and a bed. "With little else, we will take turns keeping watch, each for 3 hours, rotating as needed," Zhao Bo announced as he settled onto the sofa. "I'll go first," Phantom Fox volunteered. "Then I'll take the 2nd shift," Lin Feng added. "And I shall take the 3rd, Zhao Bo concluded with a smile. With their shifts established, Mr. Li inquired, "Would you like a late-night snack?" "No, we are fine with just a meal," Zhao Bo declined politely. "If you wish for something, feel free to cook. There are ingredients in the kitchen for you to use," Mr. Li stated before heading upstairs to rest. Li Xiao remained on the 1st floor, watching television, while Lin Feng and Phantom Fox sat in the living room, and Zhao Bo took his rest upstairs. Given that this was Lin Feng's first experience on such a protective assignment and staying in someone else's home, he felt a surge of excitement, leaving him unable to sleep for quite some time. In the dead of night, the fox spirit took the first watch while Lin Feng remained seated in the living room, and the fox spirit wandered through the garden. 3 hours passed without any sign of disturbance. The fox spirit then returned to Mr. Li's villa and ascended directly to the 2nd floor, marking the beginning of Lin Feng's watch. At this moment, it was precisely 3 o'clock in the morning. The stillness of the night was unsettling in its silence. Another 3 hours elapsed, and as dawn approached at 6 o'clock, Lin Feng felt fatigued and made his way upstairs, rousing Zhao Bo from his slumber. Upon waking Zhao Bo, Lin Feng settled onto the sofa, and the night unfolded without a single disturbance. Lin Feng slept soundly until noon, awakening to the aroma of freshly cooked rice. He promptly descended to the 1st floor. Upon entering the grand hall, he discovered everyone gathered for a meal, with his presence being the only absence. "Lin Feng, at last you've awakened. I thought you might forego breakfast," Zhao Bo remarked with a chuckle. "Of course, I must eat. Otherwise, where would my strength come from?" Lin Feng replied. He then took a seat and began to partake in the meal. In the afternoon, Mr. Li announced his intention to return to the company, prompting Lin Feng and the others to accompany him. After their hearty meal, Zhao Bo took the wheel as they set off for Mr. Li's company, encountering no anomalies along the way. Upon their arrival, Lin Feng and his companions escorted Mr. Li into the building, standing guard outside as they awaited his return. At that moment, the fox spirit's phone rang. "Hello? Who is this?" the fox spirit inquired. "Is this the fox spirit? Long time no see. I've heard you are guarding someone named Li. Coincidentally, we have received a task to assassinate him," came the voice of a man on the other end. "So it is you. It's indeed been a while. It's a miracle that you are still alive." The fox spirit responded with a hint of astonishment. "I believe we shall meet again soon," the caller said before abruptly hanging up. "Who is it?" Zhao Bo's expression turned grave. It was the Iron Wolf Mercenary Corps, the Black Hand. Remarkably, he survived that fall from such a great height. His vitality is truly resilient. The fox spirit remarked slowly. "So they intend to assassinate Mr. Li?" Zhao Bo asked. "Indeed, it seems we must engage with them once more. This time, he must not return alive," the fox spirit stated with seriousness. "It appears they are not working alone this time, and our intelligence has been compromised again. It seems we have a traitor among us." Zhao Bo's face grew increasingly solemn. "It seems this mission will not be an easy one," the fox spirit lamented. Lin Feng, overhearing their conversation, began to grasp the situation. It appeared they were indeed dealing with old adversaries. After spending approximately 3 hours at the company, Mr. Li emerged and, upon seeing Lin Feng and the others waiting at the entrance, said, "Let us return." Thus, Lin Feng and his companions, with Zhao Bo driving, made their way back to Mr. Li's residence. The journey was uneventful, aligning with the expectations of Zhao Bo and the fox spirit. They anticipated that guests would arrive later that evening, prompting them to prepare upon returning to Mr. Li's villa. Firstly, Zhao Bo and the fox spirit unsheathed their daggers, securing them at their waists. Lin Feng also possessed a dagger, the very one he had retrieved from the scene at the Golden Leaf building. Left behind by the man in the duckbill cap during his hasty escape, Lin Feng had kept it close ever since. He donned a leather sheath and placed the dagger within, mirroring the actions of Zhao Bo and the fox spirit with remarkable precision. Zhao Bo, noticing Lin Feng's demeanor, chuckled and remarked, "It seems you have grown significantly lately, even wielding a dagger now." Lin Feng, scratching his nose, replied, "People inevitably grow. Stagnation is not in my nature." After informing Mr. Li about the impending arrival of guests that night, Zhao Bo retreated to his room for rest, preparing himself for the upcoming task. The fox spirit followed suit, leaving Lin Feng alone outside. As it was still daylight, just past 5 in the afternoon, Zhao Bo and the fox spirit quickly retired to bed. Lin Feng pondered whether there was some secret affair between the two. Curiosity got the better of him, and he stealthily pushed the door ajar to peek inside, only to find them both sound asleep, dispelling his suspicions. Perhaps he had overthought the matter. The two slept until around 7 or 8 in the evening, while Lin Feng and the others had already dined. With no other choice, Zhao Bo and the fox spirit reheated their meal and began to eat on their own. That night, everyone remained vigilant, refraining from sleep. Mr. Li and Li Xiao observed the garden from their room on the second floor, while Zhao Bo, the fox spirit, and Lin Feng stood guard on the ground floor. As midnight approached, the atmosphere grew eerily silent, and they maintained their alertness, keenly aware of their surroundings. Nearing 2 o'clock, 2 distinct sounds echoed, a sharp thud. The trio quickly detected the noise and dashed out of the villa, arriving at the source to find 2 shadowy figures standing there. "You responded quite swiftly. It seems I have underestimated you," one of the cloaked figures remarked. These 2 figures had just scaled the wall into Mr. Li's garden and were promptly intercepted by Lin Feng and his companions. "I am Black Hand. Long time no see. I trust you have been well," the man known as Black Hand greeted. "You have quite the fortune, surviving that fall last time," the fox spirit retorted. "Indeed, I owe you my gratitude, Firefly. Prepare to pay with your life," Black Hand declared as he lunged toward Zhao Bo. The other cloaked figure chimed in, "I am Silver Snake, remember that." With that, he charged at the fox spirit. Lin Feng remained rooted in place, gripping the hilt of his dagger, awaiting his moment to engage. The 2 cloaked figures drew their daggers, prompting the fox spirit and Zhao Bo to follow suit, engaging in combat. The clash of daggers resonated with a series of sharp metallic sounds. Upstairs, Mr. Li and Li Xiao, witnessing the fierce exchange below, were filled with trepidation. Mr. Li's legs trembled. Having lived for so long, he had never before witnessed such a confrontation. Neither side resorted to firearms. They engaged in combat with cold weapons, resulting in a fierce stalemate. Lin Feng observed from the sidelines, poised to intervene at any moment. "Feihua, you've certainly grown stronger," praised Heishou. "And you are not idle either," Zhao Bo replied. Suddenly, Lin Feng noticed that Yaohua had inadvertently sustained a cut on her arm from her opponent's dagger, subtly revealing her disadvantage. Recognizing this, Lin Feng contemplated how he might assist her. Moments later, Yaohua was struck again, this time in the abdomen, marking the second injury she had incurred. Though both wounds were superficial, it was evident that if the battle continued in this manner, defeat was inevitable for her. In desperation, Lin Feng called out, "Yaohua, let me take over." Perhaps she did not hear him, for she persisted in the fight, showing no signs of retreat. Meanwhile, Zhao Bo had firmly gained the upper hand against his opponent, and Lin Feng felt a sense of reassurance regarding that situation. Yet, when Yaohua sustained another injury, Lin Feng could no longer afford to wait. He abruptly drew his dagger and charged toward the cloaked assailant, entering the fray with a declaration, "It's time for a change." As Lin Feng plunged into the battle, the cloaked figure, noticing his approach, took several steps back, eyeing both Lin Feng and Yaohua with intrigue. "Yaohua, step back. Allow me to handle this," Lin Feng instructed. Upon seeing Lin Feng positioned before her, Yaohua retreated a few paces, conceding, "Very well, it's in your hands now." The cloaked assailant, witnessing the change of combatants, smirked, taunting, "It matters not how many you send. You are all too weak." Lin Feng, unfazed by the provocation, replied calmly, "You dare challenge me? It seems you have a death wish." With that, he surged forward. The assailant's grin widened, convinced of Lin Feng's vulnerability. As Lin Feng closed the distance, the opponent made his move. The silver serpent advanced a step, lunging forward with his dagger. Lin Feng, anticipating the strike, executed a sudden stop and deftly sidestepped the blow. With the silver serpent undeterred, he pressed forward again, raising his dagger for another slash. Lin Feng raised his dagger to parry the incoming attack. The battle persisted, with Lin Feng's use of the dagger appearing somewhat awkward. He had not previously trained with such a weapon, rendering his movements somewhat clumsy. Meanwhile, Zhao Bo's confrontation had escalated into a heated exchange, with the cloaked assailant sustaining numerous injuries under Zhao Bo's relentless offense. Perhaps sensing his companion's impending collapse, the silver serpent intensified his assault, increasing his attack speed in a bid to conclude the conflict swiftly. Lin Feng, still adjusting to the dagger, found himself occasionally receiving minor cuts. For a novice, he was faring remarkably well. As he recognized the acceleration in the opponent's rhythm, his objective became clear: to buy time until Zhao Bo could subdue the cloaked figure, after which victory would likely be within reach. Once again, a blade grazed Lin Feng's arm, and he now struggled to fend off his opponent, who, for the moment, could not overpower him. Observing from the second floor were Mr. Li and Li Xiao, both of whom were filled with trepidation. "Uncle Li, do you think they will be unable to win?" Li Xiao inquired. Her question only heightened Mr. Li's apprehension, prompting him to quickly assure her, "No, they will surely triumph." As mere spectators, they could only discern the intensity of the battle below, unable to gauge which side held the advantage. After inflicting a wound to the abdomen of the Black Hand, Zhao Bo remarked, "Black Hand, what has come over you? This is not like you at all." The Black Hand, rendered speechless, took a step forward and lunged at Zhao Bo with a dagger. Zhao Bo raised his own dagger to parry the attack. Following the block, he retaliated with a swift strike, delivering a fierce blow. In the next moment, the Black Hand clutched his abdomen with one hand. "Silver Snake, retreat," he whispered. Despite the ongoing assault, Silver Snake halted upon hearing the command to withdraw. Lin Feng felt an immense sense of relief. "Nowhere to run," Zhao Bo exclaimed as he noticed the Black Hand attempting to escape over a wall. In a flash, he surged forward, raising his dagger to strike again. The Black Hand turned back, blocking with his dagger, producing a resonant clang. Silver Snake then lunged toward Zhao Bo, intending to cover his teammate's escape. Lin Feng, however, would not allow this. He positioned himself to obstruct Silver Snake's advance. Faced with this situation, Silver Snake had no choice but to engage Lin Feng in combat. Meanwhile, the Black Hand, entangled with Zhao Bo and weakened by his wound, was losing strength and bleeding profusely. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Bo relentlessly pursued and struck the Black Hand once more. At that moment, the Black Hand's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground, defeated. Seeing his ally in dire straits, Silver Snake gritted his teeth and sprinted toward the exit. The two security guards at the entrance, who had been watching the fight in horror, quickly sidestepped as Silver Snake approached, failing to intercept him. Lin Feng followed closely behind, determined not to let the tiger return to its lair. Channeling a surge of true energy into his dagger, he hurled it towards Silver Snake's fleeing form. The dagger soared through the air, striking Silver Snake squarely in the back, piercing through his body. The dagger continued its trajectory until it embedded itself into a wall. Silver Snake stumbled, collapsing to the ground, unaware of his fate, a gaping wound in his chest splattering blood around him. Zhao Bo and the Fox Spirit, witnessing Lin Feng's remarkable feat, were astonished. "My goodness, last time it was a button, and now a flying dagger. Your skill is extraordinary," Zhao Bo exclaimed. Lin Feng scratched the back of his head modestly, replying, "Oh, it is merely a trivial skill." On the second floor, Mr. Li and the others were repulsed by the gruesome scene. "Now that the Black Hand and Silver Snake have been dealt with, I believe we shall not face any more assassins in the next couple of days. We can rest easy now," Zhao Bo declared cheerfully. "Hello? Is this the Blood Eagle headquarters?" the Fox Spirit asked as she dialed the phone. "This is the headquarters of the Blood Eagle. How may I assist you?" A receptionist inquired over the phone. "There are 2 corpses here. Please come and collect them," the Fox Spirit stated bluntly, providing the address. Typically, when carrying out missions, if one encounters an assassin and eliminates them, they would contact headquarters for assistance in disposing of the bodies. Lin Feng, following the Fox Spirit and Zhao Bo, learned a great deal and was gradually maturing in his role. After the Fox Spirit hung up, Lin Feng and the others returned to Mr. Li's villa. "I'm making noodles. Who wants some?" Zhao Bo said with a smile, His mood considerably lifted now that the assassins were dealt with. I do. Lin Feng and the fox spirit replied in unison. All right, just wait a moment, Zhao Bo said as he headed to the kitchen. At that moment, Mr. Li and Li Xiao descended from the second floor. Mr. Li, now that everything is resolved, we will be leaving tomorrow. The two assassins have been taken care of. Lin Feng informed Mr. Li. Mr. Li wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, replying, thank you very much. He then pulled out 3 checks for 100,000 each and handed them to Lin Feng. Lin Feng accepted the checks, giving one to the fox spirit and another to Zhao Bo in the kitchen, while he pocketed the last one. Those who want noodles, come and serve, Zhao Bo called out. Thus, Lin Feng and the fox spirit entered the kitchen, each carrying a bowl of noodles. The 3 sat in the hall of Mr. Li's villa, enjoying their meal, appearing far removed from the earlier confrontation with the assassins. After finishing their noodles, Zhao Bo cleaned up the bowls, leaving himself on guard. A van arrived at the entrance of Mr. Li's villa, beeping its horn. Who would be out at this hour? A security guard muttered. Hearing this, Zhao Bo rushed outside and approached the guard booth. Let them in, they are one of us. Upon hearing this, the guard promptly opened the gate, allowing the van to enter. A man stepped out. It was He Qing. As soon as he alighted, he asked Zhao Bo, where are the bodies? Zhao Bo pointed to the spot where Silver Snake lay, saying, there is one over there, and another likely still alive. We should take them back to headquarters for interrogation. We might uncover some secrets. Within 5 minutes from He Qing's arrival to his departure, all necessary arrangements were completed. Zhao Bo glanced at the clock. It was now past 3 in the morning, and he too needed rest. He ascended to the second floor, waking Lin Feng to take over the night watch. Although the assassins had been dealt with, Zhao Bo, Lin Feng, and the fox spirit remained vigilant, opting to rotate the night shift. With little to occupy his time, Lin Feng practiced the Qian Kuan diagram in Mr. Li's garden. After completing 10 iterations, he paused, noticing a warmth in his abdomen. He called out, Spirit, Spirit. There was no response. He called again several times, but still received no answer. Lin Feng surmised that the spirit was likely resting and decided to wait until the morrow. It has been over 2 months since Lin Feng began his endeavors with the Qian Kuan diagram. His own strength has significantly increased, and his senses have become remarkably sharper. Everything is progressing in a positive direction. He sat in the living room, engrossed in television until dawn broke. As the first light of day emerged, he called out in his heart, Spirit of the. What is it, master? The spirit yawned. I've noticed that my abdomen heats up when I create the Qian Kuan diagram. What could this signify? Lin Feng inquired, perplexed. Congratulations, master. You are on the verge of transcending the realm of ordinary individuals, the spirit replied. What should I do next? Lin Feng asked. Fear not. Simply continue your work with the Qian Kuan diagram, the spirit advised. Lin Feng understood. He then hurried to Mr. Li's garden to practice the Qian Kuan diagram once more. Each time he performed the diagram, he felt warmth in his dantian, and he continued this process for 10 iterations. After the 10th iteration, the heat in his dantian became almost unbearable, and the vital energy within him began to churn. At that moment, the spirit urged, seize this opportunity and perform a few more. Despite the intense heat in his dantian, Lin Feng complied and executed 5 additional iterations. He felt as though his dantian might burst. Nevertheless, he persisted, continuing with the Qian Kuan diagram, and after 3 more repetitions, the swirling vital energy gradually coalesced into a single mass. Upon inspecting his dantian, Lin Feng discovered that the previous 2 wisps of vital energy had vanished, replaced by a small orb of energy. Seeing this transformation filled Lin Feng with joy. He picked up a small stone from the ground, channeling the vital energy into his hand, and with a firm squeeze, he crushed the stone into dust. He realized that the potency of his vital energy had greatly increased. Even a small orb could sustain him for 2 or 3 uses a day, enhancing his means of self-preservation. Although the vital energy was merely the size of a grain, it was sufficient for Lin Feng at this stage. Master, congratulations. You have finally taken your first step, the spirit exclaimed with delight. First step? Lin Feng questioned, puzzled. Master, you may not comprehend, but this minuscule orb of vital energy is merely the beginning. Your journey ahead is still long, the spirit elucidated. Very well. I had thought this amount of vital energy was the limit. I did not realize it was just the commencement, Lin Feng mused. Glancing at the time, Lin Feng noted it was already past 6 in the morning. He was drenched in sweat and had no change of clothes, so he resigned himself to it. He ascended to the second floor and roused the fox spirit. How foul! Lin Feng, why do you smell so terrible? Was the fox spirit's immediate inquiry upon waking. I was simply exercising in the garden, and to my surprise, I worked up quite a sweat without any clean clothes to change into, Lin Feng explained. After switching duties with the fox spirit, Lin Feng collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep slumber. He awoke around 3 in the afternoon. Discovering that everyone had already dined, he hurried to the kitchen, scooping a bowl of leftover rice and vegetables to satisfy his hunger. As he ate, he engaged in conversation with those around him. By midnight tonight, it will have been precisely 3 days, and we must depart, Xiaobo remarked to Mr. Li. Oh, is it so soon? Mr. Li expressed in alarm. The joyous moments always seem to pass swiftly. The mission briefing specified 3 days, and I trust that is accurate. Xiaobo inquired. Indeed, when I commissioned the task, I did state 3 days, Mr. Li replied while taking a drag from his cigarette. Then we shall withdraw our forces this evening, Xiaobo said with a smile. It appears that the recent missions have posed little challenge, considering your cheerful demeanor, the fox spirit observed, gazing at Xiaobo. I must agree, it pales in comparison to my previous experience in the hospital. That adversary was exceedingly formidable. My escape was merely a stroke of luck, Xiaobo reminisced about that fateful night. I wonder if their deployment of only 2 operatives signifies a lack of respect for our capabilities? Lin Feng pondered aloud. Our intelligence has indeed been compromised. There is a traitor within the Blood Eagle, the fox spirit stated earnestly. With so many individuals within Blood Eagle, identifying a traitor is no simple task, Xiaobo replied. Reclining on the sofa, time flew by, and before long, it was midnight. After bidding farewell to Mr. Li, Lin Feng and the others returned promptly to headquarters. Upon entering the Blood Eagle headquarters and completing their mission report, they proceeded to the underground 3rd floor, to the office of Blood Eagle. Boss, there is a traitor within our mercenary group, Xiaobo announced as they entered the office. I am aware of this. Do you know who it is? Blood Eagle asked, lighting a cigarette. I cannot say, Xiaobo answered candidly. Lin Feng and the fox spirit stood nearby, listening intently to their exchange. I too am at a loss. Do you have any effective methods to unearth this traitor? Blood Eagle exhaled a plume of smoke. There is no way to ascertain how he is leaking information. Technology has advanced so significantly, Xiaobo waved his hand dismissively. Blood Eagle sighed. Then we must proceed slowly. Xiaobo nodded and, along with Lin Feng and the fox spirit, exited Blood Eagle's office. After leaving the office, the fox spirit mentioned a desire to bathe and parted ways with Lin Feng and Xiaobo. Lin Feng and Xiaobo departed from the Sunset Mountains, taking a taxi back to the courtyard. Upon returning, Lin Feng entered his room, took a shower, and changed into clean clothes. As he needed to attend classes the next day to catch up on missed lessons, neglecting them would make future assessments far less manageable. Consequently, Lin Feng retired early, sleeping soundly until 6 o'clock the following morning. Upon rising, he heard the elderly gentleman outside practicing his exercise routine, accompanied by the jarring music. Lin Feng stepped out into the courtyard center and began performing the Qian Kuan diagram. After completing 20 repetitions, the clock struck 6:45. Having spent 45 minutes, he checked his dantian and noted a slight increase in his qi, which brought him satisfaction as he returned to his room. Since he had bathed the previous night, Lin Feng opted not to shower again. Instead, he simply changed into clean clothes and prepared to head to school. At that moment, Xiaobo emerged from his room, saying to Lin Feng, "Let us go to school together." Lin Feng replied affirmatively. Consequently, he climbed into Xiaobo's Honda, and they made their way to school. Upon arriving at the entrance, Lin Feng alighted from the car and purchased a few steamed buns, consuming them as he ventured into the school. 3 days prior, at the Wang residence in the capital, Wang Yudi had just returned home when Wang Zheng, slamming his hands on the table, stood up and exclaimed, "You dare to return? Father, please do not reprimand Yudi. She truly does not wish to marry," Wang Hong interjected, fiercely defending his sister. "Do you have any idea of the rumors circulating outside? Everyone is saying you are the girlfriend of that good-for-nothing." Wang Zheng furrowed his brow in anger. "He is not a good-for-nothing," Wang Yudi retorted. "You saw his performance that day. He knocked down someone named Along with a single punch." Upon uttering these words, she suddenly realized that she was defending Lin Feng. Contemplating that perhaps it was due to his past assistance that she felt compelled to speak up for him. "Enough, enough. I no longer wish to involve myself in your marriage," Wang Zheng muttered, rubbing his forehead as he retreated to his room. Meanwhile, Lin Feng arrived in class. where an atmosphere of excitement enveloped the room. Numerous students rushed to surround him, eager to inquire about his recent absence from school. I heard you disrupted the engagement ceremony between Wang Yudi and the He family, even defeating a thug named Along. Is that true? One student asked. Although the incident had occurred over a month ago, it remained a topic of lively discussion among the residents of the capital. Lin Feng, undeterred by the crowd, made his way to his seat, allowing the questions to wash over him. Once seated, he simply affirmed, yes, in 2 succinct words. The class erupted in astonishment. Some remained skeptical, having only heard the rumors without any confirmation. The revelation from the principal figure himself created a significant impact. Many classmates struggled to believe their ears, as Lin Feng, once deemed a failure, had evidently wielded considerable influence, thwarting the union of 2 prominent families in the capital, the Wangs and the He's. The students were taken aback, realizing that this individual, previously labeled as a mere underachiever, possessed the prowess akin to the 4 young masters of the capital, whose every action stirred the city's dynamics. In truth, Lin Feng alone could not have achieved such an impact. It was largely due to Chun Su's behind-the-scenes efforts that propelled the situation forward, thereby ensuring that Lin Feng's name resonated throughout the capital among any family of notable stature. Just as the astonishment settled, the class bell rang. In unison, the students, still bearing expressions of surprise, returned to their seats. The lesson was Chinese language class, taught by Yang Hong, and many students attentively engaged in the lecture. Yet, a handful of classmates remained preoccupied with the matter of Lin Feng's disruption of the union between the He and Wang families. Throughout the morning, during each break, there were always individuals approaching Lin Feng with inquiries. These students exhibited a diligence surpassing that of reporters, catapulting Lin Feng into the limelight, a situation he found rather disconcerting. Typically, these individuals would label him as a failure or berate him, rendering him largely invisible. Now, however, everyone clamored around him, bombarding him with questions, which was undeniably vexing. Before long, the morning slipped away, and as noon approached, Zhou Ming approached Lin Feng, suggesting, Lin Feng, let us have lunch together. As Lin Feng's close friend, Zhou Ming felt compelled to make a gesture following such a significant event in Lin Feng's life, hence his visit. Lin Feng turned at the sound of Zhou Ming's voice, a smile gracing his face as he replied, all right. They exited the school together, opting for simplicity over formality, locating a roadside stall where they ordered a few dishes and several bottles of beer, dining al fresco. By the way, Lin Feng, those people Haven Tea troubled you. Have they? Zhou Ming, who had witnessed everything unfold, inquired. No, I've been staying at Chun Su's place since last month. It's quite comfortable there, Lin Feng responded, taking a sip of his beer. You truly dared to offend those 2 families. The Wang family might recover, but the He family must have suffered a significant loss of face. They must despise you, Zhou Ming chuckled. What are you laughing at? Lin Feng asked. Every time I think of your triumph over a Long and He Jia's expression, I can't help but laugh, Zhou Ming exclaimed, bursting into laughter. Indeed, that expression was quite amusing. Lin Feng concurred with a chuckle. What are your plans going forward? Zhou Ming inquired, his laughter subsiding. What plans could I possibly have? Just take it one day at a time. Lin Feng raised his glass to clink with Zhou Ming's, declaring. Their meal concluded in a mere half hour, and after settling the bill, Zhou Ming suggested, why don't we take the afternoon off to go shopping? I noticed you didn't wear formal attire at the engagement ceremony last time. That's rather inappropriate. After all, you've become something of a public figure and ought to possess a proper outfit. Zhou Ming's reminder jolted Lin Feng. He had indeed forgotten about that matter. He had long desired to acquire formal wear. Ever since obtaining the Qinquan ring, he had been attending various parties and balls, yet he still lacked a suitable ensemble. Seizing this opportunity to purchase a set, with Zhou Ming's company, seemed fortuitous. Thus, Lin Feng called his homeroom teacher to request leave. Hello? Is this Teacher Yang? This is Lin Feng. He spoke into the phone. Lin Feng, what can I do for you? Yang Hong inquired. I would like to request leave this afternoon. I have matters to attend to and cannot come to school, Lin Feng explained. You're requesting leave again? You just took a month off, and now you want more? Yang Hong chided. This will be the last time. I promise I won't ask again after this, Lin Feng assured her. Very well, I understand. Let it be so, Yang Hong replied before hanging up the phone. After Lin Feng hung up the phone, Zhou Ming managed to reach Yang Hong. Teacher Yang, this is Zhou Ming, he said over the line. No need to elaborate. You want to take leave, right? I understand. she replied curtly before abruptly hanging up. Wow. She knew without me even saying it, Zhou Ming exclaimed in surprise. I guess she has been frightened by you, always requesting leave, Zhou Ming remarked to Lin Feng, who chuckled in response. It's not me. It's clearly you. If you hadn't called her, how would she have reacted like that? The two of them hailed a taxi on the street and climbed in, instructing the driver, to the shopping mall, please. Upon hearing the destination, the driver promptly started the engine and sped away. Eventually, they arrived at the shopping mall, where Lin Feng paid the fare before they both alighted from the vehicle. This was Lin Feng's first shopping trip with Zhou Ming, so they began their ascent from the first floor, exploring each level as they went. After perusing an entire floor, they moved to the next. The first floor showcased a variety of household appliances, and they quickly ascended to the second floor, which featured an array of clothing, perfect for Lin Feng to browse. As soon as they reached the second floor, an enthusiastic sales associate approached them, inquiring, Sir, are you looking to purchase some clothing? Lin Feng replied, Yes, where can I find the suits? Right this way, sir, the sales associate said, leading them onward with Zhou Ming following closely behind. Upon arriving in the suit section, they were greeted by an impressive display of various suits that dazzled the eye. Prices ranged dramatically from several thousand to over 100,000, showcasing an extensive selection. Aside from Lin Feng and Zhou Ming, many others were also shopping for suits. Sir, take a look at this suit. It's made from wool and is quite comfortable to wear, the sales associate introduced. Lin Feng stepped forward to examine it, feeling the fabric and finding it quite pleasant to the touch. Please take this down. I'd like to try it on, he requested. Certainly. The sales associate efficiently retrieved the suit from the rack and handed it to Lin Feng. After receiving the suit, Lin Feng entered the fitting room to try it on. When he emerged, Zhou Ming barely recognized him. Lin Feng's entire demeanor had transformed. He appeared exceptionally dapper, and the suit fit him perfectly, accentuating his slender frame. I can hardly recognize you, Zhou Ming remarked, gazing at Lin Feng. Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't resist glancing in the mirror. He realized how handsome he looked in the suit and playfully adjusted his hairstyle. It seems this suit is just right. No need to look further, he decided. Removing the suit and glancing at the price tag, over 10,000, a sum he found acceptable. Please wrap this suit up for me. I'll take it. Lin Feng instructed the sales associate. The associate smiled and replied, Of course, sir. The sales personnel were smiling, undoubtedly due to the commissions they had earned. Observing this, Lin Feng contemplated the situation. He adjusted his suit and proceeded to the front desk to swipe his card, preparing to select a tie. As a suit without a tie appeared rather awkward. Consequently, he chose a light blue tie and, after completing the transaction, spent over 13,000 yuan. With the suit purchased, Lin Feng and Zhou Ming decided to explore the third floor, confident that they had ample time to spare that afternoon. Upon reaching the third floor, which featured a selection of women's products such as facial masks, cosmetics, and perfumes, a commotion erupted nearby. A girl shouted, Help! There's a robbery. Almost immediately, a man wearing a hat dashed towards them, clutching a woman's handbag. From a distance, Lin Feng recognized him as the suspect. He sighed deeply. As the robbery suspect was about to run past Lin Feng, he extended his foot and tripped him, causing the man to fall to the ground. Looking down at him, Lin Feng remarked, What is the point of emulating others in crime? You're so young. Just leave the bag and get lost. The suspect, slowly getting up from the ground, threatened, You dare meddle? I'll put a few holes in you. Do you believe that? Lin Feng, unfazed by the threat, casually responded, If you're brave enough, give it a try. Just as he finished speaking, the suspect brandished a fruit knife from his pocket and lunged at Lin Feng. With a swift kick, Lin Feng sent the robber flying, barely grazing his clothing. The crowd gasped, some even applauding. The suspect lay on the ground, clutching his abdomen, clearly feeling the impact of Lin Feng's kick. Lin Feng approached and retrieved the handbag, stating, Remember, no more robbery. Consider this your last warning. The man, still holding his stomach, slowly rose and muttered, You're tough, before fleeing the scene. At that moment, the woman whose bag had been stolen rushed over, breathless, and exclaimed, That bag is mine. Lin Feng handed the handbag to her, advising, Next time, be cautious. Don't let it happen again. Thank you, thank you. She responded gratefully. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively, saying, It was merely a matter of convenience. Had he not run towards me, your bag might not have been recovered. Regardless, I'm truly grateful. Allow me to treat you to dinner tonight as a token of my appreciation, the woman suggested. Lin Feng shrugged and replied, You should check your bag to ensure nothing is missing. There's really no need for dinner. This is unacceptable. You've helped me immensely. So it's only right that I treat you, she insisted. The young woman appeared to be around 23 or 24 years of age. Elegantly dressed in designer attire, a t-shirt adorning her upper body, paired with a snug pair of jeans and simple cloth shoes upon her feet. Her round face was complemented by sparkling eyes, exuding a certain charm. When Lin Feng realized she was insistent on treating him to a meal, he ceased his evasions and acquiesced, saying, "Very well, where shall we dine? You choose the place. I suggest we eat here. The 6th floor of the shopping mall features a Japanese restaurant, and it would be perfect for our meal," she proposed. "May I ask your name?" Lin Feng inquired. "Lin Feng. You are Lin Feng," Ma Xiaoqian exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed, I am Lin Feng. What of it?" he responded, puzzled by her surprise upon hearing his name. "I am Ma Xiaoqian, sister to Ma Tingting. I never expected to encounter a celebrity from the capital here. What a delightful surprise," she replied with a beaming smile. You are Ma Tingting's sister?" Lin Feng was still processing the revelation. "Yes, it seems we are indeed fated to meet," Ma Xiaoqian chuckled. "Don't forget about me while you chat," grumbled Zhou Ming from the sidelines. "Oh, I almost overlooked you. What is your name?" Ma Xiaoqian scrutinized Zhou Ming. "I am Zhou Ming, and I am also acquainted with Ma Tingting," he interjected. Thus, the trio, Lin Feng, Zhou Ming, and Ma Xiaoqian, meandered through the shopping mall, engaging in conversation as they strolled. "Although I missed the engagement between the He and Wang families, I have heard of your remarkable performance, whisking someone away from the ceremony. You are truly impressive," Ma Xiaoqian praised. "I merely went through the motions. The real mastermind was Chen Su, who orchestrated it all," Lin Feng humbly replied. The three spent the afternoon wandering the mall, and as evening approached, they found themselves seated at a Japanese restaurant on the 6th floor, enjoying their meal. From their discussions, Lin Feng discovered that Ma Xiaoqian was involved in real estate, and he seized the opportunity to ask her for assistance in finding an apartment, as he had long desired to purchase a property in the capital. However, the soaring real estate prices rendered his modest savings insufficient for such an investment. Lin Feng mused that acquiring a second-hand apartment would suffice. It would be far preferable to his current rental situation. Consequently, he added Ma Xiaoqian on WeChat, and she promised to contact him should any suitable properties arise. After their meal on the 6th floor, the trio parted ways, and Lin Feng hurried back to his courtyard residence. Upon retrieving his phone, he noticed several messages from Suda, which read, "Lin Feng, how have you been? It's been a while since we last communicated. You remain quite the public figure." Lin Feng replied, "Fame was never my intention. I am doing well, though I fear retribution." Before long, Suda responded again, stating, "You are incredibly bold. To act so fearlessly in that situation, I find myself somewhat in awe of you." Lin Feng read this message, bemused, pondering how his actions had been perceived as heroic. After engaging in light conversation with Suda for over half an hour, Lin Feng decided to retire for the night, preparing to embrace the dawn of a new day. He had scarcely settled into bed when a message pinged on WeChat. Upon opening it, he discovered it was from the aunt who had previously expelled him from her home. The message read, "How have you been lately? I heard about your recent escapade. Did you really kiss someone else's partner?" Lin Feng leapt from his bed with a startled exclamation. What the heck? Even she knows about it. He was astounded that even the aunt who had cast him out was aware of this incident. How widely known had he become? It was worth noting that his aunt's family was not a prominent clan in the capital, merely a modest household. Yet even such a small circle was privy to his affairs. This left Lin Feng utterly astonished. He quickly responded, inquiring, "How did you come to know about this?" After a silence of approximately 10 minutes, the reply came, "I heard it from others." "All right then," Lin Feng replied, feeling utterly helpless. It seemed that in this city, regardless of one's stature, anyone discussing Lin Feng was well informed. Under these circumstances, it was evident how much the He family must despise him. They had suffered a significant humiliation when, at the engagement ceremony, the bride was forcibly taken away, a clear slap in the face for them. After conversing for a while longer, Lin Feng decided to retire for the night, choosing not to dwell on it too much. Believing that whatever was meant to be would be, he fell into a deep slumber until the following morning. The next morning, the sounds of an exercise routine blared from outside the courtyard, raucous and lively. Lin Feng rose from his bed, still unwashed, and stepped outside to begin his Qian Kuan exercise. He completed 20 repetitions, and after breaking a sweat, he returned to his room to take a shower. Once refreshed, he donned a clean school uniform, having yet to wear the suit he purchased the day before, which he planned to save for an upcoming dance. That morning, he noticed Xiao Bo was absent. Lin Feng knocked on Xiao Bo's door, intending to catch a ride to school with him. However, no one answered. He must have left early, Lin Feng thought, dismissing the matter and jogging to school on his own. As he made his way, he stopped by a few roadside breakfast stalls to grab a bite, munching on his meal as he approached the school gates. When he arrived, a Mercedes-Benz was parked nearby, and its occupants spotted Lin Feng from a distance. That's him, Lin Feng. He is quite formidable. Be careful, Qingge. One punch from him could knock you out, remarked the muscular man seated beside He Mingxiao. Qingge, the national champion of Sanda, had been extricated at great cost by He Mingxiao, who intended to show Lin Feng a thing or two. Unbeknownst to Lin Feng, he was being scrutinized as he cheerfully jogged into the school, completely oblivious to Qin Ji's watchful gaze. Upon entering his classroom and settling down, Chen Su appeared at the door. "Here he comes again," exclaimed a girl, starstruck. Chen Su strode into the room, approaching Lin Feng directly, and asked, "Has anyone been troubling you lately?" "Fortunately, no one has troubled me thus far. However, I anticipate that trouble may soon find me," Lin Feng pondered aloud. "With your prowess, I imagine many would find it difficult to contend with you," Chen Su remarked candidly. "You flatter me. I am not nearly as formidable as you suggest," Lin Feng replied, seated at his desk, gazing at Chen Su. Chen Su stood at the front of Lin Feng's desk, engaging in conversation while many classmates attentively listened to their exchange. "Do not be modest. You dispatched that Along with a single punch. Even Mr. Wang found himself vexed by Along, yet you dealt with him effortlessly," Chen Su said with a smile. "You did not come to speak to me merely about this, did you? There is no smoke without fire. You must have other matters at hand," Lin Feng surmised. "Indeed. My purpose extends beyond mere pleasantries. I am to travel abroad soon, and during my absence, should anyone seek to retaliate against you, you may find yourself isolated," Chen Su stated, his expression turning serious. "Is that the sole issue at hand?" "No matter. I can manage alone," Lin Feng replied confidently. "I have spoken with Mr. Wang. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to contact him directly. He will assist you," Chen Su said as he handed Lin Feng a business card bearing Mr. Wang's contact information. "Thank you for your consideration," Lin Feng smiled. The classmates present were taken aback by their exchange. Realizing that Lin Feng had the backing of none other than one of the 4 young masters of the capital, Chen Su. This would undoubtedly secure Lin Feng a place within the upper echelons of society in the capital. After the initial astonishment, the class bell rang, and Chen Su departed from Lin Feng's classroom, returning to his own. It was now clear to the classmates that Lin Feng was quite formidable. Few would dare provoke him. The class commenced, and it was mathematics. Xiao Bo entered the classroom with a textbook, exchanging a glance with Lin Feng before cheerily announcing, "Class is in session." The students stood in unison, greeting, "Good day, teacher." Xiao Bo waved his hand, signaling for them to sit. Given the rigorous high school curriculum, Xiao Bo proceeded swiftly through the lesson. Lin Feng, possessing an exceptional memory, listened intently without the need to take notes, while Zhang Yufan regarded him with a mix of awe and curiosity. How is it that he can attend class without taking notes and still achieve the highest marks? I cannot fathom the workings of his mind, she thought. Unbeknownst to Lin Feng, Zhang Yufan held him in high regard, as she was quite dedicated to her studies. Yet her grades hovered just above the 10th position in their class, without any significant improvement. As the lesson progressed, the female students were enthralled by Xiao Bo's teaching. The allure of the handsome instructor was undeniable. It was unclear whether they were captivated by his charm or genuinely focused on the lesson. Time slipped away, and before they knew it, the lunch bell rang. Lin Feng exited the school gate alone, where he spotted a Mercedes-Benz. He Ming and Qingge emerged from the vehicle, striding directly towards Lin Feng. From a distance, Lin Feng immediately recognized He Ming. As for the muscular man beside him, it was likely that He Ming had brought him to cause trouble. Lin Feng sighed, "Alas. He Xiao seems to have noticed us. He isn't leaving," Qingge remarked as he walked alongside He Ming. "That's good. Saves us the trouble of chasing after him," He Ming chuckled. As the two approached, Lin Feng was the first to speak. "He Ming, long time no see. I never expected to run into you here. Hee hee. Last time you took my bride under your care. This time, you won to escape. I've brought someone to challenge you. Are you up for it?" He Ming provoked. "What is there to be afraid of? It's him, right?" Lin Feng pointed at Qingge. "Exactly. There are too many people here. Follow me." With that, He Ming turned, and walked towards the Mercedes-Benz he had arrived in. All right, Lin Feng agreed, following closely behind. The trio boarded the luxurious vehicle, which then headed towards the outskirts, where pedestrians became increasingly scarce. Eventually, the car halted in a desolate area of a garbage dump, surrounded by heaps of discarded refuse emitting various foul odors. The three men exited the car, and Lin Feng stepped aside to face Qin Ge. Daring to come over here shows you have some guts, He Ming declared. You seem quite free, picking trouble with me for no reason, Lin Feng shrugged, responding. In an instant, as Lin Feng finished speaking, Qin Ge lunged at him, throwing an uppercut. Lin Feng easily sidestepped, stepping back a pace. The next moment, a right hook was aimed at him, which Lin Feng blocked with his forearm and retaliated with a punch to Qin Ji's abdomen. Qin Ge evaded, retreating a step, clearly wary of Lin Feng's strength. He had heard from He Ming that Lin Feng could knock someone out with a single punch. After dodging Lin Feng's strike, Qin Ge attempted a kick, but Lin Feng swiftly sidestepped to avoid it. I didn't expect you to be quite experienced, Qin Ge complimented. Likewise, Lin Feng replied with a smile. In the next moment, Lin Feng charged at Qin Ge, channeling his energy into his legs, and delivered a swift kick aimed at Qin Ji's face. Due to the speed of his attack, Qin Ge could not evade and could only raise his hands to block. Lin Feng's kick struck directly against Qin Ji's arms, producing a loud crack, as if a pipe had been struck. Qin Ge staggered back several steps before regaining his balance, his arm broken from the impact. Surprisingly, Qin Ge did not cry out in pain. Instead, he grunted softly and raised his uninjured arm, forming a fist to strike back at Lin Feng. Lin Feng once again infused his energy into his fist, meeting Qin Ge's punch head-on. The collision resounded with a loud thud, and Qin Ge felt as though he had struck a steel plate. This time, he let out a cry, as his other hand was also broken by Lin Feng's forceful blow. Watching from the sidelines, He Ming felt a chill run down his spine. Within just a few exchanges, Qin Ge had been incapacitated. Lin Feng stood firm, declaring, "Is this all you've got? Truly weak." In truth, it is not that Qin Ge is weak. Rather, Lin Feng is employing his true energy, utilizing a power that transcends that of an ordinary individual to strike his opponent. Naturally, an ordinary person would struggle to withstand such an assault. Shall we continue? Lin Feng inquired of Qin Ge. Why is your attack so formidable? I can hardly endure it. Qin Ge asked, bewildered. Heh, it is simply because I train far more diligently than you do, Lin Feng replied with a light chuckle. No more, I concede my defeat. Continuing would serve no purpose, as you have rendered my hand unusable. Qin Ge acknowledged the situation with reluctance. He Ming, why not step in? Lin Feng gestured for He Ming to join. Upon witnessing the scene, He Ming realized that if even Qin Ge was no match, he stood no chance. Consequently, he took Qin Ge and swiftly drove away in his Mercedes. Once the adversaries departed, Lin Feng called upon his spirit. Spirit, please come forth. What is it, master? The spirit responded. Lin Feng pondered silently. Are ordinary people now so feeble? You are utilizing true energy. Of course, others cannot compete. Moreover, you have only encountered the weak. When you face a strong opponent, you will soon understand, the spirit elucidated. Ah, I see. I feel as though I have surpassed the realm of ordinary individuals. What is happening? Lin Feng expressed his confusion. Due to your prolonged practice of the Qian Kuan diagram, having trained for nearly 3 months, it is only natural that you exceed the limits of an ordinary person, the spirit explained. Is that so? Lin Feng nodded, gaining clarity. Master, there are many who are stronger than you in this world. Currently, your level is merely that of a beginning yellow-level martial artist. There remains a long journey ahead. The spirit advised. What? Yellow-level martial artist? What does that mean? Lin Feng questioned, perplexed by the spirit's terminology. This classification is assigned once one transcends the ordinary realm. Given your current strength, you can be classified as a yellow-level martial artist, the spirit clarified. Oh, I understand now, Lin Feng contemplated. Having exited the refuse yard, Lin Feng hailed a taxi and, once inside, instructed the driver to Jingsheng No. 1 High School. No sooner had he spoken than the vehicle roared to life, heading towards its destination. Checking the time, Lin Feng noted that school would soon be in session, so he opted not to return to the courtyard, but rather to find a place to dine nearby before heading to school. After navigating through winding roads, they arrived at the entrance of Jingsheng No. 1 High School. Lin Feng paid the fare and alighted. He strolled to the entrance of a restaurant named Heavenly World, deciding to dine there. As he approached, a waiter stationed at the entrance informed him, "I apologize, sir, but this establishment has been reserved." "Ah, I see. I shall find another place to eat." Lin Feng turned to leave. Lin Feng. Just as he pivoted, a voice called out to him from behind. He turned to behold a striking figure standing at the entrance of Heavenly World, Wang Yudi. "Wang Yudi? What brings you here?" Lin Feng queried. "I ventured out for a meal with my brother, and you should join us," Wang Yudi cheerfully suggested. Her smile was particularly enchanting, prompting Lin Feng to steal a few extra glances. "Just the two of you dining, and you've reserved the entire place?" Lin Feng inquired. "Indeed, my brother dislikes noise. So we booked the venue exclusively," Wang Yudi replied, gesturing for Lin Feng to come in. With her invitation, the attendant at the entrance no longer obstructed Lin Feng, allowing him to enter the Heavenly Paradise restaurant. Upon stepping inside, he spotted Wang Yudi's brother, Wang Hong, elegantly attired in a suit, seated gracefully at a table. Upon noticing Lin Feng's arrival, he rose from his seat. "Brother, allow me to introduce you. This is Lin Feng," Wang Yudi said with a smile. "Lin Feng, this is my brother, Wang Hong." Lin Feng extended his right hand for a handshake, stating, "A pleasure to meet you." "The honor is mine," Wang Hong responded graciously. "Enough of this pleasantry. Let us sit and enjoy our meal," Wang Yudi remarked, her smile widening at the evident camaraderie between Lin Feng and Wang Hong. Once Lin Feng was seated, the waiter presented the menu. He ordered a medium-rare steak. "I've long wished to treat you to a meal. Finally, the opportunity has arisen. I am truly grateful for your help during the previous incident," Wang Yudi said. "Had it not been for you, I would have been at a loss while abroad. Everyone knows about He Ming, and countless women have suffered at his hands. Marrying my sister to him would have been akin to pushing her into a pit of fire. I am equally thankful to you," Wang Hong added, sipping a bit of red wine. The waiter then brought a tall glass, and Wang Hong poured red wine for Lin Feng. The trio began their meal at the Heavenly Paradise restaurant. "There is no need to express such gratitude. I merely accept remuneration to alleviate troubles," Lin Feng remarked, savoring a piece of steak. "However, you must remain vigilant. They may seek retribution," Wang Hong cautioned. "Someone has already attempted to retaliate against me. Just before I arrived at this establishment, He Ming came with a man named Qing Gu, but I sent them running," Lin Feng said with a casual shrug. "What? Is that so? Were you injured?" Wang Hong exclaimed in surprise. "I emerged unscathed. I managed to break both of Qing Ji's hands," Lin Feng replied confidently. "That's good to hear. Should you encounter any issues in the future, feel free to reach out to me. I have some acquaintances," Wang Hong said, handing Lin Feng a business card. Lin Feng promptly added the phone number from the card to his WeChat, finding it more convenient to contact him whenever necessary. Time flew by, and before long, it was time for school. After enjoying a satisfying meal, Lin Feng bid farewell to Wang Hong and Wang Yudi and departed. By this time, students were gradually beginning to enter the school gates. At this moment, Lin Feng entered the school. Upon arriving at his classroom, he noticed that only a handful of students were present, as the hour was still early and the attendance was sparse. Meanwhile, in the He family residence in the capital, He Ming had just returned home and was conversing with his father, He Jie, in the grand hall. That Lin Feng, even Qing Gu, is no match for him. This time, Qing Gu's hands have been broken, and he is currently in the hospital, He Ming recounted. "What?" He Jie exclaimed in astonishment. He was well aware of Qing Ji's prowess. A typical person would find it nearly impossible to gain any advantage against him. The notion that Lin Feng could incapacitate him to the point of hospitalization was indeed intriguing. After a brief pause, He Jie remarked, "Do not concern yourself with Lin Feng for now. He is likely not an ordinary individual. We may need to enlist the assistance of certain individuals." "Are you referring to those legendary figures?" He Ming inquired. "Indeed. You need not involve yourself in this matter. I will summon them to take action." "I refuse to believe that Lin Feng can evade consequences this time," He Jie declared, clenching his fists. At that moment, Lin Feng was seated in his classroom, perusing his textbooks in preparation for the upcoming examinations. Many classmates, too, were diligently studying, as the time for the college entrance exams drew near. However, a few students were still engaged in playful antics. As time passed, the bell rang for class, signaling the start of chemistry. The teacher, a striking young woman known as Ms. Li, was approximately 23 years of age. Today, she donned a vibrant red cheongsam paired with cloth shoes. Her hair styled in a ponytail, and her delicate features captivated many of the male students, who couldn't help but steal glances at her beauty. Entering the classroom, Ms. Li announced, "Class is in session." The students stood in unison and responded, "Good morning, teacher." After nodding in acknowledgement, she gestured for them to take their seats and began her lecture. Lin Feng, utilizing his photographic memory, absorbed the material effortlessly without any sense of discomfort. Suddenly, while teaching, Ms. Li's body collapsed, and she fell to the ground, startling all the students, including Lin Feng. "Spirit, what is happening? Are you causing this disturbance again?" Lin Feng questioned in his mind. "No, I have done nothing but assist you with your photographic memory. Nothing else," the spirit replied. "All right, I understand," Lin Feng thought silently. At this point, several classmates had approached to observe Ms. Li, who lay unconscious on the floor. Lin Feng rose from his seat and hurried over to join the gathering crowd. Many students were bewildered by the unfolding situation, and some were already reaching for their phones to call for emergency services. "Master, you should check her pulse. I can discern the reason for her fainting," the spirit suggested. "What? You can diagnose patients as well?" Lin Feng asked in surprise. "Yes, use your left hand to check her pulse. I need to be close to the patient," the spirit instructed. As Lin Feng's left hand was adorned with the Qinquan ring, the spirit urged him to use his left hand to take her pulse. Lin Feng attempted to grasp one of Teacher Li's hands, placing his left hand upon her wrist to check her pulse. Within moments, the spirit of the remarked, "She is experiencing a fainting spell due to low blood sugar. A bit of nourishment or alternative methods to elevate her blood sugar will suffice. You certainly know this." "How impressive." Lin Feng expressed his astonishment at the spirit's knowledge. "Of course, my abilities extend beyond this," the replied, clearly pleased by Lin Feng's compliment. "Teacher Li? Teacher Li?" The surrounding students called out in vain, yet Teacher Li remained unconscious, unable to rise. After approximately 10 minutes, the sound of an ambulance echoed at the school entrance, prompting several students to wave toward the vehicle. Medical personnel swiftly arrived at Lin Feng's classroom, lifting Teacher Li onto a stretcher before departing, leaving a cluster of concerned students behind. This incident attracted the attention of the school administration. During the break in classes, the homeroom teacher, Yang Hong, entered the classroom. "Everyone, please quiet down. Teacher Li is unwell and has gone to the hospital. I will be substituting for this lesson," Yang Hong announced. As her words settled, the class fell silent, and she casually picked up the chemistry textbook to commence her lecture. Many students harbored doubts about Yang Hong's proficiency in chemistry, as it was not merely the straightforward arithmetic of mathematics. However, she proved capable, delivering her lecture fluently. "Master, you actually had the ability to awaken Teacher Li just now," the suddenly interjected. Lin Feng, taken aback by this revelation, pondered how he could assist, given that low blood sugar typically required food or a hospital visit for glucose infusion. "How could I possibly do that alone?" he muttered to himself. "You can channel your vital energy into her, and she will awaken," the clarified. "What? Vital energy can be used in such a manner?" Lin Feng exclaimed in surprise. "Indeed, Master, vital energy has numerous applications that you are yet unaware of," the replied wistfully. Time flew by, and before long, the afternoon had drawn to a close. As the final bell rang, Lin Feng tidied his desk in preparation to leave school. At that moment, Zhou Ming approached him, suggesting they dine together and meet Lin Wanru, Lin Feng's half-sister. Accordingly, Lin Feng accompanied Zhou Ming to a restaurant named Li Fuji. Zhou Ming took the lead, entering first, with Lin Feng following closely behind. Soon, Lin Feng spotted Lin Wanru seated alone at a table, awaiting his arrival. He and Zhou Ming approached, pulling out chairs to sit down. Upon noticing Lin Feng's presence, Lin Wanru smiled and said, "Brother, it has been a while. You've put on some weight." "Haha, how have you been, sister?" Lin Feng replied with a nervous chuckle. "Not bad, but upon hearing your news, I lost quite a bit of weight myself," Lin Wanru remarked, gazing at Lin Feng. "No wonder. My recent escapades have become common knowledge throughout the capital," Lin Feng shrugged nonchalantly. Shortly thereafter, the waiter brought the menu, and Lin Feng ordered several small dishes before returning the menu. "Why do you engage in such reckless endeavors? It worries me to no end," she expressed with concern. Lin Wanru took a sip of tea and remarked, "It isn't exactly a gamble, for I have Chin Su's backing. I am merely a hired hand to alleviate others' troubles." Lin Feng scratched the back of his head and replied, "Next time, let's not take such risks. If you are in need of money, you can come to me. Do not resort to such actions again, understood?" Lin Wanru stated seriously. All right, I won't engage in such activities again," Lin Feng promised. "That's good. You must be cautious of potential retaliation from others," Lin Wanru cautioned. In truth, Lin Feng was already aware of the looming threat of vengeance, having encountered it once before, only to have successfully defended himself. Although he no longer boasted invincibility, average individuals found little advantage against him, a testament to the benefits of his relentless training in the Qian Kuan diagram. After a brief conversation, their meal was served, and the trio began to dine. Once they had finished eating, Lin Wanru offered a few more words of advice before settling the bill and departing. Lin Feng and Zhou Ming exited the restaurant and parted ways. Lin Feng returned to the courtyard while Zhou Ming headed home. Upon returning to the courtyard and with nothing to occupy his time, Lin Feng opened his phone to chat on WeChat. He clicked on the profile of Ma Tingting's sister, Ma Xiaoqian, and sent a message. Have you found a suitable house for me? After a moment, she replied, I have two options available, one for 2 million and another for 2,500,000. Both are second-hand properties. When can you come to view them? This evening. After I finish school, I will come to see the houses, Lin Feng replied. Then come to the asphalt road, number 12, to meet me at the real estate agency. Ma Xiaoqian messaged back. All right, Lin Feng responded. After chatting for a while, he realized it was time to head to school, so he set off. Halfway there, a car suddenly pulled up beside him, and a beautiful woman was seated inside. Lin Feng. The woman called out from the vehicle. Yes? Lin Feng turned to look at her. Fan Yin. He recognized her as the woman he had helped push her car when it broke down. Yes, Lin Feng. Where are you headed? Let me give you a ride, she said with a smile. Today, Fan Yin wore a light blue t-shirt paired with jeans, radiating a sunny demeanor. I am going to school. Can you take me? Lin Feng inquired. To Jingqing No. 1 High School, right? I happen to have business there as well. I can drop you off. Fan Yin gestured for Lin Feng to get in the car. Not wanting to refuse a ride, Lin Feng gladly accepted, appreciating the convenience. As they drove, Fan Yin remarked, It's a pity I missed the wedding last time. Otherwise, I could have witnessed your heroic act of saving a damsel in distress. Hee hee, now wherever I go, those who know me speak of that incident. Lin Feng chuckled awkwardly. Of course, you have become quite the celebrity, Fan Yin replied. Continuing to drive. In just 5 minutes, her car arrived at the school. Until they reached the parking lot, Fan Yin finally set Lin Feng down. Fan Yin drove a brand new Porsche, and as soon as Lin Feng exited the vehicle, numerous classmates turned their attention toward them. Observing this scenario, many speculated that Lin Feng was a mere pretty boy, being kept. However, their astonishment grew when they saw Fan Yin step out of the car. Such a stunning beauty engaging in the act of keeping a pretty boy? It seemed implausible. Gradually, the classmates comprehended the situation, and many began to envy Lin Feng. Witnessing this, most assumed they were in a romantic relationship, leading Lin Feng to receive several disdainful glances. What brings you to our school? Lin Feng inquired. Walking alongside Fan Yin. My father is the principal here. I came to see him, Fan Yin casually replied. Her parents had divorced during her childhood, and she now lived with her mother, who had remarried into a relatively affluent family in the capital. Visits to her father were rare, occurring only occasionally. Ah, I see. Lin Feng remarked before heading toward the stairs of the academic building, parting ways with Fan Yin. Upon entering the classroom, he found it sparsely populated due to the early hour. He took his seat and laid his head on the desk, intending to take a brief nap. Ding dong. Ding dong. The class bell rang, rousing Lin Feng from his slumber. At this moment, many in the class noticed his awakening, and some whispered, that good-for-nothing is sleeping again. Although their voices were hushed, Lin Feng's senses were attuned differently now, far more acute than the average person's. He stood up abruptly and shouted, What business is it of yours if I choose to sleep? Mind your own mouths. Lin Feng was no longer the useless individual he once was. He now had the audacity to confront those who looked down on him. Upon hearing Lin Feng's outburst, the classmates fell silent. They could no longer afford to provoke him, for he had no fear even of the 4 prominent families. Why would he be intimidated by a few petty clowns? It was utterly inconceivable. Shortly thereafter, Zhou Ming loudly exclaimed, Bravo! In truth, Zhou Ming had long harbored disdain for these individuals, but had tolerated them while Lin Feng struggled to rise from the depths of despair. Now that Lin Feng had reclaimed his footing, Zhou Ming naturally applauded his courage. Before long, class commenced, and the subsequent 3 periods passed without incident, marking the end of the afternoon. As school dismissed, Lin Feng gathered his books and called out, Zhou Ming. Huh, what is up, Lin Feng? Zhou Ming halted and turned back to inquire. I'm going to view some properties tonight. Would you accompany me for your insights? Lin Feng invited. Absolutely. Let us grab a bite first. Zhou Ming readily agreed. Thus, The two exited the school gates and headed to a nearby fast food restaurant, where they ordered 2 meals and began to eat. Are you actually planning to buy a house? Zhou Ming asked, taking a bite of his meal. As Lin Feng's close friend, Zhou Ming frequently assists him in various matters, always stepping in whenever Lin Feng is in need. However, he does not belong to the illustrious 4 young masters of the capital, which sometimes renders him powerless despite his goodwill. Nonetheless, Lin Feng holds Zhou Ming in high regard, often seeking his help unless the task is beyond Zhou Ming's capabilities. Indeed, I wish to purchase a house. Currently, I have over 2,600,000, which is just enough for a second-hand property, Lin Feng remarked, glancing at Zhou Ming. Have you selected a location? Zhou Ming inquired. Not yet. I have enlisted the help of Ma Xiaoqian, who mentioned she has found 2 options. I plan to visit them tonight, Lin Feng replied. Then we should hurry. There's a small gathering this evening. Will you attend? Zhou Ming asked, eager to leave as he quickly finished his meal. Who else will be there? Lin Feng questioned as he noticed Zhou Ming had completed his meal and hastened to finish his own. Just some friends. Whether or not your enemies will be present is uncertain. If you choose to come, I'll introduce you, Zhou Ming said, watching Lin Feng eat. After swiftly finishing his meal and settling the bill, Lin Feng hailed a taxi on the street. Once inside, he instructed the driver, to Asphalt Road, number 12, please. Certainly, the driver replied, starting the vehicle and speeding away. After approximately 30 minutes, they arrived at number 12 on Asphalt Road. Lin Feng paid the fare and stepped out with Zhou Ming, proceeding directly into the nearby real estate agency, while Zhou Ming waited outside. Lin Feng, you're here. Ma Xiaoqian exclaimed as Lin Feng entered the door. Yes, let's go see the house, Lin Feng urged. All right, Ma Xiaoqian said as she grabbed her bag and slung it over her shoulder, walking out with Lin Feng. Zhou Ming, what brings you here? Ma Xiaoqian asked upon noticing him waiting at the entrance. I'm here to offer Lin Feng some advice, Zhou Ming replied with a smile. Very well, hop in. Let's go, Ma Xiaoqian said, revealing her red BMW i8 as she opened the door and slid inside. Lin Feng and Zhou Ming followed suit. And soon they arrived at a neighborhood named Xingxiu Community. Ma Xiaoqian parked the car along the side of the road, and the trio disembarked. Lin Feng carefully surveyed the entrance of the community. The gate featured a security kiosk with 3 guards, who were busily scanning their surroundings. Following Ma Xiaoqian, they entered the community. It was evident that the greenery was well maintained. The only drawback was its considerable distance from the school, necessitating at least a 30-minute drive. However, this factor did not weigh heavily on Lin Feng's mind. He could easily jog there, treating it as a morning exercise. Ma Xiaoqian led Lin Feng to Building B, and they took the elevator to the 13th floor, arriving at room 1306. Ma Xiaoqian unlocked the door with her key. Lin Feng and others gazed inside from the entrance, where their eyes fell upon a foyer adorned with a wooden shoe cabinet. Upon stepping further in, the living room revealed a grand sofa, accompanied by a coffee table, with a television positioned not far away. The entire arrangement of the living space was indeed splendid. Subsequently, Ma Xiaoqian prepared to show Lin Feng around the rooms and opened the door to the first chamber. Inside, there lay a bed, flanked by a vanity and a wardrobe, with little else to behold. This suite was designed with 3 bedrooms and 2 living areas, encompassing an area of over 100 square meters. The remaining 2 rooms had also been inspected by Lin Feng and his companions. They were merely storage spaces. After surveying the property, Lin Feng found it to his liking and inquired about the price. Ma Xiaoqian replied, "This property is priced at 2 million. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng nodded in agreement. Deeming it acceptable, he then asked about Zhou Ming's opinion. Zhou Ming remarked, aside from being a bit distant from the school, everything else is quite favorable. It's worth considering for purchase. With Zhou Ming's endorsement, Lin Feng resolved to acquire the property and stated, "Please contact the owner. I intend to buy this place. Are you not interested in viewing another property?" Ma Xiaoqian inquired. "No need. This one will suffice," Lin Feng decisively concluded. "All right." With that, Ma Xiaoqian retrieved her phone to reach the owner. "Hello? Is this the owner? There's a buyer for your house. We are currently inside viewing it. Please come so we can finalize the paperwork," she communicated over the phone. "Okay, I'll be there shortly," the owner responded, hastily making their way to the property. Once the owner arrived, they completed the necessary formalities, successfully transferring the property to Lin Feng. "Now that the transaction is complete, I must take my leave," Ma Xiaoqian announced as she stepped into her BMW i8. "Thank you," Lin Feng expressed his gratitude. As the clock struck 8 in the evening, Zhou Ming turned to Lin Feng, saying, "About that ball I mentioned earlier, are you going to attend? Though there may be some adversaries present." "Of course. I'm not afraid of any enemies." Lin Feng shrugged nonchalantly. "Very well. Let us head back to change into some formal attire and then meet at the CAF on West Wind Road," Zhou Ming suggested, hailing a taxi as they departed. Lin Feng followed suit, catching another taxi back to the courtyard. Upon returning to the courtyard, Lin Feng entered his room and retrieved the suit he had previously purchased, finally finding a suitable occasion for it. After donning the suit and admiring himself in the mirror, he felt quite satisfied and set out. It was Lin Feng's first experience wearing a suit. He hailed another taxi upon reaching the street, instructing the driver, "To West Wind Road, please, to the CAF." The driver complied, starting the engine and swiftly driving away. After navigating through numerous twists and turns for approximately 20 minutes, the taxi arrived at the CAF on West Wind Road, where Lin Feng alighted. Zhou Ming had been waiting here for quite some time. He was clad in a sleek black suit, polished black shoes, and adorned with a red checkered tie. "Lin Feng, let us walk over. It is not far from here," Zhou Ming suggested. The two then strolled for approximately 10 minutes until they arrived at a building named the Four Seasons Hotel. This evening's ball was to take place on the 13th floor, and Zhou Ming escorted Lin Feng into the elevator. The lift swiftly ascended to the 13th floor, where Lin Feng stepped out alongside Zhou Ming and was immediately struck by the bustling scene before him. An assembly of at least 100 individuals filled the venue. Some were indulging in delicacies, others savored red wine, while groups engaged in lively conversations, a diverse array of personalities present. Upon their arrival, Lin Feng quickly immersed himself in the festivities, lifting a tall glass to sip some red wine. At that moment, a stunning woman approached him. "Lin Feng, what brings you here?" Ma Tingting inquired. "Oh, I came with someone else." "And you?" Lin Feng replied. "I came alone," she responded, her white dress making her stand out remarkably. As Ma Tingting conversed with Lin Feng, a sudden loud slap echoed from a distance. Both turned to investigate and witnessed a man being struck across the face by a woman. The sound of the slap resonated again, and as onlookers gathered, Lin Feng pushed his way to the front, discovering that the man bore 5 red handprints on his cheeks. "I told you not to flirt with other women," the woman yelled, delivering another sharp blow. Surprisingly, the man did not flinch, allowing her to continue hitting him. "I didn't do anything. I was just dancing," he protested. Yet, his words were met with another slap that left his face swollen, resembling a bruised visage. At this point, several bystanders could no longer tolerate the scene and stepped forward to intervene. "Excuse me, madam. This gentleman merely stepped out to dance. Is it really necessary to strike him? He hasn't done anything wrong." The woman retorted fiercely, "You don't understand. He often sneaks around while I'm not here. And this isn't the first time I've caught him." Her declaration plunged the crowd into stunned silence, some appearing as if a crow had flown overhead, while others were momentarily paralyzed by the revelation. After a brief pause, someone ventured, "This is a private matter. You both should resolve this at home. It's a public space. Let us afford this gentleman some dignity." The woman, incensed by this remark, shot back, "His skin is thicker than the wall. Why should I show him any mercy? If I don't teach him a lesson today, I want to leave." With that, another slap resounded, and the crowd was once again left in disbelief. The woman continued her assault on the man for over 10 minutes before finally relenting, leaving him with a chilling warning. "If you dare to step out and fool around again, I will break your legs next time." Subsequently, the woman departed, leaving the man in tears. Lin Feng, witnessing the man's distress, approached him and comforted, "Brother, do not weep. She has left. Why concern yourself with such a shrew? It is better to part ways." Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the man wiped his tears and replied, "I have long wished to separate, yet I cannot. She continually strikes me." Lin Feng felt a pang of sympathy, recognizing his own past in this man's plight, unable to retaliate when ridiculed. At that moment, Ma Tingting, noticing Lin Feng engaged in conversation with the man, approached and inquired, "What is happening, Lin Feng? Are you offering him counsel?" Lin Feng nodded and said, "Indeed. I sense a resemblance to my former self, hence I felt compelled to speak with him." He added, "Enough of my chatter. I must return, lest she strike me again." The man turned to leave. "Brother, what is your name?" Lin Feng asked. Hearing Lin Feng's inquiry, the man turned back and said, "I am Yang Fei. Here is my business card." With that, Yang Fei handed Lin Feng his card. Lin Feng accepted the card and added Yang Fei as a friend on WeChat, stating, "I am Lin Feng. I do not possess a business card." After Yang Fei departed, Lin Feng surveyed the floor and recognized several acquaintances. Suda was engaged in conversation with a woman, and Lin Feng approached, exclaiming, "Suda, it has been quite some time. Ah, Lin Feng, dressed so formally today. You are not here to stir trouble, are you?" Suda inquired immediately. Lin Feng, slightly vexed, responded, "Certainly not here to cause trouble. You seemed absent during the last incident. How do you know so much?" "I heard it from others." "Haha," Suda chuckled. "You are Lin Feng?" The woman conversing with Suda asked. "Yes, is there something you require?" Lin Feng scratched the back of his head in response. "No, I have merely heard of your esteemed reputation. I am surprised to encounter you in person today." The woman smiled. "Strange, where is Zhang Yufan? I have not seen her. Did you come alone?" Lin Feng glanced around but did not spot Zhang Yufan, prompting his question. "She dislikes such gatherings, hence her absence," Suda elaborated. After conversing with Suda for a while, Lin Feng stepped aside to enjoy a drink. While sipping his beverage, a familiar face approached. Lin Feng smiled upon recognizing the person. Lin Junjie was making his way towards him. As he drew near, Lin Junjie greeted, "Brother, how have you been lately?" "I am quite well, brother. Your hand is still functional, I presume?" Lin Feng smiled. The last time they met, Lin Feng had inadvertently injured Lin Junjie's hand, leaving him with lingering resentment and a desire for retribution, yet he had not found an opportune moment. "Thanks to you, it is still usable," Lin Junjie said, a hint of anger flickering across his face. However, Lin Feng maintained a harmless smile and paused momentarily before suggesting, "Shall we shake hands once more?" With that, Lin Feng extended his right hand, preparing to shake with Lin Junjie. Lin Junjie observed Lin Feng extending his hand, prompting him to take a step back, clearly revealing his apprehension towards Lin Feng. "There is no need for a handshake. I truly appreciate your previous kindness," Lin Junjie remarked, his face etched with anger. The sight of Lin Junjie hesitating to shake hands only intensified Lin Feng's amusement. This Lin Junjie had often made life difficult for Lin Feng since childhood. And following the death of Lin Feng's father, his torment had escalated, ultimately leading to Lin Feng being cast out. Lin Feng's mother had vanished after his birth, and the only one privy to her whereabouts, his father, had left him in ignorance regarding her fate before passing away. Consequently, Lin Feng had grown into a young man devoid of familial ties. However, he had learned to thrive independently, albeit with a fair share of adversaries. As Lin Junjie witnessed Lin Feng's broadening smile, his frustration boiled over. He slammed his fist onto the nearby table, producing a resounding thud. This was the only outlet he had found for his frustration. The thought of confronting Lin Feng was futile. Lin Feng had bested even along with a single punch. A fact Lin Junjie had painfully learned from their last encounter, where his companions had proven no match for Lin Feng. The ball continued, and after venting his anger, Lin Junjie retreated to a corner, lamenting his inability to retaliate against Lin Feng. Meanwhile, Lin Feng spotted Qin Chuchu standing alone, observing the dancers in the ballroom. He approached her with a charming demeanor. "Qin Chuchu, it's been a while. Would you care to dance?" he inquired, extending his hand gallantly. "Indeed, how did you know?" Qin Chuchu replied, placing her hand atop Lin Feng's. "I noticed you gazing at others dance, and it was clear you wished to join," Lin Feng responded with a smile. "Ah, I see. Very well then, let us dance," Qin Chuchu agreed. Thus, Lin Feng and Qin Chuchu entered the dance floor. Lin Feng, having previously mastered the art of dance through keen observation, found his skills perfectly applicable once more. His movements were fluid and seamless, each step executed with grace. Qin Chuchu's thoughts began to shift. She pondered how this young man, once deemed a failure by others, now appeared so refined in formal attire, effortlessly navigating grand events and exhibiting remarkable dancing prowess. Could such a person truly be considered a failure? Her doubts soon transformed into certainty in her eyes. Lin Feng was far from a failure. He was a capable individual, not only strong but also well-liked, thriving despite his adversaries. As they danced, Lin Feng's hand rested gently on Qin Chuchu's delicate waist, the softness beneath his fingers stirring an unfamiliar sensation. His other hand clasped her graceful one, and the intoxicating scent that surrounded her heightened his awareness. As a virgin, he felt a rush of desire coursing through him with each step. After their dance concluded, Lin Feng released Qin Chuchu and returned to the edge of the dance floor. He casually picked up a goblet and sipped red wine, attempting to quell the fire ignited within him. Lin Feng silently mused that he was still an innocent young man, ill-equipped to withstand such temptations. He resolved never to dance with beautiful women again. Qin Chu, sharing Lin Feng's sentiments, lifted a tall glass and took a sip, exclaiming, "Lin Feng, I truly did not expect you to be such a proficient dancer. You're too kind. I merely observed others and gradually learned," Lin Feng modestly replied. After finishing a glass of red wine, he poured himself another. As the ball neared its conclusion, many attendees, fatigued from dancing, gathered on the sidelines to converse. Numerous discussions revolved around the recent incident involving Yang Fei and his girlfriend, which had become a topic of great interest at the dance. "By the way, Lin Feng, what do you think of that man who was slapped earlier?" Qin Chu, overhearing the surrounding chatter, joined in the conversation. Unfazed by her inquiry, Lin Feng replied, "I find him rather pathetic. If he is so fearful of his girlfriend, what will he do when they are married?" At the same moment, Lin Feng took out his phone and sent Yang Fei a WeChat message, inquiring, "When you got home, did she hit you?" He mused, "If you say he is scared, that may not be entirely accurate. He even dared to attend the ball and dance with other girls." Qin Chu glanced at Lin Feng and remarked, "Indeed." Soon, a reply arrived on WeChat, stating, "No, when I got home, she went straight to bed." "Great. Shall we go out for a late-night snack?" Lin Feng typed in response. He then asked Qin Chu, "Would you like to join us?" "Of course. I happen to be quite hungry," she replied with a smile. Meanwhile, Yang Fei, having just taken a shower at home, opened his phone and noticed Lin Feng's message, to which he responded, "Huh? Late-night snack, where? Just come out first. Meet us at the entrance of the Four Seasons Hotel, and we will head downstairs," Lin Feng messaged back. "All right, give me 10 minutes, and I will be there." Yang Fei replied, "All right, in 10 minutes we will head down." "I've already arranged to meet Yang Fei," Lin Feng informed Qin Chu. "Yang Fei? Who is that?" she inquired. "He's the one who was just slapped by his girlfriend," Lin Feng said with a smile. "Oh, it's him. You actually invited him. It seems we shall have some gossip to share," Qin Chu laughed. Lin Feng then approached Zhou Ming and asked if he would like to join them for a late-night snack, to which Zhou Ming agreed. Consequently, the group departed from the 13th floor of the Four Seasons Hotel 10 minutes later. They descended in the elevator to find Yang Fei already waiting for them. Lin Feng approached Yang Fei and said, "Yang Fei, let us go out for a late-night snack." The group then made their way to a bustling street-side eatery. Once seated, the waiter presented the menu, and Lin Feng ordered a few appetizers before handing the menu to Qin Chu. After perusing the menu, she selected a few additional dishes and returned the menu to the waiter. "Yang Fei, why are you so afraid of your girlfriend?" Qin Chu's inquisitive nature surfaced as she delved straight into the topic. This matter has piqued the curiosity of both Lin Feng and Zhou Ming. "I am not afraid of her. It's just that when she strikes me, I lack the courage to retaliate," Yang Fei murmured. "What are you scared of? You're a grown man. When she hits you, can't you just evade her?" "I witnessed you standing there without flinching. It was quite embarrassing," Zhou Ming interjected. "Frankly speaking, under such circumstances, being struck in front of everyone without defending oneself or dodging is truly humiliating. All right, next time I shall evade her blows. But I wonder what her reaction will be," Yang Fei contemplated aloud. Just then, Yang Fei's phone rang, presumably his girlfriend calling him again. He answered, "Hello? Hello? Where have you run off to? I woke up and you're nowhere to be found." A woman's voice echoed from the other end of the line. Though her tone was low, Lin Feng still caught wind of the conversation. "I'm out having a late-night snack with friends, just at the nearby food stall." Yang Fei replied truthfully, "Just wait. I'm coming over to see who you're having late-night snacks with." With that, the call abruptly ended with a sharp click. "She's coming over, right?" Lin Feng inquired. "Yes, she will arrive shortly," Yang Fei sighed heavily. Approximately 10 minutes later, a woman appeared in their line of sight. She wore a long-sleeved top and jeans, paired with sneakers, her hair tied up in a bun, giving off a fierce demeanor. As she approached, Yang Fei stood respectfully, offering her a seat while he fetched another stool for himself. "Allow me to introduce. This is my girlfriend, Chao Jia," Yang Fei announced to the group. "I am Lin Feng. I am Zhou Ming. I am Qin Chu." The trio introduced themselves in turn. As soon as the introductions concluded, Chao Jia spoke. "I turn my back for one moment, and you're out gallivanting around. You rascal, when you return home, I'll deal with you." Lin Feng and the others were taken aback. It was quite a novel experience to see someone berate their partner so openly, showing no consideration for Yang Fei's dignity. "I merely went out for a late-night snack. I did nothing wrong," Yang Fei murmured, lowering his head. Clearly, he felt aggrieved, and his expression suggested he might be on the verge of tears. As the conversation progressed, the dishes were served by the waiter, and Lin Feng ordered several bottles of beer. He opened a bottle, poured it into glasses, and raised a toast with everyone before downing his drink. You say this every time. Each time I'm not around, you're out misbehaving. Just now, you were dancing with another woman. What else do you have to say? Chao Jie unleashed a tirade. It was just a dance. I did nothing else. Please, let Yang Fei be, Lin Feng interjected, unable to tolerate the scene any longer. You have a point, Lin Feng. It was merely a dance. I didn't do anything wrong, Yang Fei finally asserted with newfound confidence. Oh, you're getting bold now, aren't you? Just wait until I teach you a lesson. With that, Chao Jie raised her hand and delivered a sharp slap. Yang Fei observed as his opponent swung a slap towards him. He swiftly turned his head, evading the blow, and remarked, I knew you would try to hit me. Oh, you managed to dodge it. Chao Jie retorted angrily upon seeing Yang Fei's evasive action. No sooner had she spoken than she struck again with her palm. This time, Yang Fei reached out and grasped her arm, declaring, Please, no more hitting. If you continue, we might as well break up. Fine. Lin Feng applauded. At last. You are acting like a man. Zhou Ming chimed in. Indeed, now you know how to defend yourself, Qin Chuchu added in praise. If we're breaking up, don't come back looking for me. Chao Jie snapped, her frustration evident as she stomped her foot and turned to leave. If you won't look for me, that's perfectly fine. I've wanted to end this for a while, Yang Fei shouted back. After his outburst, he grabbed a bottle of beer from the table and downed it in one go. Lin Feng and the others applauded, recognizing this display as true masculinity. By the way, what do you do for a living? Lin Feng inquired. I am a police officer. And you? Yang Fei replied. I'm still a student, Lin Feng said candidly. After some more conversation, the group dispersed. Lin Feng and Zhou Ming decided to escort Qin Chuchu home before parting ways. They walked together, as Qin Chuchu's residence was conveniently located at number 33, Shifeng Road. As they approached her doorstep, the two security guards on duty noticed Lin Feng and trembled with fear. He had previously dispatched them with just a couple of kicks. Their hearts were heavy with trepidation at the sight of him again. All right, you two can leave me here, Qin Chuchu said, turning to her companions. Very well. Let's part ways here, Lin Feng replied. Zhou Ming quickly hailed a taxi, climbed inside, waved goodbye to Lin Feng, and departed. Left alone on the street, Lin Feng noted it was past midnight, yet he felt no fatigue. He was preparing to move. He walked back to the courtyard, tidied up his belongings, and then knocked on Zhao Bo's door. Moments later, Zhao Bo opened the door, noticing Lin Feng with a bundle on his back. Where are you off to? He asked. Lin Feng paused before responding. I bought a house and am moving out of this courtyard. Oh, where's your new place? Zhao Bo asked, intrigued. It's at Tianhe Road, Building B of the Xingxiu community, on the 13th floor, room 1306, Lin Feng replied honestly. Got it. Do you want me to take you there? Zhao Bo pondered. No, that's not necessary. I just wanted to inform you. If you need to find me, you can visit me there. I'll be moving in tonight, Lin Feng said slowly. All right. Understood. Off you go. I need to get some sleep, Zhao Bo said, returning to his room to continue his slumber. Having conveyed what he needed to, Lin Feng set off on foot to his new home. As the clock struck midnight, the streets were noticeably devoid of taxis. Lin Feng walked along, and upon passing an alleyway, he suddenly noticed some bloodstains on the ground. The blood appeared fresh and scratching the back of his head. He felt compelled to follow the trail, sensing something extraordinary about it. He ventured into the alley, where the temperature seemed to drop significantly, enveloping him in a chill. And he found himself alone in this dimly lit passage. Gradually, he observed an increasing number of bloodstains, leading him closer to their origin. After a leisurely 3-minute stroll, he discovered the source, a person lying on the ground. Approaching with urgency, Lin Feng was taken aback to find that it was a young woman, strikingly beautiful. Seemingly around 18 years of age, the same as him. She lay there in the alley, her body marred by wounds. Before he could examine her injuries, he was captivated by her attire, a black ensemble complemented by a black scarf that partially obscured her face. Yet, even this could not conceal her exquisite beauty. Recognizing her dire situation, Lin Feng could not turn a blind eye. He meticulously checked her condition and confirmed she was alive, albeit unconscious. He carefully lifted her and carried her back to his new home. Once there, he laid her on the bed and set aside his burdens to assess her injuries. He discovered 3 wounds, 1 deep gash on her abdomen and 2 shallow cuts on her chest. Fortunately, the chest wounds were not severe, but the abdominal injury was more critical. At this point, Lin Feng had already torn away her upper garments to tend to her wounds. As he looked upon her form, he harbored no impure thoughts. Instead, he proceeded to bandage her injuries before sitting nearby, continuing to observe her. A woman of such beauty and physique left him pondering why her body bore such scars. However, as the late hour pressed on, and with school awaiting him the next day, he decided not to dwell on it. He grabbed a pillow and retired to the living room for the night. Awakening at dawn, Lin Feng checked on the young woman once more. Noting her continued unconsciousness, he re-examined her wounds, which had stopped bleeding. Yet, her pale complexion indicated significant blood loss. He resolved to procure some medicine for her after class that day. After tending to her, Lin Feng engaged in his daily practice of the Qian Kuan diagram in the living room, a routine he adhered to with unwavering diligence. Completing 20 repetitions, he assessed his internal energy and noted a slight enhancement. He then retreated to the bathroom for a shower. Once refreshed, he noticed the time was around 6:40 and hastened out the door, jogging towards school. Lin Feng arrived at the school. Glancing at the time, it had only taken him 20 minutes. It seemed he had set out early this time. However, it mattered little, for he had yet to have breakfast. A quick meal would suffice. Thus, he sought out a small dumpling shop nearby and ordered a serving of soup dumplings, indulging in his meal within the establishment. By coincidence, Zhang Yufan entered the shop at that moment. Upon spotting Lin Feng, she approached him with a greeting. "What a coincidence, you are here too?" "Indeed. I did not expect to see you here enjoying soup dumplings," Lin Feng replied, somewhat astonished. He thought it peculiar, as it was uncommon for affluent young ladies like Zhang Yufan to partake in such humble fare. "What is so strange about it?" Zhang Yufan retorted, ordering her own basket of dumplings and taking a seat across from Lin Feng to begin her meal. "I presumed that young ladies of your stature would indulge in more refined breakfasts," Lin Feng remarked, savoring his dumplings. "I am not like the others. Do not conflate me with them," Zhang Yufan declared with a hint of pride. "Very well, Mississippi. But what of Suda? Did he accompany you here?" Lin Feng inquired. "Do not mention him. He was reckless at the ball last night, and now we are in a quarrel," Zhang Yufan replied, pouting. "I was present at the ball as well. He hardly acted wildly, merely exchanged a few words with some lovely ladies," Lin Feng provocatively responded. "What? You mean he spoke to several attractive girls?" Zhang Yufan shot up from her seat in alarm. "That insufferable rascal. I shall confront him." Fuming, she stormed out of the dumpling shop without settling the bill. However, Lin Feng, ever the good-natured person, took it upon himself to pay for both their meals. Upon arriving at school, he noticed Zhang Yufan was nowhere to be seen, likely having gone to confront Suda. He then took out his phone and sent a message to Suda. "Suda, I just had a conversation with Zhang Yufan. I inadvertently mentioned that you were chatting with a few beautiful girls last night, and she is now coming to settle the score with you." Approximately 5 minutes later, Suda replied, "Oh no, this is disastrous. You've gotten me into trouble." Upon reading this, Lin Feng chuckled to himself. As the class bell rang, he still did not see Zhang Yufan, and it seemed Suda was in for a rough time. The lesson was Chinese language, and the homeroom teacher, Yang Hong, entered the classroom, prompting silence among the students. Yang Hong called out, "Class is in session." The students stood in unison, responding, "Good morning, teacher," after which Yang Hong gestured for them to take their seats. Lin Feng silently invoked, "Spirit of memory, assist me in retaining all I learn." "Understood, master," came the response. In the next moment, a pure energy enveloped Lin Feng's mind, granting him a refreshing clarity. During this class, Yang Hong distributed a stack of test papers for assessment. The subject of language involved composition, which could not be improved solely through rote memorization. Lin Feng was eager to ascertain whether his writing skills had indeed progressed, and this test would serve as a valuable opportunity to evaluate his development. After the examination paper was distributed, Lin Feng immediately began his work. The initial questions posed no difficulty, but when he reached the reading comprehension section, he found himself struggling somewhat. Nevertheless, he managed to complete it satisfactorily according to his understanding. Next came the essay, the topic being, "How to become a useful person." Upon facing the task, Lin Feng realized he had no idea how to compose it, and it seemed that his essay scores would be quite challenging to improve. At this moment, he recognized the importance of reading others' essays or novels to enhance his literary exposure and gradually elevate his writing skills. After hastily penning an essay, he submitted his exam paper. Having spent little time on the earlier sections, he completed the essay in just an hour, leaving him with 30 minutes to spare. Without further ado, he submitted his paper. The brevity of his submission astonished many classmates, who wondered when Lin Feng had transformed into one of the top students in the class. He no longer resembled a failure. The morning flew by, and as noon approached, Lin Feng swiftly gathered his books and exited the school. He made his way to a nearby pharmacy, where he purchased some hemostatic bandages and anti-inflammatory medication before departing. Hailing a taxi on the street, he directed the driver to Tianhe Road. Upon returning to the Xingqiu community, he took the elevator to the 13th floor and opened his front door. Just as he was about to step inside, a delicate hand emerged through the gap in the door, clutching a dagger. Instinctively, Lin Feng reached out and firmly grasped the hand. The owner of the hand winced in pain and released the dagger, which clattered to the floor with a resounding noise. As Lin Feng pushed the door open, he discovered it was the black-clad woman he had rescued the previous night. She was still wearing his clothes, as her own had been torn by him. "What are you doing?" Lin Feng inquired. "What did you do to me last night?" The woman asked weakly, her lips parting slightly. "I examined your wounds and applied pressure to stop the bleeding. I did nothing else," Lin Feng replied honestly. At that moment, Lin Feng stepped into his home, shutting the door behind him. The woman stood before him, and he still held her arm, fearing that if he let go, she might attack him again. "Is that true? Why are my clothes in tatters?" she questioned, her tone accusatory. Lin Feng, somewhat exasperated, retorted, "How could I help you check your wounds and stop the bleeding without tearing your clothes?" Upon hearing this, the woman's expression softened slightly. "Then why are you still holding my hand?" she asked softly. It was evident that she was still quite weak and unsteady on her feet. "What if I let go and you attack me?" Lin Feng countered, turning the question back to her. "You've seen my body. You deserve to die," she said fiercely. Taken aback by her words, Lin Feng was incredulous. How could merely seeing her body warrant such a fate? Surely, her future husband or boyfriend would be doomed to perish 1,000 times over. "Are you even being reasonable?" "I am watching this to save you," Lin Feng said slowly. "If it weren't for your severe injuries, I wouldn't bother." "I don't care. You have seen my body," the woman in black said, on the verge of tears. Lin Feng had no choice but to release her hand. As soon as he did, she stumbled and began to fall, prompting Lin Feng to swiftly step forward and catch her slender waist to prevent her from collapsing. This action brought them uncomfortably close, and the woman in black attempted to escape his embrace, wriggling and saying, "You rogue, let me go." Hearing this, Lin Feng laughed heartily, replying, "So what if I am a rogue?" As soon as the words left his lips, he lifted her effortlessly and carried her into the room. Only when he placed her on the bed did he release her, settling beside her while grinning. "You'd better behave, otherwise I won't be so courteous," Lin Feng said with a smile. He then handed her the bandages and anti-inflammatory medicine he had just purchased, asking, "Do you want to take care of it yourself? Or shall I assist you?" "I'll do it myself," the woman in black responded, her temper subdued. "I'm going out now. You can change the bandages by yourself," Lin Feng said, turning to leave the room, casually shutting the door behind him. Approximately 10 minutes later, he opened the door again to find the woman in black had skillfully changed her bandages, suggesting this was not her first experience with such injuries. "Do you often get hurt?" he inquired. "None of your business," she coldly retorted. "I am your savior. Can't you share even this with me?" Lin Feng looked at her meaningfully. "Are you hungry? I'll make you a bowl of noodles. Would you like some?" He tempted her with the promise of food. The woman in black initially intended to refuse Lin Feng's offering, but her stomach betrayed her with a few growls, leading her to reluctantly say, "I want some." "That has settled then. Wait a moment while I prepare it," Lin Feng said with a smile. Thus, he entered the kitchen, and after about 20 minutes, he emerged with 2 bowls of noodles. He handed one bowl to the woman in black, who immediately began to eat, devouring the noodles in no time. Seeing her eat so voraciously, Lin Feng asked, "Would you like more?" "There is still some left." "No, I'm full," she replied, finally able to converse with Lin Feng normally. "By the way, what is your name?" he asked curiously. "My name is Lin Kaier," she answered softly. After finishing her meal, Lin Kaier lay back on the bed, pulling the covers over herself, while Lin Feng sat at the edge of the bed, continuing their conversation. "My name is Lin Feng," he introduced himself. "How did you get those injuries?" Lin Feng inquired, chewing on his noodles. "You don't need to worry about that. It's none of your concern. Even if you knew, you couldn't help me," she replied. Lin Kaier turned her head away, no longer looking at Lin Feng, displaying an air of coldness. "How can you be so certain that I cannot assist you?" Lin Feng questioned, skeptical. "Look at your frail and delicate appearance. How could you possibly help me?" Lin Kai waved her hand dismissively. It may seem that way, but appearances can be deceiving, my dear. One's inner strength holds equal importance, Lin Feng retorted. At this juncture, Lin Kai turned back to him, inquiring, are you implying that you possess great capabilities? I wouldn't claim to be formidable, but I can manage most ordinary matters, Lin Feng chuckled. Oh, please spare me. You are merely a student. How could you possibly resolve my issues? Lin Kai noted Lin Feng's school uniform, which clearly marked him as a typical student. She never harbored any illusions that a student could aid her in her endeavors. Since you insist, let it be. Focus on healing your wounds, and then depart, she concluded. Nevertheless, Lin Feng was quite empathetic. However, Lin Kai seemed to have forgotten her earlier attempt to ambush him at the door, which had been unsuccessful. After enjoying a bowl of noodles and lingering at home for a while, Lin Feng checked the time and realized it was time for school. He bid farewell to Lin Kai and stepped outside. Lin Feng jogged to school, moving swiftly, and it took him merely 20 minutes to arrive once more. Upon his arrival, he encountered Zhou Ming. Seeing Lin Feng running towards him, Zhou Ming inquired, so, how are you settling into your new home? It's fine. Though it is a bit distant from school, everything else is quite pleasant, Lin Feng replied candidly. You didn't invite me over to your new place. How about we buy a few bottles of wine tonight and have dinner at your place? Zhou Ming suggested. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng was initially inclined to decline, for he had Lin Kai at home. It would not bode well for Zhou Ming to discover that he was harboring a secret companion. Yet, after some reflection, he realized that Zhou Ming was a significant friend, so he agreed. All right, let's drink a couple of glasses at my place tonight. Thus, the two made plans to visit Lin Feng's new home that evening for a drink. They entered the classroom together, where many students were currently taking a midday rest. Lin Feng noticed Zhang Yufan sitting there. Having not seen her all morning, it was surprising to find her there so early in the afternoon. He approached her to greet. Hey, beautiful, how are you? Don't speak to me. I'm furious. That Su Dajin is insufferable, Zhang Yufan exclaimed, her temper flaring as she sat in her seat. Hearing her outburst, Lin Feng took out his phone and checked his WeChat, discovering a message from Su Da. Upon opening it, he read, I owe you one. She caused quite a scene at my house this morning, and after much effort, she finally left, but she said she would return tonight. A smirk crept across Lin Feng's face as he typed a reply. Women require a bit of coaxing. You cannot hold me accountable for this. She was aware that you attended the ball last night. After sending the message, it wasn't long before Su Da replied, I already tried to appease her this morning, but she is not falling for it anymore. I feel utterly helpless. Upon hearing Su Da's words, Lin Feng chuckled and typed in response, you should consider marrying sooner. Remember to invite me to your wedding feast. Su Da remained silent for approximately 10 minutes before replying. All right, if that day truly arrives, I will certainly treat you. For now, I am pondering how to deal with her tonight. After exchanging a few brief messages with Su Da, the class bell rang. The first class of the afternoon was Chinese, during which the corrected examination papers were to be discussed. The papers were distributed, and with a full score of 150, Lin Feng received 110. Observing this score, he felt a sense of dissatisfaction. It was evident that improving in Chinese was not a simple task. He resolved to find time to visit a bookstore to read some essays, he mused. The first 2 periods of the afternoon were spent in Yang Hong's review of the test papers. The third period was designated for free activities, and Lin Feng and Zhou Ming, not wishing to remain at school, decided to skip class. They made their way to a nearby wall, where they climbed over and thus departed from the school premises. This marked Lin Feng's first instance of truancy this semester. Previously, skipping class had been a regular occurrence for him, but this semester, having developed a photographic memory, he had been more focused in class and had avoided such behavior. Once on the street, Lin Feng and Zhou Ming headed to a wholesale beer shop, where they purchased a case of beer and some peanuts before hailing a taxi. They placed their purchases in the taxi and then climbed in themselves. To Tianhe Road, Xingqiu Community, Lin Feng instructed. No sooner had he spoken than the vehicle started. And after a journey of over 10 minutes, they arrived at Xingqiu Community. Lin Feng hoisted the case of beer, while Zhou Ming carried a large bag of peanuts as they entered the community. They ascended to the 13th floor of Building B, where Lin Feng unlocked the door and entered with Zhou Ming. At that moment, a voice called out from inside the room. Lin Feng, come here. Upon hearing the sweet voice addressing Lin Feng, Zhou Ming was taken aback, his eyes widening in surprise as he exclaimed, You have a girl hidden here? Lin Feng, feeling somewhat helpless, was about to explain when the voice called again, Lin Feng, Lin Feng. With no other choice, Lin Feng stepped into the room to assess the situation. Upon entering, he saw Lon Kaier reclining on the bed, seemingly unbothered, and he breathed a sigh of relief, with Zhou Ming following closely behind. When Zhou Ming caught sight of a beautiful girl lying on Lin Feng's bed, he questioned whether he was dreaming. Astonished at Lin Feng's newfound ability to conceal a lovely companion, Lon Kaier, noticing Zhou Ming, unabashedly stated, "Lin Feng, could you please fetch me a glass of water? I'm parched." Lin Feng quickly interjected, "Zhou Ming, don't misunderstand. I brought her home to care for her after she was injured that night." Zhou Ming waved his hand dismissively, saying, all right, no need for explanations. I'm not your girlfriend. Even if you had 100 women here, it wouldn't concern me. I'm here to drink. So let us head to the living room for a few rounds. After Lin Feng poured a glass of water for Lon Kaier, he settled into the living room and began to drink with Zhou Ming, the two of them engaging in lively conversation. By the way, Lin Feng, you are becoming increasingly impressive. Not only have your studies improved, but you also seem to have a beautiful woman hidden away, Zhou Ming teased with a chuckle. Please, spare me the jokes. It's not a hidden beauty. I merely brought home a female bandit. Not only did I tend to her wounds, but I also have to prepare food for her, Lin Feng replied, taking a sip of beer. Your life now seems quite delightful. I find myself envious, Zhou Ming remarked as he clinked his glass with Lin Feng's. Living alone has its perks. I can do as I please, and that brings me joy, Lin Feng said, cracking open a peanut and tossing it into his mouth. Let us order takeout tonight. With that, Zhou Ming took out his phone and dialed for delivery. Make it 3 servings. The lady inside needs a portion as well, Lin Feng reminded him. Hello? Is this the delivery service? Zhou Ming inquired into the phone. Yes, sir. What would you like to order? A woman's voice responded. 3 servings of fried noodles, delivered to Xingxiu Community, Building B, 13th floor, room 1306, Zhou Ming specified before hanging up. Approximately half an hour later, the delivery arrived. Lin Feng opened the door, paid the delivery person, and brought the food inside. He first took 1 portion to his room for Lon Kaier, before returning to the living room to dine with Zhou Ming. Lin Feng, if given the chance to return to the Lin family, would you? Zhou Ming inquired tentatively. If such an opportunity arose, I wouldn't plan on going back. Since they expelled me, I see no reason to return, Lin Feng replied with a dry laugh. I heard Lin Wanru mention that once Lin Jingxiong steps down, she would propose your reinstatement into the Lin family, Zhou Ming said, while taking a bite of fried noodles. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng paused and replied, even so, I still wouldn't consider it. Living alone is much more comfortable. Why endure the stress of returning? I believe it would be wise for you to return if the opportunity presents itself. After all, having a family backing you can be quite advantageous, Zhou Ming said. Turning on the television, Lin Feng raised his beer and waved his hand dismissively. Even without a family to support me, I am doing quite well. Am I not living comfortably now? Indeed, you seem to be thriving, but don't you ever feel lonely living alone? Zhou Ming pressed once more. At this point, Lin Feng was resolute. Even if the Lin family were to accept him back, he would choose not to return, as he had grown accustomed to his solitary lifestyle. I don't feel lonely. After all, I have you to share a drink with, and I've made many new friends, Lin Feng replied, unmoved by Zhou Ming's concerns. That evening, Lin Feng and Zhou Ming delved into discussions about the 4 prominent families, conversing from shortly after 6 until midnight, at which point Zhou Ming took his leave. Tomorrow is the weekend, and school is not in session. Lin Feng intends to visit a bookstore to enhance his reading skills and address the deficiencies in his writing. Thus, after Zhou Ming departs this evening, he settles down on the living room sofa and falls asleep. Awakening the next morning, Lin Feng engages in his practice of the Qian Kuan diagram, completing it 20 times. Sweaty and invigorated, he checks the energy within his dantian and notes its increase before heading to the bathroom for a shower. After refreshing himself and donning a clean outfit, Lin Feng enters his room to check on Lon Kaier. At this moment, she is still asleep. Treading lightly to her bedside, he observes her and, finding no cause for concern, quietly exits the room. Once outside, Lin Feng makes his way to a nearby bookstore where he begins to peruse the volumes within. His remarkable memory allows him to turn the pages with great speed, leaving onlookers puzzled about how much content he can truly absorb in such a short span. Yet, unbeknownst to them, he meticulously reviews each page in its entirety, a fact that would astound many if revealed. After about an hour, Lin Feng feels a slight dryness in his eyes and decides to take a break. This coincides perfectly with his need for a brief respite of 10 minutes, prompting him to step outside the bookstore. He plans to visit a nearby women's clothing store to purchase an outfit for Lin Feng, as her clothes have been torn by him. Upon entering a boutique, a sales associate promptly approaches him, inquiring, "Sir, are you here to buy women's clothing? Perhaps for your girlfriend?" Lin Feng responds, "Indeed, I seek women's apparel, but it is not for my girlfriend." The associate guides him through the store, suggesting suitable options. Lin Feng, thinking to buy something simple, selects a white casual outfit, completes his purchase, and heads home. As he contemplates visiting the library later in the afternoon, he realizes it is nearing noon and time to eat. He stops at a nearby fast food establishment to pick up 2 meals, carrying them alongside the clothing as he returns home. Upon his arrival, Lin Feng strides directly into his room, where he finds Lin Feng awake and reclining on the bed. He presents her with the new outfit, saying, "This is the clothing I bought for you. Please change, as it is unseemly to remain wrapped in blankets, especially with winter approaching." Lin Feng glances at the outfit and remarks, "Your taste is rather poor." Lin Feng, taken aback by her comment, retorts, "Having you wear it is commendable enough. Why concern ourselves with taste?" He adds, "Here is your meal. I must venture out again this afternoon. Make yourself comfortable." With that, he exits the room. In the living room, he finishes his boxed meal and reclines on the sofa for a brief nap. After about an hour, Lin Feng awakens, preparing to return to the bookstore for more reading. Before he stepped out, he entered the room once more to check on Lin Feng and found that she had already donned the clothes he had purchased for her. It must be said, she looked rather charming in that attire. "Why are you staring at me?" Lin Feng inquired as she caught Lin Feng's gaze. "Oh, nothing. I was just wondering if you've recovered. Can you walk on your own now?" Lin Feng replied. "I can walk," she said, preparing to get out of bed. Lin Feng did not assist her, instead watching as she managed to get out of bed and begin to walk. "Your recovery ability is impressive," Lin Feng remarked with a smile. "I am not an ordinary person," Lin Feng replied with a hint of pride. "Well, you can move around here. I must take my leave," Lin Feng said before hastily exiting. He returned to the bookstore he had visited earlier that morning and resumed his reading, delving into the books on composition. After 2 hours of diligent study, he had perused nearly all the relevant texts, his pace remarkably swift. Feeling a significant enhancement in his knowledge, he left the bookstore satisfied, opting not to return home, but rather to the courtyard, as he still needed to gather some clothes. Upon entering the courtyard, he encountered the elderly gentleman and his daughter, Ren Shichi. "Lin Feng, you're back." The old man greeted him. "I've come to collect a few things. I'm no longer residing here. I've moved to the Xingxiu community on Tianhe Road." Lin Feng casually informed the old man of his relocation. "Oh, I see. No matter. Would you care to join us for dinner tonight? My daughter has brought back plenty of groceries," the old man offered warmly. "Thank you, but I'll just be gathering some clothes." Lin Feng politely declined the invitation. After returning to his room and packing his clothes into a bundle, he left, contemplating that he might not return to the courtyard unless it was to visit Zhao Bo. Upon exiting the courtyard, he hailed a taxi, stowing his bundle inside before instructing the driver, "To Tianhe Road, Xingxiu Community." The driver promptly started the vehicle, and they sped away. Approximately 20 minutes later, they arrived at the Xingxiu Community. After paying the fare, Lin Feng entered the premises. Following his home purchase, his savings had dwindled to just over 600,000, yet this was still sufficient for his needs, as he lived modestly, indulging only occasionally in dining out. Upon entering his new home, Lin Feng found Lin Feng in the living room, engrossed in the television. He placed his bundle on the countertop and opened it, revealing a dagger that captured Lin Feng's attention. "Is that dagger yours?" she asked. "Indeed, it is. Why do you ask?" Lin Feng responded, momentarily taken aback. "May I take a look at it?" Lin Feng's eyes remained fixated on the dagger. Reluctantly, Lin Feng handed the dagger to her. She examined it closely, turning it over in her hands for some time before finally asking, "Where did you acquire this dagger?" "This is something that someone dropped, and I picked it up," Lin Feng stated candidly. "Something that someone dropped?" Lin Feng expressed her surprise. Upon her observation, this dagger was no ordinary weapon. It was forged from high-quality steel, a rarity for the average person to possess. In fact, it was even more exquisite and beautiful than the dagger she herself wielded. Indeed, it was left behind by someone. "He didn't engage us in battle, so he abandoned the dagger and fled," Lin Feng remarked without reservation. "He didn't engage you? What organization are you part of?" Lon Kaier inquired, astonished. We are a mercenary group. What about you? Lin Feng recognized that Lon Kaier was no ordinary individual. Otherwise, she wouldn't carry a dagger, and her attire suggested she was on a mission that night. I belong to the Snow Leopard mercenary group. What about you? Lon Kaier promptly revealed her affiliation. I am with the Blood Eagle, Lin Feng replied. Some mercenary groups had adversarial relations, and Lon Kaier took a considerable risk by disclosing her identity. Fortunately, their two groups were not enemies, and Lon Kaier breathed a sigh of relief. Snow Leopard mercenary group? I have never heard of it, Lin Feng remarked, puzzled. My mercenary group's headquarters is overseas. Your Blood Eagle must be based in the capital, right? Lon Kaier attempted to inquire. Yes, Lin Feng confirmed. However, what intrigued him most was the reason behind Lon Kaier's injuries while on a mission in China. Are you a foreigner? You don't seem like one, Lin Feng asked as he observed her. I have mixed heritage. My mother is of Chinese descent. Lon Kaier explained slowly. That makes sense. You resemble the Chinese, but I didn't realize you were of mixed blood, Lin Feng remarked, glancing at the television. I came to China to carry out an assassination mission, but it ended in failure, Lon Kaier reflected thoughtfully. You're quite young to be undertaking such tasks. Of course. Failure is a possibility, Lin Feng said, turning to scrutinize Lon Kaier. At that moment, she was dressed in a white t-shirt and beige casual pants that Lin Feng had purchased for her, reclining on the living room sofa as they conversed. This has nothing to do with age, Lon Kaier countered. By the way, which target were you assigned to assassinate? Lin Feng inquired curiously. A few days ago, we received a commission to assassinate Lin Jingxiong, one of the 4 prominent families in China. The Lin family, Lon Kaier replied slowly. Lin Feng was taken aback by this revelation. Particularly upon hearing the name Lin Jingxiong, he froze in place. Noticing Lin Feng's reaction, Lon Kaier grew concerned. Could it be that he had ties to the Lin family? Do you have a connection to the Lin family? She cautiously asked, observing Lin Feng's expression in trepidation, fearing that any connection might jeopardize her safety. There is indeed a connection. However, rest assured, I will not hinder you, Lin Feng finally managed to articulate after a prolonged pause. Upon hearing those words, Lon Kaier felt a weight lift from her heart. However, she continued, does it matter? Yes, I was once part of the Lin family, but I have since been cast out. Therefore, I shall not impede you, as long as it does not involve those few who aided me. The lives of others are of no concern to me, Lin Feng replied coldly. After a brief pause, he added, you will recuperate here, but will you venture out again? I will not. I am no match for Lin Jingxiong. He is far too formidable. Once I have healed, I shall return to my country, Lon Kaier acknowledged with self-awareness. Very well, I shall step out to procure dinner. What would you like? Lin Feng inquired, glancing at the time, which indicated it was mealtime. Just bring me back something. I am not particular, Lon Kaier responded, turning back to the television. Exiting the Xingqiu community, Lin Feng made his way to a nearby fast food establishment. Upon entering, he promptly stated, Boss, 2 10-yuan meals to go. Understood, the proprietor replied. Approximately 10 minutes later, the 2 meals were prepared. After settling the bill, Lin Feng carried the meals homeward, just as his phone rang. He retrieved his device to find it was a call from Zhao Bo. He answered, hello? What is it? Teacher Zhao? Do not call me Teacher Zhao when I am not at school. Just refer to me as Fei Hua, Zhao Bo replied from the other end. Very well, Fei Hua. What is the matter? Lin Feng corrected himself, inquiring. Come to the base tonight. I have a mission for you, Zhao Bo said with enthusiasm. Sure. I will head over after I finish my meal, Lin Feng agreed. Upon returning home, he handed a boxed meal to Lon Kaier and began to eat on his own. He quickly consumed his food and looked up at Lon Kaier, stating, I shall be going out tonight. You will manage here on your own. A mission? Lon Kaier inquired. Perceptively. Indeed, Lin Feng nodded. It had been several days since his last assignment, and this time he equipped himself with a dagger, changing into casual attire before departing. He arrived early at the Blood Eagle's base, where he observed others either dining or engaging in physical training, a variety of activities abounding. After wandering around the base and finding nothing particularly noteworthy, he approached the task board to peruse the available missions. Faced with an array of tasks, he found himself momentarily indecisive. Thus, he took a seat by the task board, waiting for Zhao Bo to arrive before deciding on a mission. After approximately half an hour, Zhao Bo appeared. Fei Hua, you're here. Let's see which task suits us best, Lin Feng suggested, gesturing towards the task board. Zhao Bo stood beneath the task board, scrutinizing the options repeatedly, ultimately selecting a mission to steal documents. The task was rated with a single star for difficulty. Infiltrate the Tongtian building and retrieve certain documents. With a reward of 100,000. What do you think? Shall we undertake this? Xiaobo asked. Too simple. I could handle it alone. Lin Feng replied dismissively. Xiaobo readily assigned the task to Lin Feng, promptly tearing down the task list and handing it over. Lin Feng accepted the list and approached the task release station, presenting it to the personnel there, who in turn provided him with a blueprint. The blueprint depicted the internal structure of the Tongtian building and indicated the precise location of the documents to be stolen. Along with the blueprint, Lin Feng received an array of lock-picking tools. However, Lin Feng felt a wave of concern wash over him. He had never learned the art of lock-picking. Fortunately, he had time on his side, as the heist was scheduled for the wee hours of the morning. He remained at the base, seeking guidance from Xiaobo, who kindly agreed to teach him the necessary skills. Xiaobo brought forth numerous model locks and spent approximately 3 hours instructing Lin Feng on how to unlock each one. By the end of the session, Lin Feng was finally able to pick locks on his own, though he still fumbled with the tools. He had at least grasped the basics. As the clock struck 10 in the evening, Lin Feng, noticing that there was still ample time, decided to review the lock-picking techniques Xiaobo had just taught him. He retrieved the model locks once more and began to practice diligently. It became evident that Lin Feng possessed a natural aptitude for lock-picking. After another 3 hours of practice, he had become quite proficient in manipulating various locks. By the time it reached a little past 1 in the morning, he prepared to embark on his mission. Lin Feng donned a small backpack filled with an assortment of lock-picking tools, a rather comical sight that prompted laughter from Xiaobo and the other mercenaries at headquarters. They found it amusing that he had brought so many tools. Seasoned veterans would typically make do with just a single wire, while Lin Feng was burdened with a hefty pack. Under the watchful eyes of his peers, Lin Feng stepped out of the Blood Eagle headquarters, making his way from the Sunset Mountains to the bustling streets of the capital. Given the late hour, foot traffic was sparse. He arrived at the Tongtian building, glancing around cautiously before stealthily approaching the entrance where the roll-up door awaited. With his lock-picking tools in hand, he began his work. In a matter of seconds, a satisfying click echoed as the lock yielded to his efforts, granting him entry into the Tongtian building. The documents he sought were located on the 12th floor, and rather than taking the elevator, equipped with surveillance cameras, he opted for the stairwell, ascending swiftly. Upon reaching the 12th floor, Lin Feng discovered that the documents were housed within an office. He gently opened the door, opting not to turn on the lights to avoid drawing unwanted attention. His exceptional night vision, a skill honed through his practice with the Qian-Kuan diagram, served him well. Once inside the office, he was met with a chaotic scene, papers strewn across the floor. He retrieved the blueprint from the task release personnel to cross-check. Indeed, the designated location aligned perfectly with this office, confirming that the documents were within his grasp. However, with such a plethora of files scattered about, how could he possibly find the right one? It seemed implausible to sift through them all individually. As he pondered this dilemma, his eyes were drawn to a corner of the office where a safe stood, hinting at a potential solution. Since it is an important document, it should be stored there. Upon spotting the safe, Lin Feng's spirits lifted considerably. It seemed that his arduous search had borne fruit without effort, and he walked toward the safe with determination. Standing before it, he noticed that it was secured with a combination lock, rendering his lock-picking tools ineffective against such a mechanism. With no other recourse, Lin Feng resolved to take a more forceful approach, employing the true energy from his dantian. He channeled it into his palm and struck the safe with a decisive knife hand. A resounding boom echoed as a small crack appeared in the safe's exterior. Aiming for the fissure, he focused his energy once more and delivered another powerful strike. Boom! The crack widened sufficiently for his hand to slip inside. Reaching in, he retrieved a stack of documents and, upon inspection, confirmed they were indeed what he sought. After securing the documents, he retraced his steps. By the time he emerged onto the street, it was already past 2 o'clock. He ambled back to the Blood Eagle headquarters, arriving precisely at 3. There, Xiaobo, who had been waiting, stood up and remarked, "Did you finish that quickly?" Of course, it was a breeze this time. There was no one guarding it. Lin Feng shrugged in response. "Consider yourself fortunate. It's astonishing that no one was on watch for such vital documents. The last time I encountered that fellow, he was anything but human," Xiaobo lamented. Lin Feng approached the task release desk and handed over the documents to the personnel there. After a brief inspection, the staff confirmed their authenticity and presented Lin Feng with a bundle of cash. Satisfied, he accepted the 100,000 yuan and stepped aside to count his earnings, relishing the fact that this was his first solo mission. After verifying the amount, he tucked the money into his pocket. The time had now crept to around 3:30, and he realized it was time to return home for some rest. It's getting late. I should head back, he said to Xiao Bo. All right. I'm off to work on a mission with the Fox Spirit. Make sure to rest well at home, Xiao Bo replied, and Lin Feng departed the headquarters. Finding a taxi at 3 in the morning proved to be a challenge, so he opted to walk all the way home. By the time he arrived, it was already past 4. Using his key to unlock the door, he was surprised to find Lon Kaier still awake, seated in the living room watching television. Upon hearing the door, she turned and, upon recognizing Lin Feng, exclaimed, "Back so soon? Was it a minor task?" "Yes, just stealing a document or something." Lin Feng nodded. "I'm hungry. Could you make me some noodles?" Lon Kaier implored with a pitiful expression. Moved by her demeanor, Lin Feng acquiesced. "All right, just a moment." He then made his way into the kitchen, beginning to prepare a meal. To be candid, after a night of turmoil, Lin Feng found himself quite famished and took the opportunity to prepare a bowl of noodles for himself. After consuming the noodles, he reclined on the sofa in the living room, while Lon Kaier returned to Lin Feng's chamber for slumber. Due to his late-night endeavors, Lin Feng slept soundly until past noon the following day. Upon waking, he commenced his daily ritual of practicing the Qian Kuan diagram, at which point Lon Kaier emerged from his room. Observing Lin Feng engaged in his exercises, she inquired, "What purpose do these movements serve?" "To strengthen the body," Lin Feng replied. After another 20 repetitions of the Qian Kuan diagram, Lin Feng was drenched in sweat. He then proceeded to the bathroom to freshen up, changing into a clean set of clothes before re-emerging. "Lin Feng, let us go for a walk. My injury has nearly healed," Lon Kaier remarked, glancing at Lin Feng, who had just finished bathing. "All right, let us take a stroll," Lin Feng responded readily. Thus, they stepped outside, making their way to the garden of Xingqiu community. Many passers-by were captivated by their presence, marveling at the sight of what appeared to be a pair of celestial beings. Numerous individuals mistakenly assumed that Lon Kaier was Lin Feng's girlfriend. As they walked and conversed about matters concerning the mercenary group, they exited the community and found themselves on the bustling street. At that moment, a familiar figure approached Lin Feng, initially oblivious to her presence. He only recognized her when she called out to him. "Lin Feng," the woman exclaimed. Turning towards the voice, Lin Feng was taken aback to see Wang Min, the very woman who had once ushered him out. With a polite greeting, he said, "Auntie, long time no see." As he acknowledged her, Wang Min's gaze fell upon Lon Kaier, and upon seeing such a beauty by Lin Feng's side, she immediately assumed that Lon Kaier was his girlfriend. Curiosity piqued, she queried, "Lin Feng, is this your girlfriend?" Wang Min directed her attention to Lon Kaier. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng chuckled awkwardly and replied, "Haha, no, she's just a friend." He knew that if he claimed her to be his girlfriend, Wang Min would certainly be skeptical. However, stating she was merely a friend would be more credible. "Oh, I see. How have you been lately?" Wang Min shifted her focus away from Lon Kaier and inquired. "I recently purchased an apartment in the new Xingqiu community. Would you like to come and see it, Andy?" Lin Feng suggested. Wang Min, taken aback by this revelation, found it hard to believe. As real estate prices in the capital were notoriously high, how could Lin Feng possibly afford a property in such a community? After a moment of astonishment, she replied, "All right, I would love to see it." Consequently, Lin Feng prepared to return home, leading Wang Min and Lon Kaier along with him. The trio walked back to the Xingqiu community, where Lin Feng guided Wang Min to Building B, the 13th floor, apartment 1306. He opened the door, allowing Wang Min to enter first, while he and Lon Kaier followed closely behind. Wang Min stepped into Lin Feng's residence, her mouth agape in astonishment. How had Lin Feng acquired such a splendid property? A 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment spanning over 100 square meters? "How much did you pay for this place, Lin Feng?" she inquired, turning to him. 2 million, Lin Feng replied, gesturing with 2 fingers. Wang Min was taken aback, yet an even more surprising revelation awaited her. Upon returning to Lin Feng's home, Lon Kaier announced, "I'm feeling a bit tired. I'm going to my room to sleep." At this, Wang Min's mouth once again formed an O shape. She assumed Lin Feng was cohabiting with Lon Kaier. Observing Wang Min's expression, Lin Feng felt a surge of satisfaction. This was precisely the reaction he desired. After all, she had once underestimated him. Now, she recognized that he was thriving. "Auntie, Please sit down and enjoy a cup of tea, Lin Feng suggested as he went to fetch a cup. After brewing a pot of tea for Wang Min, he settled down to savor it himself. This time, Wang Min truly regarded Lin Feng with newfound respect. Merely 3 months had passed since she last saw him, and he had achieved such remarkable success, purchasing a home in the capital and accompanied by such a beautiful girl. In truth, for Lin Feng, these accomplishments were not particularly noteworthy. He merely sought to shed the label of being a wastrel. Thus, he relentlessly pursued progress, dedicating himself to daily practice of the Qian-Kuan diagram as the most effective means of self-improvement. Lin Feng, are you still pursuing your studies? Wang Min remarked. Taking a sip of tea, she presumed that due to his poor academic performance, he must have dropped out to work. Otherwise, how could he afford such a property? I'm still in school, Lin Feng replied slowly. What? You're still studying? Wang Min could hardly believe her ears. Yes, what is the matter, Andy? Lin Feng asked. If you're still in school, how did you manage to buy this apartment? Wang Min questioned, astonished. That's something you need not concern yourself with. I have my ways, Lin Feng evaded the inquiry. It's not something illegal, is it? Wang Min scrutinized him. Rest assured, Auntie, it's certainly not unlawful. Lin Feng reassured her confidently. After conversing for about half an hour, Wang Min took her leave, as it was time for dinner. Lin Feng did not venture out. Instead, he ordered 2 takeout meals. After sharing one with Lon Kyer, he kept the other for himself, spending the entire evening in the living room. Knowing he had school the next morning, Lin Feng retired early. He slumbered soundly until dawn. After completing his Qian-Kuan diagram and freshening up, he bid farewell to Lon Kyer and departed for school. He jogged briskly for approximately 20 minutes before arriving at the school. At a nearby street vendor, he approached and said, 1 scallion pancake, please. Coincidentally, a girl beside him uttered the same request. There's only 1 scallion pancake left. Who wants it? The elderly vendor inquired. Lin Feng turned to the young woman and was astonished to recognize her. It's you? He exclaimed in surprise. The woman in question is none other than Gu Xiaoyu, the one who nearly collided with Lin Feng while driving last time. Today, Gu Xiaoyu did not arrive by vehicle. Instead, she approached on foot, clad in a school uniform that accentuated her figure. To Lin Feng's estimation, her bust appeared to be around a D cup. Upon catching sight of such a figure, Lin Feng could not help but swallow hard and steal a few more glances. I thought it was someone else. Turns out it's you. I'll take that pancake, Gu Xiaoyu declared haughtily. Is there any sense in that? We arrived simultaneously, so we should split the pancake and share the cost, Lin Feng countered with reason. Who wants to split it with you? Humph. Gu Xiaoyu scoffed. I care not for your whims. It's up to you if you want it or not, Lin Feng replied, turning to the elderly vendor selling scallion pancakes. Grandfather, please cut this pancake in half. I shall pay for half, and the other half is for this shrew. Who are you calling a shrew? Gu Xiaoyu clenched her fists. Fuming. Having never faced humiliation, being called a shrew was a bitter pill for her to swallow. Do not take it personally. If you insist on behaving this way, there is little I can do, Lin Feng shrugged nonchalantly. Do you believe I want to find someone to teach you a lesson? Gu Xiaoyu threatened. Go ahead. Bring them on. I am not afraid, Lin Feng retorted, undeterred. After uttering those words, Gu Xiaoyu was left seething with rage as Lin Feng took his half of the scallion pancake and sauntered into the school, indifferent to her reaction. Having faced trouble countless times before, Lin Feng was unperturbed and strolled leisurely into his classroom. Once inside, Gu Xiaoyu dialed a number. Brother, it's me, Xiaoyu. I've been bullied. Could you bring a few friends after school to teach that guy a lesson? She spoke into the phone. Who dares to bully you? I'll gather a few people and intercept him after school, a young male voice responded from the other end. Make sure they're tough. That guy doesn't seem intimidated by me, Gu Xiaoyu added angrily. Don't worry. I'll make him pay for bullying you, the voice assured before hanging up. Meanwhile, Lin Feng sat in class, blissfully unaware that he had attracted unwanted attention. Before long, the school bell rang, signaling the start of class, and the students settled down. Today's lesson was mathematics, but Zhao Bo was absent, presumably engaged in some task. Yang Hong entered the classroom to substitute, commanding the students' attention. Class is in session. The students stood and chorused, Hello, teacher. Following her gesture for them to sit, Yang Hong presented a stack of test papers. However, this was not an examination. She intended to discuss last year's college entrance examination questions. As the examination papers were distributed to each student, Lin Feng scrutinized the test before him and realized that it would not be particularly challenging, conservatively speaking. he could easily attain a score of around 120 points. With this knowledge of the college entrance examination firmly in mind, Lin Feng dedicated himself to attentively listening to the lecture, employing his remarkable photographic memory. The morning hours swiftly passed, and upon the arrival of noon, he gathered his textbooks and exited the classroom. Outside the school gate, Gu Xiaoyu had already been waiting. "Brother, you're here. Did you bring anyone with you?" she inquired of Gu Yan. "I brought 3 people. What about that guy?" Gu Yan replied. "He hasn't come out yet. We'll wait for him. He has really infuriated me. I'm going to slap him myself," Gu Xiaoyu said, her voice filled with indignation. After a while, Lin Feng swaggered out of the school. With a quick glance, he spotted Gu Xiaoyu standing with a group of brawny men. He sighed and confidently strode towards them. "Brother, he is coming straight towards us." It seems he truly isn't afraid. Gu Xiaoyu clenched her fists, seething with rage. "That's him, right? Brothers, surround him," Gu Yan commanded. And the 3 burly men advanced towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng allowed himself to be encircled by the 3 men, remaining at ease within their imposing circle, relishing the moment. "Such a grand spectacle. I'm terrified," Lin Feng feigned innocence. "Do you realize that you have offended my sister?" Gu Yan glared at Lin Feng. "So, you've come here to stir trouble?" Lin Feng replied, unfazed. "Indeed, we have come to deal with you," one of the burly men declared loudly. At that moment, students gathered around, comprising Lin Feng's classmates and others from different classes, all eager to witness the unfolding drama at the school entrance. "Well then, let us see if you have the capability," Lin Feng stepped forward boldly. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, Gu Yan waved his hand, and the 3 burly men lunged at him simultaneously. Recognizing that the leader must be subdued first, Lin Feng charged directly at Gu Yan. Caught off guard, Gu Yan instinctively took a step back, but Lin Feng's speed was too swift. Before Gu Yan could react, Lin Feng's foot connected forcefully with his abdomen, sending him hurtling backwards, crashing to the ground while clutching his belly and howling in pain. Seeing her brother hurled away by Lin Feng's kick, Gu Xiaoyu rushed forward to check on him. Gu Yan lay on the ground, writhing in agony, his cries echoing as he struggled to comprehend Lin Feng's sudden and powerful assault. As an ordinary person, he felt fortunate that the kick had landed on his stomach rather than a more vulnerable area. Had it been elsewhere, he would surely have faced a fracture. The 3 burly men stood frozen in disbelief, stunned by the unexpected turn of events as they witnessed their companion, Gu Yan, being sent flying. The onlookers expressed their astonishment, with some speculating about the identity of the remarkable individual capable of such feats, able to send a person flying with a mere kick. As the crowd swelled, Lin Feng felt an increasing pressure. He was reluctant to strike too forcefully, lest he bear the consequences should things escalate. After a moment of stunned silence, the 3 burly men regained their composure and, in unison, lunged at Lin Feng once more. Sighing, Lin Feng raised his gaze to confront the first assailant. He executed another kick, this time striking the man's calf with a resounding crack, resulting in a fracture. The injured man howled in agony, clutching his leg, as the remaining 2 flanked Lin Feng and swung their fists from different angles. With remarkable agility, Lin Feng pivoted, dodging their blows, and countered with a punch that landed squarely on one man's face. A sickening crunch echoed as the man fell to the ground, cradling his face, his features crushed and his nasal bone broken. Now facing the last of the trio, Lin Feng's gaze fixed on him. Trembling, the man stammered, "I won't fight anymore," while raising his hands in surrender. The surrounding spectators, witnessing Lin Feng's prowess, erupted in applause as if watching a cinematic spectacle, one man effortlessly dispatching several opponents without sustaining a scratch. Gu Xiaoyu, observing the scene, shuddered in disbelief at Lin Feng's formidable capabilities, astonished that one person could take on so many. In truth, Lin Feng was not exceptionally skilled. He had merely reached the yellow level of martial arts, rendering him vastly superior to ordinary individuals, akin to an adult overpowering a child, who stands no chance of retaliation. Noticing the last man's reluctance to continue, Lin Feng turned to Gu Xiaoyu and inquired, "Do you have anyone else? Bring them forth. I shall deal with them all at once to avoid future complications." Gu Xiaoyu opened her mouth to respond, but could only manage a stammered "you" before trailing off. Suddenly, the wail of police sirens pierced the air. The crowd parted, creating a pathway for the officers to enter. Lin Feng stood his ground, cursing internally at the thought of who had called the police. This was sheer madness. Upon arrival, the officers surveyed the scene of sprawled bodies and approached Lin Feng, asking, What transpired here? They troubled me, and I defended myself, Lin Feng replied candidly. The officers then turned to Gu Xiaoyu, questioning, why were you bothering him? Officer Liang, he bullied me. I didn't even touch him, and he incapacitated my people, Gu Xiaoyu explained. Upon hearing her address the officer as Liang, Lin Feng realized the gravity of the situation. She was acquainted with him. Officer Liang nodded and stated, you need to accompany me to the station for questioning. He then approached Lin Feng, grasping his arm and ushering him toward the police vehicle. Zhou Ming observed the scene intently. Ever since Lin Feng began to engage in a brawl with the three burly men, he had remained a silent spectator. Subsequently, the fallen ruffians, along with Gu Yin and Gu Xiaoyu, were escorted away by the police. Upon arriving at the precinct, Gu Xiaoyu and the others provided brief statements before being released, while Lin Feng was kept behind for further questioning. In a state of despair, Lin Feng had no choice but to request his phone to call for assistance, dialing Mr. Wang's number within the confines of the police station. Hello? Is this Mr. Wang? I've encountered a predicament and am currently detained at the XX precinct. They refused to let me leave, Lin Feng explained over the phone. With Chen Su abroad and unavailable, Lin Feng had no alternative but to reach out to Mr. Wang. Understood. I will come to the precinct shortly. Please wait, Mr. Wang replied before hanging up the call. Finished with your call? We need to relocate you to another holding area. Follow us, Officer Liang instructed, leading Lin Feng to a different cell. Inside this new holding area, several individuals were already squatting. As Lin Feng was pushed into the cell, he was met with the taunts of a local bully. Ah, a newcomer? Come over here and lick my toes, and I might let you off easy, the bully sneered. I'd rather not, you filthy scoundrel, Lin Feng retorted, cursing back defiantly. Kid, don't overstep your bounds. Get him, the bully commanded, and as soon as he finished speaking, the others lunged at Lin Feng. He retaliated with a series of swift kicks, sending them crashing into the iron bars with a cacophony of clattering sounds. Seeing his minions dispatched, the bully charged at Lin Feng personally. Lin Feng stood his ground, unmoving as the bully approached. When the bully threw a punch, Lin Feng responded in kind. Their fists collided with a resounding crack. The bully recoiled, cradling his injured hand and squatting down, howling in agony. He felt as though he had struck a steel plate, with his knuckles split open. Ignore the commotion from that cell, Officer Liang instructed his fellow officers, who nodded in understanding. They silently commiserated with Lin Feng, fully aware of the notorious individuals housed within. The infamous bully Di Gu had left countless victims in his wake, and it was evident that Lin Feng would not fare well in this situation. Officer Liang, sensing the disturbance, smirked inwardly, thinking, now you know the gravity of the situation. At that moment, Lin Feng had just dealt with Di Gu and his gang, and was now seated on the floor, resting comfortably. After a while, Mr. Wang arrived at the precinct. Ascending directly to the third floor, he approached the chief's office and, without knocking, burst in, exclaiming, Wu Quanxing, have you detained my friend? I demand an explanation. At that moment, Chief Wu was seated by the tea table, sipping his drink. Startled by the unexpected intrusion, he looked up at Mr. Wang, taken aback. What brings you here, Wang Lan? Such a rare visit. Wu Quanxing looked at the travel-worn Wang Lan and inquired, have you detained someone named Lin Feng? Wang Lan asked sternly. Lin Feng. I haven't, Wu Quanxing replied, savoring another sip of tea. You must quickly check downstairs to see if someone named Lin Feng is indeed detained. I assure you, if he is not released immediately, I shall not let this matter rest, Wang Lan insisted, his demeanor becoming increasingly unreasonable. In truth, Wang Lan and Wu Quanxing were once comrades in arms, having served together in the same unit. While Wang Lan chose the path of a special forces soldier, Wu Quanxing became a police officer, and they occasionally kept in touch. All right, I will go check, Wu Quanxing replied, rising from his seat. Wang Lan followed him downstairs. Upon reaching the first floor, Wu Quanxing called out, is there a person named Lin Feng detained here today? As soon as he finished speaking, a police officer stepped forward and confirmed, yes, Director Wu. We detained an individual named Lin Feng this afternoon. Wang Lan, hearing this, hastily interjected, where is he now? Who is responsible for his detention? He is in the second holding room, alongside Di Gu and his crew, one of the officers reported. At this point, Wu Quanxing inquired, what was the reason for his detention? Officer Liang emerged, surprised that this matter had escalated to the director's attention. As the one who had detained Lin Feng, he felt compelled to take responsibility. He was involved in a brawl, Officer Liang stated with a sense of righteousness. Oh, take me to see him. I wish to interrogate him personally. Wu Quanqing expressed skepticism about Officer Liang's explanation. Very well, this way, Officer Liang replied, gritting his teeth as he led the way. Initially, Officer Liang feared that Lin Feng would have been severely beaten by the notorious Di Gu inside. However, upon arriving, he found Di Gu and his subordinates huddled meekly in a corner, while Lin Feng lay comfortably on the floor. Noticing the arrival of others, Lin Feng rose and quickly recognized Wang Lan. As the holding room door swung open, Lin Feng stepped out and entered the interrogation room, where Wu Quanqing sat directly across from him, commencing the questioning. Lin Feng recounted the entire incident, and once finished, Wu Quanqing turned to Officer Liang, reproaching him. What happened to those who troubled him? You released all of them, leaving only him detained. What is your intention? Are you trying to cause trouble? I apologize, Director Wu. It was all a misunderstanding. Now that we have clarified the situation, we can release him, Officer Liang said with a smile. Can my friend be released now? Wang Lan inquired. Very well, Lin Feng, you are free to go. Should you require anything further, we will summon you again, Wu Quanqing said, opening the door to the interrogation room and signaling Lin Feng to leave. Thus, Lin Feng and Wang Lan exited the police station and stepped onto the street. Lin Feng turned to Wang Lan and expressed, Mr. Wang, I owe you my gratitude for coming here. Otherwise, I would remain oblivious to how long I would be confined. Mr. Wang waved his hand and remarked, Chen Su is currently not in Huaxia. If you have any matters to discuss, feel free to call me. I can generally assist you with most issues. Thank you, but I must return to school for class now, Lin Feng replied as he hailed a taxi from the street. After watching Lin Feng depart, Wang Lan also signaled for a cab to leave. Glancing at the clock, Lin Feng realized it was nearly 3 in the afternoon, and he sighed, recognizing that he would inevitably be late once again. He arrived at the school gate at 3:30, exited the taxi, settled the fare, and hurried towards his classroom. At that moment, the first period had just concluded, and upon entering the classroom, Zhou Ming immediately approached him, asking, Are you all right? I witnessed you being taken away by the police. I'm fine, thanks to Mr. Wang from the Chen family who lent a hand, Lin Feng replied, waving his hand dismissively. Zhou Ming reminisced about the earlier scene, saying, You truly are formidable, taking on 4 opponents without them even touching your clothes. Ding dong, the class bell rang. All the students settled into their seats, and Lin Feng, too, took his place. This lesson was Chinese literature, and as Yang Hong entered the classroom, her gaze instinctively fell upon Lin Feng's desk, particularly since he had been absent during the previous class. Lin Feng, please visit my office after class, Yang Hong immediately stated upon entering. Lin Feng sighed inwardly, muttering to himself, Ring Spirit, please assist me in retaining this information. Certainly, Master, the Ring Spirit responded. Subsequently, a wave of pure energy emanated from the ring, enveloping Lin Feng's mind, bringing him an instant sense of coolness and comfort. During this period, Yang Hong continued discussing the exam paper that had not been completed in the morning, and nothing particularly noteworthy transpired. The class swiftly passed, and once it ended, Lin Feng followed Yang Hong to her office. As soon as he entered, she inquired, Where were you during the first period? Why were you late? I was at the police station during the first period, and I haven't eaten yet, Lin Feng replied candidly. The police station? What led you there? Yang Hong asked, her surprise evident. Someone caused me trouble during lunch break, and I ended up in a scuffle, hence my time at the police station, Lin Feng explained honestly. What? You were involved in a fight? During lunch break? Yang Hong exclaimed incredulously. Indeed, if you don't believe me, you can inquire with the personnel at the XX precinct. I truly spent my lunchtime at the police station, and I am still quite hungry, Lin Feng said slowly. Very well, I believe you, Lin Feng. Yang Hong nodded in acknowledgement. Teacher Yang, may I leave now? Lin Feng asked. Next time, please remember to give me a call so I have some prior knowledge of the situation. You may go, Yang Hong waved her hand, signaling for Lin Feng to depart. Understood, Lin Feng replied before leaving. The third period was designated for free activities, and he had no intention of wasting time at school. He scaled the wall to escape, and the first thing he did upon his return was to head home. Lin Feng chose to walk instead of taking a vehicle, leisurely making his way back, while stopping to purchase 2 servings of fast food. Having missed lunch, he consumed one of the meals en route, leaving the other to take back to Lan Kair. After approximately 30 minutes of walking, he finally arrived home. Upon opening the door, he discovered Lan Kair seated in the living room, engrossed in the television. He stepped inside, placed a box of fast food before her, and said, "Eat up. I had an incident at noon and couldn't return. You must be famished." "Oh, my injury has mostly healed. I plan to leave tomorrow to return to M country." Lon Kaier replied as she opened the box. "Do you need me to see you off tomorrow?" Lin Feng inquired. "If possible, I would appreciate your company. I am immensely grateful to you for taking care of me during my recovery. When you have the chance, do visit M country. I shall treat you well," Lon Kaier said, looking at Lin Feng. "Certainly, I will seek you out when I arrive in M country," Lin Feng replied with a smile. That night, Lon Kaier retired early, while Lin Feng remained in the living room, occupied with his phone. He opened WeChat and noticed a message from Ma Tingting, which read, "Did you ask my sister to help you purchase a house?" Lin Feng responded, "Indeed, although it is a bit far from the school, it is quite comfortable." After a few moments, she replied, "Then you should thank my sister." "I will. I was just thinking of inviting her to dinner," Lin Feng replied. "Why not tomorrow? You can treat me as well. Come to the 3rd floor of the Day Hotel, and we will wait for you," Ma Tingting suggested. "All right. I will arrive a bit later, as I need to drop a friend at the airport," Lin Feng responded readily. "Agreed. It's settled then," Ma Tingting replied cheerfully. Considering he would take Lon Kaier to the airport the next day, Lin Feng dialed his homeroom teacher, Yang Hong. As soon as the call connected, Lin Feng said, "Hello. Is this Teacher Yang?" "This is Lin Feng." "Yes, Lin Feng, what can I do for you?" Yang Hong inquired. "I would like to request a day off tomorrow. I have something to attend to," Lin Feng explained. "Very well, take care of your matters. If I were to deny your request, I suspect you would not be content. Just be mindful of your academic performance and do not let it slip," Yang Hong advised. "I understand, Teacher Yang. You needn't worry," Lin Feng assured her before ending the call. Having settled everything, Lin Feng collapsed onto the sofa and fell asleep, only to awaken the next morning. He rose from the sofa, stretched, yawned, and began performing his morning exercises in the living room. After completing 20 repetitions, drenched in sweat, he proceeded to the bathroom to freshen up. Once he was done, Lin Feng entered the kitchen and prepared 2 bowls of noodles. During this time, he ventured into his room to wake Lon Kaier. Once the noodles were ready, he brought them into the living room, where Lon Kaier had also taken a seat, and together they enjoyed their meal of noodles. The current time is merely past 7 in the morning, and it takes only half an hour to travel from Lin Feng's residence to the airport. Thus, the two leisurely finished their noodles before heading out. Since Lon Kaier did not carry many personal belongings, both Lin Feng and she were unencumbered as they stepped onto the street to hail a taxi. Their journey to the airport commenced, and by the time they arrived, it was still just past 8. Lon Kaier proceeded to the ticket counter to purchase a ticket for a flight to Los Angeles, M country, scheduled to depart at 11 o'clock, necessitating a wait of over 2 hours. During this waiting period, Lin Feng and Lon Kaier engaged in delightful conversation, prompting several passers-by to assume they were a couple. Lin Feng, dressed in a suit, more befitting for the airport than his school uniform, had changed early that morning. Just as their conversation was flourishing, a figure wearing sunglasses approached them, sporting a smile and heading directly towards Lin Feng. Initially, Lin Feng did not notice the man, but as he drew closer, Lin Feng recognized him. "Why are you here at the airport to meet me?" Chen Su inquired with a grin. "I'm seeing a friend off for a flight." "You're back from M country so soon?" Lin Feng expressed his surprise at encountering Chen Su. "Of course, it was a brief visit. I merely want to see my parents." "By the way, who is this?" Chen Su asked, removing his sunglasses and directing his gaze towards Lon Kaier. Lin Feng smiled and replied, "This is my friend, whom I met quite unexpectedly. Her name is Lon Kaier." "Oh, hello, I'm Chen Su," he said, extending his right hand. "Hello." Lon Kaier politely reciprocated the gesture. "I just returned and have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." "Enjoy your conversation," Chen Su said before departing. Lin Feng continued his chat with Lon Kaier. "By the way, how can I contact you once you return to M country?" Lin Feng asked. "I'll give you a number. Just call it and mention my name," Lon Kaier replied, taking Lin Feng's phone to input her number. After a bit more conversation, they realized it was nearly time. Lin Feng bid farewell to Lon Kaier as she passed through security, then left the airport. Upon exiting, Lin Feng hailed a taxi and instructed the driver, "Today hotel, please." He had made plans with Ma Tingting to treat her to dinner, a promise he had not forgotten. The vehicle wove through numerous turns before arriving at the entrance of Day Hotel. After paying the fare, Lin Feng alighted and entered the establishment, dressed formally enough that the security personnel did not stop him. Had he been dressed more casually, they might have barred him from entry. As arranged, Lin Feng ascended to the third floor. Upon arrival, he spotted Ma Tingting and Ma Xiaoqian already seated. He approached them, remarking, "You two are here so early." "It's not that we are early. You are simply late," Ma Tingting observed, sizing Lin Feng up. "Why are you so formally dressed today?" Ma Xiaoqian inquired. Having just escorted a friend to the airport, Lin Feng casually remarked, "This is how I ended up dressed." "Where's the menu? I would like to place an order," he continued as he settled onto a stool. A nearby waiter promptly presented the menu: braised tofu, poached chicken, and there are also. Lin Feng selected 4 or 5 dishes before passing the menu to Ma Xiaoqian. After she perused the menu and made her selections, she returned it to the waiter. Seated comfortably, Lin Feng's gaze drifted towards Ma Tingting. He noticed that she was wearing the bracelet he had gifted her on her birthday, the very bracelet imbued with his energy, designed to provide protection against a single attack. The dishes soon arrived, and Lin Feng ordered several bottles of beer, raising a toast intermittently with either Ma Xiaoqian or Ma Tingting. The meal unfolded with joviality. As the three engaged in lively conversation, sharing stories and boasting, and before long, the feast concluded. After settling the bill, which totaled over 3,000 yuan, Lin Feng regarded the sum as inconsequential. After all, a single task would yield him at least 100,000 yuan. Upon returning home, he reclined on his bed, preparing for a brief afternoon nap, the lingering scent of lawn kyre enveloping him. After setting an alarm, he drifted into slumber for about half an hour before rising. As the time for school approached, Lin Feng dashed out the door, making his way to campus. With midterms underway, various assessments loomed, and an overall ranking for the entire grade would be announced. Curious about his standing, he entered the classroom, took his seat, and began reviewing his materials. Ding dong! Ding dong! The school bell chimed. The English teacher, Huang Li, entered the classroom holding a stack of test papers. Many students immediately grasped the implication. Midterm examinations were upon them. "Class, we will commence the midterm exam this afternoon," she declared, distributing the papers. Lin Feng received his test, glanced over the questions, and felt a sense of assurance. He believed he could complete it with ease. Thus, he began to write, progressing smoothly without encountering any stumbling blocks. After 50 minutes, he finished the exam and approached the podium to submit his paper. Observing his promptness, many classmates could not help but think, what a prodigy. Having submitted his test, Lin Feng exited the classroom and made his way to the school lawn, lying back in a state of leisure. At that moment, Gu Xiaoyu emerged from the classroom and approached the lawn. Lin Feng caught sight of her from the corner of his eye, rose from the grass, and walked over. "Oh, beautiful lady, are you not here to trouble me today?" he said with an innocent smile. You scoundrel," Gu Xiaoyu retorted, pointing an accusing finger at him. "Where have I been unruly? A beauty like you should be at home, nurturing a family, rather than engaging in brawls. Don't you think? Last time, I almost got into trouble, did you know that?" Lin Feng said slowly, stretching lazily. "How about we make a wager?" Gu Xiaoyu replied, her tone tinged with annoyance. "A wager? What kind?" Lin Feng asked, puzzled. "Let us compare our academic results. If you can surpass me, I shall submit to your wishes for once," Gu Xiaoyu proclaimed with a hint of arrogance. "And if I were to lose?" Lin Feng inquired. "Then you too must submit to my demands. Are you daring enough?" Gu Xiaoyu smiled. Upon seeing her demeanor, Lin Feng wondered if there was a trick involved. However, he did not ponder too deeply. Academic results could indeed be manipulated, but even forgery had its limits. What if someone were to cheat? Lin Feng questioned. Cheating would mean defeat, so are you willing? Gu Xiaoyu posed, her expression challenging. "Fine. I accept your wager," Lin Feng resolved, determined to show her a lesson, lest she remain unaware of her own limitations. "We'll wager on the total scores of the upcoming midterm exams, ranked by our year level," Gu Xiaoyu continued. "Agreed," Lin Feng affirmed. With his newfound photographic memory, he felt emboldened. His scores were consistently among the highest in class, and he was confident he could rank well across the year. Just as they settled the terms of their bet, the bell rang for class dismissal. Lin Feng was the first to exit the school grounds. Making his way to the bookstore, aware that he had a language exam the following morning, he needed to increase his reading volume during this time. Upon arriving at the nearby bookstore, he immersed himself in books. Due to the upcoming exam, school ended earlier than usual. Instead of dismissing around 5, it was only a little past 4. This undoubtedly granted Lin Feng more time to prepare for the next day's test. After an hour of continuous reading, Lin Feng decided to take a break and headed to a nearby fast food restaurant. ordering a meal priced at 10 yuan. It had been a while since he last visited this establishment, and he was growing tired of its offerings. After finishing his meal and settling the bill, he returned to his reading, continuing until the bookstore closed at 11 in the evening. He then returned home, ensuring he would be well rested for the next day. Awakening the following morning, Lin Feng rose, stretched, and proceeded to the living room to practice the Qianquan diagram, completing 20 repetitions. Although he had a language exam today, nothing would deter him from his path of self-improvement. After washing up and donning a clean school uniform, he tossed his old clothes into the washing machine and departed for school. As he jogged to school, he stopped at the gate to purchase a steamer basket of dumplings, savoring them slowly as he entered. At that moment, a Porsche sped past him, and Gu Xiaoyu, behind the wheel, cast a disdainful glance his way. Lin Feng noticed Gu Xiaoyu in the car and couldn't help but roll his eyes. What a twist of fate to encounter each other like this. After savoring some steamed buns, he settled into his classroom, awaiting the imminent examination and refraining from any distractions, merely biding his time in his seat. Ding dong. The bell rang, signaling the start of class. Yang Hong entered the room, clutching a stack of examination papers. Many students gasped at the sight of the papers. Lin Feng sat calmly, anticipating the distribution of the tests. Recently, he had perused numerous books at the bookstore to enhance his reading skills, aiming for a breakthrough in his language arts scores. The papers were soon handed out, and upon receiving his, Lin Feng glanced at the essay prompt before commencing his work. This time, the topic was centered around the theme of a beautiful campus, allowing Lin Feng's recent readings to come into play. Among the books he had read were several essays about campus life, which had significantly improved his writing prowess. He felt a sense of ease regarding this exam. As he proceeded through the questions, Lin Feng found the process remarkably smooth, effortlessly tackling the reading section, which he completed in a mere 40 minutes. He then devoted another 20 minutes to crafting his essay. Approximately an hour later, he had finished writing and spent an additional 10 minutes reviewing the test. Satisfied with his work, he submitted the paper to the teacher's desk, taking just 70 minutes in total. Once again, Lin Feng was the first to submit his paper. Yang Hong observed his improvement in academic performance, noting his early submission with an approving nod. After handing in his exam, Lin Feng left the classroom, where Gu Xiaoyu had already settled on the grass, watching him approach at a leisurely pace. Taking your time, I see. Must have encountered some challenging questions. Gu Xiaoyu teased with a smile. Haha. Lin Feng chuckled awkwardly, not responding. Why the silence? Could it be that I'm right? Gu Xiaoyu remarked, looking at him. You're mistaken. I found it quite smooth, Lin Feng replied, now seated on the grass opposite her. Several students who had already completed their exams observed the duo, mistakenly assuming they were a couple. Gu Xiaoyu mused internally. In 2 days, the results will be out. I wonder how you will handle it then. She maintained a confident smile, seemingly unperturbed. At that moment, the bell rang to signal the end of class. Zhou Ming was the first to exit, and upon spotting Lin Feng and Gu Xiaoyu seated together, he walked directly towards Lin Feng. Let's have lunch together, Zhou Ming suggested. Sure, let's go eat, Lin Feng replied enthusiastically, rising from the grass. As Lin Feng and Zhou Ming left the school grounds, they decided to take a stroll around the vicinity before dining, given that it was still just past 10 o'clock. How did you end up sitting with Gu Xiaoyu? Zhou Ming inquired, recalling the earlier scene. Do you know her? Lin Feng asked, puzzled. I certainly recognize her. She ranked within the top 10 in last year's final examinations. Zhou Ming remarked to Lin Feng. No wonder she dared to challenge me to a bet. Lin Feng felt as though he had boarded a pirate ship. Having experienced a significant decline in his academic performance last semester, he had not paid much attention to the overall class rankings, leaving him unaware that Gu Xiaoyu had placed among the top 10. What wager did you make with her? Zhou Ming inquired curiously. I bet on our academic results. Whoever scores lower must yield to the other's whims for a day, Lin Feng replied slowly. What? You dared to make such a comparison with her? While it's true that your current academic standing might propel you into the top 10, this is no trivial matter, Zhou Ming exclaimed in astonishment. However, Lin Feng was aware of his own capabilities. With his photographic memory, he could indeed secure a place in the top 10, though achieving a higher rank remained uncertain. The terms have been set, and there's no turning back now. I'm not one to be unprincipled. If I lose, I'll comply with her wishes. But if I win, well, let us just say I have my own plans, Lin Feng said with a mischievous grin. After wandering around the vicinity of the school, the two decided to dine at a nearby restaurant. Upon entering, a courteous waiter approached them and asked, Gentlemen. How many in your party? 2, Lin Feng replied. Very well. Please follow me, said the waiter, guiding them to a cozy corner table where they seated themselves. After a short while, Lin Feng picked up the menu, selected a few dishes, and returned it to the waiter. They ordered several bottles of beer, enjoying their meal while engaging in lively conversation and toasting each other, reveling in the moment. Why has your academic performance suddenly skyrocketed this semester? Zhou Ming voiced his curiosity. Just more studying, putting in the effort at home, Lin Feng replied, fabricating a story. Although he was deceiving Zhou Ming, he could not reveal his secret of having a photographic memory, a trump card he must keep hidden. I've also been dedicating considerable effort to my studies. Yet I see no improvement, Zhou Ming said, taking a sip of his beer. It must be that your approach is misguided, Lin Feng continued his charade. All right then. Zhou Ming took another swig of his beer. After their meal, it was only a little past 1 o'clock, and they chose not to return home, knowing it would be nearly 2 by the time they arrived, leaving no time for rest before heading back to school. Thus, Lin Feng and Zhou Ming made their way to the school's lawn to take a nap. They lay on the grass, though they were not alone. Several other students had also arrived early at school. However, unlike Lin Feng and Zhou Ming, the others were diligently reviewing their textbooks. Time flew by, and soon it was time for class. The two slept on the lawn until the bell rang. Once the sound echoed, they rose from the grass and headed toward their classroom, entering just in time to receive their test papers. Returning to his seat, Lin Feng stretched and took the mathematics test paper, scrutinizing it carefully. After gaining confidence in the content, he picked up his pen and began to work diligently. Continuing on his path, Lin Feng encountered no difficulties and found the process to be exceedingly smooth. He completed the examination paper in merely 50 minutes, demonstrating remarkable speed. Subsequently, he took an additional 10 minutes to review the paper, making some corrections before submitting it. Zhao Bo, noticing Lin Feng as the first to finish, nodded in acknowledgement. Their gazes met, and Lin Feng smiled at Zhao Bo before exiting the classroom. After finishing the mathematics exam, Lin Feng returned to the lawn, awaiting Gu Xiaoyu's arrival. However, this time, she did not appear. Lin Feng speculated that she must have struggled with the questions. Otherwise, she would have shown up by now. With the school day nearly over, the absence of Gu Xiaoyu suggested that she had devoted all her time to the exam, leaving no room for anything else. This time, Lin Feng had gained the upper hand. Next came the comprehensive subject examination, during which Lin Feng again did not see Gu Xiaoyu and was unaware of her situation. Time flew by, and before long, it was the afternoon after the final exam. Lin Feng submitted his paper early once more and returned to the lawn, where he soon spotted Gu Xiaoyu approaching at a leisurely pace. How did it go? Was it challenging? Lin Feng inquired with a smile. Whether it was challenging depends on the score, Gu Xiaoyu replied with a cold snort. All right, we'll have the results the day after tomorrow. Let us see where we stand, Lin Feng said, still wearing a smile, feeling quite confident this time. Just wait, and you'll see how I'll boss you around. Gu Xiaoyu pouted. I'll return that remark to you in full, Lin Feng retorted, unwilling to back down. After engaging in playful banter for a while, the school bell rang, signaling the end of classes. Lin Feng did not linger at school and headed straight for the exit. He contemplated visiting the mercenary group's headquarters that evening, so he returned home early, changed out of his school uniform into casual clothes, and set out, intending to dine at the mercenary group's cafeteria. Since the headquarters was not far from Lin Feng's home, he opted to walk. After approximately 20 minutes of strolling, he arrived at the Sunset Mountains. Entering the mountains, Lin Feng navigated swiftly and adeptly until he reached the entrance of the Blood Eagle headquarters. The two guards on duty acknowledged him with nods, to which Lin Feng responded in kind before entering the headquarters. Upon stepping inside, he observed numerous individuals engaged in training, many partaking in one-on-one combat to enhance their combat experience. Lin Feng positioned himself outside the fighting arena to watch, knowing that observing others could also enrich his own understanding. A burly man had just knocked down a younger opponent, eliciting applause from the crowd. Is there anyone else? The burly man bellowed. At that moment, Lin Feng decided to step forward for a bout, seeking to hone his skills. He announced loudly, I'll take you on. The spectators turned their attention toward Lin Feng, and as he climbed onto the fighting stage, applause erupted once more. The burly man, noticing Lin Feng's slender build, underestimated him and remarked, I'll give you 3 moves. Upon hearing these words, Lin Feng felt a surge of displeasure and resolved to teach the burly man a lesson. He charged towards the man, who stood immobile, awaiting Lin Feng's approach. As Lin Feng reached him, he channeled his vital energy into his palm and struck with a forceful blow aimed at the man's heart. To Lin Feng's astonishment, the man did not evade or flinch, allowing the strike to land. With a resounding crack, Lin Feng's palm connected with the man's chest, and in the next instant, the burly man felt as though his heart had been struck by a sledgehammer, sending him flying out of the ring. Boom! He crashed heavily to the ground below, leaving 5 distinct fingerprints on his chest, and promptly lost consciousness. The spectators were taken aback, the arena falling into a profound silence as they stared at Lin Feng. After a prolonged moment, a single person began to clap, which soon escalated to 2, then 3, and finally a crescendo of applause erupted in the hall. Lin Feng pondered whether he had been too harsh, realizing that the man was a member of his own mercenary group, not a stranger. However, he quickly recalled that the burly man had attacked him with equal ferocity moments prior. Having concluded the altercation, Lin Feng gracefully leaped down from the stage. "Young brother, you must be new here. I haven't seen you before," remarked a middle-aged man as Lin Feng descended. Lin Feng turned to appraise the man, noting his Zhongshan suit and cloth shoes, resembling a character straight out of a martial arts film. Such a diverse array of individuals existed within this large mercenary group. "Young brother, your strike just now was remarkable. At such a young age, your combat prowess is indeed formidable," the middle-aged man expressed with admiration. "Well, I'm off to the dining hall now. Would you like to join me, sir?" Lin Feng inquired as he prepared to ascend to the second floor. "Please, don't call me sir. I'm still quite young. Just call me Tian Ge," Yi Tian replied with a friendly smile. "All right, Tian Ge, I'm heading to eat." "Goodbye," Lin Feng said, and made his way to the staircase. "Indeed, the youth is formidable," Yi Tian mused, remaining in place as Lin Feng vanished from sight. Upon reaching the second floor, Lin Feng joined the queue for food. After approximately 5 minutes, he arrived at the serving counter, requesting 3 meat dishes and 2 vegetables. With his meal prepared, he found a solitary spot in the dining hall to enjoy his food. "Lin Feng, what a rare sight. It's uncommon to see you dining with the mercenary group," remarked Yaohu, who had also collected his meal and sat across from Lin Feng. "I only come by occasionally when I'm not busy. I was preoccupied with exams, but now that they're over, I have some free time," Lin Feng replied after taking a mouthful of food. "You've been with our mercenary group for quite some time now, haven't you?" Yaohu suddenly posed. "Yes. It's been a while. Is there something you wish to discuss?" Lin Feng inquired, puzzled by Yaohu's abrupt question. "You should be aware of the hostile forces opposing our mercenary group, shouldn't you?" Yaohu asked. "Do not speak." Lin Feng still remains unaware even now. He typically spends his free time completing tasks, while his busy hours are usually consumed by school or attending various balls. In such matters, Lin Feng is indeed rather uninformed. "I don't know." Lin Feng shook his head. "One of them is the Iron Wolf Mercenary Corps. Do you remember the last time we encountered their members during a mission?" asked Yaohua, taking a bite of her meal. "Yes, the Black Hand and the Silver Snake, right?" Lin Feng pondered for a moment before responding. "Indeed, those very foes. It's surprising that they fell to us last time," Yaohua chuckled. "Aside from the Iron Wolf, which other forces oppose us?" Lin Feng inquired with curiosity. "There's also the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps, an ally of the Iron Wolf," Yaohua replied, her expression turning serious. "Oh, I see," Lin Feng remarked, somewhat contemplative. Had it not been for Yaohua's explanation, he would have remained oblivious to the existence of rival mercenary groups. Today, the naive Lin Feng has certainly broadened his horizons. One must admit, the communal meals shared among the mercenary corps are quite delectable. Lin Feng helped himself twice, leaving him thoroughly satisfied. After dining, he approached the task board to peruse available missions, hoping to find one suitable for him. Unfortunately, after half a day of searching, he discovered no tasks he could undertake, only escort duties or transport missions that demanded considerable time, which he lacked due to his schooling. Lin Feng mused that once his midterm exam results were released, he would accept a mission to take leave. Although he currently possessed over 600,000 in savings, one never knows when it might be exhausted, so acquiring more funds could only be beneficial. Subsequently, Lin Feng wandered around the base but found nothing of interest. He then departed from the Blood Eagle headquarters, walking alone out of the Sunset Mountain range and making his way home. Upon arriving, he turned on the television, watching it while idly playing with his phone. He opened WeChat and noticed several messages. The first was from Wang Yudi, inquiring, "Lin Feng, how have you been lately?" Seeing this friendly message, Lin Feng smiled and replied, "I've been well, nothing significant has occurred." After responding, he continued to explore the other messages and spent the entire evening engrossed in his phone, chatting on WeChat until past midnight. As drowsiness overcame him, Lin Feng retreated to his room and fell into a deep slumber. Due to his recent examinations, he had not been sleeping well. Now that all subjects were completed, he could finally enjoy a restful night. Upon awakening the next morning, Lin Feng rose from his bed and entered the living room. Drawing back the curtains to gaze at the morning sun, he began performing the Qian Kuan diagram, executing each movement with practiced ease. Having practiced the Qian Kuan diagram for nearly 3 months, he had made significant progress. Lin Feng reflected deeply. This practice not only strengthens the body, but also cultivates true energy, yielding numerous benefits. As for drawbacks, he had yet to discover any. "Master, I have repaired quite a bit again. Come into the ring. I have a scroll to show you." The spirit of the ring suddenly spoke to Lin Feng within his heart. "Do you have a scroll to show me?" Lin Feng exclaimed in surprise. "Yes, master. Please enter the ring," the spirit instructed. In the next moment, Lin Feng fixed his gaze upon the ring and uttered a single word, "Collect." Subsequently, he vanished from his location, leaving a ring behind. Were he on the bustling streets, Lin Feng would never dare to do such a thing, for it would be exceedingly alarming. A living person suddenly disappearing, leaving only a ring, would surely attract unwanted attention. However, within the confines of his own home, where only he resided, Lin Feng felt no trepidation in entering the ring. After a brief sensation of whirling, Lin Feng arrived in a pitch-black space, where 12 images were embedded in the walls. The Qian Kuan diagrams he diligently worked on each day. Not far away stood a child, a smile gracing his face as he regarded Lin Feng. Approaching the child, Lin Feng inquired, "Spirit, what scroll is this?" "Master, these are the latter 6 images of the Qian Kuan diagram. The diagram you are currently working on is incomplete. It requires these final 6 images to be whole." The spirit responded slowly. "What? The 12 images I created are not complete?" Lin Feng's expression turned to one of astonishment upon hearing the spirit's words. "Indeed, master. I have only recently restored many memories and recalled this matter," the spirit said, producing a scroll and handing it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng accepted the scroll and opened it, discovering 6 movements depicted upon it, movements he had never seen before. This indicated that the Qian Kuan diagram comprised a total of 18 movements, and the 12 he had previously practiced were merely a fragment. He laid the scroll upon the ground and attempted to replicate the new movements illustrated, only to find them exceedingly challenging. Having completed merely 3, he was already drenched in sweat. According to the spirit, the 6 movements needed to flow seamlessly with the preceding 12. After grappling with the difficulty of these new movements, Lin Feng uttered the word "release," and in an instant, he found himself back in the living room of his home. Glancing at the time, he realized it was nearly time to head to school. The 6 movements would have to wait for another occasion to explore. He jogged toward school, treating his daily route as a form of exercise, consistently maintaining his habit of running whenever he attended classes. As he arrived at school, the bell signaling the start of class rang just as he entered the classroom, breathless from his exertions. Following a recent examination, his classmates appeared relaxed, lounging in their seats. The first class of the morning was mathematics, and Xiaobo rushed into the classroom, clutching his textbooks, his face displaying heavy dark circles beneath his eyes. Observing this, Lin Feng deduced that Xiaobo had undoubtedly been engaged in tasks the previous night. Xiaobo had a peculiar fondness for undertaking missions, a penchant Lin Feng found perplexing, especially considering he was not in want of money. Unbeknownst to Lin Feng, however, Xiaobo had grown up in a household marked by poverty. Since graduating from high school, he had not pursued a college education. Instead, he enlisted in the military, serving for 5 long years. Upon his return, he discovered that his family's circumstances had dramatically changed. After a heated argument with his family, he vowed never to return home and has lived independently ever since. Zhao Chu, having not seen Xiaobo for a considerable time, felt a surge of nostalgia and secretly visited him at the hospital, only to be caught by Lin Feng and his companions. Xiaobo ascended the podium and declared, "Class is in session." The students rose in unison, greeting, "Good morning, teacher." Once the pleasantries concluded, Xiaobo gestured for the students to take their seats. "Today, we shall embark on a new lesson. The midterm examinations have concluded, and I trust you are all aware of your standings. Once the papers are graded, we will discuss them. Now, Please turn to page XX in your textbooks, Zhao Bo instructed from the podium. Meanwhile, Lin Feng had already contacted his spirit companion, employing a photographic memory to absorb the lecture. The morning passed swiftly under Zhao Bo's guidance, and soon it was time for the final physical education class. The students had already gathered in orderly lines on the playground. The PE teacher emerged, announcing, "Today, we will play badminton. Those uninterested may rest on the sidelines." Lin Feng, lacking enthusiasm for badminton, settled onto the grass, soon joined by Zhou Ming, and the two engaged in conversation. Recently, it seems the capital has quieted down considerably. Nothing significant has occurred, Zhou Ming remarked to Lin Feng. Indeed, perhaps my prolonged absence from social engagements has contributed to the calm, Lin Feng jested. That might genuinely be the case. In the past, your name was often associated with various events, yet now, silence prevails, Zhou Ming chuckled in response. What are you two discussing? Zhang Yufan approached from a distance and joined Lin Feng and Zhou Ming. Oh, nothing much. Merely noting how tranquil the capital has become lately. Devoid of any notable happenings, Zhou Ming replied, glancing at Zhang Yufan. I see. I thought it might be something intriguing, Zhang Yufan mused, her gaze drifting towards a group of classmates playing badminton. Only Lin Feng and Zhou Ming appeared disinterested in the sport, as they sought topics to converse about to pass the time. Lin Feng, who do you think has the larger bust, Zhang Yufan or Qin Chuchu? Zhou Ming whispered conspiratorially in Lin Feng's ear. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's gaze instinctively shifted to Zhang Yufan's chest, observing intently. After a moment, he quietly responded, "It's hard to say, they both seem quite comparable." Zhou Ming, at that moment, also scrutinized Zhang Yufan. Indeed, they are quite similar. Though they can't be exactly the same size, can they? Zhou Ming continued in a hushed tone. The two boys were now engaged in a rather lewd discussion on the grass. I believe they are the same size. Perhaps we should invite Qin Chuchu out for a comparison one day, Lin Feng said with a mischievous grin. The entirety of the physical education class unfolded amidst the juvenile laughter of Lin Feng and Zhou Ming. As the school day concluded, Lin Feng exited the campus, having no intention of returning home. The round trip would consume at least 40 minutes. Instead, he chose to visit a nearby eatery, ordering a bowl of noodles and settling down to enjoy his meal. Master, when will you procure more materials for me? I have only managed to repair 15% so far, the suddenly interjected. Lin Feng, caught off guard by this remark, nearly spat out his noodles. The materials they required were all precious and exorbitant. It seemed to favor the costly over the affordable, which explained Lin Feng's astonished reaction. I will assist you when I have the time. My school schedule is quite demanding, and my finances are limited. Perhaps one day, when I come into wealth, I shall procure them for you, Lin Feng thought to himself. As lunchtime approached, the small eatery became increasingly crowded with students. At that moment, a graceful figure entered, prompting Lin Feng to glance up in astonishment. What was Gu Xiaoyu doing in such a place? After surveying the eatery, Gu Xiaoyu spotted Lin Feng, and their eyes met. With a disdainful snort, she boldly approached and took a seat directly across from him. Why are you sitting in front of me? I'm nearly unable to eat, Lin Feng complained. Can't you see that all the other seats are taken? If there were any available, I wouldn't have chosen to sit in front of you, Gu Xiaoyu retorted, turning her head away, realizing the validity of her statement as he glanced around. Lin Feng quickly finished his bowl of noodles and settled the bill before departing. However, just as he stepped outside the eatery, he noticed someone trailing behind him. Though he feigned ignorance, he remained vigilant, keenly observing the individual shadowing him. The follower wore a cap and moved stealthily, determined to uncover the identity of his pursuer. Lin Feng entered a narrow alley, allowing the person to follow him. He paused at a corner, waiting for the follower to approach. Soon, he heard footsteps drawing nearer, and as the figure emerged, he lunged forward, gripping the individual's arm and exclaiming, "What do you want from me?" Simultaneously, he yanked off the cap, revealing a cascade of long hair. Astonishingly, it was a woman. Lin Feng's mind raced, bewildered by the unexpected turn of events. I, the young woman stammered, repeating the word thrice, clearly taken aback by the situation. She had not anticipated Lin Feng would employ such a tactic to confront her, leaving her momentarily stunned. Now, tell me, why have you been following me? Lin Feng maintained his vigilance, scrutinizing every move she made, ready to act should she attempt anything suspicious. I don't wish to do anything, the girl murmured softly. Had it not been for Lin Feng's acute hearing, her words would have been almost inaudible. At that moment, Lin Feng held onto her arm, fearing that if he released her, she might flee. Uncertain whether she had grasped the reality of her predicament, her delicate form trembled slightly. If you do not wish to do anything, then why are you following me? Lin Feng insisted on uncovering the truth, unwilling to relent until he received an explanation. I like you, the girl replied once more, her voice barely above a whisper. Upon hearing this confession, Lin Feng questioned whether his ears were deceiving him. Could you repeat that? He asked. I like you, the girl said, her demeanor now shy and hesitant. As Lin Feng processed this revelation, he found himself momentarily bewildered. Convinced he must have misheard her. Did you just say you like me? He inquired, regaining his composure. She nodded affirmatively. Witnessing her acknowledgement left Lin Feng in a state of disbelief. If his hearing was indeed intact, then surely his eyes were not failing him as well. Paralyzed in place, he resembled a statue, speechless and immobile. After a brief pause, Lin Feng finally spoke. You aren't ill, are you? I have never seen you before. So why would you profess your affection upon our first meeting? He sensed an ulterior motive, suspecting that she might be attempting to deceive him due to being discovered in her act of stalking. I have seen you before, the girl replied, her cheeks flushed. Lin Feng scrutinized her expression for a while and discerned that it did not appear feigned. Could it be that her feelings were genuine? Stunned by the notion that he could be the object of someone's affection, he pondered the implications. You often see me? Lin Feng asked with curiosity. Yes. Are you not Lin Feng from class 3? She responded, raising her gaze to meet his. In that instant, realization dawned upon Lin Feng. She was from the same school. With so many students around, it was no wonder he had never noticed her before, even if they had crossed paths. It was easy to forget unless one made a conscious effort to remember. Indeed. Which class are you in? He asked, his expression now serious. I am in class 4. She replied softly, lowering her head once more. When did you start liking me? Lin Feng pressed on. About 3 years ago, she said, her voice barely audible. Reflecting on 3 years prior, Lin Feng recalled a time when he was still the pampered heir of the Lin family, revered wherever he went. Back then, he was reckless, showing little interest in academics, confident that wealth would always be at his disposal. It was only after his father's illness and subsequent death that his life took a drastic turn, leading to his expulsion from the family home and the end of his days as the Lin family scion. All right, what is your name? Lin Feng began to scrutinize the girl standing before him. Though she did not match the beauty of Qin Chu Chu or Ma Tingting, she was not lacking in charm either. The young woman, clad in a simple white shirt, a pair of short denim jeans, and canvas shoes, exuded an air of casualness, devoid of any adornments. I am Zhang Xiaoyin, she said, her cheeks flushed. Ah, I see, Lin Feng replied, releasing her hand only after she had introduced herself. Let us be friends. Let us add each other on WeChat, he suggested, without any hesitation. All right, Zhang Xiaoyin replied, promptly retrieving her phone for Lin Feng to scan the QR code, thus solidifying their friendship. After this brief interlude, Lin Feng glanced at the time. It was nearly time for school. Have you eaten lunch yet? He inquired with concern. Not yet, Zhang Xiaoyin responded. Then let us go for some ramen, Lin Feng proposed as he led her towards a nearby eatery. Boss, 2 servings of ramen. Please, he ordered, adding an extra portion for himself to accompany Zhang Xiaoyin. Seated within the quaint little restaurant, they began to enjoy their meal. Zhang Xiaoyin was in high spirits. Having confessed her feelings, she felt liberated, and Lin Feng showed no signs of rejection. Lin Feng, who held a deep regard for matters of the heart, perhaps due to his inexperience in romance, was reluctant to dismiss someone who had bared their feelings to him. After a pleasant conversation, Lin Feng settled the bill, and they proceeded towards the school. At that moment, they fortuitously encountered Zhou Ming at the school gate. Lin Feng, who is this? Zhou Ming inquired, noticing the two together. Oh, this is my new friend, Zhang Xiaoyin, Lin Feng introduced. And this is Zhou Ming. Hello. Zhou Ming extended his hand. Hello, Zhang Xiaoyin reciprocated, shaking his hand. The trio then entered the school together. Zhang Xiaoyin, smiling brightly, made her way to her classroom. Clearly elated. Lin Feng, however, felt indifferent. He took a seat at his desk and pulled out his phone, which soon buzzed with a message from Zhang Xiaoyin. The message read, Lin Feng, what do you like to eat? Lin Feng smiled at the text, but did not respond immediately. Instead, he set his phone aside as the class bell rang, signaling the start of lessons. This particular class was chemistry, and since the last incident where the chemistry teacher fainted, Yang Hong had been substituting, leaving everyone wondering about the whereabouts of their regular teacher. Yang Hong entered the classroom, and the previously noisy room fell silent. Students, the midterm exam papers have been graded, and we are currently ranking the grades. Results will be announced tomorrow. Additionally, we will hold a parent-teacher meeting tomorrow evening. So please inform your parents, she addressed the class from the podium. At that moment, Lin Feng raised his hand, wishing to speak. Lin Feng, do you have something to say? Yang Hong asked. I do not have parents. Lin Feng stood up to declare. Then you must bring your guardian to the meeting. I will note anyone who is absent, Yang Hong replied sternly. Now, let us commence with the lesson. As the afternoon school bell rang, Lin Feng gathered his belongings and stepped out of the classroom, responding on his phone, I enjoy steak. The realm of romance was foreign to him. He had never experienced it and was utterly clueless about how to navigate such matters. Being a virgin, he felt rather naive regarding these affairs. Soon, Zhang Xiaoyin sent another message. Let us go eat together sometime. Upon leaving school, Lin Feng was confronted with a rather vexing dilemma. He had no parents or guardians to attend the upcoming parent-teacher meeting. He decided that he would forego the meeting tomorrow evening. After all, why concern himself with it? He resolved to remember his own responsibilities and believe that things would sort themselves out in due time. Upon returning home, Lin Feng prepared himself a bowl of noodles. After finishing his meal and finding himself with nothing to do, he ventured out to explore the jade market. Alone, he arrived at the bustling marketplace. Come take a look. Here are uncut rough stones. Rough stones are those that have yet to be sliced open, leaving one uncertain whether they contain jade or some other material. Intrigued by this announcement, Lin Feng approached to inspect. Each piece of rough stone was priced at several tens of thousands, with some even exceeding 100,000. Noticing a plethora of rough stones scattered about, he felt optimistic that he might uncover something valuable. At that moment, Lin Feng decided to employ his X-ray vision to peer inside the stones. Ring spirit, assist me with my X-ray vision, he silently called out. Understood, master, came the reply. A pure energy emanated from the ring, enveloping Lin Feng's eyes. He focused intently on one piece of rough stone, and, in an instant, it appeared utterly dark inside, indicating it did not contain jade. After dismissing that piece, Lin Feng turned his gaze to another rough stone. This time, the interior revealed a white, somewhat translucent quality. Elated by this discovery, he eagerly approached and lifted the stone, which weighed approximately 10 pounds, feeling its substantial heft in his hands. After scrutinizing it for a moment, he inquired, How much for this rough stone? 50,000, replied the owner of the jade shop. Very well, I will take it, Lin Feng asserted decisively. He retrieved his bank card and completed the transaction at the shop's card reader. With the rough stone in hand, he proceeded to have it cut right there in the store. The owner fetched a specialized set of cutting tools, drawing the attention of many curious customers. Someone is gambling on a stone. Come quickly to see. A voice called out, prompting a swarm of onlookers to flood in from the antique market. The rough stone was placed on the ground, and the owner began to slice it open slowly with his tools. As the stone split apart, gasps of astonishment echoed among the crowd. It was revealed to contain ice jade, a high-quality jade that was white and somewhat translucent. Young man, are you selling this jade? I am willing to offer 2 million for it, one spectator suddenly exclaimed. Sell, Lin Feng uttered, barely more than a whisper. 2 million is too low. I shall offer you 250,000 for it, young man. You should sell it to me. Once again, a spectator rose to speak. Upon hearing someone raise the bid, Lin Feng did not hastily respond. Instead, he waited for a moment, confirming that no one else would increase the offer, and then declared, Very well, 250,000, I shall sell it. Subsequently, Lin Feng accompanied this gentleman to a nearby bank to transfer the funds, executing the transaction with a seamless exchange of money for goods. Having completed the deal, Lin Feng now found his bank account enriched by over 300,000, sufficient to sustain him for a considerable period. He chose not to linger in the antique market any longer and made his way home, picking up some late-night snacks along the way. Upon returning home, Lin Feng's first action was to enter the ring and examine the newly added 6 images. Standing in the center of the living room, he fixed his gaze upon the ring and uttered a single word, collect. In the next instant, Lin Feng vanished from his spot. He experienced a sensation of spinning before finding himself in a pitch-black expanse, where a child stood before him. Master, you have arrived. The ring spirit greeted Lin Feng upon his entry. Quickly, bring forth those 6 images for my study, Lin Feng urged eagerly. The ring's spirit complied, producing the scroll and presenting it to Lin Feng. He received the scroll and laid it on the ground, scrutinizing it meticulously. Master, would you like to attempt combining the last 6 images with the preceding 12? The ring's spirit suggested. Excellent idea. I shall give it a try, Lin Feng replied, positioning himself to commence with the first movement. He completed the first, followed by the second, and then the third, continuing until he reached the 12th movement. He then gazed at the scroll and executed the 13th. Upon reaching the 13th movement, Lin Feng felt a surge of fatigue. By the time he attempted the 14th, he was already drenched in sweat. As he pushed through to the 15th, exhaustion washed over him. It became evident that the latter movements demanded significantly more stamina. Undeterred, Lin Feng persevered to complete all 18 movements, albeit only once, before collapsing onto the ground, panting and soaked in perspiration. He contemplated that henceforth, performing these 18 movements each morning would suffice, sparing him the need to repeat the initial 20 times as he had previously done. Spirit, I believe I can manage to perform these 18 movements daily. Anything more would be beyond my current capacity, Lin Feng communicated to the ring spirit. Master, the 18 images represent the complete diagram of the universe. It is essential to maintain your practice, the ring spirit reminded him. I understand, but I must take my leave now. With that, Lin Feng uttered a single word, release. In the blink of an eye, he found himself back in his living room. The clock indicated it was nearly 11 o'clock, and Lin Feng climbed into bed, falling into a deep slumber. When he awoke, it was already the following day. Today marked the announcement of the academic rankings, and Lin Feng rose early from his bed, making his way to the living room to practice the universe diagram. Unlike other days, today he intended to perform all 18 movements. The 6 newly added images were already etched in his memory, and he commenced with the first movement, seamlessly progressing through to the 18th without pause. After completing the Qianquan diagram, Lin Feng entered the bathroom, refreshed himself, and donned a clean set of clothes before heading out to school. Since he had merely revisited the Qianquan diagram, he found it relatively early, opting to walk instead of running. Upon arriving at school, Lin Feng took his seat, patiently awaiting the moment the results would be announced. He felt quite confident about this exam, brimming with anticipation. Ding dong, ding dong. The class bell rang. Yang Hong entered the classroom, carrying a substantial stack of test papers, and the students immediately recognized that it was time to distribute the results of the recent midterm examination. Class, the results of this exam are out, and the rankings for the grade have been determined. I will now distribute the test papers, and shortly thereafter, I will announce the rankings, Yang Hong stated as she began handing out the papers to a few students, who assisted in distributing them to everyone. Upon receiving his paper, Lin Feng glanced at his scores, 145 in mathematics, 140 in Chinese, and 146 in English. Instantly, a radiant smile lit up his face, with a total of 750 points. He had achieved an impressive score of 713. Our class's top scorer is Lin Feng, with a total of 713 points. Let us give him a round of applause, Yang Hong announced from the podium. A sparse applause erupted, with many classmates expressing surprise. From being at the bottom of the class last semester to achieving the highest score today, what had transpired in Lin Feng's journey to create such a remarkable difference in his academic performance? We will now gather on the playground, where the grade rankings will be announced shortly, Yang Hong concluded, prompting all the students to stand and make their way outside. Lin Feng, still smiling, exited the classroom, and the classmates assembled on the playground. A director, holding a microphone, addressed the students. Hello, everyone. The rankings for this midterm examination have been finalized. I will announce the top 5 rankings shortly, so please remain patient. After a brief pause, the director continued, I will only announce the top 5. The remaining top 50 will be posted for everyone to view. Now, I shall begin announcing the rankings. 5th place, Wang Ji, with a total of 696 points. The director proclaimed. As soon as the words left his lips, applause erupted, and Lin Feng joined in, clapping as he heard the score of 696. Realizing he had made it into the top 5. 4th place, Cheng Zhen, with 701 points. The director continued, eliciting yet another round of applause. 3rd place, Gu Xiaoyu, with 708 points. At this point, Lin Feng's smile broadened, his joy overflowing. He had triumphed. 2nd place, Lin Feng, with 713 points, the director announced. Although he did not secure the first position, Lin Feng felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Gu Xiaoyu, hearing Lin Feng's score, was left utterly bewildered, grappling with the realization that she had been bested in academics. If given another chance, she would certainly refrain from wagering against Lin Feng. In her mind, he had become an enigma, exceptionally skilled not only in sports, but also remarkably adept in his studies. Indeed, Gu Xiaoyu found herself perplexed. She distinctly recalled perusing the list of the top 50 students from the previous semester, and there was no mention of Lin Feng's name. How was it that Lin Feng had suddenly ascended to the second position this semester? His rate of improvement was nothing short of astounding. However, the principal continued to announce, the first place goes to Zhang Xiaoyin, with a total score of 716. A resounding applause erupted in the room. Upon hearing the name Zhang Xiaoyin, Lin Feng was taken aback for quite some time. The very girl who had confessed her feelings to him the previous day had achieved such remarkable academic prowess. It was worth noting that Lin Feng possessed a photographic memory, a unique ability that set him apart from others. Yet, here was a girl without such an advantage, managing to surpass him academically. It was indeed astonishing, hence his surprise. After the announcements concluded, the principal offered a few words of encouragement before dismissing the students, who then lined up to return to their respective classrooms. Upon entering the classroom, Zhou Ming gave Lin Feng a thumbs up and exclaimed, "Lin Feng, you're incredible. How did you manage that? Gu Xiaoyu is no match for you. Read more and memorize more," Lin Feng replied with a hint of jest. "All right, everyone take your seats. We shall now begin discussing the exam papers," Yang Hong announced from the podium. The majority of the morning was spent reviewing the papers, and nothing particularly noteworthy occurred. When noon arrived, Lin Feng gathered the exam papers and made his way towards the school gate. Outside, Gu Xiaoyu stood waiting for his appearance. As Lin Feng stepped outside, he spotted her standing nearby, prompting him to approach and say, "So, it seems you've fallen into my trap this time. What do you wish for me to do?" "I accept my defeat." Gu Xiaoyu, not one to back down from her word, had specifically come to meet him. At this point, Lin Feng's eyes twinkled mischievously as he pondered, his expression rather lecherous. Observing his demeanor, Gu Xiaoyu felt a twinge of apprehension and said timidly, "You mustn't entertain those thoughts." "What thoughts are you referring to?" Lin Feng smiled, gazing at her. "Those unethical thoughts," Gu Xiaoyu whispered. Unethical thoughts. You have indeed piqued my interest," Lin Feng teased, keeping her in suspense. Lin Feng paused momentarily before continuing. "I have not yet made a decision, so I shall grant you a reprieve. Once I have contemplated it further, I will inform you." You. Gu Xiaoyu exclaimed in exasperation, repeatedly gesturing at Lin Feng. "Well then, I shall take my leave. Remember, I will seek you out once I have made up my mind." With that, Lin Feng casually tossed his words over his shoulder and departed, leaving Gu Xiaoyu standing there. "Humph," she scoffed, before striding over to her Porsche, pulling open the door, and slipping inside. Having left the school, Lin Feng had no intention of returning home due to the considerable distance. Thus, he decided to spend his afternoon nearby. He walked to the noodle shop he had visited the previous day and stepped inside. "One bowl of wonton noodles, please," Lin Feng called out. "Coming right up." "Just a moment," replied the proprietor. Just as Lin Feng settled into his seat, the ring reacted. "Master, I have detected a yellow-level warrior," the spirit of the ring announced. "What? A yellow-level warrior? Where?" Lin Feng was taken aback, as the spirit's declaration had come rather unexpectedly. "Right in front of you," it continued. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng turned to gaze at the person seated before him, who was facing away and consuming food. The individual appeared somewhat plump and seemed to be in his 30s. "I see it, but is it true? That fellow is a yellow-level warrior?" Lin Feng questioned in disbelief. The person in front of him was merely a chubby man, sloppily devouring noodles, hardly the image of a yellow-level warrior. "Master, one must not judge a book by its cover. Do not rely solely on appearances to assess a person's capabilities," the spirit advised. "Your wonton noodles," the proprietor announced, placing a bowl before Lin Feng. Inhaling the delightful aroma, Lin Feng picked up the disposable chopsticks and began to eat. The noodles were delightfully smooth and quite satisfying. "I did not anticipate that you possessed such a function. Capable of detecting foes," he mused internally as he enjoyed his meal. "At my current level of restoration, I can only detect yellow-level warriors. I am unable to sense those of higher ranks," the spirit explained. "Then please inform me whenever you detect a yellow-level warrior in the future," Lin Feng thought. "Of course, Master, unless I am asleep, in which case it may not be possible," the spirit replied. Lin Feng kept his gaze fixed on the yellow-level warrior, observing him as he settled his bill and departed, yet he found no discernible difference between him and an ordinary person. After finishing his bowl of wonton noodles and paying, Lin Feng wandered around the vicinity of the school. Step right up and take a look. Antique clearance sale. A vendor shouted from a roadside stall. As Lin Feng strolled along the streets near the school, he noticed an antique dealer enthusiastically calling out. The vendor had set up a makeshift stall displaying a myriad of items. Lin Feng approached, crouching down to inspect the wares. Young man, you have come to the right place. All of these items were recently acquired from tomb raiders. They are genuine, the stall owner boasted. Master, I have detected something that I can absorb, the spirit suddenly announced. What is it? Lin Feng pondered silently. It was that small Buddha statue. The spirit of the ring remarked. All right, I shall assist you in acquiring it, Lin Feng replied. He then picked up a statue from the pile and inquired. How much for this one, boss? Ah, young man, you possess a discerning eye. This statue is freshly minted, just arrived in my stock, the proprietor boasted. Enough chatter. What's the price? Lin Feng interjected, eager to bypass the idle talk. 500 will suffice, the boss extended a hand. Very well, here is 500. Lin Feng responded, retrieving his wallet and handing over 5 crisp bills. Take care, young man, the proprietor said with a grin as he accepted the money. In his heart, he mused that this was merely a trinket he had found by the roadside, yet it had managed to sell, chuckling to himself. Having purchased the statue, Lin Feng clutched it in his hand and uttered the command, receive. In the blink of an eye, the statue vanished from his grasp, transported into the space within the ring. The spirit of the ring, upon witnessing the statue's arrival, exclaimed with delight, excellent. I can restore some more. Thus, the spirit commenced the process of refining the statue while Lin Feng continued to wander about the vicinity. After meandering for the better part of the day without encountering anything particularly intriguing, Lin Feng soon found it was time for school. He entered the campus and took his seat in class, only to discover a message from Zhang Xiaoyin on his phone. The message read, Lin Feng, how about we go out for dinner tonight? Upon reading this, Lin Feng smiled and replied, sure. Just as Zhang Yufan entered the classroom, he noticed Lin Feng grinning to himself and leaned in to glance at his phone. Not bad at all. It seems you have a girl inviting you for dinner. Is she your girlfriend? Zhang Yufan inquired. Just a regular friend. Don't get the wrong idea, Lin Feng clarified. Really? You look quite thrilled. That doesn't seem like a typical friend, Zhang Yufan teased. Enough of that. How has Suda been lately? Lin Feng shifted the topic. He has been rather well behaved recently. Hasn't he attended any parties or KTV? Zhang Yufan replied with a smile. Ding dong, the school bell rang, prompting Lin Feng and Zhang Yufan to cease their conversation. Zhao Bo entered the classroom holding a test paper, and upon spotting Lin Feng, the two shared a knowing smile. Zhao Bo then addressed the class from the podium, Class, please stand. Today, we will primarily discuss the midterm exam papers. Everyone, take out your test papers as I explain a question. You shall take notes accordingly, Zhao Bo instructed. As the afternoon classes concluded, Lin Feng stood at the entrance waiting. Before long, Zhang Xiaoyin appeared within his line of sight. Noticing her, Lin Feng waved, and at that moment, Zhang Xiaoyin glanced in his direction as well. Lin Feng, have you been waiting long? She approached him and inquired. Not too long, just a little while, Lin Feng replied. As they walked together, many students exiting the building perceived the pair as a match made in heaven, perfectly suited for one another. Where shall we dine? Zhang Xiaoyin inquired, glancing back at Lin Feng as they strolled along. How about we visit a Western restaurant? Lin Feng suggested. That sounds delightful. It has been ages since I savored Western cuisine, Zhang Xiaoyin replied with enthusiasm. Thus, the pair walked to a Western restaurant named Juhao Xian, with Lin Feng leading the way inside. Good evening. How many of you? A server promptly approached and asked. Just 2. Please find us a private room, Lin Feng responded. Certainly, please follow me, the server replied and guided them ahead. Eventually, Lin Feng and Zhang Xiaoyin were led to a private room, which boasted a window offering a splendid view of the outside scenery, exuding a unique elegance. Barely seated, the server presented the menu. Lin Feng ordered a steak, as he always opted for steak when dining at a Western establishment. He believed that since they were there, it would be a disservice to indulge in Chinese dishes rather than savoring foreign delicacies. Zhang Xiaoyin chose a chicken cutlet rice, also a foreign dish. Lin Feng, do you frequent Western restaurants often? Zhang Xiaoyin asked, gazing at him. Occasionally, Lin Feng replied. After a brief wait, their meals, the steak and chicken cutlet rice, arrived simultaneously. Lin Feng picked up his knife and fork, ready to indulge, when suddenly, Zhang Xiaoyin's phone rang. Hello? Who is this? She answered. Xiaoyin, your mother has been hospitalized. I am her colleague. You must hurry to XX hospital. A middle-aged woman's voice conveyed urgency over the line. What? She's in the hospital? Did she suffer a heart attack? Zhang Xiaoyin asked anxiously. Yes, just come to the hospital quickly, the woman insisted, her tone pressed with urgency. With that, Zhang Xiaoyin ended the call. Lin Feng, my mother is in the hospital. She had a heart attack, and I need to go now, Zhang Xiaoyin said urgently. Lin Feng, having overheard the conversation, nodded in understanding. All right, I will accompany you, he said, signaling the server to bring the bill. Once outside, they hailed a taxi. As they settled into the vehicle, Zhang Xiaoyin instructed the driver, please take us to XX hospital and drive quickly. Hold on tight. The driver replied as he started the engine. After a 10-minute ride, they arrived at XX hospital. Zhang Xiaoyin dashed into the building, with Lin Feng following closely behind. Upon entering the hospital, Zhang Xiaoyin called the middle-aged woman again. Hello? I've arrived at the hospital. Where's my mother? She asked impatiently. She is in the inpatient department, room 1 on the 3rd floor, the woman informed her. Without delay, Zhang Xiaoyin rushed upstairs. Upon reaching room 1 on the 3rd floor and spotting her mother, her anxious heart finally eased. Thanks to timely medical intervention, her mother's life was saved. She lay on the hospital bed, watching as Zhang Xiaoyin approached slowly. Mom, Zhang Xiaoyin exclaimed, rushing to embrace her mother, while the middle-aged woman stood nearby. Lin Feng approached and greeted, Hello, Annie. Xiaoyin, who is this? Zhang Xiaoyin's mother shifted her gaze towards Lin Feng and inquired. He is my friend Lin Feng. We were just having a meal when we heard you were admitted to the hospital, so we came over together, Zhang Xiaoyin replied, looking at Lin Feng. In truth, Zhang Xiaoyin's family was not affluent, yet neither were they impoverished. They belonged to the middle class. Her father was a firefighter, while her mother worked in a factory. The recent cardiac incident occurred right at her workplace, and it was her colleague who rushed her to the hospital for emergency care. Fortunately, it was timely, otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Xiaoyin, don't worry about your mother. Focus on your studies and strive to be admitted to the top university in the capital, Zhang Xiaoyin's mother said, gently patting her daughter's back. Auntie, you need not worry about her academic performance. She secured the first rank in her grade during the midterms, Lin Feng remarked, observing the frail condition of Zhang Xiaoyin's mother. Really? Zhang Xiaoyin's mother expressed her astonishment. Indeed, she scored 716 points, ranking first in her grade, Lin Feng replied with a smile. That's wonderful. That's wonderful, Zhang Xiaoyin's mother said, visibly relieved. With some idle time on his hands, Lin Feng brought over a few chairs from elsewhere and took a seat. After exchanging a few words, Zhang Xiaoyin's mother suddenly clutched her chest, appearing distressed as another episode struck her. Quickly, call the doctor, Zhang Xiaoyin urged urgently. Let me take a look. Lin Feng stood up, stepping forward to extend his left hand to take Zhang Xiaoyin's mother's pulse. Silently, he thought, Spirit, diagnose her condition. Master, this lady is suffering from a myocardial infarction. With your current vital energy, you can assist in clearing her meridians and provide emergency aid. The spirit guided. Understood, Lin Feng mentally acknowledged. Xiaoyin, help me sit Annie up. I will perform a massage to clear her meridians, Lin Feng said with urgency. Do you have medical knowledge? Zhang Xiaoyin asked, puzzled. I know a little. Hurry, or it will be too late, Lin Feng urged. For reasons unknown, Zhang Xiaoyin found herself believing his words, even though Lin Feng was not a doctor. Before the physician arrived, she had no choice but to let Lin Feng try. Subsequently, Zhang Xiaoyin helped her mother sit up, turning her back to Lin Feng, who then placed his hands on her mother's back. Lin Feng channeled his vital energy from his dantian into his palms, massaging Zhang Xiaoyin's mother's back, while occasionally transmitting some energy into her body. When the doctor arrived, Zhang Xiaoyin's mother's condition had already improved. Lin Feng continued to massage for about 5 minutes, now drenched in sweat. As his current energy could only sustain him for that duration, this was his limit. I feel much better now. Thank you, Lin Feng, Zhang Xiaoyin's mother expressed after the massage concluded. This is remarkable, the doctor noted, astonished to see that Lin Feng's brief massage had alleviated the patient's suffering. The situation remained unclear to the physician, yet the patient had already shown signs of improvement. Lin Feng left a trace of vital energy within Zhang Xiaoyin's mother, ensuring she would not suffer any relapses in the near future. Lin Feng, I never imagined you possessed such medical skills, Zhang Xiaoyin remarked, gazing at him. I only grasped some rudimentary knowledge, Lin Feng humbly replied. Well, it seems I have no further business here. I shall take my leave. With that, The doctor exited the hospital room. The other patients in the ward were captivated by Lin Feng's actions, and one of them inquired, "Young man, where did you learn such techniques?" "That is a secret I cannot divulge," Lin Feng said, scratching the back of his head, and used to such scrutiny. He had always preferred solitude, and now the attention of the entire ward made him somewhat uncomfortable. Not wishing to press further, the others fell silent. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Lin Feng sat on a stool and said, "Auntie, because I have massaged you, your illness will not recur anytime soon." "Really?" Zhang Xiaoyin's mother asked incredulously. "Yes, Auntie, you can rest assured. It will not return for at least a month." Lin Feng was well aware of the power of his vital energy. "Then I shall proceed to handle the discharge formalities," Zhang Xiaoyin's mother declared, rising from her bed to do so. Once the discharge paperwork was complete, she turned to Lin Feng and said, "Lin Feng, I am truly grateful for your help today. Please come to our home for dinner tonight. I must express my gratitude properly." Faced with her invitation, Lin Feng found it difficult to refuse and replied, "Then I shall graciously accept." Thus, Lin Feng and his companions hailed a taxi, and as they settled inside, Zhang Xiaoyin's mother instructed the driver, "To Xingqiu Community, please." Lin Feng pondered, "Huh? Did I hear that correctly? Xingqiu Community? Is that not where I reside?" "Auntie, do you live in Xingqiu Community as well?" Lin Feng inquired. "Indeed. We live on the 11th floor of Building C. By the sound of it, you reside there too?" Zhang Xiaoyin's mother responded. "That's right. I live on the 13th floor of Building A," Lin Feng said, a hint of excitement in his voice. He could hardly believe that Zhang Xiaoyin lived in the same community. Despite having moved there for several days, he had never realized this fact. "So we are neighbors." Zhang Xiaoyin chimed in at that moment. Before long, the taxi swiftly arrived at Xingqiu Community. After paying the fare, the three of them exited the vehicle and proceeded towards Zhang Xiaoyin's home. They took the elevator directly to the 11th floor, where Zhang Xiaoyin's mother opened the door to apartment 1105. Lin Feng's first glance revealed a large clock and an entranceway adorned with a shoe cabinet. Under Zhang Xiaoyin's mother's guidance, Lin Feng stepped inside. "Lin Feng, please make yourself comfortable while I prepare dinner." Xiaoyin, entertain Lin Feng, Zhang Xiaoyin's mother instructed before bustling into the kitchen. Left in the living room were Zhang Xiaoyin and Lin Feng, and as the clock approached 7 o'clock, Lin Feng settled in to watch television. "Lin Feng, how can my mother's illness be completely cured?" Zhang Xiaoyin's thoughts were entirely occupied by her mother's ailment. "I am not well versed in this matter. I only possess knowledge of emergency care," Lin Feng replied candidly. Given Lin Feng's current abilities, it remains quite challenging to treat a cardiac patient. However, providing emergency assistance is comparatively easier. "All right, my father is about to return," Zhang Xiaoyin remarked, just as the door to her home swung open. A middle-aged man stepped in, with a robust physique, sharp features, and a military-style haircut. "Father, you are back," Zhang Xiaoyin exclaimed with a smile. "Hello, uncle," Lin Feng greeted the man. "This is?" Zhang Chuxing inquired, redirecting his gaze toward Lin Feng. "He is my classmate. He accompanied me to the hospital earlier. My mother's condition worsened there, and he provided emergency care, so I planned to invite him for a meal." Zhang Xiaoyin explained slowly. Zhang Chuxing was typically strict with Zhang Xiaoyin, which contributed to her achieving top grades in her class. "Oh, I see. Where is your mother?" Zhang Chuxing scanned the living room, but did not see his wife, prompting his question. "She is in the kitchen preparing a meal," Zhang Xiaoyin replied. Nodding thoughtfully, Zhang Chuxing made his way to the kitchen. Approximately 20 minutes later, the dishes were placed on the dining table. "Time to eat." Lin Feng, Xiaoyin. Zhang Xiaoyin's mother called from the table. It had been quite some time since Lin Feng had savored home-cooked meals. Since his last experience at the elderly gentleman's home in the courtyard, he had not had the opportunity to enjoy such fare again. Lin Feng's appetite was modest. After 2 bowls, he felt satisfied and engaged in little conversation, simply relishing the meal. However, Zhang Xiaoyin's mother began to regard Lin Feng with a subtly altered gaze. She thought to herself how wonderful it would be if this young man could become her son-in-law. Not only was he handsome, but he also possessed some medical knowledge and could provide assistance in critical moments. Unbeknownst to Zhang Xiaoyin, her mother's perception of Lin Feng had shifted. She continued to eat her meal, oblivious to the change in her mother's regard. If she were aware of her mother's thoughts, it was uncertain how she would react. Upon finishing the meal, Lin Feng departed from Zhang Xiaoyin's home. She watched his retreating figure, feeling an inexplicable sensation in her heart. Once Lin Feng returned home and had scarcely settled down, his phone rang. Upon checking, he noted it was an unfamiliar number. Without overthinking, he answered the call. Hello? Who is this? Lin Feng asked into the phone. It's me. You can't possibly not recognize my voice. Lon Kaier replied playfully. Oh, it's you, Lon Kaier. How have you been? Did you think of me after returning to the M country? Lin Feng inquired with a smile. I merely wanted to call and let you know that I arrived safely. I am back with my mercenary group, so you can rest assured, my injuries have healed. Lon Kaier said with a cheeky tone. All right then, if there is nothing else, I shall end the call, Lin Feng replied. Now, Lin Feng simply yearned for a refreshing shower and some restful sleep, for he had exhausted his vital energy while rescuing Zhang Xiaoying's mother, leaving him quite fatigued. With a resigned sigh, he ended the call abruptly. He set his phone aside, entered the bathroom, and after a brief cleansing ritual, donned his comfortable pajamas and succumbed to slumber. Upon awakening, he found it was already the next day. He ventured into the living room and executed a complete Qian Kuan diagram, producing 18 intricate illustrations, leaving him breathless and drenched in perspiration. Just as he changed into fresh attire, his phone rang. It was Zhang Xiaoying calling. He answered the call. Hello? Is this Lin Feng? The voice on the other end was not that of Zhang Xiaoying, but rather a man's. Lin Feng, momentarily taken aback by the unfamiliar voice, questioned, Is this Zhang Xiaoying? Shortly after, the man spoke again. I apologize, but the person you seek is now in our possession. If you wish to save her, come to the incineration plant on the outskirts of the city. What? Who are you? Lin Feng exclaimed, shocked at the implication that Zhang Xiaoying had been kidnapped. Our aim is you. The woman is innocent. I hope you can come alone to the location I specified. If you dare to involve the police, we shall mistreat her. The middle-aged man chuckled ominously. Fine. Just wait for me. I shall be there shortly. Lin Feng retorted before abruptly disconnecting the call. Lin Feng dashed out of the Xingqiu community, clad in his school uniform. He thought to himself, regardless of who you are, I am genuinely angry this time. Why must you target those around me instead of confronting me directly? You have touched my reverse scale, and now, do not blame me for what follows. Upon reaching the street, he swiftly hailed a taxi and hurriedly entered, instructing the driver, take me to the suburban waste incineration plant. Understood, the driver replied. And the vehicle sped away in a blur. After more than 10 minutes, they arrived at the incineration facility. After settling the fare, he exited the car and took out his phone to call Zhang Xiaoying. I have arrived, where are you? There was a brief pause before a male voice responded. Proceed inside. The person you seek is there, but you must first pass my test. Hearing this, Lin Feng moved forward and soon spotted two individuals, a man and a woman, standing there. As he approached, he inquired, where is she? Over there, the man pointed to an old, dilapidated car not far away, where Zhang Xiaoying was bound. The man wore camouflage attire and sturdy leather boots, while the woman beside him was similarly dressed. To rescue Zhang Xiaoying, Lin Feng had to pass through the space occupied by these two individuals. I've arrived. You can release her now, Lin Feng addressed the pair. Sure. If you have the capability, go ahead and save her, the man replied, eyeing Lin Feng. Master, I have detected two yellow-grade warriors. The voice of the spirit echoed in Lin Feng's mind. What? Two? Lin Feng was astonished, but maintained his composure. His expression remained unchanged. Indeed, the two before you are yellow-grade warriors. Exercise caution. They are formidable, the spirit cautioned. Understood, Lin Feng silently acknowledged. After a brief exchange with the spirit, he took a step forward, and the middle-aged man mirrored his movement. It appeared they did not intend to confront him simultaneously, but rather one at a time. Seeing this, Lin Feng felt relieved. What are you hesitating for? No desire to rescue her? The middle-aged man beckoned Lin Feng with a finger, stepping forward once more. As soon as the man's words fell, Lin Feng charged ahead, eager to discern the difference between a yellow-grade warrior and an ordinary person. Upon reaching him, Lin Feng unleashed a punch aimed at the man's face. The middle-aged man did not evade, meeting Lin Feng's strike with a punch of his own. Bang! Their fists collided with a crisp sound. In the next moment, both men staggered back a few steps. The middle-aged man somewhat astonished that Lin Feng had managed to push him back. However, he had little time to be surprised. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng delivered a swift kick towards him, prompting the man to raise his arms in defense. Lin Feng's foot struck against the man's arms, and both retreated again. At this moment, Lin Feng felt a sense of exertion, unable to move or kick with any force, as if he were on the verge of unleashing his true energy. A yellow-level warrior? The middle-aged man uttered with disdain. Indeed, Lin Feng replied. Then you shall meet your end here today. The man laughed heartily. This middle-aged individual was a seasoned soldier, having previously dispatched 3 yellow-level warriors, thus brimming with experience. Now, facing such a formidable foe, Lin Feng understood that a moment's carelessness could lead to his demise. No wonder the spirit had warned him of their strength. Nearby, a watching woman revealed a smile, perceiving the entire scene as nothing more than a mere game. "Heh, who sent you?" Lin Feng responded with a chuckle. While others laughed, Lin Feng joined in, for he had yet to reveal his trump card. Since his last escort mission, he had carried a dagger with him at all times, which he had not yet drawn. "Hijie," the middle-aged man declared. Upon hearing these 2 words, Lin Feng was struck by a sudden realization. It was indeed him. Lin Feng had harbored suspicions, and the revelation of the opponent's identity confirmed his doubts. It seemed his daily life had been under surveillance for the past few days. Otherwise, how could Hijie know of his acquaintance with Zhang Xiaoying? "Oh, I thought it was someone important, but it turns out to be that old dog," Lin Feng scoffed. "Who are you calling an old dog?" The middle-aged man retorted, anger flaring in his voice. "I am referring to Hijie. Do you wish to be insulted as well?" Lin Feng replied calmly, seeking death. Enraged, the middle-aged man charged at Lin Feng. Observing the man's advance, Lin Feng swiftly drew the dagger from his waist and thrust it toward him. The man's momentum propelled him forward, and he found himself unable to halt his charge, colliding directly with Lin Feng's dagger. Just as the blade approached, the middle-aged man twisted his body to evade a fatal strike, but Lin Feng's dagger nonetheless penetrated his abdomen. As the blade entered, Lin Feng intended to slice open the man's belly with force, but to his surprise, the middle-aged man retreated, causing the dagger to inflict a grievous wound. Witnessing his successful strike, Lin Feng grinned and taunted. "How does it feel? Is the taste of the dagger delightful? You actually ambushed me." The middle-aged man gasped, clutching his abdomen and pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Feng. "I brandished my dagger openly. How can that be deemed an ambush?" "You were simply careless," Lin Feng chuckled. "All right, Alu, let us depart," the middle-aged man instructed, retreating to the side of the woman. "You wish to leave? You must first pass my test," Lin Feng declared, unwilling to let them escape after having landed a blow. To allow them to depart now would render his efforts in vain. However, they disregarded his words and swiftly entered the nearby vehicle, which roared to life and barreled toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng observed the scene before him, reminiscent of a cinematic spectacle, and exclaimed in frustration, "Damn it." He swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding a collision as the car sped away, leaving no trace. Rising from the ground, he dusted himself off and turned his gaze towards Zhang Xiaoying, who was bound to an abandoned vehicle. Initially, he intended to leave the 2 behind, but he had underestimated their possession of a car. Allowing them to escape could potentially lead to future repercussions. This time, they had genuinely provoked Lin Feng's ire. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brandished a dagger. However, with their departure, he found himself at a loss. At that moment, Lin Feng reflected that if they targeted anyone else close to him, he would confront the He family directly. Zhang Xiaoying, her mouth gagged, could only emit muffled sounds, unclear in her utterances. Lin Feng approached and removed the cloth obstructing her speech. "Who were those people?" Zhang Xiaoying's first question was direct. "They are my enemies. I apologize for involving you in this. I hope you are unscathed." Lin Feng assessed her condition. "I am fine. But what about you?" "I noticed some blood earlier," she replied, her concern for him evident. "That blood belongs to the middle-aged man, not me. I am perfectly well. How did they capture you?" Lin Feng inquired while untying her restraints. "I was knocked unconscious while buying breakfast, and when I awoke, I found myself here," she recounted, her demeanor revealing her resilience. "All is well now. Let us head to school," Lin Feng declared after freeing her. "Yes," Zhang Xiaoying affirmed. The 2 exited the incineration site and hailed a taxi, rushing towards the school. Alas, despite their haste, they could only arrive late. By the time they boarded the vehicle, it was already past 9 in the morning, and they reached the school close to 10 o'clock. They parted ways, entering different classrooms, and Lin Feng was required to report to his homeroom teacher once again. Fortunately, it was a recess period. Upon entering the classroom, Zhou Ming approached him, inquiring, "What happened?" "Lin Feng, why are you late?" "Ah, it's a long story. Someone caused me trouble," Lin Feng sighed. "All right," Zhou Ming replied, sensing Lin Feng's reluctance to elaborate. Ding dong, the class bell rang. Zhao Bo entered the classroom with a book in hand. At that moment, Yang Hong peered through the window from outside, her gaze lingering on Lin Feng's seat for a brief moment. Upon confirming his presence, she departed, unusually refraining from summoning Lin Feng to her office, perhaps due to his academic performance, which had placed him first in the class and second in the grade. Yang Hong found little to critique in his studies. Meanwhile, Alu drove the middle-aged man to a property belonging to the He family. Inside the hospital, he was swiftly taken to the emergency room. During the critical moments when the middle-aged man was receiving emergency care, Alu dialed He Jia's number. "Hello, is this He Jia? Zhou Bei has been injured and is currently undergoing treatment at your hospital. If you wish to know the details, you should come over. We have failed this time." Alu conveyed over the phone. "What? Even you have failed?" He Jia responded with astonishment. "This time I did not intervene. Zhou Bei acted alone and was careless, resulting in being stabbed by that Lin Feng with a dagger," A Hong replied, her demeanor surprisingly calm. "Wait for me. I will come right away," He Jia concluded before disconnecting the call. Approximately 30 minutes later, he arrived at the hospital owned by his family, where Alu was waiting anxiously outside the operating room. "Alu, how is it? How long has Zhou Bei been inside?" He Jia inquired urgently upon his arrival. "He has been in there for over an hour," Alu replied, gazing at the lights of the operating room. "Have you faced Lin Feng before? Do you think you can take him down?" He Jia was particularly concerned about this question. "Yes, as long as he exhibits his full strength today and we are not caught off guard. It will be no problem to subdue him," Alu answered confidently. "That's good. Once Zhou Bei recovers, I hope you will assist me in dealing with Lin Feng," He Jia stated. The morning swiftly passed, leading to noon when Lin Feng, upon finishing school, immediately took out his phone and dialed Chen Su. "Hello? Is this Chen Su?" "This is Lin Feng," he said as soon as the call connected. "This is Chen Su. What can I do for you?" Chen Su responded. "This morning, I had trouble with He Jia's people. A woman named Alu and a man were involved. We had a fight, and I injured the man with my dagger. He is likely in the hospital now," Lin Feng recounted slowly. "Are you all right?" Chen Su asked, concerned. "I am fine. They targeted my associates and kidnapped a woman to lure me out. I despise such tactics," Lin Feng expressed with disdain. "Where are you now? Do you want me to send some people to follow you?" Chen Su offered. "There is no need for that. I just wanted to inform you. If anything like this happens again, I will contact you immediately, and I hope you can send someone to accompany me," Lin Feng stated over the phone. "Absolutely. Next time, just contact me first, and I will send help right away," Chen Su assured confidently. "All right then. I will hang up now," Lin Feng concluded before ending the call. This incident made Lin Feng realize that he was still not strong enough. Had he not used his dagger this morning, it would have been quite challenging to deal with the middle-aged man. Thus, he concluded that he needed intensive training. The best place for such training was at the Blood Eagle mercenary base, and he planned to head there for practice after school. Throughout the afternoon, the teachers at school discussed the midterm exam papers, but Lin Feng found it difficult to concentrate on the lessons. Apart from paying attention to the mistakes he had made, he merely listened passively to the rest of the topics. As afternoon classes concluded, Lin Feng tidied his desk and exited the school. Hailing a taxi en route to Sunset Mountains, he intended to dine at the mercenary group and undergo specialized training, fully aware that the return of those two adversaries was merely a matter of time. Thus, he felt compelled to seize every moment to enhance his skills. Otherwise, he might not be so fortunate in the future. Upon arriving at Sunset Mountains and paying the fare, he disembarked and commenced his ascent on foot. After approximately 10 minutes of walking, he reached the entrance of the Blood Eagle base. The two sentinels stationed at the gate acknowledged Lin Feng with a nod, signaling him to enter, and he stepped inside. Within the Blood Eagle base, Lin Feng made his way directly to the fighting arena, observing the two combatants engaged in a match. At that moment, Yi Tian spotted Lin Feng and approached him, saying, "Young brother, back for another bout?" Lin Feng turned to face Yi Tian and replied, "Yes, brother Tian, are you participating in the fight as well?" "Indeed, if I don't stay active, my bones will surely deteriorate," Yi Tian lamented. At this juncture, the spirit within Lin Feng made a sudden announcement. "Master, multiple yellow-level warriors detected." "Multiple?" Lin Feng inquired, astonished. "Precisely, the individual before you is one. Several others are located elsewhere, though their positions remain uncertain," the spirit responded. Understood, Lin Feng thought to himself. Reflecting on the hidden talents within the Blood Eagle headquarters, where several yellow-level warriors resided. Most notably, Yi Tian, standing before him, was also a yellow-level warrior. Upon hearing the spirit's revelation, Lin Feng resolved to invite Brother Tian to spar with him, aiming to test his mettle against a yellow-level warrior. "Brother Tian, how about we have a match? I'd like to practice," Lin Feng proposed. Sure, let's give it a try, Yi Tian replied with a smile. Dressed in his customary Zhongshan suit and simple cloth shoes. Before long, the combatants on the stage concluded their match and stepped down. Lin Feng was the first to stride onto the fighting platform, followed closely by Yi Tian. They stood facing each other. Young brother, you must bring forth your true skills. I shall not hold back, Yi Tian declared with a slight bow. Rest assured, brother Tian, Lin Feng responded, mirroring the gesture. With that, Yi Tian charged at Lin Feng. Launching a palm strike toward him, Lin Feng reciprocated with a palm of his own. Their hands collided with a resounding smack, and in the next instant, Lin Feng felt as though his palm had struck steel, causing him to retreat several steps, while Yi Tian also staggered back a step or two. Astonishment etched on his face. He had never anticipated that Lin Feng could withstand his strike, compelling him to yield ground, an outcome that exceeded all expectations. In the next moment, Lin Feng launched an offensive against Yi Tian, charging forward with a powerful punch aimed at Yi Tian's face. Yi Tian raised his arm to block, but Lin Feng's fist struck his arm with a resounding thud, making Yi Tian feel as though his limb had been struck by a hammer, causing him to stagger backward several steps. Yi Tian murmured to himself, "The youth are formidable, truly formidable." But the encounter was far from over. Lin Feng lifted his leg and aimed a kick at Yi Tian, who deftly twisted his body to evade the blow. The two engaged in a fierce struggle, neither able to gain the upper hand for a considerable time. The spectators below erupted in applause, appreciating the skill displayed. Lin Feng landed another straight punch on Yi Tian's arm, prompting him to shake off the numbing sensation and retreat a bit. Steadying himself, Yi Tian extended his hand in a dragon claw strike, but Lin Feng maneuvered to evade it. They exchanged blows with remarkable variety, drawing a crowd of onlookers who gathered in droves, causing the fighting arena to swell with people. Many training individuals paused their routines to witness the spectacle. Lin Feng refrained from utilizing his true energy. Had he chosen to do so, the outcome would likely have been swift. Without relying on his true energy, the two fought fiercely, with Lin Feng deliberately holding back to hone his skills, eager to ascertain his combat capabilities without any supernatural aid. After approximately 10 minutes of intense combat, they finally paused, and the audience erupted in applause. Let us call it a day and grab some food, Yi Tian suggested after dodging another punch from Lin Feng. Agreed, Lin Feng replied, wiping the sweat from his brow. The two descended from the arena and made their way to the cafeteria on the second basement level. Both were drenched in perspiration as they entered the dining area, where Lin Feng queued to get their meals before joining Yi Tian at a table to eat. By the way, I still don't know your name, Yi Tian said, taking a mouthful of food. Brother Tian, I am Lin Feng, he introduced himself. Lin Feng, at such a young age, your combat prowess is truly impressive, Yi Tian remarked with admiration. Not at all, it's merely rudimentary skills, Lin Feng humbly replied. Shall we continue our sparring after the meal? Yi Tian inquired. Absolutely. Let us do it again, Lin Feng responded, believing that such combat would greatly enhance their practical experience. Thus, after their meal, they returned to the arena, each absorbing the strengths of the other, growing with every exchange. This was the outcome Lin Feng desired. Exhausted from their bouts, they took breaks in between, continuing until the stroke of midnight. Both were utterly drained. Let us call it a night. I can barely move. Lin Feng lay on the ground, exclaiming. All right, we'll reconvene tomorrow, Yi Tian replied, also reclining on the floor. After a brief rest, Lin Feng departed the Blood Eagle base, taking a taxi back to his home. Upon entering, he discarded his soiled clothes into the automatic washing machine and promptly collapsed onto his bed, falling into a deep sleep. Upon awakening from a deep slumber, Lin Feng realized that it was already the following day. Rising from his bed, he proceeded to create the 18 illustrations of the Qian Kuan diagram. He felt a notable increase in the small orb of true energy within his dantian and, satisfied, made his way to the bathroom to freshen up. Just at that moment, Lin Feng's phone chimed, and upon checking, he saw it was a call from Zhang Xiaoyin. Lin Feng, let us head to school together. I am currently waiting for you downstairs, Zhang Xiaoyin said with a sweet tone. All right, I will be down shortly, Lin Feng replied, hastening his routine. Soon, he descended the stairs and found Zhang Xiaoyin waiting with a bag of steamed buns. He walked over to her. Have you been waiting long? Lin Feng inquired. Not at all. Zhang Xiaoyin waved her hand dismissively. Here are some buns for you. She handed the warm buns to Lin Feng, gratefully accepting them. He began to eat as they walked to school, quickening their pace due to the distance from Xingqiu community to the school. Nothing particularly noteworthy occurred along the way. They conversed, deepening their bond. Upon arriving at the school gate, they encountered Zhou Ming, who regarded them with a scornful glance. "So, you two are going to school together again? Such a close relationship," Zhou Ming teased. "Don't misunderstand. We simply reside in the same community and decided to come together," Zhang Xiaoying defended. However, Zhou Ming was not inclined to believe such a statement, as he could easily discern there was more to the relationship between Lin Feng and Zhang Xiaoying. "Living in the same community, huh? How long have you been dating?" Zhou Ming bluntly asked. At this, Lin Feng nearly choked on his food. "What did you say?" He coughed. "I asked how long you two have been dating," Zhou Ming reiterated. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaoying's cheeks flushed crimson. Zhou Ming, noticing her reaction, felt even more convinced of his suspicions. "If I were to say we are merely friends, would you believe me?" Lin Feng challenged Zhou Ming. "Of course, I would believe you. I am well aware of your affairs," Zhou Ming replied, clearly taking Lin Feng at his word. "Then, that is good," Lin Feng nodded, continuing towards the school. The trio parted ways at the staircase. Zhang Xiaoying headed to her classroom, while Lin Feng and another classmate ascended to theirs, as the classrooms for their two classes were situated on different floors. Upon entering his classroom, Lin Feng was met with a cacophony of noise. Approaching his desk, he inquired with Zhang Yufan, who informed him that the school had organized a trip to the cinema for the afternoon, hence the excited chatter among the students. He had initially expected something far more intriguing. It turned out to be merely a movie outing, which left Lin Feng feeling somewhat exasperated. Ding dong, ding dong. The bell for class rang, prompting the students to return to their seats, and the classroom fell silent. Their mathematics teacher, Zhao Bo, entered with a textbook in hand. "Class is in session," Zhao Bo announced from the podium. In unison, the entire class rose and greeted, "Good morning, teacher." As Zhao Bo gestured for his classmates to take their seats, his phone rang. He stepped outside the classroom to answer the call while the students settled in. "Hello? Who is this?" Zhao Bo inquired as he picked up the phone. "Zhao Bo, you needn't concern yourself with my identity. Your sister is in our possession. Prepare 3 million. Meet us at the garbage dump on the outskirts," came a male voice from the other end. "What? Who are you?" Zhao Bo exclaimed, astonished. "Beep, beep, beep." The man uttered a single sentence before abruptly terminating the call. Upon returning to the classroom, Zhao Bo urgently announced, "Classmates, please engage in self-study. The teacher has urgent matters to attend to." Lin Feng noticed the troubled expression on Zhao Bo's face, and at that moment, the spirit of the reacted. "Master has detected a yellow-tier warrior," the spirit alerted. "I am already aware. It must be Zhao Bo," Lin Feng thought to himself. "It's him. I didn't expect the master to know already." He felt a twinge of disappointment. After instructing his classmates to study, Zhao Bo dashed out of the classroom and rushed to the office. After briefly explaining his pressing matter, he left the school. Shortly thereafter, Yang Hong entered the classroom of the third-year students. Upon entering, she said, "Class, your teacher Zhao has left due to an emergency, and I will be substituting for this lesson. Please take out your books and turn to." Lin Feng was concerned about Zhao Bo's situation. The urgency with which he left indicated it was no trivial matter. After witnessing Zhao Bo's anxious demeanor, he knew something significant was afoot. However, in class, he could not discreetly call Zhao Bo and had to wait for the lesson to conclude. Upon exiting the school, Zhao Bo hailed a taxi. He first went to the bank, withdrew 3 million, and placed the money in a suitcase. He then instructed the driver, "Take me to the garbage dump on the outskirts." "Understood," the driver replied. After a half-hour drive, they arrived at the designated location, where Zhao Bo paid the fare and disembarked with the suitcase in hand. At that moment, Lin Feng had just finished his class and took out his phone to dial Zhao Bo. The phone rang, and upon seeing it was Lin Feng, Zhao Bo answered. "Fei Hua, you seem quite anxious. Have you encountered trouble?" Lin Feng spoke through the line. "My sister has been kidnapped, and I can't make sense of the situation. They're demanding 3 million at the garbage dump on the outskirts, and I'm already here," Zhao Bo replied urgently. "Zhao Chuchu has been kidnapped? Isn't she part of another mercenary group? How could she be so easily captured?" Lin Feng queried over the phone. "That is a question for you to ponder, not me. Enough of that. I need to find out who has taken my sister." "Damn it," Zhao Bo exclaimed, hanging up the call and making his way toward the garbage dump with the suitcase in hand. After Zhao Bo hung up the phone, he strode directly towards the center of the garbage dump. As he approached, he spotted Zhao Chuchu lying on the ground, bound like a twisted piece of dough, with tissues stuffed in her mouth. Nearby stood a man, who was currently staring intently at Zhao Bo. Upon witnessing this scene, veins bulged on Zhao Bo's arms as he clenched his fists, clearly enraged. Zhao Bo did not recognize this man, nor did he comprehend why he had kidnapped his sister, which left him somewhat perplexed. "You're finally here? Where's the money?" the man inquired, fixing his gaze on Zhao Bo. Zhao Bo scanned the surroundings of the dump, but saw no one else. It was just the two of them. Noticing that the man was alone, Zhao Bo exhaled in relief and replied, "The money is here. You can release her now." With that, he opened the box to show the man, then promptly closed it again. Zhao Bo thought to himself, "This fellow is quite audacious, daring to kidnap my sister alone. Soon, I shall see just how formidable he truly is." "All right, bring the money over, and I will let her go," the man stated. A prominent scar ran across the man's forehead, and after observing him for a while, Zhao Bo found no particular prowess in him. Thus, he approached with the box in hand. Just as Zhao Bo was about to draw nearer, the scarred man commanded, "Stop. Toss the box over here." Clearly, the man still harbored some trepidation towards Zhao Bo. Having dealt with such situations frequently, Zhao Bo, who had amassed considerable experience from various missions, did not regard the scarred man as a significant threat. In the next moment, Zhao Bo hurled the money box across the ground, causing it to slide towards the man, whose attention was now entirely captivated by the box. Seizing the opportunity while the man's focus was diverted, Zhao Bo surged forward in a swift dash. After covering some ground, he executed a flying kick that struck the scarred man's face. In an instant, the man was sent reeling backward, crashing heavily to the ground, his hands failing to even touch the box. But that was not the end. Zhao Bo continued to advance and unleashed a barrage of blows upon the fallen scarred man. After the onslaught, Zhao Bo demanded, "Who instructed you to do this? Who are you?" The man remained silent. Another flurry of strikes ensued, and Zhao Bo repeated his question, insisting on an answer through relentless punishment, for that was his method of interrogation. "Stop. I'll tell you. The scarred man finally could not endure any longer. "I am a member of the Shadow Mercenary Group. No one directed me to do this. I needed money desperately, which led me to resort to such measures. I drugged your sister and bound her," the scarred man confessed slowly. Upon hearing this, Zhao Bo was momentarily stunned, realizing that his sister was also a member of the Shadow Mercenary Group. It was, in fact, a betrayal from within. However, after a brief pause, Zhao Bo regained his composure and declared, "You even bind your own comrades. Today, I shall incapacitate you." Saying this, Zhao Bo struck him once more. After the beating, Zhao Bo untied Zhao Chu and asked, Chu, "Are you all right? You can no longer stay with this mercenary group. Come to my side instead, as they even betray their own." "I am quite well, and I must return to discuss this matter with the leader. Zhao Chu is remarkably resilient. Even now, she has not shed a tear." "What? You still intend to go back?" "Next time, I shall not concern myself with your affairs," Zhao Bo reprimanded loudly. "Brother, it's all right. Do not worry. Please help me bind him. I wish to carry him to meet the leader." Zhao Chu replied to Zhao Bo, "Very well. You have said it. Just do not expect me to intervene later. Resolve this matter on your own this time, and be cautious. Do not let yourself be drugged again." Zhao Bo advised, "Brother, fret not. Experience teaches wisdom. I shall be careful," Zhao Chu assured him. After saying this, she proceeded to bind the scarred man still lying on the ground, with Zhao Bo assisting her. Once the man was securely bound, Zhao Bo called for a taxi, reiterating his caution to Zhao Chu before she departed. After she left, he took the money to the bank, depositing that 3 million. After securing the funds, Zhao Bo wiped the sweat from his brow and hurried to school, the clock showing it was already 11 in the morning. Time flew by, and soon it was noon. The end of the school day. Lin Feng had just finished tidying up his desk when Zhou patted him on the shoulder from behind, saying, "Let us go have lunch together." "Sure, let us eat together," Lin Feng replied. Thus, the two made their way to the school gate, where they found Zhang Xiaoyin waiting. Upon seeing Lin Feng, she approached and said, "Lin Feng, let us have lunch together." "All right, the three of us shall dine together." Lin Feng responded enthusiastically. "Will my presence be a burden while you dine?" Zhou remarked, casting a meaningful glance at the two. "Do not look at us that way. Our relationship is merely that of classmates," Lin Feng countered. "All right, I won't tease you any longer. Today, let us indulge in something nice. It's my treat," Zhou stated earnestly. Subsequently, the trio hailed a taxi and headed to Day Hotel. For a delightful meal, Day Hotel was the place to go, being owned by Ma Tingting's family. Thus, Both Lin Feng and Zhou Ming intended to show their support. Upon arriving at the hotel entrance, the security guards spotted the three in their school uniforms and prepared to intercept them. At that moment, Lin Feng stepped forward, asking, "Do you not recognize me?" The guards scrutinized Lin Feng closely for a moment and then slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "You are the young lady's friend. So you do remember me." Lin Feng replied, "Indeed. I see you have not forgotten. Please, come in." The guard gestured, inviting them inside. As they entered the hotel, a waitress approached and inquired, "Sir, how many guests?" "3 in total," Lin Feng responded. "Very well, please follow me," the waitress instructed, leading the way as Lin Feng and his companions followed her. They were escorted to a corner of the second-floor hall, where they took their seats. The waitress handed them the menu for their selection. Zhou Ming took the menu, handed it to Zhang Xiaoyin, and said, "Ladies first." After selecting a few dishes, Zhang Xiaoyin returned the menu to Zhou Ming, who chose not to order anything and allowed Lin Feng to make the selections instead. Lin Feng, not one to be coy, also ordered several dishes. At that moment, a commotion erupted nearby. "This room was reserved by us first. How dare they occupy it?" A man shouted, his voice jarring in the otherwise elegant atmosphere. As soon as he finished his outburst, someone emerged from the private room, stating, "There's no name written for you on this room. Why can't we be inside?" The speaker was Yang Fei, whom Lin Feng and his companions recognized, although Yang Fei had yet to spot them, despite their inconspicuous position in a corner. The argument continued. "Where's your manager? Bring him out. We clearly reserved this room, and now someone else is inside. Let us see how you handle this." The man continued to bellow. "Sir, please calm down. Your actions are disturbing other diners." "I will fetch the manager immediately," the waiter replied with utmost politeness. "Hurry up, I'm in a rush." The man disregarded the decorum of the situation. Soon after, the manager arrived. "Sir, I checked the records, and indeed, you had a reservation. However, you exceeded the allotted time. We released the room to others since you had not arrived by the scheduled time of 11 o'clock. You arrived at 12:30, the manager explained. Upon hearing this, the man's anger dissipated, and he lamented, "Forget it. We'll eat in the lobby. Please arrange a table for me." He waved his hand dismissively. "Of course, sir. Please follow me," the waiter instructed, leading him to a table adjacent to Lin Feng and the others. Before long, the man's colleague arrived. "Hey Z, why are you seated in such an obscure spot? Didn't I tell you to book a room?" Huang Qiuxing remarked as he approached Yuan Haizi, who was seated. "Don't mention it, Qiuxing. I reserved the room for 11, but I arrived at 12:30, and they had given it to someone else," Yuan Haizi said. Taking a sip of tea, "Let us discuss business. Hey Z, how is the extraction of the purple gold jade going?" Huang Qiuxing inquired, taking the menu. This question immediately caught Lin Feng's attention. He had previously escorted a jade pendant made of purple gold jade to Huaihai, encountering numerous attempts at robbery along the way. The significance of purple gold jade was not lost on him, and he was eager to hear more about it. Jiangtsung chicken, beef, and Huang Qiuxing ordered several dishes. After the waiter departed, Yuan Haizi paused before continuing. "The extraction is going smoothly. We will be wealthy soon. Many are eyeing this lucrative venture. So we must increase our manpower to ensure that it isn't taken from us." Huang Qiuxing took another sip of tea and remarked. Lin Feng was particularly eager to learn where they were mining, hoping to seize the opportunity to acquire some for himself. With Lin Feng's current abilities, procuring some purple gold jade would not be beyond his grasp. "Lin Feng, you seem somewhat distracted. What occupies your thoughts?" Zhang Xiaoyin observed Lin Feng's state and inquired. After a brief moment, Lin Feng regained his composure and replied, "Oh, it's nothing. I'm just a bit fatigued." "Brother Qiuxing, the situation in H City is far from favorable compared to the capital. There are too many idle individuals, and with its proximity to the border, it's quite chaotic. Do you think it might be too perilous for us to mine there? I'm contemplating whether we should consider a different location." Yuan Haizi glanced at Huang Qiuxing as he spoke. This revelation reached Lin Feng's ears, and he thought to himself that he finally knew where they were extracting resources. He planned to visit H City and take a look during the winter break, as he currently had little time due to school commitments. Before long, the dishes were served by the waiter, and Lin Feng and his companions ordered a bottle of red wine. "Cheers." Lin Feng raised his glass, toasting with Zhang Xiaoyin and Zhou Ming. Subsequently, the three of them enjoyed their meal with delight. Just as they were finishing, Ma Tingting noticed them and approached. "Lin Feng, you didn't inform me you'd be dining here," she said, looking directly at him. Zhang Xiaoyin felt a twinge of discomfort upon seeing a woman, seemingly more attractive than herself, approach Lin Feng, yet she concealed her feelings. We merely came for a light meal. It's not a banquet. Do you wish to join us? Lin Feng took another sip of red wine. I've already dined. Allow me to gift you a VIP card. It offers a 20% discount at checkout and no need for prior reservations, Ma Tingting said, presenting a sleek black card to Lin Feng. Oh, I see there is such a thing as a VIP card. I shall accept it. Thank you. Lin Feng expressed his gratitude. Enjoy your meal. I must attend to some matters, Ma Tingting stated before turning to leave. Who is she? Zhang Xiaoyin asked once Ma Tingting had departed. Just a friend, Lin Feng replied. It couldn't be. Zhang Xiaoyin began, but Lin Feng promptly interrupted her. A mere acquaintance, what are you thinking? He interjected. Oh, Zhang Xiaoyin said, feeling reassured by Lin Feng's response, and resumed her meal. Zhou Ming observed the two with a smirk and remarked, you two seem to have a history. The more I watch, the more you resemble a couple. In what way? Lin Feng questioned. In the way you converse. Zhou Ming chuckled. You may interpret it as you wish. I can't be bothered to debate such matters. Lin Feng turned his head away dismissively. The trio leisurely finished their lunch, and Zhou Ming took the VIP card to settle the bill at the front desk. It was already 1:30. They walked to school, nearing 2 o'clock, as students trickled through the gates. With the school organizing a trip to the cinema in the afternoon, there was no rush among the students. Lin Feng and Zhou Ming entered Class 3 of the senior year, where the classroom was abuzz with excitement. Many students were animatedly chatting, while others had brought snacks to school, eagerly anticipating an afternoon movie outing. Shortly thereafter, the homeroom teacher, Yang Hong, entered the classroom and announced, students, let us line up for the playground. Upon hearing this, the entire class stood up, and the students of Beijing know. One high school gradually made their way to the playground. Once assembled on the playground, the students filed out through the school gates towards the nearby cinema. As more and more students streamed into the theater, the atmosphere grew increasingly vibrant. Lin Feng, however, chose not to sit with his classmates, but opted for a more secluded seat towards the back of the auditorium. As the film had yet to commence, he settled in and awaited its start. Before long, the screen flickered to life, and the much-anticipated film Ip Man 3 began to play. Many students watched attentively. Just as the movie started, a beautiful young woman took the seat next to Lin Feng, her strong perfume wafting over to him, causing him to sneeze repeatedly. Excuse me, but your perfume is rather overpowering, Lin Feng remarked, turning to the woman beside him. I wear what I like. What can you do about it? She retorted, unapologetically. Although her words were blunt, Lin Feng realized he could do nothing to change her choice. Struggling to tolerate the scent, he decided to move to another seat. At that moment, a loud bang echoed throughout the cinema. Instinctively, Lin Feng turned toward the sound and saw a student in a school uniform brandishing a handgun, aimed at another student, though he could not discern the words being spoken due to the distance. Panic ensued in the auditorium as numerous students jumped from their seats, rushing towards the exits, accompanied by several teachers. The chaos escalated, and Lin Feng maneuvered through the throng, intent on reaching the source of the gunfire to ascertain the situation. However, the sheer volume of people made it difficult to advance quickly. Amidst the turmoil, Zhao Bo also sought to approach the scene of the incident, but he too found it challenging to make progress. In the midst of the crowd, Lin Feng and Zhao Bo caught sight of one another, their eyes locking for a brief moment. The disorder persisted for approximately 5 minutes, during which the shooter had vanished from sight. After some effort, Lin Feng and Zhao Bo finally reached the spot where the assailant had stood, discovering no blood on the ground, indicating that the shot had missed. As the crowd began to thin, most had fled the cinema, leaving only a few stragglers, including Lin Feng and Zhao Bo. Did you get a good look at what he looked like? Zhao Bo inquired, noticing the emptiness around them. I got a glimpse, but he is likely long gone. Let us step outside and see, Lin Feng replied. Lin Feng, speaking hurriedly, dashed out of the cinema, with Zhao Bo trailing closely behind. Upon reaching the exterior, they observed a throng of classmates clustered together. Lin Feng scanned the area and, in a seemingly inconspicuous corner, spotted the student wielding a handgun, who was on the verge of discarding it. It's him, Lin Feng exclaimed, pointing towards the student. Following Lin Feng's gesture, Zhao Bo quickly identified the individual and, with a swift stride, charged towards him. Before the student could react, Zhao Bo executed a deft maneuver, subduing him to the ground and confiscating the firearm. Don't move, or I won't hesitate to be unkind, Zhao Bo warned, pressing the student down. At that moment, Lin Feng approached and took the handgun from Zhao Bo, examining it meticulously. It was a Type 64 pistol, commonly used by contemporary police, leaving them puzzled as to how it had come into the possession of a student. As Lin Feng inspected the weapon, he removed the magazine only to discover it was completely empty. Could it be that he was firing blanks? He pondered. The subdued student shouted in protest, "The gun is unloaded." His cries attracted the attention of several onlookers, and soon a few teachers approached. "Zhao Bo, what is going on? What has this student done?" A female teacher inquired. "This student is the instigator of the earlier chaos," Zhao Bo replied, still wary of the student's potential escape. "What? Is he really the one?" Several teachers expressed their astonishment. "Help me find some rope. I need to tie him up," Zhao Bo insisted. "Zhao Bo, where would we find rope here?" "There's none to be found," Lin Feng responded. "If you can't find any, then call the police and let them handle it," Zhao Bo instinctively suggested. Consequently, Lin Feng retrieved his phone and dialed the emergency number. Meanwhile, the other students began to regroup at the cinema entrance as the homeroom teachers prepared to take attendance. Reluctantly, Lin Feng returned to his class S lineup. Resigned to his status as a student, unlike Zhao Bo, who could move freely, Lin Feng still held the handgun, though no one seemed to notice. After approximately 10 minutes, the police arrived. Zhao Bo released the student and explained the situation to the officers. Lin Feng stepped forward from the crowd, handing the handgun to the police. The officer inspected the weapon briefly before placing it into a plastic evidence bag. As for the student, the police stated they would take him to the station for questioning and escorted him away, restoring a sense of normalcy. What should have been an enjoyable movie had been disrupted by that individual, leaving many students feeling disgruntled and disheartened. The film had yet to conclude. Yet students were already being organized to return to school, many with snacks still untouched in their hands. Lin Feng, however, felt indifferent. He had little inclination to watch the film and had not purchased any snacks. Upon returning to school, the clock showed just past 4 o'clock, and many classmates began to enjoy their snacks in the classroom, chatting in small groups. Zhou Ming pulled over a chair and sat beside Lin Feng, and the two began to converse. "Lin Feng, that fellow just now, how audacious of him to draw a pistol under everyone's gaze," remarked Zhou Ming. Casting a glance at Lin Feng, "You have yet to witness even bolder acts," replied Lin Feng, giving Zhou Ming a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "I must tell you, Lin Feng, I just received word that the Lin family is to celebrate a joyous occasion soon. Your sister Lin Wanru is set to wed," Zhou Ming said slowly. "What? Such news?" Lin Feng exclaimed, astonished. "I too have only just learned of it. The wedding is scheduled for the day after tomorrow. I wonder if you will attend?" Zhou Ming inquired. "Naturally, I must go, though I have yet to receive an invitation." Lin Feng paused momentarily and added, "Who is she marrying?" "This remains unclear to me. I only know there will be a celebration." "I shall find out more details tonight," Zhou Ming replied, regarding Lin Feng. "Students, please put away your snacks and refrain from eating any further. We have one more class to attend," said Yang Hong as she entered the classroom. Upon hearing her words, the students promptly returned to their seats, tidying away their snacks. "Let us turn to our textbooks now." Yang Hong commenced the lesson. Despite the class beginning, numerous students were still preoccupied with their snacks, occasionally sneaking bites. As the class progressed, nothing particularly noteworthy occurred, and soon it was time for dismissal. Ding dong, ding dong. The bell rang, signaling the end of the school day. Lin Feng tidied his desk and made his way toward the school gates, where he discovered Zhang Xiaoyin waiting for him. Without hesitation, Lin Feng approached her and stated, "You needn't wait for me every day. You can leave on your own." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaoyin felt a twinge of disappointment, lowering her head as she replied, "All right." The two resumed their journey together. But as they reached the halfway point, a voice suddenly called out from behind, "Lin Feng! Lin Feng!" Upon hearing his name, Lin Feng turned to see it was Qin Chuchu. "What brings you here?" Lin Feng inquired, puzzled. "This is Yongdong Road. I just left Tang Yan's beauty salon and happened to run into you," Qin Chuchu said with a cheerful smile, indicating her good spirits that day. "Tang Yan?" Lin Feng scratched the back of his head. "Don't you remember? She is a friend of mine. I introduced her to you and Zhou Ming the other day when we had dinner," Qin Chuchu reminded him. "Oh, I recall now, the one in the white dress and white high heels," Lin Feng exclaimed as he slapped his forehead. "Yes, yes, yes," Qin Chuchu affirmed enthusiastically. After a brief pause, she continued, "And who might this be?" directing her attention toward Zhang Xiaoyin. "This is a classmate of mine," Lin Feng replied. "She doesn't seem like just a classmate. She looks more like your girlfriend. Qin Chuchu scrutinized them with a piercing gaze. No, you are mistaken. She is truly just a classmate, Lin Feng explained further. Very well, I shall not argue with you. Where are you two headed? Qin Chuchu inquired. We are on our way home. What about you? Lin Feng countered. I also intend to return home. If you are heading this way, why not accompany us? Qin Chuchu remarked. Very well, let us go together, Lin Feng agreed. By the way, Lin Feng, are you aware that the Lin family is celebrating a joyous occasion? Qin Chuchu inquired. I just learned this afternoon that Lin Wanru is getting married. Do you know who the groom is? Lin Feng expressed his curiosity. I am unaware of the identity. I only received the news. Will you be attending the wedding? Qin Chuchu responded. Indeed, I plan to attend as well, Lin Feng nodded. Is that so? Aren't you concerned about the Lin family chasing you away again? At this point, Qin Chuchu paused. I am not afraid. I have experienced it before. What is there to fear? Lin Feng replied. All right, you are quite impressive, Qin Chuchu said, giving Lin Feng a thumbs up. Before long, the trio arrived at an intersection where Qin Chuchu bid farewell to Lin Feng and the others. Lin Feng and Zhang Xiaoyin continued along the same path. Seeing yet another girl who outshined her in beauty, Zhang Xiaoyin felt a tinge of despondency. Lin Feng was never short of attractive companions. That sister you were just with seemed quite familiar, Zhang Xiaoyin remarked. Her gaze lowered. Yes, I have known her for quite some time, Lin Feng confirmed with a nod. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoyin's emotions became increasingly difficult to contain, and tears began to well in her eyes. Lin Feng quickly noticed this and paused momentarily before saying, I assure you, they are merely friends. Do not overthink it. With Lin Feng's comforting words, Zhang Xiaoyin managed to regain her composure and replied, No. After approximately 20 more minutes of walking, they finally returned to Xingqiu Community. They parted ways, with Lin Feng entering the elevator of Building A and Zhang Xiaoyin heading towards Building C. Once at home, Lin Feng reclined on the sofa and took out his phone, eager to acquire more information regarding Lin Wanru's wedding. The most reliable source for news was none other than Chen Su. As soon as Lin Feng opened WeChat, he received a message from Chen Su. The message read, Lin Feng, the Lin family is holding a celebration the day after tomorrow, coinciding with the weekend. Would you like to join? Seeing this message, Lin Feng mused that Chen Su was indeed quick with the news. He typed back, Who is Lin Wanru marrying? A short while later, Chen Su replied, She is marrying Tang Bei from the Tang family. Upon seeing the name Tang Bei, Lin Feng took a moment to recollect. He remembered having met Tang Bei, one of the 4 young masters of the capital, akin to Chen Su. At the last ball, when Chen Su had fabricated rumors about him, he had shook hands with Tang Bei. Lin Feng held a favorable impression of Tang Bei. He was quite handsome and stood on par with Chen Su. Although the Tang family was not one of the 4 great families of China, their influence abroad was certainly not inferior to that of the 4 great families. After contemplating, Lin Feng picked up his phone once more and sent a message. I remember him. I met him at the last ball when you introduced us. Chen Su quickly replied, Have you finally remembered? Come to my place the day after tomorrow morning. I will take you to a wedding. He spoke with great enthusiasm. All right, Lin Feng responded. After finishing his conversation with Chen Su, it was time to get in touch with Zhou Ming. Lin Feng clicked on Zhou Ming's profile and sent a message. I have discovered whom Lin Wanru is marrying. It is Tang Bei, one of the 4 young masters of the capital. Before long, Zhou Ming responded, So soon? Where did you get this information? Lin Feng, amused by Zhou Ming's inquiry, replied. Chen Su informed me. Oh, I see. Zhou Ming typed back. It was now past 7 in the evening. Lin Feng made a call and ordered takeout, enjoying his meal at home. After finishing, he turned on the television to catch up on the news, and before he knew it, it was already past 10 o'clock. Just as he was about to retire for the night, a phone call came in. Lin Feng checked his phone and saw it was Zhao Bo. What could he want at such a late hour? With curiosity, Lin Feng answered the call. Hello? Fei Hua? What is the matter? Lin Feng asked. I'm looking for you to undertake a task. Are you coming? Tomorrow is Saturday. No classes, so you have time, Zhao Bo replied. I have a wedding to attend on Sunday. I'm not free. If you have a suitable task, you should handle it yourself. Lin Feng responded, rising from the sofa. All right then, I'll go alone, Zhao Bo said before hanging up. After the call, Lin Feng returned to his room. Lying on his bed and contemplating what to do the next day, he felt a bit bored. After pondering for a while, Lin Feng decided to head to the Blood Eagle headquarters early the next morning to gain some experience in the fighting arena. After all, Zhou Bei and Alu could return at any moment, and he needed to improve his strength while they were recuperating. Lin Feng went to bed early. Upon waking the next morning, he climbed out of bed, stood in the living room, and began performing the Qian Koan diagram, executing all 18 movements in one continuous flow. Now, these movements felt significantly easier than when he first started. At least he wouldn't be exhausted to the point of collapsing. After completing the Qian Koan diagram, Lin Feng entered the bathroom for his morning routine, changed into clean clothes, and stepped outside. He walked to the entrance of Xingxiu Community, bought a few steamed buns, and ate them on his way to the Blood Eagle headquarters. By the time he arrived at the headquarters, it was already past 8 in the morning. As Lin Feng approached the arena, he noticed a gathering of people around it. Just as he arrived near the ring, the spirit spoke up, "Master, I have detected several yellow-level martial artists." Lin Feng was not surprised. It was quite normal to encounter yellow-level warriors at the Blood Eagle headquarters. One would find it odd if there weren't any. Standing in the arena was a young man of similar age to Lin Feng, and some spectators were preparing to challenge him. Lin Feng watched with a hint of interest from the sidelines. "Lin Feng, you are back again." Yi Tian emerged from nowhere and addressed Lin Feng. Upon turning around and recognizing Yi Tian, Lin Feng replied, "Indeed, I find myself idling, so I thought to come here to accumulate some combat experience. How about you? Tian go?" Yi Tian clapped Lin Feng on the shoulder. "Shall we practice together in a bit?" Lin Feng suggested, having noticed a significant enhancement in his abilities since their last encounter on the arena, particularly in terms of experience. He needed to engage with seasoned fighters to further his growth. "Absolutely. Go up there and take him down," Yi Tian encouraged. "All right, I'm heading up now," Lin Feng declared, stepping onto the stage. The crowd erupted in cheers upon seeing someone take the stage. This arena was undoubtedly the liveliest spot in the entire mercenary group. A young man of similar age to Lin Feng, upon noticing him, introduced himself, "I am Wang Xiao." "I am Lin Feng." Lin Feng reciprocated. No sooner had he spoken than Wang Xiao charged at Lin Feng. Lin Feng stood his ground, making no attempt to evade. Wang Xiao threw a punch, which Lin Feng defended with his arm, feeling neither pain nor discomfort from the strike. Instead, Wang Xiao was the one who staggered back a few steps, while Lin Feng remained firmly planted. Lin Feng beckoned Wang Xiao with a finger, urging him to continue. To Wang Xiao, this gesture was a provocation. He charged at Lin Feng once more, this time with greater speed. Lin Feng nodded, thinking to himself, "Now this is more like it, otherwise it would have been too dull." As Wang Xiao reached Lin Feng, he executed a flying kick. Lin Feng sidestepped, avoiding the attack. But Wang Xiao quickly turned around and charged at him again. This time, Lin Feng struck, launching a punch towards Wang Xiao's face. Simultaneously, Wang Xiao threw a punch at Lin Feng. Their fists collided with a resounding bang. In the next moment, Wang Xiao felt as if he had struck an iron hammer. His knuckles cracked slightly as he recoiled in pain, standing there with a look of astonishment. He realized that this opponent was formidable, and that previous punch had clearly not been delivered with full strength. If Lin Feng were to unleash his full power, Wang Xiao feared his bones would shatter. "Now it's my turn." Lin Feng paused before charging at Wang Xiao. Before Wang Xiao could react, Lin Feng was upon him, delivering a palm strike directly to Wang Xiao's chest. In an instant, Wang Xiao was sent flying off the stage. Coughing and clutching his chest, Wang Xiao stood up beneath the arena, gasping for breath. The crowd erupted into applause, celebrating Lin Feng's victory. Just as the applause subsided, Yi Tian stepped onto the stage. With the audience's attention fully on them, Lin Feng and Yi Tian began their fierce contest, engaging in a spirited battle that left the spectators utterly enthralled. As the morning slipped away, Lin Feng and Yi Tian engaged in a spirited contest for over 10 minutes before stepping off the stage to rest, allowing others to take their turn. After their brief respite, they returned to the stage, repeating this cycle throughout the morning. By noon, Lin Feng and Yi Tian shared a meal in the mercenary group's dining hall, followed by a short rest, before resuming their competition, mirroring the events of the morning. By the afternoon, both had expended significant energy. "Let us call it a day and return another time," Yi Tian gasped, lying on the ground. "Indeed, I can hardly continue," Lin Feng replied, equally breathless. After a brief rest within the mercenary base, Lin Feng departed from the Blood Eagle's headquarters, walking back to his home, which he reached by 5 in the afternoon. He placed an order for takeout and, after dining, reclined on the sofa to rest, knowing he would need to rise early the next day to visit Chinsu. Tomorrow marked Lin Wanru's wedding. He opened WeChat and discovered a message from Lin Wanru. Upon reading it, He slapped his forehead in frustration, feeling a torrent of exasperation within. How could I forget Lin Wanru's WeChat? I could have simply asked her directly instead of inquiring with Chen Su about whom she was marrying. The message read, Lin Feng, my sister is getting married tomorrow. You will be attending, I hope? Pausing momentarily, Lin Feng typed back, yes, Sister Wanru, I will be going with Chen Su. Shortly thereafter, Lin Wanru replied, be cautious of the Lin family. Rest assured, I will be, Lin Feng responded. After their brief exchange, Lin Feng set his phone aside and turned on the television in the living room to pass the time. Hours slipped by, and before he knew it, it was past 10 at night. Noticing the late hour, he turned off the TV and retired to his room for sleep. Upon awakening the next morning, Lin Feng rose at 6 and performed a set of Qigong exercises, checking the flow of his inner energy, which he found had significantly strengthened. Satisfied, he proceeded to the bathroom to freshen up. After completing his grooming, Lin Feng donned a suit, tidied his appearance, and stepped outside. Once outdoors, he took out his phone and called Chen Su. I'm heading out now. Where should I meet you? Lin Feng inquired over the phone. Come to the Day Hotel. We'll go together with Ma Tingting, Chen Su responded. All right, I'll head there now. With that, Lin Feng ended the call and hailed a taxi. As he settled into the cab, he instructed the driver, to Day Hotel, please. Certainly, the driver replied, and the car set off. After approximately half an hour, they arrived at Day Hotel. Lin Feng paid the fare, exited the vehicle, and stepped into the hotel. The security guard at the entrance, noticing Lin Feng's formal attire, remarked, young man, you look quite dapper today. Attending a wedding, I presume? Indeed, Lin Feng replied with a nod. Lin Feng cast a fleeting glance at the security guard and responded. Upon entering the hotel, he found a spot to settle down and ordered a snack. As he had yet to have breakfast, now seemed the perfect opportunity to enjoy a meal at the Day Hotel. Just as Lin Feng finished his breakfast, Ma Tingting descended from the upper floor. Ma Tingting, over here. Lin Feng beckoned her. Upon noticing Lin Feng, Ma Tingting made her way towards him. Are you also attending Lin Wanru's wedding? She inquired as she took a seat beside him. Indeed, I am waiting for Chen Su. What about you? Lin Feng replied, gazing at Ma Tingting. Yes, I am waiting for him too. It's been quite a while. Why hasn't he arrived yet? Ma Tingting remarked, looking around anxiously. After a short while, Chen Su finally stepped through the entrance. Lin Feng and Ma Tingting, who had been eagerly awaiting his arrival, approached him in unison, exclaiming, it's been so long. Traffic was unavoidable. Chen Su replied with a bright smile, revealing his pearly white teeth. Well, can we set off now? Lin Feng asked eagerly. Sure, let's go. Chen Su led the way out of the hotel. Outside, a stretch limousine awaited them, the very vehicle Lin Feng had once used after an altercation. Lin Feng, along with Ma Tingting and Chen Su, climbed into the spacious interior of the limousine, which felt remarkably comfortable and far from cramped. Before long, the vehicle was in motion. After approximately half an hour of travel, they arrived at a hotel named Hai Na by Chuan, adorned with exquisite decorations that captivated the eye even from the outside. The car came to a stop at the entrance, and as Lin Feng and the others exited, he surveyed the surroundings, noting an array of luxury cars parked out front, Porsches, Rolls-Royces, BMWs, and more. Chen Su took the lead towards the entrance, holding an invitation in his hand. Standing at the door were Lin Wanru and Tang Bei, welcoming guests, alongside family members from both the Lin and Tang families. Following Chen Su, Lin Feng and the others trailed behind. Chen Su presented the invitation and produced a red envelope from his pocket to hand over. At that moment, many guests' attention shifted to Chen Su, leaving Lin Feng and his companions relatively unnoticed. Just then, Lin Wanru glanced back and spotted Lin Feng. Fortuitously, he also caught her gaze, and they exchanged smiles. After handing over the envelope, Chen Su proceeded inside. Noticing Lin Feng, several members of the Lin family widened their eyes in astonishment, staring intently as he walked in. Lin Feng paid them no mind, continuing with his own demeanor. Uncle Jingxiong, wasn't that Lin Feng just now? Are we really allowing him to walk in like that? Lin Junjie asked Lin Jingxiong, who stood nearby. With members of the Tang family present, we cannot force anyone out, Lin Jingxiong replied quietly. Lin Feng followed Chen Su into the hotel and, upon surveying the room, recognized several familiar faces. As Wang Yudi noticed Lin Feng's arrival, she approached him and remarked, Lin Feng, I never anticipated you would grace us with your presence this time. You aren't here to cause any disruption, are you? She lowered her voice for the last part. Upon hearing her final words, Lin Feng felt a wave of frustration. Did people truly believe he had such a penchant for chaos? Why was it that at every wedding or engagement party, he was so often mistaken for a harbinger of misfortune? Are you so accustomed to seeing me wreak havoc that you wouldn't mind if I staged a performance when you truly marry? Lin Feng jested with a grin. No, please refrain. I fear you might frighten my future husband, Wang Yuti quickly replied, waving her hands in protest. Oh, your future husband is still a mystery, isn't he? Lin Feng teased. What are you two chatting about so merrily? Qin Chuchu approached them. We're discussing Wang Yuti's future husband, Lin Feng replied with a smile. What? She has a boyfriend? How come I wasn't informed? Qin Chuchu exclaimed, taken aback. Don't listen to his nonsense. I don't have a boyfriend, Wang Yuti defended herself. Laughter erupted among the group. As time passed, more guests entered the hotel, the entire floor having been reserved for this wedding banquet. Zhou Ming ambled in slowly through the hotel entrance, and Lin Feng spotted him immediately, waving him over. Zhou Ming, come here, Lin Feng called. Zhou Ming approached and said, Wow, so many people. It seems everyone famous in this city has gathered. You arrived quite late, Lin Feng observed, noting Zhou Ming's weary appearance. Traffic was unbearable. Zhou Ming scratched the back of his head. Let us find a table to sit down, Chen Su suggested. All right, Lin Feng agreed. Thus, Lin Feng and his companions found an empty table to gather around. Chen Su, Ma Tingting, Qin Chuchu, Wang Yuti, Zhou Ming, and Lin Feng, totaling 6 individuals. At that moment, the meal had yet to commence, as not all guests had arrived, and the welcoming at the entrance was still ongoing. Lin Feng, how have you been lately? Wang Yuti suddenly inquired. Before Lin Feng could respond, Qin Chuchu interjected. Oh, he has been living lavishly. Just the other day he returned home from school with a beautiful girl. Really? Why didn't you bring her along for us to meet? Ma Tingting chimed in with a laugh. She isn't part of our circle. It wouldn't serve any purpose to bring her, Lin Feng replied pragmatically. The group began to tease Lin Feng, and in the blink of an eye, over 20 minutes had passed. By this time, the welcoming at the entrance had nearly concluded. Those who were meant to arrive had done so, including those who perhaps ought not to have been there. A bustling stream of guests surged into the hotel, making the interior feel considerably more crowded. Lin Feng turned his gaze towards the members of the Lin family, his heart filled with indescribable emotions. At that moment, Lin Jingxiong also glanced over at Lin Feng, and their eyes met for a fleeting instant. Yet, Lin Jingxiong soon averted his gaze, seemingly treating Lin Feng as if he were invisible. In his heart, Lin Jingxiong mused that had it not been for the favor owed to the Tang family, he would have expelled Lin Feng without a second thought. Now, let us invite the groom to deliver a speech, announced the host, holding the microphone aloft in the spacious venue. With this declaration, all attention shifted towards him, including those seated at Lin Feng's table. Tang Bei took the microphone and began. Hello everyone. First and foremost, I sincerely thank you for taking time out of your busy schedules to attend my wedding banquet. My acquaintance with Lin Wanru has been brief, and our story lacks any grandiose moments. It has been a simple friendship that has led to this unadorned marriage. However, I assure you that I will strive to be a devoted husband. Thank you all. The room erupted into applause. Now, let the bride and groom exchange rings. The host continued as he reclaimed the microphone. Tang Bei then knelt on one knee, gently taking Lin Wanru's delicate hand with one hand, while the other held the ring as he slipped it onto her finger. Witnessing this tender moment, the audience burst into applause once more. With the exchange of rings, the wedding ceremony reached its completion, and the service commenced with the presentation of dishes and drinks. The waitstaff began to serve a variety of culinary delights at each table. In less than 10 minutes, all the dishes and beverages were laid out on the tables. Many guests, unable to contain their hunger, began to indulge in the feast. Observing the others already partaking, Lin Feng uncorked a bottle of white wine and poured a glass for everyone at his table. Cheers, he exclaimed, raising his glass to clink with those around him. The bride and groom then made their rounds, toasting at each table. Lin Junjie served as the best man, accompanied by a bridesmaid whom Lin Feng did not recognize, presumably a member of the Tang family. Lin Junjie followed the newlyweds from table to table, occasionally stepping in to shield the groom from excess drinking. Before long, it was Lin Feng's table's turn. Tang Bei approached, saying, Chen Su, since we are all friends here, let us not linger on pleasantries. Let us have a drink. With that, Lin Feng and the others stood, raising their glasses to toast with the groom, downing their drinks in unison. Just as Tang Bei turned to move on to the next table, Chen Su suddenly called out, "Hold on, Tang Bei. I haven't had my fill yet. Let us have another round." Upon hearing Chen Su's words, Tang Bei immediately turned back, replying, "Are you trying to ensure I get completely inebriated today? Well, since it's your wedding, I suppose I can indulge a little more." Chen Su raised his glass again and drank it all. "I'll join in," Lin Junjie chimed in from the side, raising his glass and downing it as well. At that moment, Lin Feng locked eyes with Lin Junjie, their gazes clashing in the air, nearly igniting sparks. However, after a brief moment, they both averted their eyes, aware that it was not the time or place for conflict, as they were amidst someone else's celebration. Both individuals were keen to avoid causing a scene at the wedding, as it was the ceremony of Lin Feng's elder sister and concurrently that of Lin Junjie's cousin. Under such circumstances, they remained remarkably composed. Were it a different wedding, the situation might have been quite different, likely devolving into a confrontation even before entering the venue. Currently, Lin Feng and the Lin family were in a state of irreconcilable discord. Once Tang Bei departed, Lin Feng and the others resumed their seats and began to dine. The culinary offerings of the hotel were indeed delectable. Otherwise, Tang Bei would not have chosen this venue for the wedding. Lin Feng picked up a chicken leg with his hands and began to eat. "You are actually using your hands," Wang Yudi exclaimed in surprise. "It is far more convenient to eat a chicken leg with one's hands. Using chopsticks would be rather cumbersome," Lin Feng replied, clutching the chicken leg. Having grown up in the Wang family, Wang Yudi had been educated in the etiquette of prominent families, including the proper way to consume Western cuisine and the decorum required in various situations. Thus, witnessing Lin Feng devour the chicken leg with his hands was somewhat astonishing to her. Lin Feng had long since cast aside the complex rituals and conventions expected of him as a member of the Lin family, opting instead to indulge in whatever manner he pleased. At the table, Lin Feng's manner of eating was the most unrestrained, in stark contrast to the others who maintained their decorum. After a while, as everyone finished their meals and drinks, many began to depart, prompting Lin Feng to consider leaving as well. "Shall we take our leave?" Lin Feng suggested. "All right, there is not much left to do anyway," Chen Su replied as he stood up from his seat. Just as Lin Feng and his companions prepared to exit, members of the He family unexpectedly emerged. He Ming approached Lin Feng and said, "Lin Feng, it has been a long time. Are we familiar with each other?" Lin Feng retorted, puzzled by the man's intentions. "Not really, but I suspect your time is running short," He Ming said quietly, a menacing tone in his voice. "Oh, you are quite confident, aren't you? Your people are likely still lying in the hospital, yet here you are, acting so brazenly. Is your family aware of this?" Lin Feng responded, a smirk playing on his lips. "Huh, you needn't concern yourself with that. Just await your demise," He Ming hissed through gritted teeth. "Very well, I shall wait," Lin Feng replied, unfazed. After all, they were merely two low-level martial artists, nothing to be overly concerned about. "Lin Feng, let us go. Don't waste your breath on him," Zhou Ming called out. Upon hearing Zhou Ming's call, Lin Feng turned and walked towards him. "What did He Ming say to you?" He seemed quite agitated. Chen Su inquired, having observed the expression on He Ming's face.